Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. To add on top of that, if you're using the YouTube app on iPhone or other Apple product to super chat, Apple takes a 30% cut also. So say you super chat 200, it's 200 multiplied by 0.7, multiplied again by 0.7. That leaves $98 of the original 200. So 51% of your super chat goes to YouTube and Apple. They take half. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Streamlabs messages get priority over YouTube super chats. To read a message is $100 and up. We will read those in batches, typically every 30 to 60 minutes. But if you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation at hand, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. There's a slight stream and moderation delay with the TTS. You can also mute a microphone, pop a bottle of champagne. And if you're a real baller, a real G, we have some crypto options. You can pop a bottle of Cristal for 1 Ethereum. And they're like $500 bottles of champagne. You can do a 20-minute voice call-in for 2 Ethereum, 10,000 USD in Bitcoin to kick a guest off if somebody's just really annoying you, 1 Bitcoin and I'll shave my beard to reveal the triple chin, and 1 Bitcoin to buy Kiki or Ashley. So there is that. See the description for all details. Now, if you want to just tip and have 100% of your contribution go towards us, no platform fees, no cut, you can via Venmo.
Just a tip, just for a second, just to see how it feels.
Or Cash App, whatever pod on both Cash App and Venmo. Link is in the description. I'll give you guys a shout out too. We have channel memberships. To become a member, you can hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. And thank you guys for all Nick. Thank you for the membership, Adam. Thank you for the membership, Rita. Thank you for the membership, DGO. Thank you for the membership. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We don't even have to be live for you to drop a sub for those of you who watch after the show. By the way, it's been, scroll up. It's been what? How long? It's been 1 minute since we last had a Prime, but I'm pretty sure it's still bugged. So if somebody could just test out a little Twitch Prime in the chat. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. If you buy something during the show, Streamlabs will show it, and we will give you a little shout out. That's shop.whatever.com. We've got those 90s cups, which they actually discontinued. They don't make it anymore. We have the final reserve. So if you want to get one, you can. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter, Brian Atlas X. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, because all labia can't matter until big labia matter. We're working to ban cosmetic labiaplasty procedures, 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the USA. Absolute tragedy, total tragedy. I'm really the only one advocating for this. So I'm the spearhead, the trailblazer, groundbreaker, pioneer, vanguard of this movement, so be sure to check it out. Okay, if you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that's in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post our stream schedule, behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. The behind the scenes is great. If you're my Caucasian, you will join the Discord, and there's the behind the scenes. That was Priscilla. And she attacked Andrew, and some of it wasn't captured on stream because we had to go to our technical difficulty screen. So we captured the whole thing though on camera if you want to see the BTS of that. So check it out. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, occupation, where you're from, and your education. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marian Cabrera, better known as like the No I'm Speaking girl. I live in Los Angeles, California. I'm 19 years old. I go to University of Rhode Island. I study psychology, and that's it.
And you're going into your
Junior year.
Junior year. You said psychology is
Yeah.
you're studying? Okay. And in Rhode Island?
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Are you originally from California, though?
Yeah,
Or-
I'm from
okay.
Los Angeles, born and raised.
All right. And you said you were famous for the
No, I'm speaking debate. I fought Charlie Kirk online. I didn't even know who he was, but I fought him online.
What was the process for getting on that? Like, you didn't know that he was going to be the guest? Or?
I literally got a text message from. I applied for a Jubilee video during COVID, and then 2 years later, I got a text message saying like, "Hey, this is like Amelia or whatever from Jubilee. Do you want to be in a new video?" And I was like, "Sure, why not?" And I got there, and there was a guy wearing a suit, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, that's Charlie Kirk." And I was like, "I don't know who that is." And then I sat down, and I looked him up, and I was like, "Oh my God, he's on a stage with Donald Trump. I don't know what I'm gonna do." And then I couldn't contain myself, and I argued with him about abortion rights, and I went viral for that. So,
What was the viral moment from that specific prompt?
he interrupted me one too many times, and it wasn't just me trying to be annoying. Like, I do that with lots of people. He just kept talking over me, and so I just repeated the same sentence over and over again, which was, "No, I'm speaking." And I went viral for shutting him down for speaking too much over me.
What wasn't there, like, as you were finishing up that segment, didn't you say something
I did.
else? What did you say to him as you were getting up?
I said, and you know what? People asked me if I meant it. I did mean it. I said, I hope your daughter lives a very happy life, which is a nice thing to say, and gets away from you, which I think, he was upset about and whatever. However, if his daughter does happen, I didn't know he had a daughter when I was doing the hypothetical question, but if his daughter does get raped, I hope she lives a very happy life and gets away from Charlie Kirk, because he doesn't want her to be free from that.
Okay. And hold on. What was the other thing? Oh, so did they provide you the prompts beforehand?
During the interview, they asked me like a couple questions, like, what are your views on abortion, and what are your views on like black on white crime or discrimination or whatever. And I answered, and then they told me like, okay, it's going to be you versus one conservative. They did not give me a name. They did not give me any other information. So I went in knowing like what the vibe was going to be, but I knew it was 25 college students versus one person, and I didn't know who the person was going to be. I was a little bit surprised to know it was a grown man in a suit who has been a political candidate and who has debated multiple college students. So that was a little bit unnerving, but I'm proud of what I did.
Okay. What about you?
I'm Natalia Starr. I'm in the adult industry and a DJ, and I'm 32 years old, and I didn't go to college. I graduated high school.
And where are you from?
Oh, I'm Polish. I grew up in Poland, but I immigrated to New York City, so I grew up in New York.
Grew up in New York, and you're 32. When did you immigrate to New York City?
In 2000.
2000. So when? Oh, okay. So you were very young then when you met. Well, you would have been what, 10 or so? Wait, hold on. See if my math here.
I don't remember.
Isn't-
It's like 7 or 8 or something like that.
Okay, got it. You speak Polish?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. What about you?
Hi everyone, my name is Lynn. I'm from Los Angeles, but born and raised in China. I'm a corporate and tax attorney.
Age?
I'm 29 years old.
29. And how long have you been in the U.S.?
So I moved to the U.S. in 2013, so it's been 12 years. Yes.
And you've stayed here the entire time?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I was living in Washington, D.C. for my first 2 years, but spent my majority of my time in Los Angeles.
Got it. Okay. And have you become a citizen or?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And you said you're a corporate and tax attorney?
Yes.
you said?
So
Okay.
you know who to reach out to if you ever have a tax and corporate problem.
Do you work with a law firm, or are you like a sole practitioner? What's the term for it?
I'm
Sole-
sole practitioner.
Is that what it's called?
Maybe that'll be my goal one day, but right now I'm working for a firm.
Gotcha. And you went here I'm assuming you went here in the United States for your law degree.
Yes.
You have a JD?
Yes.
Okay.
So I actually did my undergrad at USC and then went on to get my JD.
Where did you
in
go
the
for
US.
law school?
Chapman. So it's in Orange County.
Okay. That's a pretty good law school, right? I think so.
It's a great school.
Yeah, I think I just went for the full ride scholarship.
Okay.
So growing up as a poster child, I guess I wanted to save my family more money. So.
Gotcha. And did you, are your parents still in China or did they move here too?
My parents, they are spending most of their time in China, but they still come to visit me.
What part
couple
of China
times
are
a
you
year.
from?
So, fun fact, usually people ask me, okay, which part? But the closest big city is not Beijing or Shanghai, but
So they
it's
don't know.
South Korea.
It's near South Korea.
Yeah, and I found I'm 16% Korean through 23andMe, the DNA test.
okay, there you go.
Which I wasn't aware of before.
What's the city?
It's a smaller city called Yantai.
No
so,
way.
Why?
I've been there.
No.
No, just kidding. Just
Okay. Wow. But the funny thing is, whenever I say it's like a smaller, medium-sized city you don't know, but it actually has 6-7 million population because it's China.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I've heard with China.
Mm-hmm.
There's like how many cities that have over like 1 million people? It's
Yeah,
a
I
bunch.
mean, 1 million, that's like a rural town, probably.
That's the sticks in
Yeah.
China. Okay. And okay, so you moved here when you were younger. You've been here ever since. All right, cool. What about you?
My name's Kaylin May. I'm a boudoir photographer, originally from Reading, Pennsylvania, and I went to college in Philadelphia for an associate's in photography, and then graduated here in Santa Barbara from Brooks Institute with a BFA in fine art photography.
Age?
35.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, and did you do any like undergrad or anything or?
In Philadelphia, got my associates in professional photographic imaging.
Okay, got it. What about you?
My name is Silvana. I was born in Argentina, living in Los Angeles for over 30 years. I am a piano teacher, concert pianist, and I did it all my life, but it slowed down with COVID and after the death of my husband. So I needed to do something else, and I became a flight attendant. So I am a flight attendant, and I am a piano teacher, and I am based in Denver.
Denver. All right.
Yeah.
Age?
I am 47 years old.
All right.
I'm old.
What's your go-to piano piece to play?
What's the question?
You said you were a concert pianist,
I am
right?
classically trained.
What's your favorite piece to play?
Well, my very favorite piece to play is the G minor ballad written by Frédéric Chopin. I feel very related to Frédéric Chopin, and I believe it has to do that I was very lucky to be part of that line of musicians because my teacher studied with Alberto Williams. Alberto Williams studied with Georges Mathias in France, and Georges Mathias was the favorite student of Frédéric Chopin. So they guide me through that line of
Beautiful.
music.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Do we have keyboards? Maybe we'll have her play something, or I don't know. Do we have?
That would be my
That'd
pleasure.
be cool. All right, what about you?
Thank you for having me. My name is Haley. I am 20 years old. I am a WSU student, and I am studying finance.
All right.
And I'm from Santa Cruz, California.
Got it. Sorry, what was the name of the university?
Washington State University.
I see. Okay, got it. All right.
My name is Felicity. I'm 19 from Santa Barbara. I'm a full-time student majoring in business.
All right, welcome everybody. We're going to go around the table once more. What is your current relationship status? So, single, talking stage, relationship, married. If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
I have a boyfriend right now, almost 6 months, but the longest relationship I've been in was 8 months with my ex-boyfriend.
Longest relationship, 8 months. Okay. And 6 months. So did you meet him on the Charlie Kirk Jubilee shoot? Or?
No. I knew him since senior year of high school, and I had a huge crush on him all of senior year, all of freshman year, and then sophomore year of college, we started dating. He lives near me in LA, and we just knew each other for a while.
Is it, you said you go to school in Rhode Island, though, so has it been long distance for a period of time?
Yeah, it has. He goes to school in Texas, and I go to school in Rhode Island, but thankfully we're able to, at least once a month see each other for a weekend. We call every single night. And again, I've known him for 3+ years, so I love him so much, and he's living with me for the summer, so we're making it work.
Oh, you guys live together.
Yeah.
Are you currently at your parents' place, or you have your own place?
Yeah, no, I'm at my parents' place, but he lives with me at my parents' house because his parents' house is a little bit smaller, and so my parents are chill with him living with me.
And you just got back to, you're in LA, right?
Yeah.
You just got back to LA?
Yeah, so I go to school in Rhode Island, and then he got off like a week after I did, and then he's just been living at my house
So
basically
he
since
just
then.
basically moved in like a couple weeks ago? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. And was this, like, you brought this to your parents and they're cool with it? Or?
Yeah, my parents know that since I'm grown, they can't really stop me from doing things anymore. Like, they set boundaries, but he's fine if he sleeps over, and I love him so much, so he's fine.
Does he get, like, the guest room, or he's
No,
with you
he's in my room.
your room?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
in my room.
But, like, did you ask your parents if it was cool, or?
I kind of just told them, like, hey, just so you know, my boyfriend, who they know and they like him,
Sure.
he doesn't want to stay at his dad's apartment because it's in the valley, and he'd rather just stay here most nights, and they said that's fine.
They're cool with it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what about you?
I'm recently single since May 6th. My longest relationship was like 2 years.
And sorry, you've been single since May. Oh, so like
Less than a month.
3 weeks or
Yeah.
1 month. And you said longest relationship 2 years?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But most of them are like 6 months.
Most of them. When
How
you say,
many?
yeah, good question,
4 or
man.
5?
4 or 5 2-year relationships.
No, 6
or 6 months, excuse
No,
me.
One was the 2 years, and then the rest were 6 months.
The most recent one was 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay. The most recent relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. The 2-year relationship, your longest, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
And then going back to you, Marin, the 8-month relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Okay. All right.
All right,
what about you?
My relationship status is kind of complicated right now because I have been separated from my husband since 2023.
Oh, okay.
But we met each other in 2016, and I think it was the 7th year that we decided to call it quits. So we're currently going through a divorce proceeding.
Okay.
And of course, he's been my longest relationship for 7 years.
7 years. Okay. How long have you been separated?
For like a year and a half.
All right. Have you been dating anybody else in that time period?
You mean since I got separated?
Yeah, in the
of
past year
course.
and a half.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Are you currently involved with somebody?
Currently, no. I'm fully single.
Properly single. Okay.
Yeah, probably single and enjoying it.
Is he also an attorney?
No, he's an engineer.
He's an engineer. Okay. Did you guys have a prenup?
Yes.
How long were you guys married?
So, we're technically still married. So we've been married since end of 2017. So it's been a long time.
Been a long time. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you've been married since?
2017.
2017.
But we had the wedding in the summer 2018.
Okay. And how long were you guys dating before you got married?
It was fairly quick. We dated for about a year and 3 months, and then he popped the question. Then we got married legally a month after.
Okay. Wait, a month after you were... Wait,
No, a month after the engagement, we got married.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
How did you get the question?
It was kind of a long story. Yeah.
Who initiated the divorce?
I think it was like a mutual decision. As we just spend more time together, we realized we're not the best fit.
How so?
Also, I think just we have very different personality, communication styles, and interests and pursuits of life. And also, I have to acknowledge that I was very young when I got married. Like when I met him, I was 21 years old. And then I have had like some milestones in my life. I have changed a lot. I became more independent, opinionated even. So yeah.
How old was he when you guys met?
His age?
Yeah.
So he's 10 years older.
So he was 31 and you are
21.
were 21
Yeah.
at the time. Okay. And he was an engineer, you said. Software engineer? What kind of engineer?
Like civil.
Civil engineer. Was he Chinese also, or?
No, he's from the East Coast.
So he's white American
Yeah.
guy. Okay. Did he help you pay for law school?
No, my law school education was free.
Oh, it was free?
Yeah, because I got a scholarship.
You got scholarships.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So you guys were married. Let's see here. Who initiated the divorce, though? Somebody typically has to do the filing.
Yeah, so I was the one that contacted the attorney who did the petition for me.
Okay.
And of course, subsequently, he secured his own attorney as well.
I see. All right. And was he caught off guard, or did he kind of see this coming?
I think during our multiple arguments, I have made it very clear that it's going to be the path we will take. So I think he was probably prepared. Yeah, it wasn't something like I thought of just overnight, but it was a careful decision I wanted to make a while ago.
All right. And was the divorce acrimonious?
I would say it's amicable. I wouldn't say like we're enemies, because it's really hard to just detach from someone after spending like almost your entire 20s together. So.
Is there any alimony?
I mean, I'm financially dependent, so I'm not looking forward to receiving like alimony, because I'm not trying to like profit from a divorce. So I think it's all up to the negotiation between the attorneys.
Okay. But do you know, when you've spoken to your attorney, has your attorney talked to you about seeking alimony?
I think it was in the prenup, but also the thing is, our financial situation has changed quite a bit since we got married. I think that's still something not settled at this stage.
Yeah. Under the terms of the prenup, what was the deal with alimony?
It's actually kind of vague. I wish, I had an attorney after law school. So it just said up to this amount of money. But of course, since now we're making pretty similar amount of money, then I think it won't be exactly what is written in the prenup. I'm sure the attorney is going to have some back and forth, like negotiations about all the terms.
You're saying that currently your guys' income is pretty comparable? It's similar?
I would say like pretty similar. Maybe he's still like higher, but not that much significantly higher.
Okay. And could he potentially, are you out earning him?
No, he still makes more than I do.
He still makes more, okay.
Yeah.
All right, got it. And you said that you, one of the reasons why you guys started to grow apart is you became more opinionated. I guess in what ways did you become more opinionated?
I think in his words, which I don't completely agree, he thinks we are both trying to be the boss. But I feel like it should be an equal relationship. We both should have the say in the relationship. But I think he usually like to take the lead. But after I have had my own education, my own career, I wanted to participate more, like in decision making. And also, I think fundamentally, just because as I grew older, I realized, we just really have very fundamentally different values and pursuits and interests, which I didn't realize when I was younger. And ever since the marriage, I realized, okay, if you want to be compatible together, you can't just be going on vacation all the time, but you got to spend like difficult times together as well to see if this person is the right fit.
Gotcha. What were some of you said you wanted more equal stake when it came to decision making in the relationship. Can you give me maybe one example where in the relationship there was a conflict as it relates to a decision that maybe you guys disagreed on?
I think maybe financially, I grew up in a culture where men should take more lead in financial affairs. So when we bought the house together, of course, we paid like half and half. But then as for like daily expenses, like insurance, property tax, and like renovation, I believe the men should take on more responsibility. So we had some arguments over that. And then I think just in terms of like, I cannot think of like a concrete example right now. I may have to think through it. But he often just thinks like things have to go his way. And if I want to make a suggestion and he would be defensive, he would say, oh, you're trying to change me and I'm not going to change for you. So yeah, it's pretty complicated. I would say like different factors are contributing.
one point of clarification, you said that as you got a bit older, you wanted to take on a bit more, have a bit more equality when it came to leadership in the relationship. Although you said that when it came to financial components, you guys paid 50-50 when it came to the mortgage and maybe the down payment. Is that correct? But when it came to the household expenses, you had an expectation that he cover that fully. I guess there's a bit of confusion on my end.
Oh.
Why, on one hand, you say, I want to take on more equal responsibility in terms of leadership, but you are still holding him to, he should pay for...
Yeah, I think it would depends on like which aspects. So in terms of like financial responsibility, because at that stage when we bought the house, he was making a lot more money. I was fresh out of law school.
Sure.
So I figured he is 10 years older than me and he's well established in his career, so he should probably be contributing more to the expenses. But of course, I don't think that's like a fundamental issue for us. I think the more fundamental issues are like when we are going through, like for example, just going on vacation or just handling like daily affairs, he probably should let me participate more or help out more or be more supportive in things.
Gotcha. Okay. Maybe we can come back to that.
Sure.
Is this the only time you've been married?
Yes.
Do you have kids?
No.
No kids. Okay. Gotcha. And then, since the separation a year and a half ago, have you been dating any other men?
Yes.
Or what was the longest period of time you've dated a guy since the separation?
Yeah, I don't think nothing was too serious, even though I did kind of hope it would lead into something. I think the longest was just about close to 3 months.
Okay. Here, just go that way from now on, okay? All right. What about you?
I am single. I've been single for quite some time. My longest relationship was with my high school boyfriend. He was older. He was not in high school anymore. And it was a year and a half.
Longest relationship, you said a year and a half? Okay. And you've been single for how long?
Most of my adult life. I mean, I live very far from my parents, and so what I'm saying, I've never changed my Facebook status to say in a relationship, and I've never brought or introduced anyone to my parents in the traditional sense of publicly dating. So I've had plenty of like mini relationships, but I wouldn't say I ever was introduced as, oh, this is my girlfriend. So.
Okay. So when was your year and a half relationship?
When I was in high school, 16 to 17 and a half.
How old was he?
21 to 23.
Is that? I think that's a yikes.
No, that's legal.
That might be a bit of a yikes. Oh, you're saying you're in a state where the age of consent
Like I started dating him when I was 16, so that was a consensual. My parents
how old was he?
approved. 21.
You were 16?
Okay. But since then, that relationship ended when you were 18, correct?
17 and a half.
You've not had any relationships?
No relationships where I was officially dating.
Okay. Hold on. I need to go to intro really quick. Flash. Okay. Have you had situationships?
I've had a number of situationships.
Okay.
Some were fun, some were horrible, but
What's the longest situationship you've had?
2 years?
2 years. But you guys weren't boyfriend and girlfriend?
No, never went anywhere in public.
Okay.
Didn't go on trips together. Didn't do holiday gifts, birthday gifts. Didn't hang out with each other's friends.
All right. Are you currently involved with a guy in some capacity?
No.
There's no guy in the picture? No guy you're seeing, even casually, sneaky link?
Depends what city I'm in.
Are you an escort?
No. But I grew up on the East Coast. I travel often, and so I have friends that I see in different cities when I'm there, but it's not like I plan the trip to see them. It's like, hey, I'm in town. You want to go get dinner? If I sleep with them afterwards, you know what I mean? There's someone I've known a long time.
Okay. So there's no guy currently, though, in the picture? When's the last local situationship you've had?
Local situationship in LA. A couple years.
Okay, so are you celibate?
No, I just have the absolute worst dating luck out of anyone you've probably ever met.
When's the last time you hung out with a guy in a romantic?
About a month and a half ago.
Okay, so you've been celibate for a month and a half?
Yeah, I don't think I've had sex this month.
Okay. Are you wanting to get married or have kids or anything like that?
I'm not sure if I've missed the boat on that or not yet. It's still I would like, ideally in an ideal world, to find a partner and get married. And whether I adopt a child or they already have children is like, I don't feel the need to birth a baby, like, and have my DNA, like, doesn't feel like something I absolutely have to do. But like, I'm not against it. I would have kids if
it happens, it happens.
But I'm not going to be a single mom. I'll be the first one in line. I've watched enough of my friends get pregnant, end up single moms, multiple baby daddies. Count me out.
Gotcha. Okay. And let's see here. Have you ever had a roster?
Definitely.
What's the biggest the roster's ever been?
Maybe 5.
5 guys? I like that restaurant.
That means 5 guys at once.
No, it means like there's 5 guys in your phone book that you might send a sexy photo to and make plans to see at some point in the upcoming month. But one guy might be out of town, the other guy might be out of town.
Not dating.
No.
Period.
All right. And when's the most, like, you don't have a roster now though?
It's really not. No.
It's dry.
It's dry, yeah.
It's a dry roster. Okay.
It's open season.
And then,
summertime. You got to clear out your roster
Sure.
and start fresh in the summer.
And then just moving back this way for a moment, have you ever had a roster?
I don't think so.
No,
I
like,
think
so you kind of talk into multiple guys?
Yeah, that's one thing I kind of dislike about the American culture. I mean, guys would hit on like multiple girls, like send them booty calls, but normally I like to focus one guy, like a primary guy. But maybe there's a sidekick somewhere. It all depends.
There's a sidekick somewhere? Okay. What does that mean?
Like I would try hard to make it work with the primary guy, but then it doesn't always work out. So there's someone probably in the back corner, like hoping something would happen, and I would still have some hope that it may develop between me and that sidekick guy.
Have you ever had like a friends with benefits or?
I guess like just very short term. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Ever had a roster?
Yeah, totally.
How big was your roster when you did have one, I guess?
Yeah, it depends on what city I'm in, for sure. At least like 5 or 6 different at the same time.
5 to 6?
Yeah.
How many, do you have a roster currently?
Yeah, I have a couple guys I could hit up.
Couple guys?
I want to like, but I also shoot content, so I'm just making sure like we could also like record it.
When you say you have a couple guys you could hit up though, are they civilians?
No, they're usually guys in my industry or guys who have
who have you shot with? Like any big names or?
Yeah, totally.
Johnny Sins?
Yep.
Is that one of the guys that you can hit up for?
I literally was in love with him my first scene. I was with him, and when we did a scene, I was like, oh my God, that's going to be my man.
That's your man.
My man.
There you go.
But
All
yeah,
right.
we used to hook up in our private life, but not recently, no.
Marin, ever had a roster?
No.
No roster? No?
Never.
Okay.
I've never had a roster. I mean, like, I guess there's some guys, like, I knew that if I asked them to, they'd hook up with me, but I've never, like, kept a roster or tried to hook up with people.
Got it. And then going back around the table, orientation.
What do you mean?
Straight, bisexual.
Oh, like, I guess.
Lesbian.
I guess to make it easy, I'd say bisexual, but I don't really care or no. So far, I've only...
Like, have you dated any women?
So
or?
far, I've only liked or hooked up with men and women, but I've never, like, tried to explore anything different. I don't really care that much. So I would say mainly I've only dated 2 guys, so straight, but I'm open. I don't know.
Of your kind of relationships, they've been with men.
Yeah.
But, like, you have had, like, a fling with a woman. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've hooked up with women.
What about you?
I'm trisexual. I'll try anything.
You mean
Yeah, trisexual. I'll try anything once at least.
Well, you're saying like
She says she's
It's a-
open to anything whatsoever.
I'll just say
I like fluid men, so
you're
I
bi,
like
but you'll
bisexual
also
men.
do all kinds of
I like girls.
interesting sexual acts, I guess.
I'll be with I'll hook up with a trans.
Pansexual.
Okay, there you go.
Pan.
There you go.
But
I don't know. I don't follow those kind of things. I'm
the
an
word
energy person.
trisexual.
So if I like
An
your
energy?
if I like your
What
energy,
if a tree has good energy?
I would masturbate with it.
Because we
I
had,
masturbated with the moon before,
You had.
like on the beach, like and the moon had like the
You were
like
dating the moon
no, just masturbated with it.
with
Oh
it.
my God.
It was like mutual mess.
Like you felt a vibe with the
Yeah,
moon.
I felt the moon. It was a full moon.
Well,
The fish come out. You know what I mean?
That makes
No, it
sense.
had like a light directly like coming off of it.
it was
to
the
me.
full moon.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You just felt the vibes.
Because we did have a girl on the show who was involved with a tree. So I don't know.
I don't know. I need to have the
Involved in
consent.
what
for
way?
sure.
Romantically,
Like touched it? Multiple.
Yes.
Oh, okay. There's more than
grinded
one.
up on it. I don't know if
I don't do all
I don't know
that.
if trees can consent, but
I don't think
that was
I give it
pretty
a
crazy.
hug. I'm a tree hugger.
Yeah. Orientation, straight, bi, lesbian.
Okay, very simple. I'm straight, even though I do like staring at pretty girls on the street,
You like staring at pretty girls on the street?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
scrutinizing their fashion and
Scrutinizing?
their
Their
outfits. Or
fashion.
appreciating. Depends on
appreciating.
how they wear.
Gotcha. And orientation?
I go with straight. I definitely have had experiences with women and only humans, but
Only humans. Okay.
only humans.
All
No,
right,
no
that's
trees for me.
Good. That's good. I
But
guess.
as far as dating, I don't have any interest in dating a woman, so I feel like I still prefer the male
Mm-hmm.
anatomy.
All right. What about you?
I am a widow.
Sorry. Huh?
I
Oh,
am a
widow.
widow.
Widow. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
And what's your orientation?
I am 100% straight.
100% straight. Okay.
Yes.
And you were married how many times?
So I was married 3 times. My first husband is my best friend today.
How long? Let's do a timeline here. Can you
Yeah.
tell me at what age did you start dating him?
Yes, I started dating him when I was 17 years old.
Okay. And then when did you get married?
I got married when I was 19,
And then how long were you guys together?
5 years.
You were married 5 years.
Yes.
Gotcha. So you got divorced at 24?
Yes, around that time. Yeah.
And then did you initiate the divorce?
Actually, we separated and I didn't have the money for the divorce. So he initiated it like 2 years later after we separated.
Okay, gotcha. And then you were single for a period of time?
I was single for about 7 years.
And then you met your...
Second husband who died of a stroke.
And so how old were you when you met your second husband?
Well, so I was 32 because I got divorced at 25, my first husband, so 32, I would say.
Look closer to the mic.
I'm sorry,
if you can.
32 years old,
32 when you met, and how long were you married?
a couple of years.
And then you divorced? Wait, no, you're widowed from him.
Yes, no.
Or
No, I'm not widow. I'm not widow. He died, and then I married a third time. That was the love of my life, and I was married the last 10 years. Okay, so my third husband died in 2020, and I got married in 2010. I was married 10 years. No, actually, I got married with him in 2012.
wait, so 2 of your husbands are dead?
Yes, the second and the third.
And the second one, he died while you were married? Or after the divorce?
No. Second one, I was with him. He died of a stroke.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, and then I married my third husband, who is the love of my life. I married him on 2012.
Oh, okay, so wait.
Yeah.
But he passed away too?
He passed away in 2020,
Okay.
saving my daughter's life.
Oh. What was there?
He's
what
my
happened?
angel.
What happened? What was the?
It's a long story. I mean, if you let me tell you, it's going to take me a good 5 minutes. I love to tell this story, but I don't want to be taken long.
Give me like the 30-second plot synopsis version.
It will be very hard, very hard. I think I will need at least a minute, maybe.
Tell us the
But,
saved her life from what?
from the world of drugs. So in a couple of words, my daughter was in drugs for a long time, and we did anything you can imagine under the sun to help her. Whatever you come up with, we did it until we couldn't do anymore, and it was affecting our life, our marriage, our finances, our everything. So that's when we decided to move away, literally to save our lives, and we moved to the other side of the country to live away from her because she would be in our house constantly, and she was a woman, 25 years. Anyways, long story short, we moved to North Carolina, from Los Angeles to North Carolina, and we lived there the 10 years that we were married. Those were the best 10 years of my life, with the love of my life, until I got a phone call. I thought that she was going to put herself together. Now that Mama was gone, because I was told, you give her too much. You always take care of her. Leave her alone, she's going to figure it out. But she didn't. I still can't believe that she didn't when she was by herself. But she didn't. So I got a phone call 10 years after, and that was in 2020. I got this phone call telling me, we saw your daughter in the corner of Venice and Sepulveda in a community of drug addicts, and I almost fainted when I heard that. My husband grabbed me. He grabbed the phone, and he said, do not call again, giving those news. He hung up. He looked at me, and he said, honey, we walked away to be happy, and look at you. And I said, honey, I can't help it. So he said, I'm going to LA, I'm going to go to your daughter. He went to LA, December 5th, 2020. That was a Wednesday. No, excuse me, December 2nd, 2020. He died in December 5th. He went on December 2nd. That was a Wednesday. So here comes the end of the story. He landed at LAX. He picked up the rental car. He went straight to Venice and Sepulveda to find her. After those 10 years that we walked away, and he did. He found her. He put her in a hotel. He took care of her. She took a good bath. She looked terrible, 90 pounds, looking the worst you can imagine. He always gave me the news, what was happening. The next day, Thursday, December 3rd, he called me. He took her to get her nails done, her feet, facial. He was getting pretty. December 4th, he took her to the mall, gave her the credit card, he left her there. She got up at the end of the day full of, makeup and underwear and clothes. She was so happy. And December 5th, the 4th day that she was with her, and he was talking to her about going to rehab. And then he told me, we're going to make a deal. I'm going to make a deal with you, my wife, he said. That's the only thing we didn't do. And I said, what deal? I'm going to put her on rehab, but if she doesn't accept, you're going to let go. And I say, me? Yes, you as a mother, you're going to let go. We're going to change our name, our address. We're going to be private. She will never find us, and you will never look for her. We need to be happy. But if she does accept, I'll put her on rehab, and I'll pick her up myself on the last day. We bring her to our home, and we get her on her feet. And I said, deal. That's why he came to LA. Well, that Saturday, he called me, and he told me, honey, Monday, she's going to rehab. I couldn't believe it because she never accepted that after many years. So I said, honey, I'm never going to be, it's never going to be enough to love you and to thank you for what you're doing for my daughter. I hung up, and that's the last thing I told him. He went to the hotel where they were sharing the same room to save money. My daughter told me that she went to bed at 8:30 p.m. He didn't. And then she said, Mama, I woke up at midnight. I'm looking at his bed, and he's at the end of the bed in a praying position with music in his ears. It didn't look nothing bad. It looked like he was praying. He used to pray. And I was, hey, Papa, what are you doing? What are you looking under the bed? He didn't answer. He was dead. So he called the paramedics. They took him. They did the autopsy. They didn't find nothing. His body was perfect. No cause of death. I'm looking at my daughter, and I said, he did all that for you. Now you're going to come to me. I brought it to me. He flew immediately. She flew to North Carolina, and she looked at my eyes when we saw each other after 10 years, and she said, Mama, for what your husband did for me, I owe you a life of loyalty and respect. And I said, yes, you do. Because if you don't do what you have to do now, the plan is the same. I'm walking away from you, whether he's dead or alive. So because of his death, that I'm still trying to figure out what happened, she's in rehab, almost completely rehabilitated. And that was very quick. If I give you the details, we'll be all crying here. But he saved my life, and we still don't know exactly why he died. But he fell dead without a reason, and that was enough for her. Because the thing is that during her recovery, when she was having her downs, because it was ups and downs, a lot of downs. I would talk to her and say, remember when you found him dead? Do it for that. Make his death worth. And he did it. She did it. So that's what I'm saying. It broke my heart to the point that I almost died. I have pictures on my phone. I can show it to you. I went down to 96 pounds. I was shutting down. I work on my funeral
Did he go to the
arrangements.
coroner? Was he sent to the coroner?
Yes.
This was in the U.S., you said? Or
Yep.
What did the coroner say was the cause of death?
They didn't, so this is the last of the end of the story. They didn't have a cause of death for a long time. And then after a few months, finally, it came a very little dose of fentanyl in his system, which we believe that it was the fentanyl that my daughter had, because that was involuntary exposure. I mean, for crying out loud, he went to save her life. He's not going to be trying fentanyl for crying out loud. He never was a drug addict.
Wait, so you think your daughter
My daughter's,
did
we believe that my daughter's fentanyl got him because he fell like that, and that's what happened with fentanyl. And later on, they found a so small dose that they believed that he breathed it because that's what happened. My daughter told me, Mama, my fentanyl was in the bathroom. I closed the door. That if you don't consume fentanyl and fentanyl is on the other room, you fall down dead. You can go to YouTube and put cop overdosing on fentanyl. I saw with my own eyes, cops can, they can be helping somebody and the fentanyl is right there and they fall down.
Just as a point of clarification, your daughter, she had some drugs in the hotel room or whatever, in the room.
Fentanyl.
And he accidentally came into contact with it.
That's what we believe.
You're not suggesting that there's any sort of foul play, correct?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Honestly, this is not really related. Well, it's kind of, I feel like you gotta just, well, I'm just being kind of totally off track here. I think you just disown your child if they're on drugs like that. I think you just got to disown.
I don't
I'm sorry.
understand. What do
I'm
you
not
mean?
going to go to the hotel and accidentally come into contact with fentanyl, risking my own life.
I agree with that. I think you were very
But
stupid.
that's
I think
an
you were very-
absolutely tragic thing. I'm really sorry to hear. So
agree.
she's clean now, though, or
She's clean. She's clean. She's doing great. She's doing so much better. She's out of rehab and she's putting herself together and she's getting a job. So she's at the beginning of starting to get herself in society. And I'm starting to see the results, the fruits of his death, That's
well,
pretty
I
amazing.
appreciate you sharing that with us.
Of course.
Sorry for your
Thank
loss.
you.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You often,
Has she taken responsibility? I mean, she kind of killed the guy.
not 100%.
Well, did she talk about anything about that?
No, and that's a good question. No, I believe that drugs really affect her to the point that she doesn't have a great judgment today, and she doesn't act at the height or at the level that she should after everything that happened. When she told me that day, Mom, I owe you a life of loyalty and respect, she knew it. Her mind, her thinking told her that. So I don't know what happened today, but there's some things that I'm expecting more from her. But as long as she's getting out of that life and getting clean, I'm happy. I'm not expecting any more.
Okay, so you're currently, wait, are you currently
Single.
in a relationship? Or
No, I'm single.
How long have you been single for?
Since he died. 2020, December
So
2020.
5 years?
5 years,
5
yeah.
years. And longest relationship was?
It was my third marriage, almost 10 years. 9 years and 7
Sorry,
months.
20 years?
10 years.
10 years.
Almost 10 years.
How many children do you have?
2 adult children from my first marriage.
Okay, and that's it.
That's it.
Got it. Okay, what about you?
I'm in a 3.5-year relationship with my boyfriend, and I'm straight and no roster.
Longest relationship?
He was my longest.
This
or
current
is my
one?
longest, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, how old is he?
He's 19.
19.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you're 20.
Yes.
Cougar over here. Oh my goodness.
He calls me that all the time.
Gotcha. So you guys were like high school sweethearts?
Yes.
Kind
yes.
of? Okay. Same grade?
Yes.
Or- Okay. All right. Felicity, what about you?
Single for like
Oh.
a week now.
Oh.
Longest relationship was almost 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years.
This
something like
past one?
She got dumped, boy.
Yeah.
Did you get dumped or what happened?
He's not faithful. He's just not faithful.
Fuck him for
I
real.
should have listened to Brian.
Wait, listen to me.
Yeah, because
What?
I talked to you about it one time. You're like, I don't know, Felicity. It sounds like, you know.
Hey, whoa, don't
Yeah.
put it on me.
It's your fault,
Whoa,
Brian.
whoa, hold on.
Totally.
Hold on. I think I was giving you advice
No, I'm
about
saying-
how you were moving.
I'm saying
I was giving you advice about how you were
Let's
moving.
not talk about how I was moving, but all I'll say is
We should
I
talk
should've-
about that.
No.
We should talk
Not
about
on
how
stream.
you
Not
were
on
moving.
stream. Not on stream. Not on stream.
Okay,
But
we'll talk after.
we'll talk. Yeah.
Oh shit.
He cheated on me.
With
Okay.
how many people?
He had like a secret Snapchat account, and he had like a lot of girls on there.
Damn.
How do you find out?
Well, I had a feeling for a while. I was like, I feel like something's going on, you know, like you're keeping something from me. So I asked him, like, would you just show me if you're like, or tell me or whatever, show me what's on your phone, because I don't want to go through a phone, you know. And he's like, no, just go through it when I'm sleeping. I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah, go through it when I'm sleeping. So I went through it when he was sleeping, and he had been like snapping other girls for, I mean, at least a month, which was also on my birthday, but
Damn.
yeah.
Good times. Congratulations.
Snapchat.
Congratulations,
Lost.
Felicity, on your newly singleness. Here we go.
Jungle donated $1,000.
Thank you, bro.
Pop
Thanks,
champagne.
Jungle.
Start this party off right.
Thank you,
Enjoy
dude.
the
Sorry for the
stream.
delay on this.
Can't watch for long tonight.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Are we all getting some, or what's the vibe?
Well, underage. Would you like some champagne?
I'll take some.
Champagne?
Sure.
Champagne? Champagne?
Damn.
No for you?
No, thank you.
No for you. Okay, so, all right, got it. All right, while I'm getting this poured, Felicity, keep telling us about the happenings. Pass it down.
Break the law in front of the camera.
Just keep passing it.
Um,
Thank you, Jungle Man.
I don't know. I'm just sad about it still, but
I do break.
he's a good liar, so he kept it from me for a while. I mean, I asked him multiple times, and he said that nothing was going on. Who do I keep passing it?
Just here?
You said yes.
Or wait, yeah, for her. All right, let's do a quick cheers. Cheers to Jungle, you're a legend, dude. Salut.
Salud.
Salud. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jungle.
Okay,
Much
so
apprecited.
from the
We're going to read a couple chats here. Mary, pull up the shop.whatever.com. Somebody purchased, I believe, a hoodie. Streamlabs has to integrate this a little better. No. Well, yeah, that's fine, actually. Someone, thank you for getting the hoodie. And then Jeff here. You guys can put your name in it, too. Sometimes, though, if you don't. Dude, love your pod last. Pod was crazy. Keep up the good work. Jeff, thank you for the shop.whatever.com purchase. We will pull up your message if you make a purchase, shop.whatever.com. And then we have, one sec, let me see. We have Lucas here. Lucas, Chair 3, nice to see an esteemed colleague on the panel. Tax work, question mark. That's impressive. Why would my JV agreement drafts be going to you for review for the allocations 754 adjustments, chargeback, etc. section?
Okay, reach out to Brian for my LinkedIn or my Instagram, and then we can discuss further after the show.
Well, he's an attorney too, but we have. Wait, I think he was asking you though. He was asking you though. Like, did any of what he wrote make sense?
He's trying to pick my brain, but I just don't want to go on tangents here because I know Brian's going to hate me for going on tangents and
No, you
talking
can
about
respond to
boring.
him. Do like a 10-second response.
I'd rather not answer it here, so I'm not subject to any malpractice on this show.
Malpractice.
I'd rather
Maybe a little bit of malpractice would be okay.
I'd rather carefully scheme my answer outside the show.
Very loyal of you.
Yes.
So guys, if you want, she's going to be giving legal advice on the show. So send in any legal questions for her. If you have any tax questions, you said corporate and tax
Mainly
law?
tax, yes.
What?
Mainly tax.
Mainly
tax law. Yes.
What's the other one that you practice?
Some corporate.
Guys, if you have any maritime law questions for her, aviation law, tree law, she does a bit of tree law. She does dog bite lawsuits. If you're the victim of a dog bite, she hates pit bulls, so she just she litigates
I actually love French pit bull. They're so fugly and cute.
She is now going to sue me for defamation and slander and other things. Okay, we have Lucas here. Chair 5, Argentina. Surely you are a big fan of Martha Argerich and Daniel Barenboim?
Absolutely.
Any piano concertos in your repertoire?
Schumann Piano Concerto in A minor.
And then
Rachmaninoff number 3, I never played it, but it could be in my bucket list.
Beethoven, Emperor, Tchaikovsky, number 1.
I did play Beethoven Emperor with the USC Philharmonic.
And then Chair 1, you do realize that Charlie Kirk hangs out on Air Force One often, and his wife is former Miss Arizona.
Wow.
Do you want to respond to that? That's for you, Marin. Do you want to respond?
Pray for her.
Pray for her. Wait, why should we?
She's a golden.
Why do we got to pray for Charlie Kirk?
She's probably okay.
What do you mean she's probably
She got
okay?
the bags. That's what. If Arizona, there's some conservatives there. So if she's conservative, I bet she's having a wonderful time.
Tell us how you really feel.
I fear for any woman who gets close to Charlie Kirk because of his views, his political views, and his perceptions of what women are and how they should live their lives.
But so when you say you fear for those women,
Yeah.
fear of what? Like violence?
His opinion is so hurtful to so many women that, if you're a woman who believes in what he believes in,
I do.
I just fear for...
I'm sorry.
I just fear a little bit for you because the
In
men...
what way, though?
'cause
What are you fearful of?
The men who believe in Charlie Kirk's views are often more violent, more upsetting, more rigorous, and more conservative. And if you're a woman who believes in all of that, then you're probably fine.
So just to be clear, you're saying that...
However...
You're saying that men who believe in Charlie Kirk's views are more violent?
Yeah.
And is there how do you come to this conclusion?
Andrew Tate?
No, I've never heard of him.
Andrew Tate is very similar to Charlie Kirk.
Are they?
Yes. I think they'd be
How?
great friends.
How are they similar?
Political views, ideals, energies.
Misogynist.
And misogynistic
Yeah,
ideals.
womanizer.
Well, okay, hold
And
on. A couple things. Yeah. Go ahead. Keep going.
I bet Charlie Kirk's wife believes in everything he says, and I hope she's doing really good. That's Miss Arizona. Arizona is a very interesting area.
Sure.
And I bet she's totally fine with it. However, I fear she never has to face anything that's violent or upsetting, and I just hope that she lives a great life.
Are you suggesting that Charlie Kirk's wife is at risk of violence at Charlie Kirk's hands?
Maybe not even his hands, but I bet he has a lot of friends who are dangerous and upsetting.
You're saying somebody in Charlie Kirk's circle
Yes.
has a high likelihood of assaulting Charlie Kirk's wife?
I'm not saying that per se, but
Sounds like what you're saying.
I would not feel comfortable in a room with Charlie Kirk and his friends.
Okay.
But I bet his wife does. I bet his wife's very comfortable where she is. So I hope I'm just saying I hope she's happy.
Sure. Would you feel more comfortable in a room with Destiny or some other liberal?
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Destiny is?
No.
What about Harry Sisson or whatever?
Harry the TikToker?
Yeah, Harry Sisson,
Yeah.
Democrat?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh. Now, I'm a little confused, though. You said Charlie Kirk and Andrew Tate are similar.
I do feel they are similar.
Can you be more specific? In what ways are they similar?
Violence, even if it's not violence physically, political violence against women.
Just hating women.
Can you clarify what you mean by political violence?
I think they would share a lot of similar views about abortion and
Wait,
marriage.
can you move your microphone this way and just no, scoot it this way? Scoot it. No. This way. Here, just.
I'm following your thumbs.
But you're moving it too much. I'm just
Too
trying
much.
I'm just trying to get it aligned with.
Right here?
No, this way.
This way more?
I mean, can you try to be like straight with the table?
She's too tall.
Okay, that's fine.
Like this?
Political violence how?
Andrew Tate and Charlie Kirk have both expressed, issues against women's rights.
Well, okay, we need to separate Andrew Tate and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
I think they have very different views. I would categorize Charlie Kirk.
Oh, Andrew Tate is worse.
So Andrew Tate and Charlie
by worse,
Kirk.
I mean Andrew Tate is more aggressive towards his hate towards women and his disrespect towards women, and Charlie Kirk tries to hide it behind Christianity. However, they both, I think, value women less than the normal man. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean. They're similar.
Sure. What has led you to believe? So
everything they say.
Well, I'm going to keep it to Charlie Kirk because
Okay.
it's easier for me to do it this way. What specifically has Charlie Kirk said that would lead you to believe that?
That he doesn't want women to get abortions.
But you said that something about like equal rights, or that,
That is
or no,
an
you said
equal
that
right.
he doesn't view women as equal or as having the same value as men.
Yeah.
Okay, how so?
Even just saying that women shouldn't be allowed to have an abortion is assuming that they have less rights than men. The right to their bodily autonomy, like their autonomy.
Well, I'm sure some of the people on the panel want to weigh in on that, but okay, so abortion. Don't you actually think, though, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
No?
No, I'd consider myself a misandrist.
So a feminist?
No.
Well, what's the difference between a feminist and a misandrist?
A feminist believes that everyone is equal. A misandrist believes that women are actually better than men.
How are they better than men?
Hold on. So just to be clear, you are making accusations that, my understanding of misandry, that would be female supremacy, which I guess could fall under the categorization of misandry. But do you hate men?
No.
So misandry, what is misandry?
So misogyny is what's been going on for a really long time, where men are better than women. Men deserve more power than women. Men are smarter than women. Men are stronger than women, blah, blah, blah. Misandry believes, I think in a perfect world, women would be in charge of everything. And if you look at countries that are happier and better off, women are more in charge. And I'm not saying that men suck. Men are great. Men are needed. I'm not saying we should kill all men, whatever. Like I don't support that whole message. However, if you look at countries that are doing better, women are in charge of a lot of the government. And I think women, because of the system that men have created, which is unfair, men are taught to be more masculine and strong and whatever. However, if we were all taught to be equal, I'd be a feminist. However, because women have been taught to be more empathetic, a lot of women are just better at handling political and social problems.
Okay, there's a lot there. Let's start with your claim that you're saying that there are countries where there is a predominance of female leadership and these countries are better.
Yeah.
Okay, which countries are those?
A lot of the Scandinavian countries, like I think Copenhagen and like Scandinavian countries.
Copenhagen is the capital of Denmark. It's not a country, but
Denmark.
Are you talking?
Sweden?
I'm just talking about Scandinavian.
I think
Scandinavian areas are known to be the happiest places on earth.
And so you're saying those countries are not patriarchies?
A lot of them, yeah.
You're saying the Scandinavian countries are not patriarchies?
I'm not saying that exactly, but I know they have a lot more women in control than the U.S. does, which right now the U.S. is predominantly
controlled by old men.
Yeah,
and
controlled by old men.
Sure, and you're saying that these Scandinavian countries, strictly, there's no other factors that might contribute to them being, at least from your worldview, better countries.
Such as what?
I don't know, you're the one making the claim. How are they better countries?
Well, the women are in charge and they create rules that are more good for the people of the country rather than the rich people of the country. I'm not totally versed on this subject. However, based on what I've seen, the countries of the world that have more female leaders are the people in those countries are happier and more well off than the women or just the people in like the US right now, for example.
How so?
They get health care. They get
free healthcare.
Free health care, free just care in general. Women get better maternity leave. Everyone is saying that they're happier in those countries. Like, I'm pretty sure Denmark or somewhere just got voted like happiest place on earth for 2025. And it's a place run by women.
And you're saying, like, for example, if we look at Norway, I believe is a country of, 4 or 5 million? Something around that. You're saying because there's more female leadership in some of these Scandinavian countries that because simply by virtue of that, that's why these countries enjoy like more prosperity or are better.
Yeah.
Okay. You
I
don't
do
think
believe
like,
that.
for example, with Norway, it might have to do with their like abundance of natural resources and they're
But you
basically...
don't think that's because the women who rule that country and who help that country have protected those? Donald Trump has taken away so many of our natural resources already, and people are already unhappy about that.
Well, I can't speak specifically my understanding is this, as it relates to Norway's natural resources, the sort of prosperity that has granted its citizenry has been in place for many, many decades.
Very good for
I'm
that.
assuming prior to even the increasing representation of women in its government body.
Okay.
So I'm not sure that has the prosperity of Norway, for example, has anything to do with like current day, perhaps increased representation of women in government.
However, if you look at the countries that have had increases in women governments and you look at the ones who have had decrease and who have had predominantly men, you can see a vast difference in the amount of environmental protectionism acts and other things that have to do with women's health, child health, anything to do with like the goodness of the people. I think, and although again, I'm not saying that men are a problem, because I know lots of great men. It's just when countries rely on only men for power, I think that's dangerous. And in a world where feminism is seen as a bad thing because feminism means only women, I'm going to stick up for only women. Because a lot of men who claim to be feminists, or women who even claim to be feminists, still side with like the way things are right now, because things are better now than they were in like the 60s.
A couple clarifying questions here. You cited to Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
Would you say that these women who are there's a greater representation of women in the government, are they typically white?
I don't think it matters, but
Why would it not matter?
because
Those
I don't
countries are
think
white.
race matters with power. But
Gender does?
A lot of Scandinavian countries are predominantly
But so
white.
I'm just curious, why are you saying these countries are better because there's more women in power? Why wouldn't you just make that claim about it's better because of white women?
Because I think even Africa or Somalia would do better with a black woman leader than the leader they have currently.
Okay, so going back to your claim about misandry, can you again explain to me, when you say you're a misandrist, what does that mean?
I believe that women have greater intellectual capabilities than men do. They have a better way to lead, and they are more, and I know a lot of men say women are more emotional. I think they're just more sympathetic and empathetic to groups of people.
Okay, and what are men? So if
As
women,
what
women-
I've seen from the world, men are more interested in power than
And
they
women-
are in the goodness of their country.
men more interested in power.
And I think women are more interested in making sure that their country is taken care of. And that could be wrong. I'd love for a man to prove me wrong. And some men have proven me wrong in certain countries. However, in the vast majority of like the biggest countries, it's been scary to see only men in power saying that women can't be in power because of their emotions, where men make all the emotional destructive decisions.
What are some of those?
War.
What if I told you that if there was a study, for example, and there is, that they did an analysis of female monarchs, female queens.
Okay.
And they actually found that the female queens,
in
hold on,
when?
you gotta let me finish.
1600s?
I don't recall the specific date range, but monarchs, right? So they found that female queens were much more likely to wage war than kings. So this would seem to indicate there's perhaps a greater propensity for violence actually in women.
Well, one story I know of is one of the queens of France created a war against, I think it was Spain or Italy or something, because her husband created unfair decisions between those two. I think it was like the queen of something Medici or something like that. I forget her full name. I can't speak Italian or whatever.
The Medicis?
Yeah.
So
I
the
know
Italians,
one
okay.
queen. I know one queen did wage war before her husband because her husband died in war, and she wanted to restore peace. And I know war is a big thing, but if you look at the history of the world, way more wars have been started by men, and it's kind of an unfair study to say more women have started wars than
I would look
men
at per
when
capita.
you look at but per capita per when, because women were often controlled by men's decisions even if they were queen. They were told what to do.
Just to be clear, the queen was told what to do?
Yes.
So both kings and queens have counselors, but they're never told what to do.
Yeah.
They have ultimate
Were
power.
you there?
Were you there?
No, but
Well, how would you?
I've
Then
heard
how would
many
you be able to make the claim?
Because
how would that,
it's just clear that
How is
the
it
women
just
who are
clear?
in power were not actually in power because of stories they've told, stories we've heard of different men telling them, by the way, you should do this, because just because you're queen doesn't mean you have political knowledge passed down from you from generations. Multiple queens were sold to kings to just be there.
Wait, hold on. So just to be clear, okay. So you have the queen who's married to the king who's in power.
But which queen are you talking about?
Hold on. So the monarchy can pass down through hereditary lines.
It's always
and
to the son, though.
Right, but if there is no son, it goes to the daughter.
Such
right,
as
and
we've seen Empire.
We've seen this all throughout history. If you look at England, for example,
where?
there were plenty of queens.
When?
You mean the one that was in power, like the one that just died?
Yeah, the queen.
Yeah, the queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there was Queen. I'm not an expert in the monarchies of England and Britain, but I believe was it Queen Victoria? Queen Elizabeth? So
The
there's
Queen of England.
Yeah, the Queen of England. So there's been plenty of queens who, it wasn't just thrust upon them through marriage. They became the queen through hereditary lines.
But a majority of queens come through marriage lines because even if you're the eldest daughter, the castle, the royalty line goes to the oldest son.
But if there is no eldest son or the son dies, then yes,
well,
the
then
queen.
they kept trying for a son as much as they could.
Yeah, sure.
And they would teach the queen, you have to start a war, you have to do these things that a man would do.
The count? Who?
I don't know.
If all women were involved in being not just one queen, there wouldn't be any wars. There's still wars because all the other men are out there trying to fight. So if it was all women queens,
there's no way to actually prove it because you'd have to go back in time and change the course of history.
What do you mean?
I believe that if women were in charge for most of the world, there'd be way less war than there is today.
So, but what... You think that, but that's just an assertion.
Okay.
What's the argument for why that would be?
Because we've only had wars really attacked and chosen by men in this current day and age.
There's been plenty, again,
Name one.
Historically, I don't have live recall for a specific war that some queen in the 16th century started.
Exactly.
Okay.
Argentina, Thatcher, Margaret.
You got to speak into the mic. Please.
Margaret Thatcher, Argentina. She started the war. Margaret Thatcher started the war, taking the Malvina Islands from Argentina. I'm Argentina. I know that part of the story. She was a woman, and she motivated, and she started a war. Not to be against you, but it just came to my mind.
Of course.
There's many women.
War was started for?
Excuse me?
Do you know what the war was started for?
For the islands, the Malvinas Islands, the islands that are right next to Argentina. England took them.
And Margaret Thatcher
did. She was the first minister of England. Okay. And I was back there. It was in 1982. I was a junior, and there was a war, and in my country was in war because of Margaret Thatcher. I have a second one, Christina Kirchner. She brought the most violence in Argentina in the history of Argentina.
Thank you, Seth.
So I think what you're saying is true, and there's a lot of cases, but there's other cases. I think you're focusing on things that really happened. I think you're right, it happened, but no, women brought a lot of violence.
In any case, both parties are going to commit violence. But if you look at per capita, I think men are more likely to commit violence for reasons that aren't justified than women. And women at least plan things out a little bit.
So you're saying men don't plan things out?
No.
I don't agree with that.
You think?
I mean,
you
it
think
depends. I haven't seen all the war plans of America. I haven't seen all the war plans of different countries. But if you look at the biggest terrorist groups, the biggest groups that have committed mass violence, all of them are led by men. And if you look at the groups that have been led by women, they're much more peaceful per capita.
No, it's just fundamentally not true. Again, they've done analysis per capita. If they've looked at female leaders historically, they were just as, if not more likely to start wars than men.
But when?
Why would that matter?
Because a lot of women in early years were completely controlled by men, even if they were in power or not.
Well,
you don't
typically,
believe that?
No, typically with monarchies, the monarch, especially historically, they had absolute power.
But women aren't in the 16, 17, almost even 1800s.
Well, we're talking
women
about hundreds
who had
years
power,
of time.
Exactly, you are too. Women who had power were raised and taught by only men, and a lot of their decisions were made by men.
What do you mean their decisions were made by men?
They were told what to do. They were told what is right. They were taught what is right by not women, not like open. You know how like in today's world, schools aren't fully allowed to teach religion if they're a public school and not like a Catholic school? Women who were born into royalty and who they knew they were going to have to be royalty for the rest of their lives were not taught by parties who were like, you know, they were taught by parties who were very much for one thing.
Do you think you could maybe give an example? I'm sorry. Do you think you can give an example? Maybe
Marie Antoinette. She's one of my favorite examples. Marie Antoinette was beheaded because she said, quote unquote, let them eat cake, even though she never said that. She was taken from Austria when she was very young and moved to France. She barely even spoke the language. She was married to one of the kings. And then when the king went under, everyone blamed her for being a bad person and for not caring about the poor when she genuinely had no real clue what was going on. She was just kept to be married to the king, and then she was beheaded because she was an evil person. However, she genuinely had no clue what was happening.
Do you have another example?
I'm not completely caught up on English kings and queens, but I've been to Europe and I've heard lots of stories of different queens that have just, even if they had their own mind and even if it's documented that they had their own ideas, you have to understand that at that time, every woman's life was controlled by men. Their father's word was the word of God. They had no clue what was wrong and what was right. And so them believing that whatever a man said, like, let's do war, let's do this, let's whatever, they thought it was correct because that was the only thing they were being told. It's very sad, and a lot of women had their own ability to.
Do you want to push back? Things, you seem like you want to push back. I got to get up. Go ahead.
I'm not sure entirely about this, but I'm pretty sure in the 1900s, maybe 1800s, in England, I think it was for the right to vote, they burned a lot of factories down. Do you think they were led by men to do that?
No, I think they were fighting for their rights.
By burning down factories?
The factories they were forced to work in for no money? Yeah.
You gotta rage when you're like trying to protest and stuff like that. You can't be nice.
Well, earlier you said that women in leadership roles don't commit violence.
I didn't say that.
I
said they're less likely to.
In a misogynistic world where everyone is violent, women are going to be violent inherently. They're going to become violent because of the societal, projection of everyone else.
What's your question? Just, do you think women?
Well, earlier you said that women in leadership roles commit violence. or don't commit violence. And I was just giving you an example of them committing violence.
I don't consider that as big of a violent act as what men in government have created. You know, it's not a genocide. It's not some sort of giant war. It's them saying what we're going through is completely unfair. You're making us work in factories for $0. You're abusing us. You're sexually abusing us, and we're over it. And we want equal rights. A revolution is different than a war or a genocide. But I get your point.
Equal rights as in not having a job, or?
No, as in women being respected as the same way as men. Women getting equal pay. Women getting equal hours. I mean, nowadays it's much different. We get very equal stuff somewhat, but back then it was so different.
Somewhat how?
How they got like
Somewhat
dollars and dollars less than men, how they got different hours, how they got treated differently by the boss, how they got no respect in the workplace.
No, I mean, somewhat how are we treated unequally now?
The wage gap is one example. Sexism
Wage gap?
is the workplace.
What?
Sexism in the workplace.
She said the wage gap.
I mean, the wage gap is one. That's still a thing. You can't deny that. It might have changed in some states. It might have been different, but it's still an issue.
There is no wage gap. This has been completely,
That's what I was wondering.
Do you think that
it's
women
been
work
completely debunked by economists.
But I do think men and women can get paid differently for the same job depending where that instance is taking place.
Thank you.
As in, there are men that are willing to do my job for free and would sign up and beg to do my job, and I charge money for what I do.
Well, really quick on the wage gap, but here, you wanted to go? Go ahead.
Do you think that women work as much as men?
Depends where you're asking. It depends who you're asking. It doesn't matter.
In a general basis. Do you think they work?
It doesn't
In like the
matter.
office?
Wait, hold on.
I think there's
Here, let's do this. Explain the wage gap.
If I applied for one job and a man applied for the same job, a boss is more likely to give a man, even if it's just 2 pennies more, a man is more likely to get my job than I am, because a boss who may or might not even be a woman, it's still no. Let's say I'm pregnant and I apply for a job. I probably will get rejected because I'm pregnant. But a man will get that job, even if his wife is pregnant.
Because
Hold on.
Because I'm going to take a leave of absence.
Yes.
And it's fair to say, listen, you're completely qualified for this job, but in 9 months you're going to give birth. I can't handle that. What if I get the job and I give birth 2 years later?
I would say that when the first hiring process, new hires, they'll want someone that will work for a longer period of time at first.
Do you think that's fair?
Yeah. I think that's totally fair.
Wait, hold on. Aren't you making an advocation that women should occupy a majority of positions of political power? So wouldn't it actually be within your logical framework actually okay for discrimination? You're just okay with discrimination towards men, but discrimination towards women is not okay.
I'm not saying that men shouldn't be allowed to be in a political space.
Aren't you a female supremacist?
No.
Hold on. You said you're a misandrist.
Misandrist is different than a female supremacist.
The way you explained it earlier.
No, listen. A female supremacist would say men should not be allowed.
I don't think they would necessarily say that.
That's what I believe.
I think a male supremacist would say like, oh, well, women could do these sorts of jobs and, but they wouldn't just outright perhaps ban women from the workforce.
A male supremacist would say women should not be allowed in the political spectrum. And I would say...
well, we're talking about something different now. You're talking about the political spectrum. We were talking about the workforce.
I thought you were talking about political.
By the way, just to be clear, I'm not making an advocacy. I'm not making an advocacy for some supremacy one way or the other. I'm saying this is probably what they would say, but I'm a little confused because you were making an advocation towards, you're saying women are better at XYZ, ergo they should have an overabundance of representation in politics and the workforce.
I never said that.
Tell me what you did say then.
I personally believe, and I don't speak for everyone in the U.S., I personally believe in a perfect world, women would have a little bit more power. Even if
hold on.
Even if they were just
that's not what you said.
I said women are better.
Okay, women are better.
And I believe that.
And so,
but I can't enforce that on everyone, and I'm a positive of that.
Wait, what do you mean
So
you can't enforce it?
I can't tell everyone in the entire U.S. women are better, and if you don't vote for only women, I'm going to kill you. I can't say that. So I think...
you could say it.
But I can't. I think women deserve way more recognition in not only the political workspace, but in like everything workspace, environmental, political, everything workspace. Women should get a little bit more, because right now it is mainly men known for being.
Hold on, we're all over the place here. So I want to bring it back to Charlie Kirk, but first, really quick to get through the wage gap. So you were saying, so I'm going to put aside the comments about, you're saying that there's inequality when it comes to hiring practices. Let's assume both a man has the same job, a woman has the same job. When you're essentially making the argument that that woman gets paid, I've heard different numbers, 70 cents, 80 cents, whatever it is. Explain that component of it to me, where women make less.
Women get hired for less than men. Sometimes men are more likely to not settle for a smaller amount because women know that they can't get much better jobs in like a high corporate position. Men are much more likely to get a higher paying job than women, especially if they don't have kids yet. If they already have kids and they're not planning on getting pregnant again, they might get offered more of a salary. However, women who even have a little bit of a slight chance of getting pregnant, even if it's not said out loud, it is more likely for them to not get paid or offered as job.
I'm just curious on that note, but it's kind of diverging a little bit from the wage gap conversation. If you were running a business, would you hire a woman who was like 7 months pregnant?
I mean, usually women who are 7 months pregnant aren't applying for a job, but it depends on her.
But you would make the
ideals.
argument, and you made the claim earlier, that it would be unfair for a company to not want to hire a woman who's 7 months pregnant. I know you're saying that most 7-month women who are pregnant at 7 months, they on their own don't want to get a job, but let's assume she is trying to get a job.
Okay.
So if you're running a business and say you're a startup and you have like limited resources, would you hire like a woman who's 7 months pregnant?
Depends how qualified she is. That's what
Let's
I would
say she's
look
qualified.
At. Fully more than the
she's
man
super
who's
qualified,
gonna apply.
but you know that within 2 months she's going to go ahead and take her maternity leave, and you're starting up your business, and the success of your business and your own capital is on the line. And if your business fails, you go out, you lose your own money, your own investment. Would you hire that woman?
Well, you can ask her multiple questions. There's multiple women who only get 1 day of maternity leave and have to go right back to work because if they're new hires, they have to go right back to work. That's the law.
I'm pretty sure it's exceptionally rare for pregnant women to take off 1 day.
No, there are some companies that if you are a new hire, you're not allowed maternity leave. And you can state that. You can say, I know you want a job, and I know you're super qualified.
Answer my question,
I'm not allowed to offer you maternity leave.
Would you
and it
hire?
depends on if they say yes or no.
I agree that there are some women who are like, they give birth, literally the placenta is still attached, and she fucking runs to work in her boss babe.
When they give birth.
Well, no, I mean it's the what's it called? The umbilical cord is literally hanging out of her vagina, and she runs to work.
You think that happens?
Probably. She runs to work in her boss babe heels, and she's like, "Feminism, I'm ready to work." Now, putting that aside, do you want to answer my question? If you're running a business, would you hire that woman?
It depends on what she's willing to do.
She wants to take maternity leave.
6 months, 6 weeks, what?
What's the typical?
I think it's 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
Yeah.
Sure, she wants to take 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'll hire you.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're going to hire this critical position, and your business is at stake.
Yeah, if she is more qualified than her male counterparts that have applied for this position, if she's the most qualified person for this position, and she says, I will be able to come back to work and do really well, then why not?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grant, for the sake of this conversation, that she's much more qualified than the men.
Okay,
but
then yeah.
She's still leaving you with 6, 7, 8 weeks where she won't be working for you.
She'll take it for the team.
How? I don't understand how that would
work a little harder during that time and let the woman
She
rest.
wouldn't be working at all.
No, I'm saying her.
So the other employees have to pick up the slack.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what she's saying.
It depends on the situation completely, but companies purposefully not hiring pregnant or suspected to be pregnant women is a big issue. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're taking time off. Everyone takes time off. Everyone's eventually going to take time off.
Yeah, sure. Let me ask you a question. A woman-owned business, would you be fine with them not wanting to hire men because they're men?
No.
You'd be okay with that?
No, I would not.
What if they
Everyone
had-
should
what if-
be hired no matter what.
On their credentials.
But let me ask you this. So like,
Under credentials. If a man is more qualified than a woman, hire the man.
okay, so just to be clear, you don't think that like a woman who's running a company and she wants to predominantly hire women and not hire men, you would be against that? You would say, no, you have to hire men?
Yeah.
Okay. What if the woman had like, she had negative experiences with men and she doesn't want to hire men because of that?
That's emotional.
I don't think that's something that is, I mean, if that has happened, I don't think that's correct.
I mean, wouldn't you make the argument that a lot of women have had negative experiences with men?
Yeah, but
As in being sexually assaulted in the workplace?
Like
or-
I'll say,
Sure, it could
like
be
I'll
violent. It
say-
could be violence. It could be SA.
I mean, as a business owner, and I am a woman business owner, hiring a male in a forward-facing position would not be good for my business. I specialize in photography for married women
Okay.
who are creating private art for their husbands. So I have had a male photo editor at one point, but he was into men. He wasn't the kind of guy who's going to jerk off to the ladies' pictures. So in some positions, men are not fit for the job, even though they would beg to do it because they want to see inside the doors of what happens behind the boudoir
That's
studio.
a great point. I mean, most businesses who aren't dealing with women's naked photos, I think it doesn't matter the gender, and I think discriminating against anyone is not correct. However, if you're a boudoir photo editor or someone who specializes in filming or editing naked women, it makes sense for a company to say, I only want women.
Why?
Because the customer, who's the most important part of the business, might say, I don't want a man looking at these photos.
But in the adult industry, it's mostly men holding the camera and doing the editing, which is why the perspective that most porn is shot from is the male gaze.
Yeah, but like you said, your company does photos of married women who want to take photos for their husbands.
Correct.
If those women say specifically, I'm paying for this service
And
and
I
I
only
don't
want
want
a woman
a
to see my
man
photos.
editing or looking at these photos, I think
that's
it's
their
totally
prerogative.
valid to only hire women. However, in a normal, like,
Wait, hold on. Sorry, we got the
God
chat
Not
coming through.
Forgotten donated 200.
Sorry for the delay on this, man. Sorry.
You realize the USA is regarded as the greatest country to exist since the Roman Empire, built on the backs of men. Name one thing women are better at that both genders can do, with evidence.
What do you think about like childcare?
it depends on the couple, but
No, like a childcare company, and they discriminate.
like a childcare company.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of an example, like daycare. Would you be okay with them discriminating against like having male daycare employees?
No.
They discriminate based on criminal record and if you're in the adult industry, as in they don't think adult industry people should be babysitting kids at a daycare, or if you have a violent criminal record, you have no place in a daycare. But their sex or gender of daycare people is irrelevant.
Yeah, men should not, I'm not saying men should be discriminated against for different positions. I'm just saying, like, look at everyone. And a lot of companies are, because of the way that the world has been set up, a lot of companies are controlled by men. And so slowly but surely, the line goes down and women are more and more discriminated against in the workplace because of the way that those companies have started. I'm not trying to say that, like, in the 1800s when these companies were started, like Wells Fargo or whatever, that it makes sense for, like, I'm like not saying that it's bad that a man runs that company. I'm saying that it's bad if that man has a history of discriminating.
But okay, I'd still like to get an answer on this. The wage gap. Explain precisely what the wage gap is.
That women get paid less than men for the same job in a lot of different companies.
I also think women are afraid to ask for more money, and there's a lot of women are afraid to ask for more money, and they have a lot of like issues with that. And men are not afraid of that. Men will ask, "Hey, I need this, and that." And woman is very much not like that, so the men take advantage of that also.
But so what I'm asking though is when we're looking at the wage gap, when you hear these numbers, what specifically is it looking at?
What do you mean?
So are you comparing all the money that women make in the country
No.
versus all the money that the men make
No,
in the
I'm not
country?
looking at that.
So what specifically are you saying it's controlled?
No. I'm saying in a lot of different jobs, might not be this one, it might not be other jobs in LA specifically, but in a lot of jobs, if I applied for a job and a male counterpart of mine applied for a job, a male would be offered more money or given more money for a very similar job because he's a man. And even if you haven't seen that your very self in this industry that you work in, it is still a thing in a lot of industries.
Well, my industry that I work in, I can talk broadly about the entertainment industry. You live in Los Angeles, for example. There's been actually hiring practices where they're actually excluding the hiring of white people and white men specifically, and men specifically. There's massive amounts of affirmative action in the entertainment industry. So this idea that there's and it's not just affirmative action in the entertainment industry. We see this in all industries. Women predominate in HR, and women are overwhelmingly the one who are making hiring decisions at these companies. I guess what I'm trying to get to with the wage gap is, so the wage gap doesn't, the one that's often cited, 72 cents, 82 cents, 84 cents, who knows, it's always changing, is it's looking at the full-time earnings of all women and comparing it to the full-time earnings of all men. It doesn't account for hours worked, it doesn't account for overtime, it doesn't account for commute time, it doesn't account for hazard pay, it doesn't account for the type of job, it doesn't account for a dozen different metrics. It's just simply comparing the money that women make to the money that men make. And so if it was the case that men work more, for example, which they do, men work more hours than women, you start to see it shrink. And then if you start looking at specific industries and you compare like for like, it shrinks more. You'd agree with me that men and women pursue different things when it comes to college education, academia, and career.
But do you know why?
Choice.
No.
Yes, it's absolutely choice. Women have any choice that they can pursue.
Yes.
You have a tax attorney, a corporate attorney on the panel.
Okay.
She's not relegated to being a secretary.
I'm not saying that.
And she's also an immigrant too. She's an immigrant and a woman and would you consider her a person of color?
Yeah, that's why I would agree that it's really your personal pursuit whether you want to stick with your dream. And I don't personally think there's a significant wage gap. I can only speak to my own industry, that I have compared salaries with my colleagues. Of course, we all, no matter men or women, we all started pretty much similar salary. I think the only wage gap that could happen later on was because of course, women, they have childbearing responsibility, they have child care responsibilities, because usually I have to say the women have to make more sacrifices in the early stage after the child is born. So they have to take a lot more time off to take care of the child and maybe have to make difficult career decisions to step back from promotion opportunities. But I think from the starting point, I think we are pretty equal in terms of my industry.
However, would you agree that more women, since birth, are pushed to being things that make less money than men?
I think that's more a personal choice. Some women, they may choose to step back and take a more, to have more work-life balance to take care of their family. So that's why they will go into HR and secretary jobs. And of course, women who choose to be more ambitious and career-oriented, they may take on some more difficult jobs, like becoming a doctor or lawyer or some other
Can I ask,
leadership positions.
Have you only lived in Los Angeles?
I have actually lived in China, in Canada, and Europe, and US.
Okay, so lots of liberal areas.
I wouldn't say so because
Canada, Europe.
I wouldn't say
LA.
China. I mean, American government has been always saying there's so much propaganda going on in China. So I wouldn't say China is liberal. And actually, a lot of Americans think China is very behind on liberal issues.
Yes, of course.
So.
But I mean, in the States and whatever. Have you only lived in LA and where'd you say?
LA and DC. But I don't think your political opinions or your personal values are affected by where you're geographically located.
Well, I know plenty of people who grew up in more conservative areas, smaller towns, southern towns, who would say that since birth they have been pushed towards more idealistic feminism gender roles where they were told to be more girly and to not apply themselves to more male
As
jobs.
in, like the parents who tell their daughters just to go to college so they can find a husband.
Exactly.
So my mother's father, who was a World War II that was in the Navy, he sent all of his daughters to college so they could go find husbands. Now, that is still a thing. There's also generational, like I'm from a town where there's women who are generationally having babies to live off of welfare. And that is something that was like their mother raised them that way, and they think that they just need to get knocked up. They don't need to be with the man, so they get the government benefits. There are problems with the United States. So I think sometimes immigrants have a better attitude coming into the U.S. and they honestly feel like the world is their oyster, whereas when you're born, whether I think your economic or financial situation makes a big difference
Totally.
on the type of opportunities or fair wages that you get. I think a lot of women barely graduate high school, already have kids. There was a daycare in the high school in the city that I went to.
Yeah.
I mean, those women never got to figure out who they were or wanted to be, but they're already mothers of two, and they're dealing with that. Now they're 35 messaging me on Facebook saying, your life looks like so much fun. Because I am single, haven't had kids, no divorces. On paper, I'm like total wifey material.
Something people say to me is like, it's not fair that you're talking about these issues when you don't have these issues. I'm very lucky to be, I grew up in Los Angeles, California, very liberal. I grew up with very liberal parents. I'm not poor. I have a good life. I went to a good liberal high school and I go to a college. You know, I have so many wonderful rights. But when you look at the entire United States, if you look at the poor little states, poor little cities in Alabama, South Carolina, like all
You're
those
naming
places,
red states.
Red states. If you look at
there's the same thing
if
happening.
you look at the small cities in little states that have issues.
I grew up very close to the Amish country.
Yeah.
Virginville, Blue Ball, Intercourse, Pennsylvania. Those.
Even Pennsylvania, Amish country.
There is all sorts of things happening, and men who are told they have to marry a woman, and there's a lot of arranged marriage, but these guys are actually on Grindr.
Exactly.
You know, I drove through the town with my friend who prefers men, and he got on the app, and he couldn't believe all these hot farmer boys that are popping up.
I'm sorry, what does this have to do with the wage gap? But so back to this.
It
Just
depends
saying
where
that
you are
it
and how you
depends
grew
where
up.
you are, and it depends how you're raised with the wage gap. But like,
Because you're certainly not talking about entry-level positions. Like a Domino's Pizza hires people at minimum wage, no matter if you're a lady or a man.
or like
So
in
you're
Los
talking
Angeles,
about-
the wage gap is way less likely to be found.
Well, actually, in major cities, if you look at single childless women between the ages of 18 to 29 in most like metro city areas, they actually out-earn men. So
Good for them.
Again, but I guess when it comes to the wage gap, there is an earnings gap. So the earnings gap is you're not looking at factors like hours worked, you're not looking at job, you're just literally comparing the money that men make and the money that women make. There's an earnings gap. The question you need to ask yourself is not whether it exists, but why it exists. You would probably say it's due to sexism and patriarchy and misogyny and all this stuff. I don't think it has anything to do with sexism, really.
So what does it have to
Well,
do
you know
with?
what? I'll actually make the argument it does have to do with sexism. It has to do with women's sexism.
Such as?
Sure, I'll give you a couple examples. Would you say that people who are motivated are more likely to earn more money?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you say that people who have a desire for status are more likely to earn more money?
Yeah.
When it comes to dating, it is a dating podcast after all.
Right.
I don't know if your own preferences are going to align with this. Would you say that men or women are more likely to prefer a higher earning partner?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay, what about status? Do you think men or women have a preference for status in a partner?
I don't know. You know, I
don't
think
know?
men prefer women of lower status so that they can be more dominating in their relationship. Men often fear women who have more status or more money.
I would dispute that, but I'll go ahead.
really depends
For
on
the
the
sake of
marriage.
conversation, for the sake of argument, I'll go ahead and grant that. Is that your actual worldview?
I would say because of, and not because of my views or because of their views, because of the way that the U.S. has been shaped with men being on top. Not a bad thing. It just happened that way because of the way that we evolved or whatever.
When you say evolved, what do you mean? Are you saying there's like natural evolutionary
Because
reasons
men
for...
were, so if we go all the way back to like the start of
Let's go
evolution,
back. Sure.
women were known to stay more at the home or the little hut or whatever
The
to
hut.
take care
The
of
cave.
Right, to take care of the children and
Yeah.
the crops and the society.
And one question.
And men
one
were,
question,
wait,
really
wait,
quick.
Wait, wait.
One question. Wait. I swear I'll let you finish. I just got one quick question. Back in the hut days, the cave days.
Yeah.
Were there air-conditioned office jobs?
No.
Okay. Go ahead. Continue.
Women were more likely to stay home because they were more valuable. Men can impregnate multiple women. Women can't be pregnant with multiple
Wait,
people at once.
you're saying
so men were chosen.
women were more valuable back in the
men were chosen to go out and hunt because if one of them dies in the hunt, it's not as irreparable damage as if a woman died.
Wait, so women, even historically speaking,
Yes.
were more valued than men?
Yes.
Wouldn't that totally contradict
Can I just say
No.
one thing?
everything you've been saying so far?
Because slowly, as men realized that they could leverage the fact that they went out and quote unquote provided.
Can I just say one thing? There would be no men without women. So like we birth.
Okay, there would be no women without men.
There would be no
I don't
food
understand
source
what-
without
I don't
men.
understand
Okay,
In the
what-
cave days.
but well, women could
forage.
technically go hunt, but men would say,
But women
I'm-
needed the protein.
Hold on.
men would say, we're gonna go hunt because if 3 out of 10 men die, it's way better for the society.
And is that
than
your
if-
view?
No, that's the
Are you
truth.
saying men are disposable? Just
No.
curious. Well, you just said it's better if men die.
In the olden days, when there was no anything that was happening and it was just like caves and animals and fire, yes.
Society's
Wait,
trying
so
to
just to be clear-
build a
It
population.
made
Wait,
more sense for men to go hunt.
Sure.
If one man died, you could still keep the
I love
society
it.
alive.
Was the patriarchy stronger back then, or is the patriarchy stronger now?
The patriarchy is stronger now.
Hold on. The patriarchy is stronger now?
Of men thinking that they're greater than women and
Wait,
believing that
what does
they're
that
more
have to do
in
with
charge of women.
What does that have to do with patriarchy?
That is the patriarchy. Men controlling more of what's going on.
Wait, so today, when women have the right to vote, the patriarchy is stronger?
Well, there was no voting back then, so
Well, there
yes.
was a period of time where more men had the right to vote.
Well,
than
right
women.
when voting started was when the men of the very primal societies started being like, wait, we're hunting, we're stronger, and we can control you. And slowly, women started being pushed aside and being told you're only
How about
allowed
the
to have
religion
women
aspect?
bear.
Wait, men.
Religion emerged, and men
Oh my God, all over the
created a
place.
rhetoric that they were more valuable than women. And even if
Wait.
that's not a value that's today, like men aren't really allowed to say like men are better than women at this stage of life. It was a big thing back then.
I reject the premise, but
that men thought they were better than back then in the 1600s.
yeah,
or
I mean, look,
whatever.
I'm not a Christian apologist, but my understanding of Christianity,
religion, not just Christianity.
hold on, let me finish. My understanding of Christianity is that there was a complementarian view insofar as men and women were different, but in terms of your value as a human being, your value, there's a specific term that I'll have to look up. There is actual equality between men and women in terms of your life value, but in terms of differences, of course there's differences between men and women. And you would agree because you said that men are stronger than women and men were sent out to be disposable, and if they died, not a big deal. So wouldn't you have to then make the argument that actually if women were more valued in society by the means of protection, you said, well, we're going to keep the women safe. They don't have to go out and do the dangerous, dirty activities, hunting, for example. Wouldn't this actually be evidence of like valuing women over men?
Yeah.
Okay. So
However, I said slowly that started to shift because as different inventions popped up and religion popped up and cities popped up, men who were quote unquote stronger and who created this whole rhetoric of like women need to stay home started evolving and excluding women from that. Started becoming like philosophers and people who created religion and people who created jobs. Those were all men.
okay.
And slowly they pushed women down because, you know, it's human to want to be better than. It's human to want to win. It's survival. However, these men started just valuing women as objects.
Let me ask you a question.
Started
And
off with our
slowly-
necks like put down on the floor, like you know, like the way society worked, women were on the bottom, like with their life put down, and men were just running shit.
I mean, this is just fundamentally untrue.
How?
You guys are committing an apex fallacy. You're looking at a very small proportion of men and saying, like, do you genuinely think in like feudal Europe that all the men, because they were men, had like fantastic lives and men just loved it and all men had power? The reality is,
I never said that.
0.0001% of men had any sort of power. There were some women who had some power. And then if you look at the vast majority of everybody, they had no power whatsoever. Both men and women were oppressed. And you can make convincing arguments that actually men had it worse in many ways.
In what ways?
Historically and modern day.
In what ways?
Yeah, sure. So men were basically worker slaves, worker bees. They worked like extremely dangerous, physically
Who
laborious.
made them do that?
How
Other
would that
men.
matter?
Men
that sounds
made
like
them
victim
do that.
blaming. That sounds like victim blaming to me.
But
what would it
it's
matter?
the question of who was
What does
on
it have
top.
to do if they're men or not? I could just go to socioeconomic or class. I could just be like, it's the rich people. Why? What does it matter if it's men? There's only two sexes.
Because even though we can't prove it, and that's why this argument is so
You can't
futile.
prove it.
Well,
Okay,
are
argument
you
one,
going
I
to
guess,
listen
if
to
you
me
can't
though? Are
prove
you going to
it.
listen?
Go ahead.
Even though we can't prove it, men have been in the front lines of almost everything that has really gone wrong in the world, and women have not been there. And
Women have always been there through proxy.
but
proxy
of men controlling their lives.
No.
How so?
You're making the claim. You have to present the evidence that the men were controlling their
Because
lives.
every queen had a king, and the king was the ruler.
No, well,
and
actually-
she could get beat to death if she argued with him. You know what I mean?
Okay. First off, if he marries a woman, she becomes the queen, but he is the number one in power.
Exactly.
But a queen, she doesn't elevate, like if she gets married, she doesn't elevate that guy. He doesn't become king, he becomes queen consort. So it's not like if the woman who was queen gets married, that the man she's married to all of a sudden has like any sort of predomination in the relationship.
Has a father.
She has a father?
Yeah.
Women
Wait, hold
were
on.
traded
No,
as
well,
like cattle at one
no.
point.
If she's the queen, the father's dead.
She
Her
had a
father would have
father.
been the king, and then the father
And
is
she had
presumably,
a father that taught her everything she knew.
and that father would have also taught his sons in the same way. Are you
Okay.
talking about like? And when I use this word, I don't mean it in the way most people take it. You're talking about like grooming royalty, like
Yeah.
grooming for leadership.
Yes, that's exactly what happens.
Yes, but both sons and daughters were groomed into leadership positions.
Completely different ways.
But
No, it was exactly the same.
okay.
Can I ask you a question? So, what do you like about your boyfriend? I believe you're in a relationship, right? If you believe that women are better in many aspects, so do you believe that you're better than your boyfriend in almost every single aspect?
You know, talking about like a very small, like one-on-one ideal, maybe, but you know, not in a full.
Do you agree?
I acknowledge that in many ways, you know, in some of the arguments we have or whatever, I tend to be a little bit more forgiving than he is. I tend to be a little less emotional than he is. However, because he's a really great person, and he has been taught, he has like 8 sisters. He's been taught, he says all the time, like, I am the way I am because I was raised by so many women.
So, question, do you feel like you have a more masculine role in the relationship,
No.
seeing as he moved in with you, which would typically be something like the girl would do with the guy?
You know, no, because I do acknowledge him as the masculine part. However, you know, if you're talking about
Or dominant?
patriarchal
Like do you wear the
views-
pants in the family?
In a relationship.
Do you,
You know-
do you handle the finances? Do you...
Technically, yes, but I enjoy him being.
But would you say that's a
quote-unquote-
non-traditional relationship?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. So I think there's nothing wrong with having views, and I feel like her relationship kind of mirrors her views. Like,
Yeah. And
She
he knows
has a
who I
submissive
am. He
boyfriend,
knows
is
what
what it
I
sounds
believe
like.
in. We have debates every once in a while. Like, we're very open with talking with each other about this stuff. And, you know, he's very comfortable with who I am. I'm comfortable with who he is.
So you think he'll give you a round of applause by listening to this
Oh,
podcast?
hell yes, he will. He listened to my whole Charlie Kirk thing. He said he was on my side.
He was. Do you think? Never mind. Okay.
Do I think what?
Don't
Said
worry
he
about
was
it.
just saying that to get in my pants?
How did you come to that conclusion?
I don't
That's
know, the
putting
look in your eyes.
the look in my eyes. says-
Like you wanted to instigate a question.
Hold on. Here was the. I think I said Was it because, like, that was the extent of the sentence?
I
How
don't
did
know.
you
That
gather?
was the only thing I could think that you were going to ask.
I just want to finish my point on the wage gap because I was pointing out how it's actually, the wage gap could actually be due to sexism, but due to women's sexism.
Such as how?
Do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I'll offer.
On the first date with your current boyfriend, did he pay for the date?
I don't know. I think we split it.
Does he ever pay for dates?
Yeah.
Okay.
He asks all the time.
To be
Sometimes
fair,
I'll
it
sneak up
sounds
and
like he's-
force him to pay.
It sounds like he. Well,
I mean,
he's
I'll
not
force
homeless,
myself to
but-
pay. Like, I'll sneak
Do you-
off, be like, I'm going to the bathroom,
Sure.
and then I'll like slip my card.
Let's hear from the rest of the panel.
Yes.
Do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I've paid for first dates.
Sure,
also.
I don't dispute that women on occasion will pay for a first date. Of all the first dates you've been on, if you had to say like a percentage, what percent of the time does the guy pay for the first date?
A lot of the guys that I date in my personal life are not as financially.
They're broke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Period.
But overwhelmingly,
I'm sugar mama.
okay, the majority of the time, do men pay for the first date for you?
Yeah, when I'm going out on there's different levels of guys I date. There's guys that are hot and like fuckboy
Broke.
status. That's the guys that I will take out. But the guys that are more of the husband material, yes, I would have them pay for the date.
Okay. What about you? Do you, when you go on first dates, who pays for the date?
Definitely the men pay
Okay.
for the first date. But it's just the first date doesn't mean he has to pay for any future date.
But of the people you have dated where it went beyond the first date, was there still a pattern of him paying for dates beyond the first date?
I think generally the men would pay for, would have a bigger share of the cost, but also depends on the income level, socioeconomic status of the men I date. So it varies.
Well, you're an attorney. Do you date many men who work at McDonald's?
No.
No. You tip.
But I bet if she met a really hot musician who like played
Oh,
and
yeah,
sang
that's
her
true.
song, she would totally potentially go out on some dates with him
Would you
and pick
marry
up
him?
the bill.
Would you marry a guy who made like $50,000 a year?
I think just from a realistic standpoint, it would be hard to have a long-term relationship because I have a different perception about money. So if I want to go on an expensive vacation, I don't want to cover 100% the cost for a man who makes a lot less money than I do.
You would want to date a guy who makes maybe about as much as you
Yeah,
or
or
more.
kind of less than me is okay. But at least we need to have like the same perception about money. Like for example, even if I'm dating a super rich guy, but I want to go on an expensive vacation just to treat ourselves, but then he'll be like, no, I want to save the money, even though you make like $1 million a year. So I think it's all about whether your perceptions are aligned.
Okay. What about you? First dates, do you pay? Does the guy pay?
I definitely prefer if the man pays, and if it's a situation where we're splitting or I'm paying, the guy definitely gets docked in boyfriend potential points.
Oh, so
like,
he-
like,
so-
like he almost gets friend zoned after that.
So let's say you're on a date, you guys went out for dinner, the waiter comes and he's like 2 checks. You're saying you would dock points.
100%. And I think
Would there
whoever
be a second
I think
date?
whoever picks the restaurant, and let's say you pick a very, very expensive restaurant, then you should be willing to pay if the other party, when the check comes,
Okay.
doesn't reach for
What
the
about
bill.
you?
I think the man should pay on the first date.
What about you?
All day.
The men should pay.
Felicity, what about you?
Man should pay.
Okay. Well, Maren, you've heard quite a few women here. Are any of you like consider yourself more liberal or feminist, or
I don't consider myself any of that.
or do you consider yourself more liberal or?
I don't think I'm very liberal, a little bit conservative, I would say.
Okay. Well, so, Maren, let's go ahead and just say that there are no liberal women who ever want men to pay for first dates, which I actually think is.
That's definitely.
I think there's actually a lot of liberal women who still want men to
Of course.
adhere to more traditional dating standards. Hold on, let me
It's
finish.
always nice if a man pays. It's always like, oh, thank you.
Yeah, but do you think men can get away with saying, it's nice when women pay?
Yes.
Well, they can get away with saying that,
It
but
is
can they
nice
expect?
when women pay.
Sure, I'll grant that, but do you think that men can realistically go into a date with the expectation that the woman's going to pay the entire bill?
I wouldn't say anyone should go into a date expecting that someone's going to pay the entire bill. I've only been on a couple dates. I've always said I'll pay for my food. It's a first date. You don't even know me. We might not even get along.
How many first dates have you been on?
Less than 5.
Have you split all of them, or has the guy ever paid? You've split all of them.
Sometimes they're like, no, please let me pay, and I'm not gonna say no. Okay. But I'll say, no, I promise I can pay. I don't want you to pay my whole bill. We just met. And sometimes they'll be like, it's okay, fine, you can pay. And I'm totally fine paying, and it doesn't mean I'm gonna count them out of my life.
Sure.
But
So I guess to wrap up on this, the argument that I was making here is that even if there was only, say, 50% of the female population that had a strong preference towards men being providers and for men paying for dates, men paying in other ways, whatever it is, this would actually indicate that there's a mating pressure that exists on men that doesn't exist the other way.
But
so by women's own dating preferences, and this is not just, I think, a social construct, but also I think there's a biological evolutionary basis for women wanting providers. And when you were talking about the days of huts and the days of caves, you know, the men went out and hunted and the women stayed. The men were providers, the men were protectors. I think based on women's own stated, not just stated, but actual preferences as it relates to what they find attractive in a long-term partner, which typically relates to a man who's capable of providing. And you heard it from here. We've heard it a bunch from women on the show. If the guy won't pay for the first date, that's it. I think that
I didn't say that's it. I said he got docked points.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever it is.
You can redeem yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay,
also
but he has to
who asked
work
you
harder in some other metric.
Because anytime you're on a first date,
hold on, let me make. That's fine. I'm not going to get into the weeds with you. I'm going to finish my point here.
Do you pay for the date when you're going out on your first date? Do you pay for dinner?
Yeah, I pay. Okay. So the point I was trying to make here is that if women have this mating pressure that exists, that doesn't exist the other way back, like if I'm going to be going out on a date with a woman, there's no world that exists where I'm going to either have the assumption, like women do, or even think it's a possibility that when I go on a date with her, she's going to pay the entire thing. It's dubious if she'll even go 50-50. I've had that's happened, but the majority of the time there is a very strong expectation that men are going to pay on first dates. This is not like some patriarchal system. This is actually a system, hold on, I'll get to you in a sec. This is a system that women enforce. This isn't like men aren't forcing women to have a preference towards providers. I'm sure men would like be super enthused if women were just simping for them all the time and just like, here's money, taking them on dates. The reality is women place a mating pressure on men that doesn't exist the other way. And there's plenty of other factors, but I think looking at this alone would explain any supposed or alleged wage gap that exists. Because essentially it boils down to this. Women are saying, you can't have sex with me, you can't be in a relationship with me, you won't be able to reproduce, which is like a biological imperative for both sexes. But as it relates to men,
we all need each other for sure.
But if women are basically saying, I won't date you, I won't have sex with you, I won't give you my time, I won't give you my attention, I won't give you children down the road, essentially, because dating leads to relationship, leads to marriage, leads to children, seems like that's a really big mating pressure on men. So if men, like somewhere back, either it's in their conscious or subconscious brain, are thinking, if I don't have a high-paying, high-status job, and that's going to prevent me from getting a partner and getting a woman and eventually having children, I think that would be a massive motivating pressure that women are putting on men that would lead them to greater motivation and greater achievement and ultimately greater earnings. So the earnings gap, the wage gap, whatever you like to call it, is actually explained by women's sexism. Go ahead.
If I understand where you're coming from. However, if you take what you're saying and put it towards the history of the world, let's just talk about the U.S. for a second. The history of the U.S. 50s, 40s, 30s, 20s, 10s.
What about it?
Men had the jobs and women often did not get hired. Women often had no job. Women often were not invited to have a job. And women often just weren't even allowed to have a job. Their job was to find a man, get married, and have children. So
women have always worked, but okay.
But what? In like a small factory for a penny an hour while men were in like actual jobs? You
think in the 1920s there were like an abundance of cushy jobs? Like 99%, hold on, 99% of men had like And they had super dangerous
and
jobs.
women weren't allowed to work in those jobs, even
Wait,
if
let me
they
ask you a
needed the
question.
money.
No, that's fine. Let me ask you a question. You're living
But can I finish my thought?
One quick question, and I promise I'll let you finish.
Okay.
You're living in 1930s, 1920s Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
With the coal mines.
Right.
You have a choice. You can go into the coal mines as a woman. You can be
Can
the
I?
first. Well, hold on. I'm
Flashdance
asking.
is my favorite movie, so.
Okay, great.
Well.
So.
Pittsburgh, totally.
Great, thank you for that non sequitur. So, anyways, let's say you had a choice. You could go into the coal mines
Okay.
and get black lung
Yeah.
and die like in your 30s or 40s of lung cancer.
Totally. Or
Or you could stay home and be a homemaker. Which would you prefer?
which was I allowed to do?
No, which would you prefer?
If I was broke, probably a coal miner. Because
Answer
people,
the question.
no, that's my answer.
No, but hold on. Answer the question. If you had the choice, and here are your two choices, to be a homemaker and your husband goes into the coal mines, or you get to go into the coal mines and I guess your husband stays home. I don't know what the deal is.
But the problem with your question
What's the problem with the
is
question?
that women back then did not get a choice.
Okay, sure. I'm going to grant.
They
sure.
were told you can't work in this coal mine. Too dangerous for you. Too whatever.
I'm
no,
not sure.
they were told your job is to be a homemaker.
To be
Even if you
fair,
don't have kids.
sure.
No. Even if you don't have kids, your job as a woman is not to work in some sort of a physical demanding job. It's not to be a CEO. It's not to be anything. But it's not to be anything that involves work. Women do not really get jobs. You can be a receptionist in the 50s if you want. But other than that, women were not given the choice. Even if you're a single woman by yourself with no kids who needs money because you're going to be homeless.
Are you going to answer my question,
I'm
though?
answering right now.
You're not answering
You
the
were
question.
not given the choice to work.
Women did have the choice to work and they did work.
Barely.
What do you mean
like
barely?
Triangle Shirtwaist Factory? Like, it was not a situation where lots of women were available to work. And so, through generations and slow decline, where women were slowly able to work more, it was still a very normal, like almost taught thing for women to not work. And nowadays, it's so much common for women to work, which is great.
Sure.
However,
Do you want to answer the question, though?
what is it?
Okay, if you had a choice between being a homemaker or working in a coal mine and like
In
dying
what,
of
1920s?
emphysema in your 40s
In
and like,
1920s?
Sure,
I wouldn't
1920s.
get the choice. That's my choice.
let's say you did. It's a hypothetical.
If I begged and pleaded,
It has nothing to do with
I
begging
would pick
or not.
the coal mine.
You know what? They're putting out the coal mine's putting out a program. They're like, we're going to hire one woman, so you do get the choice in this
I would
hypothetical.
want to work.
You'd prefer to work in the coal mine than be a homemaker.
Yes.
Really?
If I was
Okay,
by
all
myself
right,
and I
there you
didn't
go.
have money and I needed money to live,
Uh-huh.
yeah, I'd rather
That's
work in the
not-
coal
that's-
mine.
That's not really the purview of the hypothetical. You're
But
adding
the
other.
hypothetical doesn't make any sense.
I'm trying.
If I had the
point I'm
choice
trying
and
to
my
make-
life was perfect, obviously I wouldn't want to work in a coal mine. But back then, there weren't that many options. And if I was a poor woman who didn't have a source of income, who didn't have a husband, I would much rather work in a coal mine than sit in a house by myself. A house I couldn't afford because I didn't have a job, because I wasn't allowed one. I would have to marry a man. That is my job. Back
so
then.
throughout all this claim that women weren't allowed to work through history is just demonstrably false. Women have always been able to work.
But what, out of 100 women, 10 women could work?
All women could work,
No.
but many women opted. It was just the sort of.
You're so wrong about that.
How am I wrong?
Because women were often never hired, and if they were hired for much less money than they deserved.
What evidence do you have for this?
History books.
Okay, let me ask you a question, and I want to move off of the wage gap here pretty soon.
My grandpa was a coal miner, so just let you guys
Okay,
know.
thank you
I
for
just
that.
heard that. I was
Yeah.
like, this is my time.
If it was actually the case that women were paid more than men, what's actually stopping companies? And you would agree that companies, their goal is to make money?
Okay.
Like, do you think
Yeah,
most like
capitalism society,
do you think
yes.
would you agree with me that corporations are extremely greedy
Yes.
and their primary goal is to generate profit?
Yeah.
Like, you would agree that you might say that corporations, like there is sexism in corporations. You'd probably argue that because men occupy the highest positions in these corporations, like they're part of the executive team, they're part of the board, whatever, the CEOs, et cetera. You would say that there could be sexism in these corporations.
There could be.
Right. Or you probably say that there is. So, but you would agree that also corporations' primary motive is profit and money.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So do you think that corporations prioritize their alleged or supposed sexism over making money?
No.
Okay, so then if that was genuinely the case, that you could genuinely get away with paying women less, what is stopping from corporations just exclusively hiring women and saving like 30% or 20% on their payroll expenses and beating out their competitors by only hiring women?
Because men believe that men make more money and men are better at their jobs. So a CEO man who is sexist, I mean, I don't know these people.
But you're saying it's the case that women are just as good as men?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if that's the case, if that's your worldview...
That's mine. That's not a man's. That's not every man's worldview.
Okay, so but what is, again, if it's actually true that you can get away with paying these women 30%, 20%, why don't the companies just hire women?
Because they don't like women.
But I thought profit was the ultimate motivator, not just like boys club sexism.
Yeah, but they're scared they're going to get a what's it called? A lawsuit. They're scared they're going to get a lawsuit, a sexism lawsuit, an ageism lawsuit, a pregnancy lawsuit. They're scared.
There's literally women. There's gyms just for women out here in the valley, and men sue because they can't come in. So like, people sue all the time.
It's.
Well, I guess you're not hypothetical
in California,
situation.
You're not supposed to discriminate.
If you can bring in a male CEO who is known for discriminating against women and ask him these questions and he gives you real answers, I'd love to see that. However, they're all going to tell you bullshit.
What are they going to tell you?
That the men they hire are just great and they didn't mean to discriminate and they didn't mean to do any of this stuff. But it's hard to get the truth out of these people. But if you look at everything.
I mean, the thing is that this wage gap thing, it's been legislated against since the 1960s. So if you can prove as a woman that there is an actual discrepancy between wages between your male coworkers, you can bring a lawsuit.
But that's the problem, is people do things so secretively now. Ageism, racism, sexism, all of it.
But okay.
That can be done in such ways where it's avoidable to be sued against.
I think, look, ultimately...
It's definitely not as bad as it used to be. I'm not saying like the sexism in the workplace is as bad as it was in the 60s or 50s. It's way better now, and I'm so grateful that it's better now. However, it still exists. And acknowledging that it's still, even if it's like only 5% exists, it's still there.
So you're saying 95 cents to $1? I
don't know.
What do you think is the number?
I don't know.
Well, you said there's a wage gap.
Well,
you would have to articulate what that is.
It depends on each person.
What do you think about Google, for example? They did this internal audit hoping to reinforce some of this feminist nonsense, and it actually found that they were overpaying women.
Okay.
So would this be evidence of sexism against men?
Yeah, they can take it down. They can do whatever they want.
Why were they paying more women before that? Like, because the men were... Okay, so they were paying those women more because priorly they were not paying women properly. So they're going to overcompensate that time because women were not getting paid a lot. So then when they want to look good, they want to look good to society.
No, I'm asking, did they find out why they were overpaying women?
The CEO of Google was a woman.
Well, wouldn't you, hold on. So what do you mean by why?
I mean, did they say like, oh, we accidentally did this, or were they doing that on purpose?
Well, let me ask you a question. What would it actually matter if it's on purpose or not?
Because if they accidentally said, oh, all these women's performances were just better and we gave them raises and we didn't realize that it was only women, then
wouldn't that have to apply the other way towards men too?
Yeah.
But you would make the claim if like there was actually merit for the men being paid more for whatever reason that is, you would probably make the argument that would be due to like sexism and the wage gap.
You can't say probably. If a company showed proof that all the men were working harder and doing better than the women, I would have zero problem with the men being paid more than the women of that company.
Wouldn't you just argue that, oh, it's just the boys club?
It depends.
Well, isn't that the basis of your whole argument?
Everything just depends, though.
Okay, everything just depends. So if it's the case that you found a company where, the men were making 10% more, you would probably say there must be a wage gap due to sexism.
Well, what is
but
it?
if the women...
Is it every single man of the company, even one who has no position that's better than a woman, and the women are making less than the men who they're higher than? Maybe then it's worth looking into. But if it's a very obvious just distribution of wealth, like the men are actually doing better than the women, and some men are getting paid less, but some women are getting paid more, but most men are getting paid more, then you can say, it's the company's job to pay who's doing better.
So you do acknowledge there are scenarios in which the men are genuinely doing better, ergo they deserve to be paid more?
Yeah, I've never said that's wrong. It's when a company pays men who are even doing worse than women way more than women, then it's a problem.
Well, how would you establish that?
If they can show proof.
And in which case I would agree with you, they could bring some sort of sex discrimination lawsuit. Okay. But it's not clear to me if that's even happening like on a wide scale.
Okay.
Again, look, I can only repeat myself here at this point. The wage gap is simply argued away. It's an earnings gap. It simply compares all the earnings of men to all the earnings of women.
But I'm not talking about the earnings gap.
Okay, you're talking about the wage gap?
Like if a man and a woman apply for the exact same position, the payment difference. I'm not talking about more women don't have jobs than men, and women make less than men overall per capita of the entire U.S.
Yeah, couldn't you see a difference between two men, though? So, for example, one of the men negotiates for a higher salary than the other man does.
Same job?
It's same exact job, but I mean, wouldn't you agree that there's a component of the company's going to make you an offer and then there's going to be a negotiation? Some people might not even negotiate and they're just going to take the first offer that comes to them.
Which goes back to her point about women stereotypically don't know how to negotiate for themselves and ask more. Some men who maybe weren't raised with a good relationship with money, or how if their parents weren't wealthy, they don't know that they can negotiate for more. So it is all based on, I think, how you were raised.
But also a lot of the time women who speak up for themselves are told that they are like aggressive and disrespectful and rude.
And
whereas men who speak up for themselves about money are like ambitious and awesome and they're going for it, So it's just,
Here,
there's so many different factors.
I got to read a couple chats here. We do have to move it on.
From the freaky men.
Oh, from the freaky men.
Like freaky men.
Where is
Felicity, are you able
Andrew?
to read these?
Chair one, hello.
Where is Andrew? I don't have the characters to explain how wrong Chair one is about everything she says. Ever seen a woman give in during a divorce, or do they fight tooth and nail?
If you're talking about Andrew, the one that said rape is good if the woman enjoys it. Sorry, if the woman has essayed and she orgasms, that's a good thing. I don't think you're really idolizing the correct person.
You do realize, I mean, that's Andrew. That's on Andrew, but
that is on
clipped.
Andrew.
Hold on.
Where's the pickle jar?
So it's clipped entirely, leaving out critical context,
such as
both prior. Okay, let me ask you a question. If you were to say, I think it's bad if, or you would frame it like this. You were to say, I think it's bad when people are racist, or hold on, what's the best framing for this? I can't think of an example. You could agree, though, that there could be a situation where somebody gets clipped out of context?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And it could be edited in such a malicious way to make it appear as if you said something that you didn't, or left out context.
There's also AI.
Well, that whole
That's
clip
not-
was a little bit not used at it. Like, if you even...
Did you, let me ask you, no, that's fine. Let me ask you a question. The clip in reference, did you watch the whole debate?
Oh, any statement
Bro, hold on. The question's not for you.
I'm just saying, like, whatever he said, no context would be okay with that.
From start...
Did you watch?
No, of
From
course I didn't.
second 1 to second 0 of the entire episode, that's multiple hours.
Did
no,
you
I did not.
Did you even watch like the debate? Like when I say the debate, did you actually
Couple
watch?
seconds of that debate?
Did you just see clips?
No.
Okay, so you tuned into our video and you watched that segment.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what was preceding from where the clip began.
They were talking about grape and essence.
No, they weren't. Wow, you're
Can
a
we
total
play the
sheep.
clip?
You're not. You didn't even watch the clip, and you fell for it.
Sorry,
you fell
in that
for it
clip,
deceptively.
what were they talking about?
Andrew was doing an internal critique of Oliver's position. If I recall correctly, Oliver was saying they were talking about something totally unrelated to that, and Oliver was saying, well, there's an exception. There's an exception to what you're saying, and again, you're gonna have to talk to Andrew about this, not my fucking position. And then Andrew was saying, well, hold on, let me test your logic here. This terrible thing, if some of the people that this terrible thing happens to, if they'd enjoy it, would that point towards that thing being good?
No.
What do you mean, no? That's
It would
literally
not
the
point
basis
to
of
it being good.
Right, so he was doing an internal critique of Oliver.
Okay.
Oliver, by the way, who has some allegations towards him as it relates to when he was a bit younger, he exposed himself to a minor, and he said the following. And this is actually funny, so somebody could do the same exact thing. So how do I frame it so I don't get fucking clipped for what somebody else said? He said that he thinks he said, I manipulated women into doing things that they didn't want to do. That's what Oliver said. So, okay, that's the character of the person who did the misleading clip.
Of course.
Right? So, but it's clear you didn't watch the whole thing.
I said that I didn't watch the whole
Right,
thing.
but so the clip is deceptively edited in honestly a completely disgusting way to make it seem like Andrew was suggesting something or essentially being a grape apologist.
Okay.
Which, if you actually watch the whole clip, not the case at all.
Okay, well, it was an interesting take for him to say in that way anyway, but that wasn't the
The way your
question.
brain works, you know?
The question was just, where is Andrew? So I said, if that's who you're idolizing, maybe take a check on that. And I wasn't saying anything else. I don't even remember what the rest of the question for that person was.
Do women give up during divorce? And I would say
it
women
depends
sometimes wanna
on
wash
why
their
they're
hands of it.
divorcing. I mean, women who divorce, who get married super young to an old guy for money, maybe no, they don't give up or whatever. But women who are divorcing for a genuine reason, then yeah. I don't really know what your point with that
Do you think
divorce question is.
Do you think context matters?
For the divorce?
No, just in general.
Of what?
Well, going back to the
Andrew thing?
The Andrew thing.
Yeah, of course context matters.
Yeah.
But that statement was strange regardless.
Well, so before the show, I actually warned Andrew, and I said, Oliver is a fucking clip chimp. And I fucking warned Andrew.
Was Oliver the one he was
warned
debating
Andrew,
against?
and I was like, Andrew, don't say some shit that he's gonna fucking clip.
Was the one he was debating against Oliver?
Oliver's the guy he was debating against, yeah. So he did it to Jim Bob, who he debated against before.
Well, coercion is bad, so Oliver using coercion to sleep with women when you lie to someone about anything, that's still considered rape if you lie about it.
Yeah, if you lie about your identity, that's still rape.
Because the girl never consented to your lie. The woman never consented.
But that's
to that.
not the point. The point is, did Andrew get clipped? And he got clipped, I guess. But
yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to do the whole spiel with all that. So, okay. All right. Inquisitor Zeal, can you read this, please? Oh, my God. Is it not pulling up? Hold on. Go ahead, read it.
Chair 1 is correct about women being controlled by patriarchal culture. Everyone was. We've abolished that, and our civilization is collapsing. Congrats. You've proven women must be oppressed forever.
That must be.
That's why the society is not fucking working, because we were oppressed for so long. We're finally saying no. We're finally like my picture. I am a sex worker. I see the real world for what it is. I hang out with CEOs all the time, like real CEOs that you guys talk about. Working for, I'm not gonna blow them up, but they like to party, they like to hang out, they cheat on their wives, so.
All right, Clint, read this from Clint.
She is delusional. I am in a very competitive field. The percentage of women applying get hired more than the percentage of men applying get hired. They also get paid the same, not based on sex, but based on seniority. Seniority?
why are they getting hired more? Because prior they were not getting hired. So it's like the leveling balance. We need to balance it up. All men were working. Now women want to.
My only issue is at Klein or whatever. Like, we don't know what you actually do.
In my industry, guys don't get paid as much.
Sitting in your room, like, we don't know what you actually do.
Yeah.
But my guys in my industry don't get paid as much. We as women, we make substantially more than them. So it's like.
What do you want to say?
No, I just think, I'm listening. It's fascinating. It's interesting. But for me, this conversation is almost, it's hard to understand as a woman, because I'm listening to women. I am a woman, and I'm thinking, why don't I understand? So I'm trying to focus on myself and see why. What is it about me that... So the question is, why I never in my life I felt discriminated as a woman? Why I never lived the experience of being paid less as a man? Actually, it's the opposite. So why I never felt that? I know
you might have the confidence to ask for more. A lot of women don't have that.
Okay,
confidence.
I was actually going to say that when that was mentioned, because it was mentioned here that men are more into, hey, I can negotiate, I can ask for, excuse me, I can do that, and I've done it. And I do it. I still do it. So I don't think that has to do with what if we have ovaries or a prostate. You know what I mean? I don't think it has to do with if we're a woman or a man. I think it has to do with your education and what you choose. Because I charge $150 for one piano class. And I am a flight attendant too. And the guys that are working as flight attendants, they make the exact same money that I do.
Yeah.
So that's what I find it fascinating. I'm learning. I don't know. I know it happened before women were able to vote.
I got to move it on. Go ahead, read this.
Sorry about that.
Zhang King Miao, I don't know how to say that. His wife played a leading role in enforcing purges during the Cultural Revolution. She is directly tied to an estimate 100,000 to 1 million deaths. She was arrested and convicted for this.
But do you see how you refer to her as that guy's wife? You don't refer to her as who she actually is. She is under her husband's probable control. I mean, I can't prove it because I don't know her and she's not alive today to say that. But you literally referred to her as this guy's wife, not this woman.
Because
it was his wife. It was not her.
Who is her husband?
No.
Her husband is Chairman Mao, the founding father.
Chairman Mao.
Yeah, People's Republic of China. Of course, if you simply bring up her name, nobody would know who the heck this is. So just to clarify, they have to emphasize, okay, this is someone's wife.
But you don't think Chairman Mao's wife was at all manipulated by Chairman Mao to do things? You think she was completely in control of her own decisions?
Wait, hold on. What if she was... The fuck?
You scared me.
What?
When I'm asking her, though.
What's your question again?
You don't think Chairman Mao's wife you think she was completely in control of her own decisions the whole time?
I wasn't living in that age, so I'm not clearly sure about what happened in the history, but unless you have some sort of evidence to show me that she was manipulated by the husband.
Yeah, if you're making the claim, you're going to have to provide evidence that he was manipulating her. What if it's actually the case that she was a more fervent ideological supporter of communism? Maybe she was more of a hardcore communist than he was.
Yeah, quote unquote, maybe. But if you look at what happened in history, it wasn't like she was on the name of all the history books. It was him. He did all the things. And if she did part of it, you'd have to assume that he had a play in that. Because at the time, even still, people there, men have more power. Even political power. It's not fair to you to say, well, maybe she was pulling the strings. You don't know. It's like, okay, but if you look at what was happening, he was pulling the strings.
You don't know if she was being manipulated.
Exactly.
In a world where war is profitable, people that's what the society will want to push for. That's what the society's pushing for.
Please speak into the microphones. All right, read this.
Chair 1. Women couldn't find work in the 1920s. Common female occupations included factory work, domestic service, teaching, nursing, and clerical work. Never seen that word before. Like typing, bookkeeping, BBC.
What does that stand for?
Thank you.
There wasn't like a law.
Or whatever.
There was not a law on the book saying women couldn't work.
I know that.
Okay.
However, if you look at what was going on, it was not common for women to work. It was actually discouraged. You were seen as less than if you had a job such as that, because your entire job was supposed to be marrying a man and having children.
Do you think that women wanted to work back then, or did they want to build families?
They were taught to want to build families.
Is that a bad thing?
I mean, in the grand scope of what's happening in the world, then yeah. Everyone should have been taught to be equal. Men should take care of the family as much as women, and women should work, and so should men. Everyone should work. Women should have time off for giving birth and pushing a whole human out of them, for sure. But it shouldn't be a normalized thing that women shouldn't have to work at all, and men should only have to work, because if you enforce that, then companies only want to hire men and not women. And then women who don't have husbands are seen as less than a woman who has a husband or a man attached to her. And that just reinforces the entire idea of the patriarchy. Of course, women were able to work. They were seen as less than, they were paid less than, and they were like just discriminated against if they tried to work.
They were paid less because it wasn't as hard of a job as the men did.
Because they weren't allowed to have as hard of jobs.
Listen, if you...
No, wait, hold
sorry.
on. Women literally couldn't do the jobs.
They could, but they were not as allowed as.
Hold on. Do you think women have the same physical strength as men?
Right.
They could.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah, but
it's physically known that.
Here, tilt your mic down. Tilt your mic down, please. Tilt your mic down.
But in today's world, strength doesn't even matter. We have machines.
But your claim was about historical work,
Okay.
where physical strength.
Coal mining, women can do that. Building, women can do that.
Hold on, no. Women don't have the requisite general strength to do a lot of these professions. If it was true, if men and women's physical strength was equal, then they would be in these positions.
Women have to work harder to gain more muscle. That is true. It's easier for men to gain muscle and be stronger. However,
okay, go ahead.
In the coal mines, in the buildings, in whatever, women can still have jobs there. Not everything is based off of physical strength.
Are machines not taking over men and women's jobs?
Well, we're talking about before machines, right?
You're talking historically,
but
a lot of this machinery still today that makes physical labor easier still requires a degree of physical strength to operate.
But you think
like a
women
jackhammer,
can't have physical strength?
Instead of swinging a pickaxe to like break up stones, we have like jackhammers, but it requires physical strength to hold the jackhammer, to keep it steady, etc.
And are you saying women are incapable of having physical strength?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that generally speaking, and I'm assuming you're going to agree with me on this, generally speaking, men are stronger than women, descriptively.
In science, men are able to gain more muscle mass than women.
They're just naturally stronger than women.
However, if a woman puts her mind to it and tries very hard, she could still have a job similar to a man's.
And how many
could withstand more pain?
Why is transgender athletes such a controversy now if you think men and women have equal physical strength?
Well, I don't think transgender should be in a women's sport at all.
Yeah, that's definitely everyone's opinion. But the reason why it's such a controversial topic is because these transgender women, they still have more physical strength because they were born as men. So
she was right. It's depending on when they decided to transition. If they transitioned at a certain time, they never developed those men aspects, and they always develop only women aspects.
I mean,
I know a lot of trans women.
If a man starts transitioning at 11, they don't have the male physical strength that gives them an advantage in some sort of a sport.
I mean, I would probably dispute this because my position on this is that the sole difference between men and women is not exclusively relegated to the endocrine system. So what you're talking about is if they're taking puberty blockers.
Okay.
But like there's skeletal differences, there's other differences like lung capacity, for example. So again, even if they do transition at a younger age, yes, that will have some impact on the musculoskeletal system, but there are still going to be certain differences between like a
Trans women are more women and more feminine than any woman in this room. Like they take their womanisms very seriously.
womanisms? What is
they
that?
take being like a feminine like a fucking job. Most women don't even care about like looking as
so
feminine.
are you gonna argue that trans women are more women, like they're better women than women? So you're saying men are better women than men?
Yeah, because they know exactly what
You're
a man
gonna have
wants.
to wrap your head around that one. So are men better women than women?
My sister is more manlier than my trans friend. My trans friend is more feminine, more ladylike, more in her feminine aspect of her life than any like.
A transgender is not more feminine and more woman than I am.
We are talking about physical strength here. Physical appearance, like how nice your skin is, doesn't have to do anything with how you can excel in a sport.
Yeah, my trans friend would never even try to join a sport because she never like wanted to compete like that.
I believe Brian was talking about the muscle mass and the lung capacity.
And I know a large percentage of American men who only play video games can barely do a sit-up, let alone a pull-up, and they're tech people.
Can you do a sit-up or a pull-up? I don't know what we're talking.
Yes, I can. I was a gymnast for most of my life.
I don't know what we're talking about right now.
I think we're just going on
We
some
gotta
tangents.
stop. Here's what we have to do though. We can't like always go to the exception. I'm gonna sit here and agree with you. There are definitely individual women who are way stronger than men who could beat up men. But what I'm talking about is, if we're just talking about generalities, the majority of men are stronger than the majority of women.
Yeah.
It's biology.
So yes, is there like are there women out there who are stronger?
If you
There's
pull
women
12
who are
students
stronger than me.
off the street and asked them to do a fitness test. Do I think that women might perform better than men currently? Possibly. As in, if you pull 12 random people, 6 men, 6 women, and ask them to do a fitness test, I've met a lot of out of shape men recently. So I'm saying I think women take care of themselves in their youth because they know that they're supposed to be attractive for men.
Boy.
And there's a lot of men that have gone into very lazy professions where physical work isn't part of what they do.
Somebody over here wanted to weigh in, or?
I just wanted to say something quickly. I think that Brian is pointing at, this side is pointing at exceptions to the rule. But in general, let's say the coal mines today, not time before. If we have today the coal mines, like back then, and we have,
Today or back then?
Let's say today. Let's say today because I'm not going to talk about...
So the coal mines in 2025?
Yes. No, I'm not talking about like values. I'm talking about strength.
Okay.
Let's say today you put a man, a 30-year-old man and a 30-year-old woman, healthy, without exceptions, 100% healthy, to go work at the coal mines. Let's see how many buckets of coal the men can bring out in 2 hours and how many buckets of coal can the woman bring.
Depends if they were taught how to work the machine.
No, that's what I'm saying. From zero, they just learn, healthy. The man is going to do more because it's biologically proven, scientifically proven. If I am the owner of that mine, I'm going to pay more than man because he brings 30 buckets and the woman brings 25 maybe. And I think that's the difference. It's not because the man is better. It's scientifically, biologically, it is what it is, so he's going to get paid better. Now, as a work as a woman, nothing comes to my mind that a woman is better doing it. I don't know, I have to think about it. Maybe the woman is getting paid better. But I don't see that as being underestimated. It's who gives more, who works better.
I think we're talking about the third variable. As I minored in sociology, you need 3 variables to be able to judge someone. So you can't just judge someone on man, woman, and their job. You need a third variable.
What's the third variable?
Like race, class, and gender. You can't just judge someone off race and class.
Wait.
You need 3 variables to draw a conclusion. Minimum.
But hold on, why would you need? Okay, if the question
as
is
in stereotypes in America.
But stereotype. If the question is
We're stereotyping
who is
who's
physically stronger on average, men or women, what would the third variable, like what's the third variable needed to
Do they
determine
work out?
that?
Do they not work
Okay,
out?
so let's
An
say
obese
No.
man versus a fit
Bro,
man.
it would-
Wait, let's
A
say
tall man
let's
versus a
say
short
that
man.
a man and a woman are twins. They're born at the same time. They work out. They have the same eating schedule, same workout schedule. The man is going to get stronger than the woman. That is true
and that-
because
Yes.
of biology.
She's correct.
However, does that mean that a woman is less than the man? No.
That's not what we're not what we're talking about, though.
Okay. In the coal mines, that might have mattered. We moved past that.
But the argument here is okay. So if it
I'm
is
a
the
woman of
case,
leisure.
hold on. God damn, let me finish, please. Stop interrupting. If it is the case that historically the majority of available jobs were physical in nature,
That's not true.
Anymore.
Really?
Doctors,
How many doctors are there?
shoemakers, clothing makers.
I would argue that even like a shoemaker requires like muscular strength in the arms
No,
and
there's
dexterity and.
No, but back then.
I'm not an expert in like what is the called when you're there's a specific term when you're a shoemaker, like a what's it called? Cobbler. Like there's probably some level of physicality even involved in that. In any case, if it is the case that the majority of jobs historically did require some degree of physical strength, this would seem to, and if it's also the case that men are just generally physically stronger than women, is it any surprise that men were more likely to occupy these positions?
It was purely because of the way society was set up. Because if women were taught to grow strong from a young age and fight to work jobs, they could have easily worked those jobs. And I get that men are stronger physically. However, if a woman really tried, she could get as strong as a man in that capacity.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
So wait, just let me ask you this then. If we were to look at the strongest, so the strongest man and the strongest woman
Yeah.
to have ever existed,
Right.
or how about alive today, you would say that their strength is equal.
I mean, I don't know the strongest man or the strongest woman,
know.
so I'm not
It's
sure.
subjective.
However,
It's objective. It's
However-
literally objective.
however-
Here's 500 pounds. Can you lift it? Go ahead.
However, in the olden days,
Tell-
what we're talking about,
Tell me the olden days, yeah.
there's no gyms, there's just work. There's just birth and work.
I agree.
If a woman was taught to plow fields with her brother and do all that shit with her brother, the same time, same exact teaching styles, she could do the same thing.
So what
And
do you
you
do when you're
saying
plowing
not-
a field?
I don't know. I never plowed a
Are
field.
you lifting things with your upper
No,
body
I've
strength?
never plowed a field.
You should try plow a field.
Stonework,
You look-
cobbling
you lift-
work.
Tractor.
No, I don't lift. I
You-
run
You're
because
tall.
I don't feel like
You seem
lifting. I don't
strong.
want to be strong.
I think you could do well.
yoga.
I probably could if I
You'd
really
kill it.
wanted to.
You would kill it, Marin.
Thank you.
You would kill it in the fields.
Thank you.
Back to the fields you go. Look, the strongest woman to have ever lived isn't even approaching like.
Well, that's with everything we have today, with the weightlifting and the whatever. And people spend their entire lives dedicated to getting stronger. In the olden days, what we're talking about right now, people did not care. They just wanted to work. And what I was saying is that even though women would be capable to work those jobs, society set them up to not work those jobs on purpose. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's not just on purpose.
It is on purpose.
There's just a strength component to it that cannot be ignored.
But what I
and
just
No, but
said-
you're saying, well, if these women, look, I think that there are women who, if they're really strong, I think they can do the job. My argument is, if you have 100 men and 100 women, and both of them, you put both of them through, well, you're saying
The same training, same
the same
everything.
training, and they're both like athletic.
Since birth, same food, same everything.
You do all of that, those 100 men are going to be stronger than all of those women.
Well, maybe the women would find out a way to do it without all the strength.
What?
Work smarter, not harder.
Work smarter, not harder.
How? Okay. Here's
make the men
task.
do it.
Yeah.
Here's the task.
Exactly.
Here's the
Make them
task.
do it.
I'm a dom.
Move this pile of rocks that each weigh 70 pounds from point A to point B.
Right.
Okay. men, due to their physical strength, are going to be superior at
But
doing
women will
this.
come up with like a way to pull it. Or
And
like,
so do men. So did men.
I just don't think it's a
the
good
problem
use of
with your
efficiency.
argument is there's no historical value to say that women would not do better because women were never given the chance. That's all I'm saying.
There is a precedence for it.
Women were
due
never
to-
given the chance to
It would-
try.
Hold on. Why?
But
You
why it
agree?
matters so
You
much?
agree it's a given that men are physically stronger.
Okay.
And do you think historically people also just knew men stronger than women?
Because they forced women to not try.
So
Yes, continue.
are you saying that physical strength is a social, like a social structure?
A little bit.
You're saying it's subjective, social, like physical strength. It's not
Muscular
objective.
men are attractive. Muscular women are ugly and manly. That's a whole thing. I've seen that everywhere. Women who weightlift, women who do boxing, they're not seen as attractive because they're muscular.
What does this have to do with,
that
like,
is, and I'm telling you right now, and that is today's world. In the olden days, a woman had muscle. That's like vile. That's like against the rights of women.
Against the wait, what? Against the rights of women?
Women have
what rights? What? Hold on. What are you talking about?
women have
Because
a
women
way.
were supposed to be weak.
Look pretty. And
Women
And look
are
pretty
weak.
and be tiny.
Wait, say it,
maybe
go ahead,
you
say
are.
it.
Women are weak.
Maybe you are.
And also, I just don't understand, like, why do you have to make it a social thing?
I'm not weak
Because it's
either.
just not a good use of efficiency. If you send women to plow the field, why don't you just take advantage of each other's talents? And maybe women are better at doing some other jobs, like maybe sewing.
Like what,
and then
giving
men
birth?
That's why there's
That's not a job. That's a
division
part of
labor.
life.
That's why
You know,
women
picking the
were
cherries,
behind
you
the
know.
sewing
Yeah,
machine
getting
back
pregnant.
in the old
Everyone
days.
has their own strengths. We're not
Yeah,
trying to
exactly.
diminish men. Men have their strengths, and we have our strengths. We're trying to come together as a society. We don't want to get away from men. We love men. We want men to just treat us equally,
Truly.
and like respect us, and not like
Because
it's not that hard to
the second men say we're stronger, we can do more, is the second they started having
But
all
is it-
political
Why are you guys
rights.
comparing yourself to
Your
us?
logic that they're stronger. Biologically,
Okay, and
they're
what about it?
stronger.
Is it
But
descriptive?
women
It
can
means
give
that-
birth.
Hold on.
And what about it?
They're
No, I
stronger
want to
doesn't
hear
mean
what
they
she wants to
disrespect
say
women.
about it.
Say it. Go ahead. Say it.
Men are biologically stronger.
No one said no.
So therefore, they're going to be the ones doing the harder jobs that require more strength. I.e., why women couldn't do the coal mine, the construction, the whatever you say that they didn't get the opportunity to do. It's because they're weaker than men, and that's why they didn't get the opportunity. It's not because society made it this way.
Yeah, also I agree
Okay.
that men having more physical strength doesn't mean they're superior to women. And this is totally outside the topic because a man who is physically weak can still treat women like shit and can still disrespect them.
But do you realize that, especially in the olden days when strength actually mattered, and even recently, men say that being stronger and working in the olden days makes them better than women? Because I've seen that everywhere.
Nobody's arguing that.
what it sounds
Look,
like.
Can we agree on this? Descriptively, is it true that men are physically stronger than women?
Yes.
They can be in some certain
It's not just
aspects.
that they can be. It's that they are.
I don't know. I know
You're
a
not
lot
going
of
to grant
weak
that.
No.
I agree with. Yes, there are weak men. I don't dispute that.
If every man and every woman on the entire planet did the exact same nutrition routine, the exact same workout routine, physically, yes,
Yep.
men could be stronger.
would be
Would be stronger.
Okay,
However,
how
that's
do I
not the
prove this?
case.
So if they did studies and showed like they did this study with
But why
like
does that even
10,000
matter?
women, the grip strength, for example, men have orders of magnitude greater grip strength than
Okay.
women. So if we're looking at upper
grip from
body
something
strength, which is sort of predominated as it relates to physical labor typically, although there's some component of lower body strength, but men are also stronger in their lower bodies.
Okay.
Now, But would you agree that descriptively that that's true?
Yeah. Does that mean they deserve more rights than women?
That's not what we're arguing. We're just saying that.
I never said they weren't stronger.
You seem
though.
to be making the case. You're arguing, well,
I'm just saying
if the
that-
men and women started out in these jobs
I've
at the same
said
time.
since the beginning, if they started off the same jobs, same diet,
They
whatever,
wouldn't
men
be-
would be stronger. However, that's not the case because women have never been given the chance to do any of that.
Okay, sure.
They had
But
a head start.
if women were given the chance at the same starting point to start working in these jobs and through whatever, it's swinging a pickaxe or digging with a shovel,
Okay.
I still would argue that even if you had a woman working the same amount of hours as a man, it's not even clear to me if they would have that sort of ability to even work the same length of time as a man in a physical capacity, they would not be able to develop the same level of strength as a man, even if they started at the exact same time.
Okay.
We have
And your
different
point is-
hormonal body, like our body.
You're
But
saying-
I'm wondering what the point
Whatever.
of the strength
It's just
argument
not
even
gonna get
is.
through. I think the point of the strength is that it's nothing to do with the men being better than women. It's a scientifically proven.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Biology and it's a fact. And because
I'm
they are
not saying
and
it
because they
isn't.
are stronger, they can do work that we cannot do. And if we do it, we could do it, but we're not going to do it as good as they do it because we don't have the strength that they have. And I would like to mention another thing with your permission. Back then, it wasn't only that the women were not given the opportunity. I think we all agree that back then, as much as women were not allowed to vote and they were put down in other social, points, back then people were more supporting family. Who would raise those kids? Who would take care of the kids? Another thing, they would also support family and religion. And all that was so close together that the women were at home taking care of the kids, doing the housework, and going to church on Sundays. It was a completely different thing.
How depressed were those women?
It was different. But today, let me finish real quickly. Today, it's completely different. But you know what? I support family 100%, and that's what I was taught. And I am so grateful for that. And to see my parents together until their last day, and to see my mother taking care of me and my sister, I'm grateful to heaven today. And my mother was not discriminated. It was a different level of priorities.
But
That's what I think.
But in general, the difference of priorities. If a woman's priority is to be a homemaker and have a family, which is totally normal for women to want that, like I'd love that, it'd be great. If that's a woman's priority and the whole society, the whole country, the whole world believes that a woman's priority is to be the homemaker and the family maker, then that counts out the other women who don't want a husband, who don't have a husband, who are gay, who whatever. All of those people,
All right, look,
but all of those people who are taught that they have to be a family maker and a homemaker are suddenly left out of the job equation,
All right.
and that's unfair.
Okay, a couple questions here, and then I've got to move this on.
Perfect.
Oh, yes.
If I could show you, for example, if we are looking at the apex of both men and women. So, for example, the U.S. women's soccer team got completely destroyed by like a under 18 boys team.
Okay.
Boys are innate having more.
No, but
sports,
what's the point of that question?
Well, the point is that if we look at sports, for example, so if you look at elite female athletes, if they were men with their same scores, they would not be able to even qualify to compete in the Olympics, for example.
Okay.
So if you look at running, for example, men are faster than women. If you look at strength sports, men are stronger than women. There's this website that we've pulled up a whole bunch of times.
Have a man get a wax. Let's see how strong he is then.
No, can you finish your point?
Yeah, the point is essentially that if we look at sporting events, men in that dimension, and so you would have to agree that the elite female athletes, most female athletes who are elite, start at a very young age, so they have all the things that you mentioned, the good nutrition, all this other stuff. They've been involved in the sport since most Olympic athletes have been doing the sport since they were like children or whatever.
Okay.
But if you were to place the women and have them compete with the men would completely dominate. So the strongest women The apex of women, you put them against the strongest men, the men outperform the women.
Okay.
Even if the women had that base level foundation of nutrition and like training.
That's why women and men compete separate, first of all. Second of all, men are taller. That is just part of life.
And they're also physically stronger.
Okay.
They have more muscle density.
Okay.
Okay.
But also, men and women have different coaches.
Oh no, Marin, you're killing me here.
It's true.
Oh, the coaches.
The
We're
coaches are
softer and cuter
different.
and
Everything's different.
dainty.
And even if women get destroyed by the men's teams, does that make them less of people?
That's not the argument.
So what's the argument?
The argument is about you're saying okay. I'm saying men are stronger than women, and you're
Okay.
saying, well, hold on, women didn't have the opportunity, or there was like social stigma, or they didn't have the opportunity.
But it's-
and I'm saying you look at elite athletes who did have the opportunity, and you compare elite male athletes to elite female athletes. Both had opportunity. The women are not capable of competing with the men.
I'm not trying to say that it's not a biological fact that men can get stronger than women. I'm trying to say that the fact that is the reason that men are more like put on higher standards and have more rights than women because of strength is not
That's not the
truthful.
argument.
But that's
That's
my
not the
argument.
argument.
But that's my argument is that it shouldn't be that way. You're saying, yes, biologically, men are stronger than women. I'm saying, even if that's the case, it should not be a player in why women have less rights than men. Does that make sense?
Okay, so but descriptively though, I mean, it's kind of
Yes,
off
men
topic.
are stronger than women.
Yeah, but your point is a bit off topic, but I'll actually bite with you. So you would agree that do you believe in rights?
Yes.
Okay, what is a right?
What do you mean?
What you said, you were talking about rights. What are rights?
Just we have a set of rights.
But are
However,
rights
human rights?
But are rights an invention of the mind? Are they an invention of society? Or are there like inherent rights?
Invention of society.
Okay, so you agree that they're inventions of society?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you enforce your rights?
What do you mean?
How do nations enforce their rights, or people
By
enforce?
creating laws.
Okay, and who enforces those laws?
Men.
Okay, and then you might even say like soldiers, for example. Let's say you're a country, and another country invades you, and then they're going to then impose their worldview and their
Right.
government, whatever, their laws on you, but maybe you disagree with their laws.
Right.
But you would argue, and I'm speaking descriptively here, I'm not saying what should be, I'm saying what is.
What is.
You would agree that like a country with a superior military force could invade another country and impose their laws on that country.
Yes, that happens all the time.
Happens all the time. And they do that through force,
Yeah.
right? So they do that, and who has a monopoly on force?
Men.
Men. Okay, so when it comes to feminism, you're saying, like talking about women's rights, you would agree that women have to appeal to men to instill their rights?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mean, then there's no argument then.
But it shouldn't be that way. That's my argument.
So how should it be?
Women should just be respected as human beings, but it's not the way it is, which is very sad.
But that's not descriptively. By the way, men can have their rights taken away too by other men.
Of course.
So, but it ultimately does come down to force. So feminists, in order for feminism to exist, you claim you're not a feminist, you claim you're a misandrist, but in order for women to have rights, men have to grant those rights.
Right now, yeah, that's the way it works.
Right. Okay. You were talking about why physical strength is a component here.
Okay.
All right.
I think you brought it full circle, and I at least understand what the point you're trying
No,
to
I
make.
understand he's trying to say that men have more physical force, and that's why women have to submit to them or whatever.
That's not.
versus power.
That's not. Look, I'm not making a should claim. I'm just speaking descriptively
Of what's happening.
I'm
and
saying
I agree that is what's happening.
Because men have a monopoly on force, that there is going to be a natural tendency to move towards a patriarchy.
But I also believe that it's not just men having more strength, it's that men rely on their strength more. Whereas if women were in charge since day one and women controlled everything, there'd be way less emphasis on force and strength give rights and give laws, it would all be more methodical.
Let me ask you a question, though. If there's a dispute between two nations and they can't figure this out through diplomacy, what do you think is going to be the end result of this conflict?
Depends on the conflict, depends on the nation.
Drop some acid.
Girl.
Have them.
This girl.
You just give these little.
Well, let's say. Let's say.
If
let me
we
ask you
really
a question.
want to fight,
Wait.
that would be
hold
the
on.
best way to actually have a genuine conversation.
But let me ask you a question. Let's say that there was a matriarchy, and this matriarchy was the most peaceful matriarchy that ever existed. However, there was another tribe, and this tribe was a patriarchy, and this tribe was belligerent, and they were interested in your territory. They wanted to conquer your territory. Wouldn't you have to have some sort of defensive force? Even if you were not like interested in going to war, you would have to maintain a military?
My question is, who's leading the person who's invading? Is it a man?
Yeah,
Probably.
sure. I'll say it's a man. Yeah.
So if it was a woman, I don't think they'd invade.
You don't think they would?
No, I don't.
That's interesting. So you just think women are less violent, or?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question related to this, bringing it back to dating and relationships, I
Yeah.
guess. How could this actually be the case if, for example, if we look at homosexual relationships? So,
Okay.
if you look at lesbian relationships, the incidence of violence in lesbian relationships is highest. So it goes like this: lesbian relationships, highest levels of domestic violence. You look at heterosexual relationships, they're in the middle, and then you look at gay homosexual, two men, gay homosexual relationships, the incidence of domestic violence is the lowest when you have two men. It's medium, well, in this scale, it's medium when there's a man and a woman, and the incidence of domestic violence is the highest when you have two women. How could it possibly be the case then, when you have two women who are conceivably more peaceable than men are? How could it then be the case that the incidence of violence is higher in lesbian relationships?
Well, first of all, I'd love to see that article. Second of all,
you can. It's on
second
Wikipedia.
of all, I think women would be more likely to report it if it's with a woman rather than a man. They're scared of actual death when they're being abused by a man, and they're less likely to report it. And I think gay men, I've never seen this article. I've
But
never
they're still
seen
men,
these
right?
stats.
They're still men.
Yeah.
And your position is that men are more violent than women.
Well, gay men aren't in positions of power.
Also,
so I've
what
never
do you
seen
think
that.
about the statistics?
Gay men are
What do you think about the fact that women are more likely to commit infanticide? So infanticide. They're more likely to kill their children.
Well,
Men do that too.
I
men are
agree.
more
Yes,
likely to leave
men do that
than
too.
women.
But women are more likely to kill their children.
You mean abortion or post-birth?
I'm not. Wait, I'm not even talking about abortion. I'm talking about a birth.
Post-birth,
yes,
killing their child.
Correct. Women are more likely to kill their children.
Well, men are more likely to leave. I don't know what your point is.
His point is that
We all have issues.
his point is that men is he's trying to say
We have
that
issues, okay.
that
Men
women
have
can be
issues,
very
we have
violent as well as
I gotta let some chats come through. We got Klain here. Sorry for the delay, Klain.
Klain donated $200. Chair 1, is that low-cut top designed to fight the patriarchy? Nothing like a bunch of 304s wearing revealing clothes and arguing against men.
Let's see your
You
face,
would all
bitch.
sell yourself for a day on a yacht.
Pull up
First
the
of all, you
Discord.
spelt yacht wrong. Second of all, I'm wearing a tank top under my shirt to hide my boobs. I'm sorry I have big ones. Sorry you're looking. And third of all, no, I'm not trying to fight the
I've been on a yacht.
patriarchy with this shirt. I just own it.
$200. Brixan, play her the video of men doing dangerous jobs.
I know men do dangerous jobs, so do women. So what's your point?
Here, pull it up. Pull the Discord up really quick. We'll rapid fire through it. Thank you, Chef Del Pickles. Appreciate it. While you're getting that pulled up, here, I'm going to read this super quick. Let me know when you have the Discord pulled up. Do you have the Discord pulled up? Chair 4, Reverse Rachel Dolezal, is arguing men and women's relative strength versus absolute strength. Men's absolute strength almost always outdoes that of a woman's, which is generally what matters most.
What matters most in what context, though?
All contexts, any context.
Conversational context? Where there's no strength used?
If men want to put
No.
every single woman in a cage, do you think they could?
I don't know. know.
But that was for
Why would they want to do that? That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Do you want to respond? He called you Rachel
I'm still stuck
Dolezal.
on the doppelganger. I don't know who Rachel so-and-so is, but
Yeah, she was a white woman who said she was black.
I mean, people
was-
have asked
Because
me
she
my
has
whole life, are you
curly
sure your
hair.
dad's not black? So
Oh,
I don't know.
okay, that's cool.
I mean, I straighten my hair to be
You
like
have
a
it up
normal
really
white
quick.
person.
All right, we'll show it. We'll show it really quick. Okay, so go to pull it up, and I'll tell you where to go. It can be on behind the scenes, but pull it up. Scroll down on the left-hand side. Nope, on the left. Go down to Men at Work. There it is. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. All the way up to the very top. Up to the top. All right, you got here. Play the Ironworkers one. Mute the audio. Mute the audio, please.
Beautiful.
So look, the reality is when it comes to some of these physically laborious jobs, I think we're just seeing this thing. Like there's going to be, the man is going to grab that steel beam,
Okay.
and there is a component of strength with like, we're waiting for it. Like you need to be able to be like, have strength to hold that thing.
Okay. You don't
And
think
then-
any woman could do that?
Well, also for him to get up to the position that he's currently in, he needs to be able to, they literally climb up steel beams. And the reality is, like, it's not clear to me if women want to do this sort of work. Like, I don't think women want to scale skyscrapers.
I don't think these men
Wanna
dream
do
of
that either.
scaling skyscrapers. It's just
I
that's a job
think,
position
wait,
open
look,
to
right
them.
here. So he's grabbing it. He's grabbing it.
Okay.
And he's redirecting it. He's moving it. He has to literally like
It's
pull up,
literally
climb
attached
up.
to wires and beams.
Yeah, I know it's being lifted by machinery, but he is going to redirect it, and there is going to be a strength component here. But the main thing is he's also has to climb. They literally have to climb up those things. And X out that. I'll show
Would
you a
you do
different
this?
one.
Like, no offense
Fuck
to
no.
these men.
Hell
which,
no, I
like,
wouldn't do
would
that.
know, mad
Most men here.
Mad respect
my
to
dad
these
is
men.
the second
No
one.
offense.
Play the
I
second
think
one.
I could climb
all
that.
the
Yeah.
time.
Go for.
He's not strong.
Is there a way to make it bigger? Wait, hold on. No. Here, X out of that. X out. Just
And you know,
X.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here, click-
even though it's so nice
click
and
off
impressive
of the
that he's
play
doing
button.
it, I do personally
On-
believe
no,
that
no,
if you
up,
put
up,
me
up,
in that
up.
beam right now, I could climb the whole
just
thing.
on the video that you just had. Click it. No, the other.
The one
Hold on,
on
the
the
other
top.
one. That's. I don't know why I won't. Hit those three dots in the corner there. Oh yeah, full screen. All right, play it.
Hong Kong.
He's doing like. Majority of women don't have the physical strength to do that. So have you ever been in a skyscraper?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can thank men for that. Like all
you
the
guys thank us for
all
giving
the
birth.
thing-
Like we could always tally it like this.
No,
think
but
this
the,
for
no,
that.
no,
Think
no,
for this
but
for
the
that.
reason you can thank men for that is because the men were hired for that. If a woman,
Women don't want to do this
Why
kind
not?
of work.
Why men don't want to do that kind of work? Either
Yes,
that is blue collar work.
I agree
They're
with you,
poor
but there
people.
are some fucking these iron workers. They're amazingly
Amazing.
brave men.
Incredible.
They're also a little crazy. I would not want to do this. shit.
I've had
does
construction
this.
workers
You gotta
like
be-
hold
If
up
you
signs
offered me good
saying,
money, I
"Show
would
me your
not
tits
be
and I'll,
opposed to
give
doing
me your
that.
number."
And I think I
Because they
could
were
climb
doing
that
work
beam
across the
and
street.
do
Wait, pull it
totally
back up.
fine.
Pull it back
I
up.
don't think you would be able to do it as efficiently as a
Why
man,
not?
though.
Whatever. We showed it.
Because
Okay.
you're weaker
Hold
than
on.
a
We have
man.
Techno
How do you
Trooper.
know that?
Hold on. Let
Because
me
you're
read
a
the
woman.
chat.
But have you measured that? Me versus that guy on the beam? Have you
We
measured
did-
it?
I mean, we can
clearly see
But you haven't seen me- You haven't seen me climb that beam, you idiot.
What are you talking about?
And did you know that shorter men are actually a little bit stronger
Okay.
than taller men?
Okay,
I'm
They're
not-
more
I
likely
literally
to be.
don't
Okay,
care
you're
about
making a
that
fantasy
long.
right here.
All I said is I think I could also do that. And you said I couldn't for no reason other than that I'm a woman.
Because you're just.
I never said that you couldn't.
You
I
literally did,
I
though.
said if you were listening.
Less
I said if you were
efficiently.
listening to me. I said that you couldn't do it as efficiently,
Why
as
not?
quick,
Oh,
as
sorry, keep going,
literally,
keep going.
why
Fine.
not?
My bad.
because
Because
you're,
I'm a woman.
Yes, because you're weaker.
But you don't
You're
know
sh-
that.
You're less.
You
You're
literally
not as
have no
strong
clue.
as a
But
man.
you don't- I
You're
could
not
go
as
to-
strong as men.
But
Get
you
it through your
don't know
head.
that.
Get it through your
But
head.
you literally don't
I
know
literally
that.
do know that.
You
Really
You
tried
don't
explaining
know
that to you, and it
You
wasn't going through your
don't
head.
know that.
You literally agreed.
You don't
earlier
know
to
that
it.
man, and you don't know me. You met me today.
You
I could
literally-
go to the gym every day and lift 1,000 pounds, and he could
You
lift
go to the
10.
gym every day.
Yeah.
You go. What do you do?
I run.
Can
I
you lift
weights.
95 pounds?
Who
bench
gives any
incline?
fucks? You don't know who I am. I could do that.
You could.
And you don't know
right now.
who I am.
If you and I went to the gym after this, you could bench 95 pounds incline bench. Because that's what I can do. For reps, by the way. For
but
reps.
you literally don't know me. So yeah, I could do that. You don't know if I'm lying. You don't know if I'm telling the truth.
I want to see the proof, though.
I want to see the proof of you being a good person. I don't see it.
What's the argument there?
That you are being disrespectful to me for no reason. And you're
I
being
said that you weren't as strong as a man, and you say that that's disrespectful.
As that man climbing the beam, you have no clue who that man is. You have no clue who I am. You're making an assumption based on gender for no reason.
I mean,
and that's why I'm being annoyed at you right now.
I'm sorry you're annoyed at me. He clearly got hired for the job, which means that he's strong enough.
I didn't apply for that job.
Go ahead, do it. Let's see if you get hired. I seriously doubt you will. I will bet all the money I have, which isn't much, but I will bet all the money I have that you would not get hired.
Why? Because I'm a woman.
Yes,
because you're a woman. Strong enough to do that.
But you don't know that either.
It is biology. It's science.
Someone get it through her head, please.
I'll climb that beam ASAP.
I got
You know what? To be fair, I'm gonna
a lot of
come.
people who own construction companies in New
I'm
York.
going to come to the defense of Marin here. I saw the. Oh God, what is this non sequitur shit? I saw behind the scenes. Marin actually bench pressed Charlie Kirk. Believe it or not, when she was on the set of Jubilee, she benched him like for reps.
I don't think he'd let me touch
for
him
reps.
for $1 million.
She was bench pressing Charlie Kirk. So you heard it here first.
You guys should arm
But
wrestle.
you know, even if I couldn't climb that skyscraper, you don't know that because you don't know who I am. So
I never said.
But you did say that.
I never said that you couldn't. I said you can't.
did.
I said you couldn't do it as efficiently.
But why do you think
as
that?
a man?
As that
because
man
biologically you are not as strong
As which
as
man?
a man.
As which
As the
man?
man that we saw in that video.
Then we don't know that. He's older than me. He's done it for longer than me. Give me
Oh,
time.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. You just literally answered. You literally just won this argument for me. You just
What
said
the
that
fuck
he's
are you
done it
talking
for
about?
longer and that he's older, which means that he has more experience.
So let's say I'm his age and I did it for the same time as him. You don't know if I could do it quicker than him. You're making an assumption. And that's a sexist assumption.
Scientifically.
And I'm happy that you think that's an okay assumption. I'm happy for your boyfriend who probably enjoys that.
He
But I
does. He
don't.
does. He does.
Oh.
Biologically, scientifically, he can do it better than any woman.
But you don't know that.
Yes, I do. It's biology. It's not me. It's
But
not
it
that.
does-
It's
I feel
not
like
that
we
I
should just
know
drop
it.
this
It's
topic 'cause we're never
biology
gonna agree on
So
it.
that
I thought
men
this was a-
are
yeah, this is
way
a dating
stronger, so he
podcast.
can do it better than you and
you
than
know,
me.
I'm happy that neither of you are ever gonna have to do those things.
It doesn't make him better than us.
Well-
It makes him a man.
Okay.
And what makes us
a
a
lot of
woman
things
is
that
that
men
we do
can't do
things
that
that we
we
do
can
much
do.
better than men do. And that's the way
Such
we
as?
are created. Women do certain things that are much better than men,
Like
and
what?
vice versa. I can think of so many things. I don't know. At this moment, nothing comes to my mind, but there's so many
A
things
woman
that
invented the internet,
and that makes me proud.
and a man took the credit.
And that made me so cool. Well, I didn't even know
Fake
that.
news. Fake news. Fake news.
Yeah.
Good talk. All right, let me move this on here, guys. So we have a couple chats coming through. Guys, if you want, pull it up. Get a message. Read is 100. TTS is 200. Streamlabs.com if you want to get it in. Lucas says, holy shit, am I in the Twilight Zone? Chair 1, you are the poster child of retardation. Women can get as strong as men. Do you realize that the average testosterone level in prime age women is 10 ng?
A lot of men are taking.
I'm continued. I'm also R-slurred because I don't know what that means, or what it stands for. I know. You know. This is,
Do you want me to answer that?
Well, he has a part 2 to it, so hold on. Felicity, my fiance wants to know what plastic surgery you've had. Chair 1, who's the most influential woman of history? Your quick answer, and then
None.
No plastic surgery, Felicity.
Nope.
Okay. Most influential woman of history.
It might be Malala, who fought for women's education, but I don't know. There's been a lot of influential feminists. However, a lot of them have been silenced, so I don't know.
They've all been silenced.
Not,
The evil
I didn't say all of
patriarchy.
them.
Evil patriarchy
So
added
you're putting
again.
words in my mouth. Thank you.
You're welcome. Whereas the average testosterone level in prime age men is 950. Even today, Chair 1, you say you have a boyfriend. If so, is there a strategically situated, worn-out chair in the corner of your bedroom?
I don't know what that means.
I think he's referencing the cuck chair. Is there
What does that mean?
the cuck chair?
Like someone watches?
No, he's saying that your boyfriend watches.
He's saying your boyfriend. He's saying, don't shoot the messenger,
I'm gonna go for it.
that there's a cuck chair.
I don't know what that means.
So
though.
it's like, okay, if you're a cuck, you're a dude who's a cuck.
She doesn't know what that means, though.
You watch your girlfriend get effed by other dudes. So and he sits in the
You get
corner.
turned on by this.
There is no chair of that sort. I'm only with one man.
So he stands.
No,
he stands
finds
in
me
the corner.
normally. Thank you.
Oh, no. Okay, whatever. Hey, don't shoot the messenger. It was him. It was.
He stands. What do you mean by that?
Instead of sitting in the cuck chair, he just stands in the corner and cries.
No.
Such an instigator.
I said I only have
Why
one.
am I? I'm not the instigator.
He is
You're
an
the
instigator.
She's the instigator. Felicity over here.
She's barely speaking.
She speaks a lot. Trust me.
With my eyes.
Subconscious.
Anyways.
Yeah.
All right, we have this. Shop.whatever.com. J Misnomer. Thank you for the merch purchase, guys. Shop.whatever.com. If you want to get a T-shirt or a hoodie or something, we'll shout you guys out. Thank you for that. And then we have some super chats we're going to finally get to. There's quite a few. All right. So we have Chef Dylan. Fun fact, the National Intelligence Law of 2017 of the Chinese Communist Party requires Chinese citizens to cooperate with state intelligence efforts.
I don't know that.
How
I
is
don't
this
know.
even relevant to the show?
They really, I don't know. Do you want to respond to that or no?
I mean, I need to see the exact citation. Definitely need to fact check even further, but I just don't think this is even relevant.
Right.
And we already talked on tangents for like hours.
We've talked a lot of tangents here.
Because
All
I
right.
thought I'm on a dating show.
Yeah, we'll get there. All right, Lucas, Chair 3, OMG, my tongue-in-cheek attempt at levity fell flat. This is the guy who sent in the chat earlier about not the most recent one, but about like the tax stuff. He says he's a partner at an AmLaw 100 New York City firm, over 1,000 attorneys. I have tax counsel in-house, and yes, my tax partner does separately review the allocations section in my draft JV agreements. Do you want to respond to our good friend, Lucas?
That's great. We can connect off the show. Like to be mentored more.
All right, Lucas. She's kind of based. She's kind of a legend, Lucas. So if you want to hire her at your super fancy, snazzy New York law firm, are you looking for...
Not right now.
All right, sorry, Lucas. All right.
You need to get a little,
I just want to remain loyal to my current company for
She's gonna
for
remain
some
loyal,
time
boys.
because I just got a new job. I just started my
New
new
job.
job 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
So I remain responsible for my
There you
new
go.
company.
James Craig, men work harder than women. Thoughts?
Based on what are you even talking about?
In
James
general.
Craig.
James Craig, you might have to send a follow-up there, but men work
He
harder
has
than
no
women.
follow-up.
Thoughts?
I think he's saying in general. Do you think men work harder than women?
No,
No, definitely not.
not at all.
Do they work more hours than women?
Depends where you're looking and who you're looking at.
In general.
I don't know.
I agree that some women work more hours than some men.
Exactly.
But there are more men that work more hours than women.
But are we going to look at why, or are we just going to look at the basic facts and not even talk about why?
Well, we should also do that with the wage gap, which would
Yeah.
discredit the wage gap if
But-
we look at why. Because the wage gap is simply an assertion. That's it.
Do
It's
we
just
consider raising children work or taking care of a clock that we
That's a
clock in
good
on?
point.
Because there
All
are
right.
women that work jobs and take care of a household, and they're working pretty much
Faux show.
24/7.
We have Lucas, Chair 1. You truly have a room temperature IQ, but here's a thought exercise for you. Go out and walk around for a few hours and compile a list of everything you see that was not put there by nature. I promise you that every damn thing on your list was both invented and built by a man.
Who brought the man on earth? Like, come on.
No, but that's not the point that I'm talking about.
You
The
guys are
point
so
is,
silly.
why was everything only built by men? Because only men were given the opportunity.
And then they
No,
switched
because
from
they're
women,
stronger.
You fucking idiot.
No, men also stole a lot
I'm
of
the
things
fucking
from
idiot
men.
here. Yeah, I'm the fucking idiot here.
Why is she an idiot, though?
Because she's saying, oh, men are stronger, that's why everything was invented by a man. First of all, inventions have nothing to do with physical strength. Second of all, it's because of the education opportunities that men were granted for years and years and decades that women were never granted. I understand that men have more physical strength than women biologically. That has nothing to do with so many of the things you're trying to talk about.
He literally showed you proof.
What?
Videos of how
You
men
think that was
stronger.
proof that women, that was just videos of men? Are you dumb?
The building we're in right now is literally proof.
No, it's not.
Are you serious?
The building we're in
This was built
right
by
now.
this was built by men.
by-
This
Okay.
building was built. Probably every single
But
building.
are you saying that it
And because
couldn't
of
be built
why?
by
The
women?
society.
Because it could be. It could easily be built by women.
I suppose it. I suppose it could.
There you go.
10 years later.
But yes, logically,
the men's-
logically, it could be built by women, but like practically, no.
Women were
Are you an
having
Andrew Tate fan?
childbearing.
Am I an Andrew Tate fan?
Yeah, I want to know.
I don't really know much about him.
What about
but I'm a
that
Charlie
woman?
Kirk
What's-
fan.
Oh,
She's a Charlie Kirk fan.
that makes sense.
It all makes sense. Okay, hold on. Let me.
It's all
get
being
through
put
the chats.
together.
It is
Lucas,
for
chair
real, like
one.
a puzzle.
Chair one continued. Beyond that, even today, the average IQ of a man is 99 and 97 for a woman. More importantly, however, 7 out of 8 people in the top 1% of IQ are men. Sorry, love. I know it's triggering, but every single man in this chat would dominate intellectually.
But do you realize that that's because men are offered greater opportunities of education?
Men do,
Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa,
men
whoa,
do
wait,
worse.
hold on,
Men
hold
do
on.
worse in college.
Wait,
They do
hold on.
worse in college.
Wait,
what?
Maren,
You're
hold on,
literally
Maren.
saying that men are intellectually more smarter.
Wait, Maren. You're saying? Can you repeat that last thing you just said?
Men are offered greater opportunities for education than women are.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive.
So just to be okay, so the statistics would seem to disagree with you.
How so?
Well, ever since it's either 1979 or 1980, there's been more women who go to college than men. That's 4 decades, 4 decades of there being a greater representation of women in higher education. This number today is something like, I think it's 60-40 split.
But if
you look at
an
universities,
extravagantly high number
She-
of college graduates facing unemployment. So
But her
the
claim-
number of people going to college has changed in general.
I
And
don't
the
see
work
how this is a
opportunities have changed.
rebuttal to my
America
argument.
has shipped out all blue collar jobs, so there's a lot less physical
You're-
labor jobs.
I'm over here, you're way over here. Maren, your point was that there's less opportunity for women as it relates to higher education. Women predominate in higher education. Is this due to sexism against men? Yes or no?
If you look
Let's-
at hold on.
Yeah, go
If
ahead.
you look at the
Opportunity till
decades
later.
before, like what, 2010 and all the way through history, all of that time, men have been offered way. You're nodding your head no. But when were women allowed to even go to college and not like
When did they start?
finishing school?
They've always been allowed to go to university.
Point blank.
I think there are some.
Maybe if you came from a wealthy family where they could afford to send you.
I'm going to be fair. I do believe that, and I don't know the specifics, there were some universities that did bar women.
Some.
But yes, but women were able to go to university. But back to the point here, if you're going way back historically, you're saying it was only 2010 and after where there was some sort of shift when it came to women's access to higher education. It was 1979, 1980. 1979, 1980, when there were more women, that's 4 decades, more women who started going to college than men. So what this means is, so women who went to university in 1979, 1980, they're now retiring. So you've essentially had an entire workforce through the period of that workforce where women started going to university more than men.
Can I see that?
Yeah, we could pull it up. I believe, Mary, go into the Discord. I have it in the, let me just double check here on my phone. I'm pretty sure I have it posted.
Did you go to college?
I dropped out of college.
Which college did you go to?
So do you think
I don't see how
education
that's
matters
relevant.
in how you enter the workforce?
But also,
I think
in a
sometimes it can be
normal-
helpful, I guess.
In a,
Just a
in
lot
a
of people,
conservative
but-
household, men are often pushed towards college more than women. Men are,
This isn't true, but okay.
and how do you know that?
How do you know that your claim is true?
Because there's data about it. You can look it up.
Then
Conservative.
if this is actually the case, how could it possibly... Wait, repeat your claim really quick.
What claim?
Your claim that I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong,
A lot
that
of
there's
the
a
time,
greater
men
push...
are more pushed towards furthering a greater education and becoming wealthy than women are.
How could that possibly be true if there are more women who go to university than men?
So you're
How
saying
could that be true?
Because women
that
are slowly starting to try and do
Not
better.
just slowly, since
No, he's saying that the statistics are saying men are going into blue-collar trade, which is not university,
No, of course.
and that women are going into higher education, which means the women can become the architects and the designers, and the men can still do
I
the
do
labor
have it, Mary.
jobs.
Pull up the infographics tab in the
I hope that
Discord.
keeps happening. I hope that grows to be complete.
If you were oppressed for so many years, you're finally gonna have the opportunity to do it. So men are failing because it's on their own demerit. They're playing video games. They're wasting their own lives. They're not trying to have goals like we do.
Wait, so just to be clear, so when men have some sort of negative life outcome, it's due to men's choices, but when women have negative life outcomes, it's due to other men and sexism. So men have agency, women don't. I actually think I have the greater feminist position. Men have agency, women have agency. If there's a negative life outcome, it's not because of some evil boogeyman patriarchy. It's because of women's choices. When men have negative life outcomes, it's often due to their own choices too. To be fair, there are sometimes external circumstances that can push you towards negative life outcomes, but I think a lot of negative life outcomes come down to individual choice. Can you pull it up, please?
Yeah, is it the wage gap?
No, it's all the way to the top. Just go to the infographics tab. Scroll, just pull it up and pull it all the way to the top, please. All the way to the top. Okay, so no, scroll down, it's one down. College. Okay, click on the first one and we're going to tab through these. So percentage of U.S. population who have completed 4 years of college or more from 1940 to 2021 by gender. So it starts in 1940. Completed. Okay, so this is completed. So this would factor in going even further back. Go to the next one for me. U.S. college degrees by gender, 2017. So this is in 2017. There's 100 males for every 141 females. Male, 41%. Females, 58%. That's from the U.S. Department of Education, and it includes associates, bachelor's, master's, and doctor's degrees. Next. So this is the year, this is the male enrollment, female enrollment, and the number of more females. So in 1980, there were essentially half a million more females going to university than males. If we go to, I can't see it because we're blocked, but like 2010, there were 7.8 million men enrolled in university and 10.2 million women enrolled in university. 2.4 million more women than men enrolled. That's in 2010. But it goes all the way back to 1980. Next. U.S. college enrollment by gender, 1947 to 2019. Oh, this was the one I was looking for.
Beautiful.
U.S. college enrollment by gender. So if you look there, the bluish one, it's a little hard to tell in one. Bluish one is men. The green one is women. In 1980, that's when the overlap changes. Mm-hmm. So, and even if you look historically, the gap between the gap between men and women in 1950s, so there were more men in 1950. If you look at the gap from the 2000s on, or even 1990 on, that discrepancy is greater in favor of women. So there's more women enrolling in university. Next.
I was about to say, can I say something?
Let's get through these. Also, this is men and women study different things. This is sort of related to the wage gap here. But let's just go next. This is for, where is this? Total number of students, undergraduate. This is for I think this is for UCSB. 61% women, 39% men. Next. Percentage of all college degrees, female versus male. That's another one. Next. Total fall enrollment. Same, I think. Next. Okay, this is the University of California system. The gender ratios. Blue, male, red, female. So you see there's an overrepresentation of women in the gender ratios for every single University of California system, with the exception of UC San Diego There's a little bit more men, and then UCSC looks about equal. Next. And then boys are less likely to earn a high school diploma. Oh, this is about high school. Okay. Less likely to earn a high school diploma, less likely to meet UC California and California State University requirements, less likely to earn a biliteracy seal, less likely to earn a golden, I don't know what that is, but okay. So I don't know, this idea that men are overrepresented in universities has not been the case for 4 decades.
Well, I didn't say overrepresented. I said push towards it more. And really quickly, let me say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think any of this has to do with the fact that men know that they're more likely to get jobs even without a college degree, and women have to work harder to get a job, and they have to have more college education than a man does in order to even get there?
I wouldn't say that that's the reason.
Okay, well, it could be one, maybe.
I mean, I don't see a difference. I don't think there actually is much of a difference in terms of wages between, let's say both of them have a high school diploma, between a man and a woman. And I think there's actually certain positions where a woman is probably better suited to get, I think, a higher paying job right out of high school than a man. And I'm not even going to factor in sex work to my argument, because I just think that wouldn't really even suit myself. But
work on YouTube and YouTubers, those people don't go to college and they make a lot of money.
Let me quickly
women
ask.
are also,
I'm just saying in general, a lot
social media people too.
I would also love to see the confirmation bias on these articles. You know what I'm talking about?
The ones I just pulled up?
Yeah.
Confirmation bias.
When you look for certain things, you'll find certain things. Was all of this about California, or was it about the entire world?
Some of those were for California. The others were for the entirety of the United States.
Oh, about the world?
Just
the U.S.?
Yeah, where I'm talking about, the U.S.
Okay.
But I would suspect this pattern is the same in other Western countries. Now, if you wanted to make arguments about Eastern countries, that's
totally
not really
different ballpark.
That's not my area of expertise.
Totally different ballpark.
But I would actually be probably willing. You know what? I'm not sure actually.
We don't have to talk about
because I don't know. Well, I could
talk about religion.
There could be a case that there's more men going to university in some of these Eastern countries, but if I was looking at certain Asian countries, or India, for example, I'm not actually sure if it's the case. I don't know. So I don't want to make a claim that's just, I don't know.
Well, if we're not talking about feminism in the entire world and just the U.S. is way more progressive than than most of the rest of the world.
We got a chat coming through here, and then we'll get the rest of the chats.
Pasty George donated $200. And Chair 1 proves why we have a child birth rate crisis by reciting her feministic bullshit. Good job.
Well, first of all, you have no clue how many children I want to have in the future.
How many do you want?
I don't know. Probably more than 2. 2, maybe more. I don't want them to be lonely. I'm an only child. Second of all, if I don't want to give birth, then I'm not going to give birth, and that's none of your fucking issue. So, who cares if there's a child rate crisis? Honestly, the world would be better off without humans anyway.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Totally. No, let's just do a little. Wait, so
the world would be better off without humans anyway?
Are you an anti-natalist?
What do you mean?
You don't like children, or you're against?
No, absolutely not.
But you said the world would be better off without
a perfect world.
There would be no humans?
I think, yeah.
Well, I mean, it begs the question then, what's stopping you from just unaliving?
Myself?
Yeah.
The fact that there's an entire world of people around me, so it wouldn't really do much if I just killed myself.
Well, okay.
Sorry, unalived myself.
It's fine. But you said that the world would be better off. That sounds like an ought claim.
Global warming and all the issues we have because we live on an overpopulated planet wouldn't exist if there were less
happening, nukes wouldn't be happening.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't be alive.
Correct. Well,
but then we just wouldn't be alive.
And correct. And I'm saying we're already here, so
Wait, hold on. Wait.
They're evil.
Dinosaurs are going to come back? Hold on. How the fuck is that?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying if evolution skipped human beings and it was just monkeys and the rest of the world.
Damn, that's a hot take there. That's a hot take. But it does beg the question if humans are
the most mass destruction of the planet. Mm-hmm. Without humans, I think things would be a lot more peaceful. We're already here. I'm not saying we should kill all humans. I'm just saying we're already here, so it's already happened. However, technically, the world would be better off without.
So if I were to, I mean, I guess I could go ahead and grant that humans are destructive towards the planet, although like what precisely does that mean? I'm sure you enjoy like living in an air-conditioned house and having heating and running water.
Of course.
So
however, if I was born and raised with none of that, I would survive.
I think we sometimes take for granted the comforts of modernity.
Oh, I love the comforts we have. However, the comforts come with a cost.
Yes, they do.
The comforts exist. And I'm only here for a short amount of time, and so is everyone else.
Wait,
you know,
hold on.
I understand that those comforts are a big thing.
I think global warming, some people even dispute if this is the severity of it and all sorts of things. I think this is, assuming it is the case, is a necessary evil. Like if you look at electricity, I guess the usage of fossil fuels have brought more people out of poverty than sort of like anything else. Well, maybe not. Energy is what has brought more people out of poverty and starvation. If you look at the global, what's the exact term? Like the global poverty rate has greatly been diminished through human ingenuity. And so if you look at these sort of civilizations or populations where there was mass amounts of like hunger and poverty, we've been able through energy usage and introducing industrialization to them, we've been able to bring them slowly out of poverty, out of hunger, out of starvation. So I think, are there negative consequences of industrialization and this sort of thing and energy usage? Sure, but I think the benefits outweigh the costs.
But poverty is a construct created by humans. Monkeys don't look at other monkeys and say, they're poor, we're going to not give them food. Like, in most animals, they just have a way of living and it just continues on, and it's just the way it is. We've created a whole system that's much more complicated, which again, I'm not saying all humans deserve to be abolished. I'm not saying we should.
Isn't that what you were saying?
No, I'm saying that if the world was going to be perfect, maybe we wouldn't have evolved to this point. To a point where we're so intellectual that we can create such giant systems that harm the rest of the planet. That's all I'm saying. Huh. We're already here, so might as well enjoy it and do what we can to try and save the planet. But if we had all stayed primates and none of this complex stuff would happen, we wouldn't be complaining that we didn't have AC and that we weren't rich. We would just be living life as simple creatures.
Yeah, sure. I suppose it's the case that if we didn't evolve, then we wouldn't, like, it's sort of ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, which is how the other animals live.
Mm-hmm. Right, but most of these animals aren't self-aware.
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They have natural instincts.
Our self-awareness and our intellectual abilities has hurt the planet monstrously. Do you agree?
Do you think that
the things we've created have hurt this planet, whether we want to admit it or not?
So you think we should go back to...
No, we're already here. We can't go back.
Here, we have a chat coming through here. Thank you, Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $200. And, once again, Chair One's response proves me, Vila, and Rachel Wilson correct. We are so cooked and near collapse because of feminism. Good job.
Thank you, Pasty George.
Who are either of those women?
Well, he just donated $200 just to type that, so...
Huh. He did.
You can have that opinion.
He did just do that.
I'm proud of you.
You did just do that.
I'm proud of you for spending $200 to give me that opinion.
Do you want to say something nice about Pasty George? You want to give him...
I just said I'm proud of him for
you're proud of him.
spending $200
love it.
and giving me an
Love
opinion.
it. Pelagic6, thank you for the $100 soup chat. Good to see you in the chat, man. Your Chair One argues using logical fallacy only. She's a total clown. Do you want to respond to that? Also, if you want, do you want to wear this hat for
I do.
You have to spin the helicopter on top.
You know, I knew two boys in middle school who wore these every day. Wait, how do I?
You guys spin it, slap it. There you go. Love it. It's good. It's
total clown. Thank you.
I'll take it back though. You can give it.
He doesn't want me wearing it too long. Doesn't want lice. I'm kidding.
You've got lice? Here, disinfect that, Felicity. All right, let's see here. We have Lizzie plowing a field, hooking up ropes to a drag and attached to an ox. They cannot do this.
Maybe you can't.
My grandma did that.
You know what? I also, Marin has a Finsta, and she
do not.
You post, she wrangles cattle.
I do.
And she also, I've seen her do amazing feats of strength. So we do have an outlier here at the table, Marin. She has done various.
I actually grew up on a farm, and my grandparents were farmers, and my grandma would help out with all that stuff all the time.
Thank you for sharing. I appreciate that. Okay.
And we had cows. I would wrangle the cows too.
I love that. Pelagic, her gaslighting is moronic and insufferable. Do you want to respond to Pelagic there?
Is he talking about me?
I think it's talking about you, yeah.
Okay.
Explain gaslighting.
I mean,
doesn't know what that means.
We just got to give animals time to catch.
I don't know about all of that.
We are all animals.
What about dolphins?
You're an animal. We're
right.
animals.
They discriminate.
Bro spent $100 just to tell me that.
Can any of the women at this table name a single career that would be more important than staying home at homeschooling their own children? I'll open up to the whole panel here.
Well, my question for you is it sexist to say that men can't stay at home and raise the children? Men are just as capable of raising children as women. Women have to breastfeed for a certain amount of time, but after that, why can't men teach and homeschool their children? Are you saying that men aren't capable of teaching their children?
I mean, my response to this would actually go back to women's own sexist traditional gender role expectations of men. So even if men wanted to do that, I would say the vast majority of women are not going to be okay dating a guy who's like, I don't want to work. You be the breadwinner. I'm going to stay home and take care of the kids. Most women, I think even feminist liberal women, don't want that kind of relationship dynamic. Whereas I think there's far more men who would be, assuming they earn the level of income to be able to support it, there are more men who would be okay with the reverse. So,
of course. However, I believe that only reason for that happening is because of the societal standards that have been placed for years and years and decades by men.
How would it, but no, it's enforced by women.
How?
Easy.
But women were
I'm a woman. I don't want to be in a relationship or have children with a man who's not willing to be a provider. What would that have to do with men? That would be strictly women having a standard and men being like, well, shit, if I can't get a wife and I can't have children, if I'm not a provider.
As I've said before, which you seem to not believe, it's because women were not allowed to have as high paying of jobs. Maybe it was because of physical strength, but regardless, they were not given opportunities to have as high paying jobs as men were. So men were expected to make the money because they were allowed to have higher paying jobs. And before there were things as nannies and whatever, like rich women did have nannies and whatever, but like before that was a thing, it was the woman's job to take care of the children in the home because that was all they were allowed to do.
The thing is, though, is that if we're talking about modernity and we're talking about current gender roles, my position would still be, even though women have more equality than they've ever had more freedom than they've ever had, they're making more money than they've ever had in all of human history. So combine all these things, more freedom, more rights, more opportunity, more success than at any point in human history. And women in the US enjoy this especially. It's interesting, women still don't want to date men that say or want to be stay-at-home fathers.
And I believe, and
it's men's fault?
Yeah, no, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe it's because of the societal pressures that have been handed down for centuries.
To who? To men or to women?
To women.
They're programmed.
Which societal pressure?
That we are supposed to stay home and take care of the child and take care of the home. And women are supposed to cook and women are supposed to clean. And you can't cook and clean and take care of the children if you have a job. So it's just more like normalized for women to stay home. But my dad stayed home with me for years while my mom worked.
Your mom was the breadwinner?
Yeah, she still is.
Are your parents still together?
Yep.
Okay. I'm not saying it doesn't work.
And my mom still is the breadwinner.
Okay.
She has the higher paying job, and my dad technically has no job right now.
I'm not
He stays at
disputing.
home, he cleans, and he cooks. And my whole family is totally fine.
Sure.
And
I'm not disputing that happens. I'm not saying it's an impossibility. I'm just saying that generally speaking, even when women make fuck ton of money, they still are probably not going to be okay dating a guy who wants to be the stay-at-home dad.
But you say probably like you've spoken to every woman in the U.S. You can't just say probably. You say maybe.
If this is the appeal you're making, I would just reverse the appeal to you. Have you spoken to every single woman in the U.S.?
No, that's
Have you
why I'm
spoken
not
to every
saying
single man
probably.
in the U.S.?
That's why I'm not saying definitely or probably. I'm saying they have the ability to, and if societal standards weren't as what they were, then maybe, not probably, maybe it would be different.
Can I ask you a question? Have you seen the sky from every single geographical location in the world?
No.
But you would be confident to say the following, for example. You might say probably the sky is blue everywhere in the world.
Sure.
Okay.
But probably not at every time.
So we don't, what do you mean?
The sky could be gray at a different place because it's cloudy.
Okay, here, I'll add a qualifier. If it's daytime and if there's no clouds and the sun's showing,
in my exact location, I wouldn't say probably.
In any geographic location where those are the explicit circumstances.
I would never say probably about that. For one half of the world, it's nighttime. The other half of the world, it's daytime.
No, but I said
clouds, rain.
I said if there's no clouds, if there's no clouds.
In my exact location, I still wouldn't use the word probably.
Wait, so just to be clear, if it was daytime and there were no clouds, clear skies.
And I'm in LA, California.
You would say, under what circumstance would the sky not be blue?
In the other side of the world where it's nighttime.
But no, you were saying in your location.
Yeah. I would never say a probably about the entire world.
I added the qualifier, whichever geographic location it is, in that specific location, it is daytime and there are no clouds.
Okay.
You would say that it's a blue sky?
Where I was, yeah.
Not just where you were, but somewhere else. Like, for example.
I don't think I'd make that assumption, TBH.
Would you agree that anywhere in California right now it's nighttime?
Yeah.
Everywhere currently in California, like, the sun is not visible.
I don't know.
It has set.
I don't know where the sun, I don't know what time the sun sets in the northern regions of California or whatever. But yeah, I'd say it's probably nighttime in California right now.
All right, there you have it.
That's way different than what you said, probably. You said probably all women in the U.S. would feel the same way.
I said probably most women would not be okay with that sort of. Am I wrong?
Why would you say probably? You don't know that.
Well, that's why I'm saying probably, I suppose.
Maybe.
Probably it's the case.
You're assuming.
Okay. Probably just insinuates that you're probably correct when you just may be correct.
Okay, well, do you think I'm wrong?
I don't know. I haven't asked every woman in the entire
You don't need
US.
to ask every woman. You can just use your intuition or just
I don't think so. I think if you asked a handful of women if they would be fine doing that, if the husband said, I'm going to take full responsibility of the kids and the cooking and the cleaning if you work a job, I'm not sure. I feel a lot of women would be okay with that.
I'd like to ask probably the highest earning woman here at the table. You're a corporate attorney, tax attorney. Do you mind saying, I don't know if you're okay with it, how much do you make per year? You make six figures?
I make, 6 figure, but not a small 6 figure.
What, can you say what it is?
Over 200K.
Okay, would you be willing to date a guy who is a barista and maybe this guy is great, but he wants to stay home and take care of the kids and stop working once you guys have children?
To be very honest, I think I would prefer a guy who's also financially stable. I mean, I don't mind sharing the childcare responsibility, but I would rather him not be a stay-at-home dad. But of course, it would also depend on the man, because I have seen women who have to support their husbands or partners going through like college, getting their advanced degrees. So I would say it's really case by case.
Thank you.
Okay, and really quick, just for the super chat here, if any of the other women here, can any women name a single career that would be more important than staying home at raising your own children?
I don't think uneducated people should homeschool their kids, so
But answer the actual question, please, if you can.
But the question's confusing. Because do you mean like
very simple.
there's a zero for
answer
men
it.
or women? There's zero occupation that's more important than raising a child? Because you can make the same argument for like no man's job is more important than helping raise their child. However, we need different occupations to survive in the world the way that we've built it.
Anybody want to respond to it besides her? I mean,
I just want to chime in. I think it also depends on how you define important. I mean, of course, it's always nice to have someone like taking care of the child at home, but also you need a steady source of income to feed the children, to feed the family. Who's going to put the food on the table otherwise?
we have Klain here with a message.
Klain donated $200.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Animals kill the weak of their society. Humans have evolved to keep even the mentally weak alive. See Chair 1. Also, see Chair 1 chest for why. Guessing boyfriend is deaf. And if not, poor sum of a bitch.
You spelled poor wrong. But other than that,
You got to spell check these guys before
my
they.
boyfriend loves me very much, so he's not deaf or blind or anything. Thank you for assuming. And
Scoot into the table a bit.
and I don't really know what
okay.
else to say to that.
We have another super chat here. Thank you, Pasty.
Pasty George donated $200.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you, thank you.
As long as my super chats and TTSs contribute to informing good men about the bullshit of feminism.
Oh.
To Chair 1 and 2 in turn, what duties and responsibilities do women have towards men?
You spelled bullshit wrong. But the duties and responsibilities that women have towards men,
got no
none.
Yeah, no
And men don't have duties or responsibilities towards women either. So I don't know what you want me to say towards that. What about you?
I'm on the same page as you.
I want to say something about that.
Sure, quick if you can.
Yes, quickly. In a relationship, I think that it's based on love. Society might not support that today. Women are today, we're asking, would you marry a man that makes less money than you? And what about, would you marry a man that treats you well? Would you marry a man that you love? Would you marry a man that loves you? When there's love, and I can say it because I did love, and my late husband loved me, it was real love. And I am a piano teacher. I was teaching in my house, and it was a pleasure to cook for him. It wasn't being a servant. It's the fruit, the product of loving each other. He's going to go out, he's going to work, and he's going to bring me what I need, not because he's my servant. And I love him so much that knowing that he's doing what he's doing, I'm going to iron his clothes. And when we go out on the date, he looks awesome because I love him. And I'm going to cook for him. So everything, it's a consequence of love. And if we go back in time, what's the origin of love? God is love. God is love. God is love. No, God created, God invented. God is love. And if we focus on love, and I'm talking about religion, I'm not a religious person. I hate religion. But God, a relationship with a superior intelligence, okay? When there's real love, when we follow love, well, God communicates with us through the Bible. Through the Bible. And when the Bible talks about family, and there's things that has to do with history, when things that I don't agree with the Bible, okay? I'm talking about love. I'm talking about family. God founded family. That was the first society that was founded on love, on God. And if we follow the same way as we follow a car manual, we put gas in a car. We don't put Gatorade. Okay, same thing for a family. If we do this, if we follow this, and what does the Bible say? So we have to go back to who founded the family, who founded, and what is it founded on, and what are the rules? And we really go back in time. It really says that the man is the protector, that the woman, and everything is a product of love. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. It's not being a servant.
What are women getting protected from? Who are women getting protected from?
Well, I can tell you, in my case, for example, my husband protected me about everything, about being somebody talking back to me, protected about making sure that the house is closed at night, protecting it sometimes when I was sick, and I was sick for a long time. He was the one working hard. When I got on myself on my feet, I was working, helping him. So what was I getting protected? Everything. He was watching out for me, a product of love. And love can do everything. Love is not selfish. God protects. God, I mean, it's very clear what it is.
Love is a way to manipulate people. Love,
yes.
Love,
Oh, yeah.
Love is not a factor. A lot of people get married because of contracts.
That's not love. That's not love.
But that's the society we live in.
Exactly, but that's not real love.
I'll agree with you. Love is totally the reason. And even though I do not believe in God and I don't support organized religion that much, I love that people use God as a way to appreciate love. Just like you said, I love cooking for my boyfriend. I'll make him a sandwich. I'll make him a meal. I love waiting on him hand and foot. It brings me joy. However, he does not expect that, which is such a blessing, because he'll ask me, like, please let me do it. I'll be like, no, I want to do it. I want to make you food. I want to clean up after you. Like, I enjoy doing that. However, if he said, do it now, like, make me this food, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
And so much throughout history that has happened, and I'm so grateful that I'm at a place and I have a person that allows me to be happy giving for him and waiting on him. However, there's a lot of people in the world, and even in the US still, that don't feel happy waiting on others and are still forced to. And I think that's, like, even though we're so lucky to, like, get men that we want to provide for and they let us provide for them and they provide for us in different ways, there's still the people who don't get that choice and who are more so expected just to do it, even if they don't want to, even if the man isn't nice to them.
Then leave him.
I
and
agree.
Find somebody else. Find somebody that respects you.
However,
And somebody that you love.
sometimes for some people
Leave all
it's
men.
difficult to do that.
And that's my point. When it's based on love, it's different. It's
I
different,
agree.
you know. And if there's no love, if you choose a person for money, if you choose a person for, the position in society, if you choose, then you're gonna run some consequences. And if you just there's a previous relationship before the marriage, being a girlfriend, being a fiance, being engaged.
Totally,
right?
totally.
And then you get to see there. That's what it is for. You get to see that he respects me. Can I do this? And then you might choose yes or not. But it's when there's true, real love, none of this happens.
However, when you teach the woman that it is their job and duty to wait on the man, that's when it's no longer about love. It's more like they expect that. And they can become mean about expecting that.
Nobody ever taught me nothing.
Of course,
I did it,
and that's wonderful for you.
And that's what I'm trying.
But for some people, it is taught.
Well, but that's what I'm trying to say. That if we found the family on a very strong root, which is love, it's not going to happen. So you're the one that's choosing. You have an engagement previous to see how is this relationship, and if you choose wrong, then you're gonna. If you choose somebody that makes you a slave, then you're gonna be miserable. But then choose somebody that loves you. Choose somebody that isn't gonna treat you as a servant. And if somebody does, leave him. And if you don't like the amount of money that you're making, go study and get another job. It's everything. I think is our own decision. But if there's men that makes you do things, absolutely, that's wrong. Shouldn't happen. Absolutely.
Do you expect your boyfriend to protect you?
No.
No? So if a man came up to you and slapped you on the ass, you wouldn't expect him to punch him in the face?
No.
Really?
Low vibrational to hate
I
each
mean,
other.
if he did, I'd be like, oh, that's crazy. But, like, I can slap a man in the face by myself.
But would you think that he's indifferent?
No.
You
I
would
would think he doesn't want to get arrested for assault.
But he
that would
he
be
was
Doesn't have to be
Yeah, he would
assault,
be
but
It's not
protecting.
self-defense
He
for
would be
himself. If a
protecting
man
you.
slaps me in the ass and someone else slaps that man, that's not self-defense.
You can come to defense of a third party, and
Okay.
it would still fall under self-defense laws.
Okay.
So, like,
Well,
for
if he did that, I'd be grateful. I would never expect him to do so.
Right, but just a clarification on the self-defense laws. If you're with your child and an adult
That makes
starts
sense.
attacking
That
your
makes
child,
sense. That makes sense.
you can beat the shit out of
Well,
the
of
person
course, that
attacking
makes
your
sense.
child.
Well, what if all three parties are adults?
Yeah, you can still do that too. So like if your self-defense would apply, you can come to the defense of somebody else. So this can apply in all kinds of situations.
Okay. But I would say if a man slapped me on the ass with no permission and I turned around, I would not wait for my boyfriend to hit him. I'd hit him myself if I felt like it.
Do you expect your boyfriend to follow the sidewalk rule?
What is that?
Walk on the outside.
Having you walk on the inside instead of him walking on the outside where he could get hit by a car.
Yes, chivalry
No,
is not good.
I've never expected that. However, if he does do that, I think it's
I
cute.
wait
but
for my
I
boyfriend to
literally could not care less.
I wait in front of the door for the man to open the door for me.
I open the door for my boyfriend all the time.
Never.
He gets
You're-
offended, and I'm
you
like,
would
just
never,
let me open the door.
If you
for
gotta let men be men and let them be chivalrous for us, we have to allow them to be gentlemen. When
If you
women
want-
Sugar
are,
is not dead.
yeah, we have to allow them. We don't give enough time, enough space for men
I know.
to be.
I just don't expect it. So
What-
like when it
You
happens,
don't have to
maybe I'm a
expect
little
it.
bit. I'm like, oh, that was.
I was like
cute.
you when I was younger,
But she
too.
asked me, do I expect him to follow the sidewalk rule? Do I expect him to hit a man who tries to attack me or whatever? No, I don't expect it at all, and I wouldn't be mad at him if he did. Pop whatever you'd
Jungles
like, Brian.
donated $1,000.
Yeah, thank you, Jungle.
$1,000.
my OF, please.
Pop whatever you'd like, Brian. Champagne or Kool-Aid for the youngins.
So
J7, no more popsicles. Find a man.
Oh.
I'm off the market. Sorry. Lol.
Really?
Bro said I'm off.
Why are
the
you saying
market
really
as-
to Jungle?
Bro said
Yo,
I'm
thank
off
you,
the
Jungle.
market as
Aw,
if you're gonna
damn it.
hunt down his username and like ask him out after the show.
I could get them connected, but he's off the market. He's, whatever. But
I'm
anyways,
not on the market either.
I thought you were single.
That doesn't mean I'm on the market.
She's off the market, guys. Sorry. All right.
Dating.
So I texted him. He was like, Kool-Aid. So we're going to, instead of champagne, we're going to do Capri Sun. Who wants a Capri Sun?
I'm okay.
You don't want a Capri Sun?
Okay.
Capri Sun? Capri Sun?
What flavor?
It's like juice.
I know what it is.
I'll
You
have
want
a
cap-
bit.
You'll have it? You'll have some?
I'll take water.
Okay. No problem.
I'll have some sparkling water, actually.
Yeah.
Do you want Capri Sun back there?
Yeah.
Reposado, please.
All right, just get four.
1942, actually.
Wait, you want one?
I
The
would like
Capri
some
Sun.
champagne, like an adult.
Do you want Capri
I do not want
Sun?
juice. I am not.
Okay, you want Capri Sun?
Okay, sure.
Yes. Yes. Do you want Capri Sun? It's juice. Okay.
5, 4.
Do you want one?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, do five. Do five. All right, Jungle, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I got to let the rest of the chats come
Wait,
through.
can I quickly just ask, do the mannequins have names?
Yes.
What are their names?
Kiki and Ashley.
Is Kiki the pink-haired one?
Blue hair.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
Kiki and Ashley.
I was offered by a company to get my whole
Thank you for.
from one of those girls. Like,
Oh,
they were
really
gonna
quick, that
make my
reminds me.
likeness
Before the
into
show started,
girl, like sex doll.
you were showing Marin pictures of a guy you dated,
No pictures of herself.
but there was a guy in one of the pictures, right?
Yeah, like.
Well, I
really
seem to
seeing, right?
recall there was you were showing her pictures before the show, and
Yes,
Marin,
yes.
you responded by saying, "Ooh, he's very ugly. You deserve better."
That was probably a bad.
I said that she was hotter than him per se. And she made it clear that they were not together anymore and that he wasn't a great person.
I thought you said he was
So
a nice
I'm
guy.
being supportive.
During the time when we were dating, after I found out he wasn't a nice guy, no.
Wait, when you say you were being supportive, what do you mean?
If a girlfriend shows you a picture of a guy that did her dirty and says, look at this one, you're not going to be like, oh my God, he's so hot. You're going to be like,
Well, yeah,
oh,
you don't have
girl.
to say that, but was it the case
I
that
just said he's hotter.
But you
she's
weren't
hotter
even
than
dating him, right?
No, the guy showed her. Yes, I was dating him.
Oh, okay. And I'll take
And
one.
I simply said that she was more attractive than he was.
No, you said, ooh, very ugly, you deserve better.
And what about it?
She needs to see
Let me
a
ask you a
better photo of
question.
him.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say there was a guy. Let's say there was a guy, and this guy, he was dating a woman. And you overheard a conversation between two men. And the guy, I guess, had a falling out with his girlfriend.
Right.
And the male friends were saying to the guy who broke up with his girlfriend or whatever, yeah, bro, you deserve better. That chick was a fatty, dude. She was fucking fat and ugly. Ew, bro. Ew, fuck, she had a nose ring. Ew. How you'd be cool with that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Even the nose ring
friends should. Yeah, you're talking about me. I think friends should support friends.
thing? Let's do
If me.
cheers.
Okay.
Capri Sun, cheers. Cheers, Capri Sun. Bruh. Thank you. Thank you, Jungle.
That's a good one.
We got the jungle juice here.
They should pay you for that publicity.
I thought you said no brands.
And we get some, whatever. It's Capri Sun. Fuck it.
This way.
They get some earned.
No endorsement.
Anyways, whatever. Moving on. I got to move it on. Josh Brooks, Chair 1. Women get paid less in sports because people don't buy tickets as much as male sports.
I know that.
When was the last time you saw a woman do a double under leg slam dunk in the WNBA?
I love watching men play with balls.
I don't watch the NBA or the WNBA, so I wouldn't know.
I love
But do you
watching
think
men
it's
play with
fair?
balls.
No, I do think it's fair that because more people watch men's sports, they get paid more because they have a bigger audience and their stadiums are filled more. That makes sense. I never said that didn't make sense. So I don't know why that person's saying that I said something different because we never even talked about
It's
that.
possible he might have assumed just because of some of your other positions that you would have argued that the wages between like NBA and WNBA players should be
No,
equalized.
I think that makes sense.
But okay, I'm nothing to argue with you there.
Men's sports have been around for way longer, and so they have way bigger of a fan base. They have more people involved. They have bigger.
Sports is a way to control people's minds.
Oh, okay. Well,
What?
I don't know about that.
It's a way to make people not think for themselves and watch other people play sports. It's a way to control people. It's all fake. It's all owned by Disney.
What?
You know what though?
The NFL and all of that is not. It's not a good thing to have in society.
I think it's healthy competition, and humans.
No, they
love
hurt each other. Their
competition.
brains get damaged.
Well, they sign themselves up for that.
Not children when they have to.
She's got a bit of a
Parents
point.
groom their
She has
kids
a bit
to
of a
play
point.
sports.
Parents totally make their kids play sports sometimes, but
Not
at a
sometimes.
certain age, they can get out of it if they want. At the NFL level,
I know a lot of NFL guys.
Anyways, have you? Never mind.
Yes, I've been.
Yes.
Big Sass Energy, Chair 1 is
Yes.
proof against all of her own arguments. She's both more hostile and dumber than man. Dumber.
Dumber.
Sorry, I'm drunk off of the Capri Sun. Despite her claim of the opposite, she is everything she hates, which is herself. Do you want to respond to that?
I have absolutely no clue what that comment was trying to say. Thank you for
Word.
spending money.
Oh, Jungle, this guy, oh my God, Jungle is on fire.
Jungle really wants to talk.
Jungle's on fire. Oh my goodness, I'll pop the champagne bottle.
Jungle
Give me
donated $1,000.
Mary, can you grab me the
Pop
champagne?
champagne.
Thank you.
Is it really
It's all
champagne
in
or is
good
it
fun. Chair
sparkling
7.
wine?
Seek and ye shall find.
Champagne is from France.
With a hat, spin the hat. Take a bow and realize that your man awaits you out there. Go get him.
Where did I put that?
Cheers, Brian.
What? Are you in defense of my ex?
I'm really
Wait, what?
confused
Oh, Chair
by
7.
Jungle.
Oh, it's for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, put the hat on.
My hat.
Spin it.
Wait. Why is like the part?
Spin it.
That's so stupid.
And then I think something about take a bow.
Sparkling wine.
It's California champagne.
So it's not champagne. Champagne is from a region in France.
Oh, thank you for the correction there,
not
Miss.
champagne.
Miss fucking.
But champagne is made in a region in France. So is tequila. Like tequila is made in a region of Mexico. It can't be named something else. It has that sparkling wine. That's not champagne.
It's California. It literally says California
it's fake
champagne.
news. Because champagne is from a city.
Yeah,
it's
but
a
when
city in
people-
it's
you do
called
realize,
Champagne
like,
in
it-
France. I know a lot about champagne.
Okay,
and that's sparkling
she
wine.
knows a lot about.
I just
Yeah.
don't
Shooting
understand the
porn
empty
and
crystal
champagne.
bottle versus what he's actually opening.
Yeah, like why can't we have that one? The one that's empty. Where's the one
Ethereal.
like that?
For the $1,000 they donate,
Yeah,
Right.
we get
I just don't
$4
understand.
champagne.
Yeah.
They call it the crystal.
Oh, it's. Ah.
I'm just saying. I know a lot
Let
of
the
French
air
people.
out.
My
Let the
French
air
friends
out.
would never say that's champagne.
Do you guys want refills on your champagne? I think you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sparkling wine.
Champagne.
Yes.
It's champagne.
California.
Pass them for me, Felicity here.
Let's Google it.
We got Pasty George here.
Let me call my French guy. Let
Pasty
me call my French
George
guys.
donated $200. Chair 1, what kind of pathetic simp man do you have? He would not punch out a random guy who slapped your unicorn. You do realize that a man will hit you back, right? You are coping and capping 100%.
Said to grab one.
First of all, my boyfriend would 1,000% hit someone who tried to touch me. But I didn't say that he wouldn't. I said that I wouldn't
I
expect
agree
it.
with you.
I know for a fact that my boyfriend would fight back for me. However, like I said, I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't be mad at him if he didn't, because I'm my own person
Right.
and I can defend myself.
Okay, cool. Let's do a cheers. Cheers to Jungle.
Nastrovia.
Giga Chad, cheers. Thank you, man. You're a fucking
Thank you,
legend.
Jungle,
You're a
for
gentleman.
the
He's a brave and
$2,000.
decent man. He's a pioneer.
Cheers. Nastrovia.
Talking Polish.
Merci beaucoup, Jungle. Thank you, thank you. What a fucking legend. What a legend here. Thank you for that, Jungle. Okay, more chats. Everything was invented and built by men. I would love to see women overthrow men to get the privilege to higher education or to work more.
Okay. I'd
You
love
guys,
to
we
see
all
it
need
too.
each other. We all need, it's a symbiotic relationship where the yin to our yang. We need each other in order to survive and to have a better, you guys want to fight each other so bad. This against this. We need each other. We're the yin to each other's yang. Without men, we won't have kids. It's like I can't say dick, but whatever. It's like a dick sharing contest. Like, who has the bigger one? Oh my God, what does it matter? We all are here on this society. We're all here to try to be better people.
Why does it matter?
I'll tell you why it matters.
He's going to tell you why it
I'll
matters.
tell you why it matters.
Why dick size matters.
So there are narratives. So first off, in order for the propagation of the species, you need both men and women, right?
Of course. I agree with you.
It's impossible without men, impossible without women. In order to propagate the species, you need both. However, there seems to be narratives, and these narratives are perpetuated by feminists, by self-described misandrists like Marin here, that seek to diminish the degree to which all the modern comforts that we take for granted, how these are all a result of male labor and ingenuity and genius. And you're diminishing the contribution of men, and you basically paint men as this monolithic monster, and you paint men as these terrible people throughout all of human history and even today, and then women are perpetually oppressed and women are perpetually victimized, and it's a terrible narrative to spin. But really, realistically, when it does come down to survival, the material reality of existence and survivability greatly, disproportionately depends on men. So men are so inextricably involved in critical infrastructure that if you were to remove these men, or if all men were to disappear, this would be so catastrophic in a myriad of ways that I couldn't even fully articulate. And the cascading effects of the removal of men from critical infrastructure, these men who are nameless, who you don't even know exist, who keep you safe at night, who keep the electricity on, who keep the water running, who keep the telecommunication systems going. These systems, many of you probably don't even have a base level understanding of. If these men were to disappear, there would be catastrophic cascading failures, the essentially bringing us back within a period of a month to literally pre-civilization living standards for women.
We could say the same thing about women. If women disappear, the same thing would happen.
Here's the difference, and you're not going to be able to argue to the counter. So I agree. So if all men disappear, it's the end of the species. If all women disappear, it's the end of the species for both. However, if we're looking at what happens in that scenario where all men disappear, all women disappear, if all men disappear, it's going to be very sad. Obviously, nobody wants to lose their wives, their sisters, mothers, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be the end of the species. That's going to massively suck. But if you look at in terms of survivability, men will be able, for the years they have left, men will be able to maintain the current systems and infrastructure.
Because they need the system.
Sure. Yes, I agree. Thank you for proving my point. That enable us to enjoy the comforts of modernity. If all men disappeared, trust me, you guys would be living in the Stone Age.
However, you're assuming that if history went differently and women were in charge, we'd never get to this point. You have no
I'm not
proof
making that claim.
But
I'm not making the claim.
But
So you're fighting.
Because men were able to create the system and shut women out, and they created the system, and now they rule the system. Yes, if all men disappeared, we'd have trouble. However, if in history things went different and people were always considered equal, men and women were always considered equal, and women had the opportunity to make their own system, I think we would do just fine.
I need to
you
show
have
you
no
more
proof.
videos. Here, pull up Discord.
I don't
want to
see any videos of men doing work.
Yes, you do.
Because you assume that women couldn't do that work just because you don't have a video of them.
Pull it up.
Probably videos of.
Trust me. Pull this shit up. Pull this shit up. Mary, pull it up. No, don't. You can't show that. Here, scroll down. Men at work, please. Men at work.
Men work.
All right, scroll down. Scroll down. There's firefighters, predominantly men. Let's do line workers. Scroll down. Full screen that first one, please. Click on it. Full screen it. Okay. This is a dude. Women don't want to do this shit. I'm telling you, women don't want to do this shit.
That's agreed to.
Like when the electricity goes out and it's below freezing, it's men who are going to be there at 3 a.m. in the below freezing cold temperature when it's fucking hailing, doing shit like doing gangster shit like this.
You
Maren,
know what?
What's
If
up?
this was my only opportunity of job work, I could do it and I would do a great job, and you just have no idea.
Women don't want to do it is the thing.
Because-
Nothing's stopping women from doing this. Literally nothing but their own choice.
Okay. Isn't that the argument though for why in America we let illegals do our like gardening
What
and stuff
the
because nobody
fuck
Americans
does that
don't want to do that kind of labor anymore?
No, that's a good point.
X out of that. Let me see what else. There's one other video I wanted to show.
She made a good point, and you
X out of that
just
shit.
she made a
Scroll
good
down.
point, and you just said, "What
Oh.
does that have to do with anything?" and moved on
Here.
to show another video of a
The manhole
man
one.
doing
Play the
something that a
manhole
woman
one.
could
Click
easily
that shit.
do.
Full screen that shit. Maren, you gonna be doing this? You doing this shit?
Depends
doing
how
that
much
shit?
money I'm making.
Bro, this guy gets paid $30 an hour.
Do you know that for a fact?
I'm spitballing. I don't know how
So-
much he actually makes.
Who knows?
He's not making 200K
If I
a
grew
year.
up in a small town, I had
Excel.
no other choices. I had no
Exterminators
education,
and plumbers
this was
make
something
great
I
money.
could
Scroll
do.
up.
Why not?
Let's ask.
Here,
Let's ask.
ocean workers. Click that shit. Click the. You know what? Click. No. Bro, Maren, you want to do this shit? You want to be out on there?
Well, I'm a little scared of the ocean.
Oh, okay. She's scared of the ocean.
But I know women who have done that.
You want to kick it? You want to kick it?
Women could easily do
You gonna
that,
kick
though.
it on the fucking oil derrick?
But the problem is that
X out
women
that shit.
could do that.
But why would we?
Just because men dominate the field doesn't mean that women can't do it.
click
They
the
can do it.
roughnecks.
It's the fact
The
that they don't
roughnecks.
want to do it.
Wait. Hold on. Here,
Nobody wants to fucking do that.
Wait, Maren. Here, play it. We're gonna watch this shit. Just play that shit. Play that shit. So here's the thing, right? You could take like this job right here requires so much strength and stamina. I'm telling you, like you could take a guy and put him in this and he'll get there at one point. I genuinely think it's the case that you put most women in what they're about to do, they just don't have the physical strength to do it. They don't have the physical strength to do it.
What is that?
It's oil workers, roughnecks.
I'm not doing that.
Oh my God.
So hold on, they do. These things are like, and their fingers get fucking smashed and like this is
Do you think
really
these guys are ideal husband material?
how I'm not sure how that relates at all.
Because you keep showing us blue collar men like these are our ideal husbands. Or
Show us the CEOs.
They're harder workers
fuck does
than
that
the
have to
soy
do
boys that we see everywhere.
This is not like a pointless conversation. This conversation it's idiotic.
I think it's
that's not the kind of men I'm looking at. I'm not dating those kind of men.
I just don't see a point in showing blue collar men and saying women don't do this at all and just showing us videos of men when there are women who work those jobs. And just because there's more men than women doesn't mean jack shit. Women could still do it. Just because they don't as much, just because men are more likely to do so, because men are more required to be physically strong because of societal standards, does not mean that women could never do that job. That's all I'm saying.
I love that.
I'm not saying that women do that all the time. Men do that more often, for sure. Women could still do it.
Jungle, can you send me a message on Instagram? What do you want me to pop?
Champagne.
What do you want me to
defense
do?
of your ex. He's probably a num-num. I'm saying, get out there and make yourself available for that new man. Chair 1, yawn. Chair 2, blah blah, ha ha ha.
Jungle, I'm messaging with you on Instagram right now. Do you want me to do a different pop? What do you want?
I wish I had my glasses.
What do you want me to pop? Thank you, Jungle. Appreciate it, brother. All right, here, let me read some of the chats here. We have Techno Trooper.
oil rig in the middle.
Felicity, I want you to read these. Go ahead, read it.
Men used to go on rigs, now they send messages on
Zip it.
Instagram, on YouTube.
Quiet, guys.
Women now earn the majority of master's and doctoral degrees in the U.S., continuing the trend that began in the early 2000s. So are you saying...
God damn, bro. Fucking Felicity.
Am I
on
saying that men
0.5
couldn't get
speed.
master's
Uh-huh.
degrees? I've never said
I'm
that.
blind
so.
in my left eye, Brian.
So are you
I
saying
wish I had my
men
glasses. I
couldn't
can't
get
read
master's
either. I
degree?
can't
You
read.
do. You don't know that.
Nobody ever said that. Thank you.
I wish it's a different font or color.
But you were saying that
Yeah.
all these men are pushed into the universities, and women are just, man, they're just barred from the universities.
I never said barred.
Okay, the essence.
I said men
the
are
essence
more
of
likely to get pushed into universities by their parents,
It's not true.
specifically in
Not true.
conservative areas.
conservative areas.
Definitely
the
not
more
conservative.
conservative you are, the less likely you are to go to university.
You're going to go to trade work,
You're
not
gonna-
as
yeah,
they
you're gonna
send
go
you
to
to find a
trades and shit.
husband.
Although that's somewhat socioeconomic too. Okay.
That
College
is
is not
it's
worth it.
very socioeconomic.
Dark Omen, thank you for the
fuck?
t-shirt purchase. Shop.whatever.com. Guys, if you want to get some merch, shop.whatever.com. We've got some great stuff on there. We got t-shirts, hoodies, other articles of clothing that can prevent you from being naked, I guess. Okay. We have SIB Chair 1. Thank you for proving Lucas's point. IQ has nothing to do with education. IQ measures how well your brain thinks, not what your brain knows. IQ is mostly 80% heritable, 20% early nutrition. Do you want to respond to,
Well, that's not really a question. It's just a thank you.
do you want to like tell him you think he's cool or something?
Thumbs up
You love
for
him?
that.
Okay, she loves you. All right. Clay, Chair 1, they really like you. It
You are
seems.
never.
don't-
I know they love me. You're never allowed on my spelled wrong yacht.
Wow,
spelled wrong
you're right.
again.
You did misspelled.
Misspelled.
But if you can
yacht.
explain the Pythagorean theorem, I may let the others on it. Or even easier, what is negative 40 Celsius converted to Fahrenheit? You spelled Fahrenheit wrong
Negative
too, dude.
40 is like, it's really cold.
I think maybe he was misspelling it intentionally to get under your skin. All those words.
Well, maybe.
Clayne, thank you, bro. Thank you,
Whatever, I
dude.
spell
Thank you,
everything
Clayne.
wrong, too.
Clayne, thank you. Big Sass Energy. Chair 1.
Jesus.
Did the Ordo Amoris meme, what is that?
I don't know.
Brian, you really need to start bringing in the Ordo
I did a
Amoris heat
meme.
map memes into the show. It's very exposing. It demonstrates the order of care, love.
Comment.
I don't know what
comma
that is.
what?
Wait, Big Sass Energy. What is Ordo Amoris? I'm not sure what that is. Thank you,
Yeah.
though, man. Appreciate
Donate
it.
more money and tell us what you think.
Chef Dill Pickles, Chair 1 insulted Chair 6 over 3 times. Calm down, lady. It's just a conversation. You were a little mean to
She's being
Haley.
mean to all women
Is
and
she's-
offending
she's-
me strongly.
She was not
How am I-
disrespectful.
how
She
am
gave
I-
her opinion.
How am I offending you?
She wasn't.
You said she was weak.
You just look dead in my eyes and tell me over and over again that I'm weak and I could never do anything just because
Yeah.
I'm a woman. That offends me greatly.
I am also weak. I also said that earlier.
Okay, that should offend you too.
Don't take it personally.
not
We respect
offended.
diversity of opinions here. That's why there's a discussion here.
To me, it's not an opinion.
Base
It's like a
tax
very
attorney,
sexist,
base
wrong
tax attorney.
opinion.
Don't take it personally.
I'm allowed to
Calm
take things
down.
personally, though.
You know, as
I'm a person, I can take
she is a
things personally.
misandrist.
And that is why liberalism
Misandrists tend to
fails.
take
It's not
things
liberal.
personally.
She just
All
said
right.
that.
Let's see here. We have
I am whatever I feel
Josh
like.
Brooks.
We don't fit in.
Of course, however, I totally agree. However, no, yeah, exactly. However, the however fallacy is atrocious.
What?
It probably insinuates a possibility to be wrong. However, insinuates a contradiction.
You see too much. However, I'm not even American, and I know like you're not supposed
Was
to.
it
be
you?
No, he's saying that I say however too much.
However,
However.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. All right, we have Chef Dill Pickles here, to which he
Again.
says, Chair 1, do men have duties unique to them? Likewise, do women have duties unique to them? So
Well, men can't give birth, so I would say a woman's not duty, but something that only women can do is give birth.
Do they
I
have a
don't know
duty
if-
to have children?
No,
Okay.
they don't.
Do
Women
men
do
have
not-
any duties?
No,
They don't?
no. Breathe and live. Like that's for women and men.
What about forced military conscription?
I don't think that should be a thing at all.
But it is a thing.
But it shouldn't be.
But it is a thing, so you would have to concede it is a male duty.
But he's asking, should men and women have different duties, or do they already?
Well, hold on.
In my opinion, no, there's no duties specific to men or women. In the U.S.'s opinion, that might be different.
No, he didn't say should. Sorry, he didn't say should. He said, do men have duties unique to them? Likewise, do women have duties unique to... He's not saying should. He's saying, do they have that?
I mean, is the draft even still like a big thing?
In different countries.
Well, it depends on the country.
Yeah, in
but
different
even in the
countries.
United States, there is a duty that men have. So there's not an active conscription, but there is the selective service system where all men have to register for the selective service, which would make them subject to forced military conscription. Women are barred completely from this
So
requirement.
I guess that is a male duty. However, I don't think it should be. If that makes sense.
Okay, but this would probably point towards the oppression of men.
But men are oppressing
made that
men.
system.
Why would that matter?
What are you talking about?
Why would it matter who made that system? It wouldn't, that's not a rebuttal to the fact that men would be oppressed under said system.
Men created a system where men have to go to war.
Yeah, but which
the
men?
problem is
Which men?
The problem is you don't know that if women were in charge, would there be a draft? We don't know because women haven't been in charge like that to decide the draft or whatever is going on.
Well, the laws as they currently are on the books, women are exempt from military conscription. Men are not.
But I believe, and maybe I'm wrong, and I can't be proven wrong. I can't be proven right. But if women were in charge of the laws, maybe the draft wouldn't be a thing. Maybe, but you don't know that.
Well,
You're
let's test
shaking
it
your
out.
head no.
No, we can test this
I
out.
personally believe. Okay. I personally believe there should be no forced militarization. There should be no forced draft. No one should be drafted. No one should be taken to the military on purpose. Like, it should be a voluntary thing.
Yeah, but I can also say there shouldn't be war and there should never be violence. But given that we live in a society where war is a realistic there's a realistic chance of it happening. There could be pretext or reasons for a war occurring. It could be a defensive war. We as a nation could even say we never want to go to war.
Yeah.
But if another country has a different set of values and then they just invade us for conquest, you would agree that we would need to have a military to defend ourselves, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people volunteer for the military.
Sure, people do volunteer, but only, which is majority men, by the way. But if we had to force people to go to war, as the law currently stands, only men can be drafted.
Well, that sucks. I don't think that should be a law. I didn't make that law a thing.
But there shouldn't, but it's kind of like this sort of pie in the sky. There shouldn't be a draft. Well, there shouldn't be war. But given the reality that governments and nations will not relinquish their right to force its typically male citizenry into military conflict, we have to think about, okay, well, since this is the case, then what?
What do you mean, then what?
Well, it would go to the point that men have duties and women don't.
Isn't it?
But do you think that's fair? I don't even think that's fair. You're a man.
Sure.
You think that's fair?
I don't think it's fair. I'm not in favor. I'm very much against military conflicts. We can all sit here and say war bad.
No, of course everyone thinks war is bad or whatever.
Right.
I'm just saying they're asking me if men have duties, and sure,
but
men get drafted or whatever. Do I think that should be the case? No.
But
and you're acting like I put that law into
But okay, that's
the
fine.
world.
That's fine. But given the reality that men have to register with a selective service, do you think women should equally have to register also?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
Because it's unfair to only make one gender register for war.
Sure.
But I don't think
agree.
anyone should register.
Why is it not the case, though, that, like, wouldn't this create an equality between men and women? And it seems like feminists are not really fighting for this.
I'm pretty sure most feminists just say that no one should be forced to go to war. Everyone should be able to sign up for it, man or woman.
People are not signing
I mean, what I've heard from, like, my liberal cohorts is that, like, no one should be forced to go to war. No one should be picked who didn't offer themselves to go fight in the U.S. military.
Okay, but here's the thing, is that it's not something that's ever going to go away. Like, absent some sort of technological singularity where, like, the world we live in is so different and so unconceivably novel to anything we've experienced. The reality of it's almost inevitable. There are going to be national geopolitical conflicts, and war is sort of to some degree an inevitability.
Okay.
So given that, it's just never going to go away. And so I guess
I still believe that even if war never goes away, no one should be forced into the military.
But let me give you an example then, and you tell me what should be the case. So let's say we're all here in the United States, and let's say we're not a superpower, right? Because right now we have the most dominant military in the world. Right. But let's say we weren't, and let's say I'll use Russia. Russia is just more dominant as a superpower. This is a hypothetical, right? It's not the actual case currently, but Russia is more dominant in their military might. And we know that they're going to be invading us. We get some intelligence that they're going to invade. And this Russia in this hypothetical scenario is very violent and very aggressive. And they're actually monstrous. They're monsters. And if they do invade the country, it's going to be a land invasion, and they invade us. What they're going to do is kill all the men, and they're going to take all the women and take them as war brides. Do you know what a war bride is? Yeah. Yeah, okay. So they're going to force the women into marriages and basically essentially grape the women. Yeah. The only way, and we could predict this somehow, we don't have the military might to defeat Russia, right? But if we were to draft men and force men, even let's say it's against their free will, we could force the men to fight. And if we did do that, then we would be able to stop this country, stop Russia from killing all the men and raping all the women. And you were the dictator of this country, and you could impose this draft. Would you impose the draft? No. So just to be clear, all the men would die anyways, and all the women, including yourself, would be essayed.
Well, first, the problem is we don't know the outcome when it starts. It's a hypothetical question, so you can give me the outcome before I answer, which you did.
I said yes. If we don't draft, they're going to be victorious.
But from the start of the war, you don't just know, oh, if we don't draft, they are going to be victorious. You don't know that.
Well, you know certainly
you could tell the entire society, if we don't act now, if people don't volunteer, then we're all going to die or whatever. Yeah, but I personally do not think it's ethical to force people into situations.
Okay. So just to be clear,
and you don't know the outcome.
Huh?
In a real life scenario, you don't know the outcome. You can only hope.
Can you see why a country under those sorts of circumstances, and mind you, historically, an entailment of historical wars was that if the other nation invaded your country and they were more powerful, they were going to kill all the men. Yeah. And they were going to do bad things to the women.
Yeah, it happened a lot.
And so the countries made a determination, and they said, well, free will is important, but what's more important is having the men possibly survive and making sure the women don't get raped. Right. So just to be clear, if you were the leader, you would not force men to go and fight under these potential circumstances.
I wouldn't force anyone to
So just to be clear, your lack of action would result in all the men dying anyways and all the women being raped?
But you don't know that's the fact.
Well, that's the entailment.
You don't think there's still some people who went to the military who would try to fight? You don't think we'd have any shot?
Wait,
if a genie came to me and said, if you don't act now, this is what's going to happen, then maybe I'd change my answer. But you never know what's going to happen at the start of a war.
Just to be clear, those bad things that happen in the hypothetical have happened historically when there's been war.
Yeah.
And there have also been men who are like, I also don't want to go and die. You're not going to force me to go to war. But they get forced to go to war to prevent that very thing from not happening.
Hypotheticals are all hypotheticals. I don't really know what you want me to say.
You could answer the hypothetical.
I answered and said I would not force anyone to do anything.
Okay, but
and you said that means everyone's going to get killed and raped, but that's not the truth. It's because it's a hypothetical. I said grape.
But in the hypothetical, it's granted that this invading force has more military might.
Okay, if you told me, if a genie came down and told me I'm from the future and this is exactly what's going to happen, then sure.
Let's say it's 50%.
However, that is not the truth.
Let's say
that is never going to happen.
Hold on.
You're never going to know what happens.
Here's the entail. So here it is. 50% chance So if you draft the men, you could still lose, right? It's not a certainty. But there's a 50% chance that if you draft all the military age men, that you do have there's a 50% chance that you're able to defeat the invading enemy. Under those circumstances, would you do a draft?
I don't know. I'd have to be a leader of a country and know what nuclear powers we had and know all my forces.
Let's remove nuclear.
So we have no bombs, no guns, no nothing.
There's guns.
It's just combat.
There's guns, but there's no nuclear weapons.
I don't know. I would not want to force people to go to war. People can make their own decisions. It would suck if my country went down, but if everyone in my country said, I don't want to go to war, then I'm not going to say, too bad, you have to, because I believe in rights.
Okay. Sounds like you're not doing what it would take to protect men and women from being killed or raped, but...
Well, I don't know. Nowadays, we have a ton of nuclear weapons. We have things protecting us, and we have a lot of people who volunteer... The problem with your hypothetical is it would never fucking happen, though.
There's currently ongoing military conflicts in the Middle East and in Ukraine.
Yeah, do they have a choice to just like end it all? No, and they do draft people, and it is a big problem. I just believe that no one should be forced into something like that because it's sad. Hey, men or women.
Back there, okay? All right, I'm going to move it on. We have Tone Police Patriarchy. Great job tonight, Brian. You have been dealing with difficult personalities. Hi, Felicity. Great to see you at the table. Chair 6, great job expressing yourself. Keep it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Chair 6. Okay. All right, we have Christian King. Let's have illegal immigrants working slave wages instead of Americans and abort our working class. America will be third world with this ideology. Liberalism leads to death. Chair 6 based.
We should all pay people equal paying rights, and we shouldn't use immigrants for like the non-paying jobs. But this is the world that we live in. This is how the society works.
In order to solve these problems, you'd have to completely uproot our entire government.
We have to just throw everything out.
So isn't it directed towards you?
They're just saying I'm based.
You're what?
All right.
Based.
Is based.
Sorry, Pasty, for the delay.
We don't know what that means.
Pasty, sorry for the delay. Hold on, quiet, guys. Quiet, please.
Chair 1, why aren't more women doing the dirty, dangerous, menial, and labor-intensive jobs in the world? What is stopping them? Why are you not doing one of those jobs now? Chair 6 is based.
Like I've already said, women aren't doing those jobs because it's not expected of them because of societal pressures that are put on men, which is unfair towards men, I agree. However, it was created by men and it's upheld by men. And what was the other thing that they said? They said, why am I not doing a job like that now? Because I don't have to. And a lot of the people who work those jobs, those are the jobs that they are able to get. I'm sure if you asked a guy on an oil rig, would you rather work this job or become like a CEO of some giant company, he'd pick CEO. However, not everyone's hand is dealt the same.
The circumstances are different.
All right, we have waste of money. Is there a is there a single is there a single job women can do that men can't? I can't think of one. Honest question.
Give birth, like I don't know. That's the only thing.
Is that a job? I
but
think
that's the only thing. That's the only difference. Then there is none, and I never said there was one.
Surrogate is
surrogacy. That is a good one.
Is it a job or a gig?
Well, you can get paid for surrogacy.
What's the difference?
You can get paid for a gig. I think when he's talking about job, though, you have to be a bit charitable here, like something that is
like a physical job.
Can women be sperm donors? No.
Okay.
I don't think we would say, like, I don't know if that would be like fair to make
they can donate
women
eggs.
Can't be sperm donors.
So if you put eggs and sperm in the same category, women can donate eggs and men can donate sperm, and that's like one of the only differences. But other jobs, men and women can both do. I never said that women can do more than men. I'm just saying, like.
We have Big Sass Energy here. He says, Ordo Amoris demonstrates order of care. Conservatives care more about the things closest to them, family, friends, humans. Libs care more about rocks, trees, sticks, inanimate objects. Please use.
We care about the Mother Earth? Oh my God, thank God.
Well, weren't you saying that you think the world would be better if there were no humans?
Yeah. But
it will come back to natural order.
But what I'm saying
what does that mean?
Is that
Gaia's
it
hurting.
would be more peaceful. There would be less destruction. There would be less global warming, and things would just be a little bit more peaceful.
Less
However, humans are already here. I'm not saying we should get rid of humans by all means. Like, we're already here. I just think we should be more careful about where we live, and we shouldn't only care about ourselves.
Quick question for you. Are you like, you're kind of consider yourself an environmentalist or?
Yeah, a little bit.
Question. Do you think we should, as on the individual level, take steps to reduce our usage of like plastics, for example?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, like not drinking from water bottles or
Yeah.
reducing our single-use plastics or
Yeah.
reducing plastic use in general. And you think that this would have and I actually don't disagree with you, this would have like a positive impact, like if we used less plastics.
If every single
this
person
plastic
on
here.
the world used less plastics, then totally. However, it's hard to get everyone on board, especially when plastics are so easy. So it makes sense that we use.
People use plastic.
Right, it makes sense that things are going wrong. However, there's some steps that we could totally take to make things better, and we're just not taking.
Okay. Question for you. Would you consider not wearing makeup?
Yeah.
Well, that would reduce your usage of sort of disposable products. Often
Yeah, of course.
makeup comes in like plastic containers.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe you're
Back
wearing just a bit of
pimples.
mascara or
Yeah,
eyeliner?
I'm wearing some mascara, some concealer, some blush.
Okay.
I use the companies that I know like don't test on animals and are cleaner brands. I mean, it's hard. So I want to wear makeup because it makes me feel pretty, but I understand.
We can make makeup from cherries and stuff.
I understand where you're coming from with that.
Well,
I scared like fake hair.
you feeling pretty is more important than the environment?
Me not buying a tiny bit of concealer made from a vegan brand probably wouldn't save the entire planet. However, if all women on
Yeah.
Earth said, "What if we all stop using makeup?" I'd totally be on board.
Yeah, well,
And I don't use makeup every day.
Sure.
My makeup lasts me months. And
Sure.
I try to use clean brands that don't give out so much fossil fuels and aren't as bad for the planet.
Well,
However, I don't want to go out in public feeling sad every day. So I like putting on a little bit of makeup.
Well, I mean, the cosmetic industry is such a global behemoth. I mean, it's
Yeah.
billion, multi-billion, maybe even in the trillion-dollar industry. But it is interesting that,
Preying on women's insecurities.
yeah, sure, I guess I would agree with that. But look, it's just interesting to me when, I think on the primary drive of environmental, what's the term for it? Environmental, what's the word?
Conservation.
No, there's another, it's evading me. Environmental pollution is typically through corporations.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the individuals versus corporations, although like these corporations are doing these things in furtherance of individual level consumerism. So they're kind of inextricably linked. But it is interesting to me that if we were to get rid of, and I don't think makeup really serves any utility except, I guess, as you said,
agree.
making women feel better,
Yeah.
I guess. I think there's not an actual, like, for example, like spoons and forks have like a utility, like we use that to eat. I guess you could just use your hands or whatever, but there are certain materials that are made that do have a negative impact on the environment that have a utility. I don't think makeup has any actual utility, and I'd love to see
How about
all
Viagra? Why is Viagra a thing? That doesn't have utility. Why do we make Viagra?
It's such a ridiculous point.
Trying to say that makeup
I could
is
argue
not
it, but it's just such a
necessary thing.
ridiculous argument.
Viagra is not a necessary thing, and men get it for free from the doctors. And birth control is not free. But we have to pay for birth control.
I'm just
all the talking
I'm
points I'm
just
getting
saying, if you're trying to play gotcha with me,
It's not a gotcha.
Yes, I wear makeup. Yes, I have socks on from CVS, who isn't a great brand. There's lots of things you could play gotcha with me about the environment.
I think socks are necessary, though. I'm not against socks.
Okay, I'm just saying, yes, I understand that, I'm not the poster child for environmental protectionism.
Sure.
However, I'm saying there are steps that the government could even just take to, lower carbon emissions.
Well, the only reason I brought it up is you're like, well, the world would be better without humans. I assume part of your argument here is that due to the humanity's impact on the environment and our harm to ecosystems and whatever, part of this relates to environmental and ecological, oh my God, why am I keep blanking on the words? To pollution. And I was thinking like, okay, well, here's one simple thing that you could do on the individual level.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be great actually if all women did it, is just cease your consumption of makeup products. And I'm asking here, if we can do a call to action here on the Whatever podcast, would you be willing to make a environmental commitment to stop wearing makeup entirely for the rest of your life for the sake of the environment?
If some study said that only me stopping wearing my small amount of makeup would save the planet, then I definitely would do it.
But you would agree?
But
Makeup could be natural. You could use beet to put makeup on.
This girl.
You're
killing me.
Devil's
You're
advocate.
killing me. Yeah, clearly. Go ahead.
What are you gonna say?
there are so many things I could do that would, like, when I get my own car, I'll try to get a hybrid because I know that's the best for the environment.
Okay.
When I take showers, I try to make them shorter. If I'm shampooing my hair, I'll turn the water off and shampoo and then turn the water back on.
You don't even have to do that.
But I'm just
stop
saying.
wearing makeup. That's
See,
it.
but
That's my ask.
But your thing is like you're like trying to play a gotcha moment. Stop wearing
think it's a
makeup.
gotcha.
There are so many other things I could do.
Then do those things also.
I do those things.
But also
my
stop
choice
wearing
to wear a
makeup.
little bit of makeup does not make me a bad non-environmentalist person.
I think if you're going to
It
make...
does not matter. And you can keep playing gotcha with me, but honestly, I don't give a so.
Well, I think if you're going to make the argument, and you did say that individual
Earth would be better without humans, or what?
On the individual level, you said that we can take actions to reduce our environmental impact.
And I take many
And I'm
actions.
simply extending to you a call to action. Stop using your makeup products, which are pollutants, and they use plastics, and there's like even some of these makeup companies use like child labor in
But
other
I don't
countries.
buy from those ones.
Well, to your knowledge.
I make a conscious effort.
You research all the makeup you purchase.
You think the champagne you bought wasn't made with
I don't care.
like stuff like that? Like
he doesn't care.
I don't care. I'm not an environmentalist.
Yeah.
No, to clarify though, I do think it's important to protect the environment. Like, I don't think corporations should be dumping toxic sludge into waterways, for example.
Yeah.
I do believe that there should be some controls on corporations from they shouldn't be able to pollute the environment. However, like, I'm not against like fossil fuels. Like, I realize that fossil fuels have
I'm not
like
fully
positive.
against them either. I just think we could use less, and we could make an effort to use less.
We should go nuclear. That's what I think.
Everyone should do a little effort.
Nuclear would be fantastic. Let me move it on though, because we've got a bunch of chats to get through.
Oh, so you only want to know if she's
Pasty George donated $200. Chair 1, you don't want to go out into the world without makeup, otherwise you would feel sad. You are so full of shit, LMFAO.
Okay.
I don't wear makeup all the time.
Yeah, me
Pasty George, well put.
Watch my TikToks. There's no
Pasty
makeup in all of them.
Thank you.
I don't wear makeup.
A lot of efforts.
You're a fucking liar! You're a fucking liar!
Klain says, Chair 6, stand your ground. You are 200% better than Chair 1. Yes, intentional mistakes, negative 40C is negative 40F. Look it up or just check your ice heart.
It's not.
Chair 1, easy to talk about war when you've never been.
You're right. I've never been. You got me there.
Have you been?
Like what?
This guy been? No.
Yeah, clean.
All
You're
right,
a
we
keyboard
have
warrior.
nice bangs, big forehead. Chair 1 only argues in out and
That means
in
she's smarter.
In ought and whataboutisms, she hasn't said anything with a basis in reality. Entire pod, do you want to respond to those accusations?
If you believe that, I don't think I'm going to be able to change your mind.
If you believe. Okay, thank you. Dimitri, hi Brian. I'm a myofascial practitioner from Denver with 8 years of experience. I've developed groundbreaking techniques that have transformed many lives. I followed your show and I'm aware of your neck issues for a while. Hey, get me an ice. I need an ice pack. My neck is bugging me. Thank you for reminding me, Dimitri.
It's a big head to carry.
I genuinely believe I can help you significantly. Are you interested? Yeah, sure, man. Have you DM'd me before on Instagram? Just Brian Atlas X on Instagram. Shoot
He
me a
wants
DM.
to give you a massage.
All right.
Okay.
He wants to take your money.
Or maybe he wants to help out. I don't know. I think he's probably offering for free, bro. I mean, he's probably offering to help. What? No.
That's
Thank
a
you,
nice
Dimitri.
thing. He's offering
That's a very
help.
nice gesture.
Gentleman.
Emotional
A
damage.
gentleman.
Chair 1 sits under the comfort men provide to talk like. Well, you guys got to listen. Chair 1 sits under.
Sorry.
The fuck was
Let's
that?
all go. Let it out. Woo.
Damn, you're what?
I naturally sigh.
I sit under the
No,
comfort
sighing is
men
really good.
provide,
It's
and I
good for
talk
your
like
energy.
an entitled
It
little
clears
brat.
your energy.
I was
Guys,
readjusting
please
myself.
treat these women the way they deserve to be treated. This is the result of men simping up to these rats.
I love Sims.
These
Thank
women
you.
are not worth a second look, let alone our chivalry. Okay,
We don't want it from you anyway.
Oh,
We
snap.
want it from men that are willing.
Oh, snap. Will.
I have plenty of men who.
Yo,
Yeah, why do
I
you
just
use
want
thank you for the
plural?
memberships. Thank you for the 10 memberships.
talking about
Appreciate
all
it.
the
Thank you.
I just
They don't like any of us.
Like, I don't know.
Hey, what the? They like you, Felicity. What the fuck?
I don't know about that one.
Felicity's turning heel, boys. Felicity's turning heel. Okay, here's what we got to do, guys. We got to get through. Let's bring it back to. Wait. Oh shit! Did I not save the comments from? Okay, I didn't save the Stifler comment. I don't know where the hell it went. Did it get unstarred somehow? That's weird. Okay, anyways, whatever. Stifler, earlier in the conversation, he said, going around the table, all the women, rate your looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7, starting with you, Marin.
Can't pick 7. It's so funny. Honestly, I would say maybe a 6 or a 5.
Okay.
I don't think I'm that attractive.
What about you?
10.
10? Okay.
Period.
Maybe 8.
Maybe an 8? Okay. Are you able to scoot your chair this way a little bit? Like scoot that way?
This way?
Yeah, scoot that way.
Okay.
8. What about you?
I'll go 9.
Okay, 9. What about you?
Sofia Vergara is a 10. I'm not a 10. I'm a 5.
Okay, 5. What about you?
I do love
6.
her.
All right. What about you?
6.
Okay.
Girl,
So we
you're
have
10.
we have 10.
you're a 10.
Oh, I give myself a 5.
Takes a 10 to know a 10.
Give myself a 5. So wait, 10, 8, 9. Okay, gotcha. For those of you who said 10, 8, 9, we'll start with 10. Can you tell me a woman who, like maybe a famous woman who you think is a 10?
Meghan Markle. Oh, no, Meghan, the other girl. that
Megan
played-
Fox?
No,
Megan Fox.
the girl from Australia. She plays, I'm not really bad with names.
Wait,
man.
in The Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah, her.
Her name's not
Margot Robbie.
Margot Robbie. I'm really bad with names, honestly.
So,
Margot Robbie. 10.
okay, Margot
Meghan
Robbie.
Markle.
That's the completely
That's like the queen or the princess of England right now.
But she's still a 10 too. But I'm talking about that's who my
Okay.
top tier of. Or what's her name? Scarlett Johansson, and I've seen her without makeup, and she was a 10.
Period.
And she's a sweet girl. She was super sweet when I met her. You don't think she's a 10? Scarlett Johansson? Sydney Sweeney? I love her too. 10.
So you're
I'm like them, yes.
you're on their level in terms of looks. Okay. Interesting, isn't it? Okay. Can you think of an
Smart,
an
as
8?
rich as.
Can you
and
think of an
happy.
8? Yes.
Myself.
No, but like
Someone
like
other
a
than myself?
female celebrity.
That would be kind of tough.
I'll come
okay,
back to
who's-
you. Can you think of a 9 female like a female celebrity who you think is a 9?
I'm going to say no. I'm not big into celebrity culture, and I say that because of the way people look at me and stop me and talk to me.
Wait.
Life experience.
As in, people look at me like they should recognize me, like I'm from some show or like I am celebrity. I have people come up to me all the time, anywhere I go, talking about how gorgeous my hair is, how I have all these amazing features. So if you're saying physical looks, I think I'm on the upper side of the scale. I get hit on a lot.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I just thought of someone now. I mean, because there's not so many well-known Asian celebrities, but there's this one celebrity from China. I think some people have told me I do look like her, so I figured if people always say I look like her, then she's better be an
Oh wait,
8.
you're asking someone we look like?
No,
a celebrity that we look
no,
like
the
No,
that
it
is
can
as
just
pretty as
be
us?
your level.
Yeah, your level.
Like she could be black, she could be white, she could
Yeah,
be
anybody.
Latina, but like your level.
But just hotness, not personality.
League.
All the other things.
Looks league.
Physical appearance, yeah.
Who is it? What's the name?
So have you watched this movie called Memoir Geisha?
Nope.
Okay, so the main character, the main geisha.
Can you pull it up? Can you Google it? What's her name?
Her first name is Ziyi, and her last name is Zhang.
You like the Blackpink from the Korean bands?
Oh, which one? Lisa or Jenny? Better be
Jenny.
Is that racist?
No.
No.
It's like,
I sometimes get caught I look like so and so a lot. And I think one time I was in Northern California, a woman just approached me and asked me, "Oh, are you like Miss Korea 2019?" I was like, I don't even know who the heck that is, but thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
And let's see here.
How about you? What do you think about yourself? What are you?
He said 5.
I said I'm a 5.
A 5.
Yeah, 5.
Have a little bit more self-esteem.
but just physically, like you can't change.
I actually think
you could change. You could go to the gym. You could work out.
I mean,
you're
we
tall.
both-
You have good. You have good
we both
eyes.
could have
you
some
could
work
you
done
could
in
put
that
in a little
department.
work.
We could both work in that department, but
I know I'm a little thick. But
she just said that shit to me, and what are you talking about? Felicity?
But as in only thin people are hot?
Yeah,
like
like-
she's hotter than her because she's 10 pounds thinner, is what you're saying?
Wait, who?
That's what I'm
comparing?
insinuating. You're
Who?
saying she could go to the gym and you.
She said that shit to me
Right,
first.
so your reply was,
I'm
so
giving
could
you-
and
giving
then you
you
looked at
like
her
a-
like she's a perfect 10. So I'm saying because she's
Wait,
thinner,
what?
you're saying
No.
thin equals hot.
No, bro. Are you listening? Felicity was criticizing me, being like, Brian, you can't say that to a woman. And I was like, hold up. She said that shit to me first.
I forgot. I spaced out for a second.
I'm just saying
I
we
wasn't
all have a
looking-
way
what the
to make our market share a little bit higher, and you have to put a little bit of effort. We all have to put in a little effort.
You are so right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll deal with that later. So, and then can
Drink
you
a
tell
little
me?
less champagne.
Can you tell me a 10, a male 10 that you think is like on your level? Well, I guess he would have to be on your level.
Chris Hemsworth.
Can we pull up Google Chris Hemsworth? Did you get the? Show us the lady, please.
Thor.
Show us the lady first, then Google Chris Hemsworth.
Thor, like him.
Yeah, I
in
know who
movie.
that is.
I'm just saying that's peak.
Okay, show us the lady, please. Okay, you look like her.
She's just a bit older than
Yeah,
you.
she's older.
She's a bit on
Maybe the one at the bottom when she was
Honestly,
younger.
bro, you're better looking than her. I'm not
Oh,
gonna-
thank you.
You're better looking. All right, you're out
Asian
of her level.
standards
Yeah.
are very high.
Next
All
time
right.
I'll take it
Next,
as a fit.
Chris Hemsworth, please. All right, guys, if you're enjoying
know
the
he's a
stream,
good-looking guy.
read 100, TTS 200,
Chris Hemsworth.
Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. Let me read a couple from you guys. Jason, thank you for the 15 on Cash App. Thomas, thank you for the 2 on Cash App. Oh, what the heck? Okay. Colin, thank you for the 10 on Cash App. Joanna, thank you for the 150 on Cash App. Appreciate it. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the stream, like the video. Also, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Discord.gg/whatever. Drop us a join on there, I guess. Okay. Also, shop.whatever.com if you'd like to get some merch. All right, pull it up. Chris Hemsworth is a 10 for you.
Correct.
For who?
So if you met Chris Hemsworth,
I've met his brother.
Liam. Okay, and is Liam a 10 too?
Yes.
So you would be like, you could date Chris Hemsworth.
Potentially. I could be.
I
in the
don't
same
date
circle.
off physical features
Yeah.
only.
Yeah.
So you're just asking about hotness.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying she has less of a chance based off
No,
of other...
she's saying like he might be hot, but he also might be an asshole, and then she wouldn't want to date him.
Exactly.
Bro, you guys always go to like these extra... What, bro? There's too much shit going on. What the fuck? Can you all chill out? Holy shit. God damn. Okay. You're in Chris Hemsworth's... You're in his league?
I like long hair. Yes, I love guys with long hair.
I get you like guys with long hair. Are you in his league?
Totally.
Okay. What about you? You're a 9. Can you think of a guy who's a 9 who's like in your league or whatever?
No, not off the top of my head. Like you're asking about celebrity, there'd be a recognizable name.
Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal. What do you rate Jake Gyllenhaal?
7.
Can we see a picture?
Pull up, please. Google Jake
Isn't he
Gyllenhaal.
short?
He's like a little
He's
cutie.
like sweet. He's like nice looking.
Yeah.
How tall is Jake Gyllenhaal?
Are we talking about
Pull it
height
up.
included or just face card? Like, what's the vibe?
Yeah, I don't know. Face
He's
card.
he's
so-
6 feet.
Oh, I don't
He's
think
6
he's
feet
that
tall.
tall.
He reads short on camera.
I'd smash.
Scroll down.
He is a 7.
So hold on. Whoa, wait. Hold on.
Him with hair and
Hold on.
him with
I would
hair.
go Jalen Hurts from the Eagles over some
Wait.
actor.
You think
Yeah.
Jake Gyllenhaal's a 7 and
Because we just like different types of men.
What's your type?
Subjective.
You like black guys?
We both said
No, doesn't have to do with race, but like 10 would be this guy I've been following for like years, Charles Leclerc, my favorite Formula One driver.
Charles Leclerc?
Yes.
Who's that?
If you watch Formula One, then you absolutely don't know this guy.
I've been to the Gumbo.
But like I said, yeah, some people don't find him hot, but I just like a different type of guy.
All right.
Everyone has
Charles
Yeah,
Leclerc.
everybody has its
Like
yeah,
white
look, it's
guys.
subjective.
So you would be settling for Jake Gyllenhaal?
Depends on
That's pretty crazy.
personality.
It depends on the
Yeah.
personality.
But
All
I
right.
heard he's not a very nice
but for
person.
you, you're a 9. Jake Gyllenhaal's a 7. You would be settling for Jake Gyllenhaal.
As in, right, I don't find actors, like somebody who plays somebody else for a living, to be that attractive.
Okay, well,
I would go with like a
you-
pro athlete.
Like who?
Like Jalen Hurts, who just
Okay,
won the
Michael
Super Bowl.
Jordan-
I don't,
Michael Jordan-
He's married. He's got great moral values. His
Wait,
branding
who?
is great.
Branding? What the branding?
Yeah. All actors are branded. So you're
Man.
saying, do we buy into the bullshit?
Girls are like,
no, I don't think
want to
Jake
fuck him
Gyllenhaal's
because of his
great.
branding.
Yeah, it's hot.
What?
Like, I'm sorry, the whole Love Hurts Nike campaign, they changed the whole like love statue in the city of Philadelphia to put his last name behind. Like, he's hot right now, and he's physically hot, and he just won the Super Bowl. So
Okay, what's his name?
Jalen Hurts.
All right, Google that guy.
You should see the way he licks his lips on camera. It's like super hot. I've never thought a football player was hot like that before.
Okay, I know who he is now.
Chat. I don't even know what to say, boys. I don't know what to say.
And I
Isn't
and
he
I
quarterback?
I love watching men.
Yeah.
He was totally the underdog.
All right.
This is totally not him. First of
Wait.
all, that's the give.
Is
You
that
spelled his
him?
name wrong. Jalen Hurts Hurts.
You said that's not even him, first of all.
Like, go Birds.
Can we get this pulled up a little quicker,
Who do
please?
you think is a celebrity like on your level?
Do you have it?
Oh, what does one answer?
Marion, you're so sassy.
Sorry.
Jalen Hurts, Eagle Bowl, Super
Yeah.
Bowl champ.
This guy.
But I do want to know the answer to that.
Okay. Scroll down. I want to just see more photos. Okay, super physically fit. Okay.
Can we
so,
see like a face picture?
I mean, scroll up.
face
There was a couple.
Okay.
All right, scroll up, very top. Can you give me one other guy, just for further reference? One other guy that's a 9 or whatever.
I think so many people are hot.
Hey, please don't do sidebars. We said it multiple times at the beginning of the show. Please don't talk like.
Okay,
don't
Channing
do that.
Tatum is like totally
Google
hot.
Channing Tatum,
I would
please.
never want to date him though.
Wait, I don't
Oh.
even know
But
if I
he, like,
know what
phys-
Channing Tatum looks like.
Okay,
Magic
but
Mike.
what is a guy? Here, give us a guy.
You're asking me physically.
Give
who's
us a guy
hot?
who's in
Like,
your league who you would also date. But she would pass on Channing Tatum, by the way. But okay.
I'm saying he's probably a player. Like, he's probably not the type of guy I want to date. But he's hot.
He's talking about just
impossible.
Just
to
the
have a
physical
conversation.
appearance.
just
Yeah.
superficial.
Yeah, okay, let's go Channing Tatum then. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, I like him.
Okay. So
Is that what he looks like right now?
I mean, there's variants here. There's that second one, he looks younger.
Magic Mike was my favorite.
These other
movie.
ones, he looks older. Okay. Is there 7? Really? You think Jake Gyllenhaal's a 7? These girls are settling for Jake Gyllenhaal, fellas.
Don't group
Look
us
at
all.
Did you guys see Roadhouse?
Young Brad Pitt.
Don't group us.
Young Brad Pitt. What do you give him? Like in his 30s. So that's like Troy or wait. Fight Club? Troy?
Oh, Fight Club.
Fight
Yeah,
Club.
that was his prime, right?
She likes
I
the
didn't watch
shirtless
that movie.
moments with Brad Pitt there. What do you rate Brad
He
Pitt?
is. He's a petite man to me, so for me, he was always like an 8.
Petite? Wait, hold
yeah.
on.
And he reads small on camera.
How tall is he?
How tall is
not
Brad
sure.
Pitt? I thought it's
He's
Tom
like
Cruise.
6'5".
That's the short one.
I think he's average. He's Brad Pitt's 5'11".
Wow, I'm
Yeah,
taller
I know,
than Brad
it's Tom
Pitt.
Cruise. That's short.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Well, in film, guys are usually smaller. That's just facts. Like in acting, guys, they're not
Chat.
tall.
That's it.
Who's
This
that
is
guy
this is
from
what
The
you're
Notebook?
dealing with in the dating
Oh,
marketplace.
ooh.
These girls think they'd be
Wait,
settling
don't
for
say
like Brad
these
Pitt.
girls.
actually
You've
the
only
best. I love
asked the
him.
3 who
He's
rated
married to
themselves
a
very
Latina.
high.
I mean, clearly Brad
I
Pitt's
think
been
all of
divorced by
these
2
men are
amazing
far
women,
out
so
of my
He's
league.
not a great dude.
Oh, okay.
But also,
He's
I
married
am
still.
19
He has
and they're
kids.
like in
The
their
one that you're
adults,
talking
so
about.
I'm not
Why-
sure.
why
But
don't we just
I
add Johnny Depp to the
personally
list?
think I
Okay.
think Jake Gyllenhaal's even out of
Chris
my
something.
league.
Not Chris. What hit? No.
All right.
The guy from The Notebook.
Ryan Gosling?
Yes.
Why?
I never
Young
found
Ryan
him too
Gosling.
attractive
Looks like my
though.
ex.
So, you know, him
Unpopular
I find
opinion.
attractive.
No,
But
not my
also wouldn't date
type.
him.
Who?
But
Ryan
he-
Gosling?
No, I just never found him too attractive.
Because I think it's like the personality.
You know who so
Why?
many men find attractive, and I don't understand it fully, is Ryan Reynolds.
Terrible.
A lot of men think Ryan Reynolds is like the hottest guy ever. And he's not ugly, but I like don't understand why men specifically like think Ryan Reynolds.
I think it's
is
like
so hot.
personality thing, probably.
He is hilarious.
They probably are
Blake
like.
Lively's husband. Yeah.
But what does he do?
Actor.
He's an actor.
I don't know what he looks like.
What is Ryan Reynolds in? Is he's in some sort of a Marvel thing, I think.
Settling
Now she's
for
been canceled.
Have you seen?
I didn't say
Deadpool?
settling.
settling for Jake Gyllenhaal. Okay.
Not all of
You
it.
must really like Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Maybe
You
I've
have like a guy crush on him.
Wait, can I ask you just one question? Like, not offensive at all. I just
and then
genuinely
Taylor
want to know,
Swift,
like, what's a
wrote a
celebrity,
song
a girl
trolling him.
celebrity that you think is in your same
Oh yeah, let's hear
level,
5.
that you think you could pull, that you think you'd like be with?
I've pulled celebrities though, so
Right.
that's not nothing.
Just in terms of looks.
Yeah,
I rejected celebrities.
taking personality out of it
I-
completely, just like looks wise. Who do you think you could match up well with?
I'm not really big on celebrity culture, so.
That was my answer.
So yeah, no, I mean, I'm trying. The thing is this question is more to like look at these sort of extremes where like you guys are rating yourselves on par with like the most attractive people. Not you, these three here though. Well, 10, 8, 9. That's like 9 is that's. Come on, that's a
In
little
Poland,
crazy,
I'm a
bro.
7. In America, I'm a 10.
Interesting.
Polish women are
have-
beautiful.
I have all natural features, natural hair, natural
Boys.
tits, natural everything. So I do think that I was like gifted a beautiful body. I've got great eyes and all my teeth. So I don't understand why you think I would rate myself any lower. Like
She has great self-esteem.
yeah, I'm a
She
confident
works on
human.
herself.
Good
You
to
could
have
say that
I
about a lot of
specialize
women,
in making
though.
other women feel sexy for a living, doing
She would
posing
take amazing
guidance,
photos of
helping
you.
women figure out how to style themselves in
Wait,
lingerie.
rate me.
Huh?
Rate me.
I think a 5's accurate.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'1".
Okay.
That gives you buying points.
So just to be clear, if you and me, how old are you? You're 30.
35.
Okay, I'm 36. We're about the same age.
So if we met
If
somewhere,
you're a 9, and you think you're 9, and I'm a 5. I think I'm a 5. You think I'm a 5. You would be 4 points. You're going into the ditches to date me. Like you're scooping the bottom of
so
bottom of
I
the barrel.
personally think hot guys cheat more. So I don't have an issue dating somebody who I don't think is like a 10 on the hot scale. Like
So you're
I
saying
think
if I was loyal, she would
I think
give me a
personality
chance,
and
right?
like how you vibe with the person matters a lot more than how many abs they have. Because people can get abs, you can buy them, and you can go to the gym. So like you might not look great now, but if you're in a happy relationship, you might want to work on yourself a little bit, and then you might become an 8 or 9. Like,
So wait,
like women can
yeah,
help
yeah.
men level up and vice versa.
Yeah. I think like if we were dating, like no offense, I'm not. Maybe we got different assessments. You probably wouldn't date me either. It's all good. I'm just saying, like in terms of helping each other level up, like maybe there's work in both departments that could be done. That's all I'm gonna say. You've been directing a little bit of, hey,
I'm
Brian.
not saying I'm at my ideal weight right now. I was in a car accident 2 months ago and have definitely gained weight since then. But it doesn't mean I'm less attractive.
Wait, what do you mean?
Picking clothes that fit your figure, whether you're thin or fat, you can be a 10. I don't think that you have to be a certain weight and height
the way you carry
to be
yourself.
hot.
Well, it also depends on the person.
Hair, it's
Well,
styling, it's wardrobe
some guys,
choices.
some
It
guys-
has nothing
Brian?
to do with whether you have a six-pack or not.
I don't
Some
know. I
guys.
feel a bit uncomfortable sitting next to you.
Why?
Because
And
you were-
why you keep wanting to see young Brian?
I said that
Felicity?
one time.
Bro, Felicity is like being.
Let's see you in your
That's
20s.
yeah.
Yeah,
being a
she's
little
right.
gooner.
Because she's calling
Little
you.
gooner
Because
over
she's
here.
calling you
She's
overweight.
right. I wanna
so
see you in your
saying,
I'm not saying he's
you.
overweight. I'm just saying he's not like in an
Let's see
athletic
you
shape.
when you were
He's
younger.
in video
This
gamer
is
shape.
this is peak male.
I am not hitting
You're so
on you,
funny.
Brian.
This is peak male
I'm trying
performance.
To help you.
No, thank you, Felicity. I know.
Your
Felicity, I'm
pictures on
joking. It's a little
Instagram look
banter.
good.
Pull it up.
Right.
Pull it up. Pull up young
Yeah,
Brian.
but I mean, your
The-
pictures on Instagram look
with
good.
the girl, like
I
with
want
the
to
girl.
see young Brian.
Me too. Like, come on.
But
pull it
how-
up.
Welcome,
Okay,
Brian.
thank you, Felicity.
Pull it
Pull up
up.
young Brian.
Pull it up.
Not
Pull it up.
the photo.
But I wonder how old were those Instagram pictures?
I think you had it
Does
last
count?
time.
A couple years.
Is he catfishing?
No.
What Instagram?
No, I'm saying those pictures on your Instagram account, you actually looked very good there.
Damn, bro, what
So
the
she's
fuck?
saying how
This is
old
just
are
like
they, or
shit
are
on
they
Brian night. Why is this all turned into? God damn, Brian, you looked good. You used to look good
You could
until
look
I
good
saw
again.
you right now. Here, are we pulling it up?
Are you
Bro,
single
it's the
or are
fucking
you
young
dating?
Brian picture.
What's your situation status?
It's the young Brian picture, dog.
Or just
God
put it
damn, do I got it?
Instagram.
Okay, Felicity, entertain them. Try your best. I'll
Yeah.
you can try.
Or just pull his Instagram account up.
I don't know.
I have a question circling back to something from earlier, if that's okay. So we were discussing how most of us think that men should pay on the first date. My question was, how many dates should a guy take you on before you decide to sleep with him?
Get this girl some reading glasses.
And if you're
Shit.
somebody who's waiting for marriage, do you think the guy needs to pay for everything all the
fuck?
way up until that point?
Oh shit.
And
Anyways, back to
does
me.
that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh.
All right, here's young
Sorry, I
Brian.
can't
Come on, you are so fucking hot. Are
That's
you?
you?
Definitely
That's a 10.
Definitely
Zoom
nine.
out.
You?
That's not you. You
Zoom
don't
out.
even
What age are you in that?
Are you serious?
What age are you in that?
Like 22, I think.
Wow.
You devolved. What happened?
Well, don't say
Hey,
that.
you got a
let himself
boyfriend.
go.
Chill
No,
out,
I'm
bro.
just
Mary,
surprised.
chill.
I'm
you
just
were hot,
surprised because
I would've smashed
you without the
100%.
beard and
Yeah.
with that hair
I
is much
agree.
different than you with the facial hair.
Damn, bro, you got a boyfriend. You got to be careful what
And
you're
you're
saying.
what, 36?
No, I'm
Brian
saying
excited.
it's not even about that. It's just saying you're saying you would smash another
I
dude.
never said that.
Okay, that was
I
her.
said
My
to
bad. I got.
I would smash.
I just said, wow, that was
Pull
you
that shit back
with a
up.
question
Pull
mark.
it back.
In that, in
like
this,
the attention.
in this world where if we
I'm
would have
just
met,
shocked because when I'm looking at these two, like I can see the similarities,
Yeah.
but also it's very different now.
Yeah, you know, it's
And I'm just like, whoa,
it's like 2
that's
decades.
crazy.
That's like 2 decades
no, of
right
course.
there.
Yeah.
When I
Before
look
the
at
dating
pictures
zone,
of my
before he got
dad when he was
dated.
younger, I'm shocked because he does not look like my dad.
What we've done
you know
with
what I mean?
you guys is we've put all of you through AI. Well, hold on, we'll get to that. I need to wait.
Is that what the waiver
Pull up my
said?
Instagram. Pull up my Instagram.
What
Pull
do
that
you mean
shit
you
up.
put us all through AI?
You'll see.
But
Oh, you put like
Scroll
our
down.
faces through what AI?
Scroll to the bottom.
Oh, just see what we would look
Scroll
like.
to the
in our
bottom,
ideal
Mary.
self.
Mary, scroll to the bottom.
The
Well done.
mustache. Wait, is this your Instagram? Wait, can I guess the
his
year of the
Instagram?
mustache? Was
this
that
is my-
2016?
oh, you're a surfer.
That's Brian.
This is me.
that's like
Scroll up.
you're a surfer.
Wait, scroll up to
Actually,
the
wow.
mustache picture.
Look how thin I was.
Can I see?
Oh my God, I
Can
was
we
so
see
thin.
the mustache
God
picture?
damn.
That's hot.
X out of that.
We love
I'm
surfers.
a-
Go back up for
Whoa,
a
what
little
the
bit.
fuck, Did you
Oh
just
wait,
have
go
a
up a
Go.
little bit.
Felicity's gooning over here. What the fuck?
Wait, go up a little bit.
Fucking gooner.
This is not the same
Chill
person.
out,
You sure?
Felicity, bro.
Okay,
God
no.
damn. Wait, scroll up.
Go up.
Scroll up.
Click on the mustache picture that's coming.
Scroll
Keep
up.
going.
Wait. Click the angel
not-
one.
it's not
The girls
Where's the
love
one
this
with
shit.
the puppy?
Yeah. What's up?
wow.
X out that. X out. Scroll up.
Good sport for doing that costume. Wait, click on
wait.
one of the mustache ones.
Yeah, that one.
That's such a. You were so handsome.
What year was that?
That was 2012, I think. 2012, I took
Oh, I
it.
guessed 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, so that
You can
was
click the other one too if you
13
want.
years ago.
Wait, you've been
This is
doing the
younger.
whatever
Excellent.
podcast for that long?
The Whatever podcast has been like 3 years I've been doing it.
Well, your shirt right there says whatever.
Well, I was doing different content
Oh,
before the
okay,
podcast.
okay,
It
okay.
was
It's been
like-
whatever for a while.
But I've been whatever for a minute.
Wait,
Okay,
your
scroll
old
up.
person costume's actually great. Did you get
puppy,
professional
the puppy.
makeup
It
done
was.
for
It
that?
was. What's the term in?
Special effects,
There's a word for it though.
prosthetics.
Prosthetics. Yeah. Scroll up. Anyways, whatever. That's. All right. There it is. Young Brian. I don't know why.
Young
No,
Brian
or
was
we just prefer
smashable.
without facial hair. You would look 10 years younger without the facial
I
hair,
would-
maybe.
Bro, the triple chin would be. By the way, 1 Bitcoin
You could
if you
get-
want to see
Sucked it out.
the
It's easy.
the triple chin. You know,
problem.
do triple chin. I'll shave my
Yeah,
beard.
send $5,000 and Brian
No,
will shave his
one
beard.
Bitcoin.
Wax the beard.
1 Bitcoin, and I will shave my beard.
2 Bitcoin, he'll wax
Right
it.
now.
Is Bitcoin
On
still a
camera.
thing? I thought that was over.
It's like at 120,000.
It's 110.
Oh, it went down. Okay, I don't know. Whatever.
I still like
All
cash
right,
money.
Number 4, who's Rachel DeLozel?
you.
Right,
That's
who is
you.
that?
That's a good question.
What does that mean?
Oh my goodness, I have to pull up some chats. I got
Rachel
distracted by
DeLozel.
looking at my
Who's
young
that?
self.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know what
I was so
like,
charmed.
Who is that lady?
Golly me donated $200.
Snort from
Suffragettes gain strong male support for the 19th Amendment, granting women rights, privilege no duty. Would these
going
women
back.
fight equally marching in Washington, D.C. for men's rights without the draft?
Who were meant to take away our rights? Why did we not have rights from the beginning? You guys don't understand the fact that we should have always had rights. The rights shouldn't have been given to us. The rights should have been, we're human, we're both Like, you guys don't, that's the point that you guys don't understand. Why were we not given rights to begin with? Like, the rights, it's frustrating.
Dmitrinek Massage donated $200.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
You on Brian Atlas.
Gotta lose some weight, boys.
I'd happily do it for free. I'm really not blowing smoke either. I've changed the game. New medical understandings of fascia. Read the reviews for my business.
Do you know what fascia
I'll look
is?
into it. Thank you. Thank you, Dimitri. I'll check my DMs after the show. Appreciate the message. We have Clane here. Good Clane. Good Clane. He says, yeah, a couple times in combat. Wouldn't bring it up if I hadn't. Little experience with sacrifice and loss. UMC 0311. That, I don't know if I'm saying that wrong. That's a grunt. I know that question was next. Not telling my unit. So he did see he was in combat. He was in the military.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Clane. Thank you. Thank you. You should apologize to Clane for questioning his...
I will not do that.
Okay. We have Chef Dill Pickles, Chair 3. Oh boy. Rate Xi Jinping's looks on a scale from 1 to 10.
Am I going to be censored? Is this a safe space to talk?
What? Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I'm actually going to call his wife tonight and, and then have a more orchestrated answer to that.
What?
You're going to have a threesome?
No, I said I'm going to call his wife tonight.
You know
because
him?
I'm not like close enough to like, I've never seen him in person, so his wife knows better, like on a scale 1 to 10, like what he is.
Oh, was that a joke?
No, that was a joke. Yeah.
Do you actually know?
I don't
Jinping?
actually have the contact information of his wife.
Okay.
Even though I wish. Otherwise, I wouldn't be sitting here.
You said it with such a straight face. I really thought you were serious.
Oh, cool. I can play that poker face.
She's a lawyer.
Yeah.
Wow. Good times. Okay. Going around the table, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking looks, just looks.
I don't know. Hopefully.
Let's go to the table if you can.
I don't know. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yes,
well,
1,000,000%.
What do you think, though? What do you
don't
think?
know.
If you had to bet, if you had to pick one.
10 years, I'll be almost 30.
Yep.
I'll probably have already had kids by then.
Okay.
But hopefully I'll keep going to the gym and stuff, and feeling good about myself. I don't know. I really don't know.
How about 20 years? Can you definitively say that right now you're better looking than you will be in 20 years?
In 20 years, I'll be almost 40.
Yeah.
To the male gaze, yes.
To the female gaze?
I don't know. I think I'll enjoy the way I look when I'm older.
Sure.
I'm excited to get old.
You're 32, better looking in 10 years' time at 42.
Yes.
Into the mic, please.
Yes.
20 years' time, 52.
Yes.
30 years' time, 62.
Yes.
40 years' time, 72.
Yes.
50 years' time, 82.
Period.
Yes.
60 years' time, 92.
I'm going to be hot no matter what age, all the time, yes.
Here, repeat the question back to me just so I know you.
You're asking me if I'm going to be less hot compared in 10 years or in the more years.
Yeah, well, better looking, yeah.
Yes. I think women age gracefully, and I appreciate women, I appreciate women's age, and I love the way they look when they're older.
Me too.
And I think the women should be aging perfectly in age when they get older, and I think I'm going to look hot no matter what.
Okay, and then...
and the technology is going to be crazy in the next 5 years even. Okay,
so, and then going back 10 years' time, are you better looking now at 32 than you were at 22?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, 102, you will be better looking than how you look at
My grandpa died
now.
at 98, so I project to be old. I would take care of myself.
Sure, let's say you
Yes,
live till
I feel like
140.
I personally would always think myself of being hotter with age. When I grow older and older, I will always be as hot, and I'm gonna...
To men?
I don't care what men think.
But isn't there a component of, when we're talking about attraction, we are talking about something external to us, right?
That's why I asked, are we talking about the male gaze or are we just talking about what we think?
Maybe to other people, no, but for me personally, yes. I will always feel hotter and with age, the older I get, the more confident I'll get, the more I'll know who I am, the more everything will open up. Like a flower, I'll be blooming even more.
So just to be clear, when you're 102, or let's even here, let me make it more realistic. Let's say when you're 50.
Yes.
If somebody could come to you at 50, and there are going to be, I suppose, some technological advancements when it comes to like plastic surgery and skincare and this sort of thing. But assuming you didn't opt to have any of those things and you just age naturally, you don't think it would be the case at 50 if you could wave a magic wand and get back the looks that you currently have as it exists right now, you wouldn't do it?
No.
So
I love sprinkles. I think those are beautiful, and I think women should be okay to be aging gracefully into their natural bodies, and I think it's beautiful.
I think you're. I don't know if okay, whatever. What about you? You're 29. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time? 39.
I mean, hopefully, I'm pretty confident I have good genetics because both my parents still look very young, and whenever I go out with them, and people don't even think they're my parents. And one time I was out with my mom, and people thought she's my coworker. But also, just going off her point, I think sometimes it's beyond physical appearance. It's also about your inner confidence, your demeanor, the way you dress. Like, for example, I am biologically older, but when I looked at my pictures from early 20s, I was like despising myself for like the makeup I wore and also the outfits I put on. So I think it's all about the mentality if you feel good about yourself. Because I feel people generally build their confidence more as they got older.
Okay. Let's see here. So 20 years time, will you be better looking at 49?
If you're simply talking about physical appearance, then okay, I probably won't look as good. But on the other hand, wrinkles can still be pretty. It's not necessary to put in a bunch of Botox just to disguise the fact that you're aging gracefully.
Okay. All right. Is there any age at which you will be less good looking than you are now? Like, is it 59, 69, 79?
Maybe 50.
50s. Okay.
Yeah.
And then are you better looking now at 29 than you were at 19?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. Going to you, you're 35. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 45?
Yes.
Will you be better looking in 20 years' time at 55?
I believe and agree with what she said, and I think that wisdom is beauty and knowledge is power, and so
wisdom is not
like fine
physical
wine.
Beauty. It's
right.
The question is about
like,
physical
I think my
looks.
grandmother is just as beautiful now in her 90s as she was in her 20s.
The cope is insane. She's as physically beautiful.
She is a stunning woman, and she still dresses, and everything about it to a T is beautiful. So I think that style evolves as you age. Sorry, not the answer you wanted.
All right. Okay, so you'll be better looking at 105.
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm asking if you would.
I don't think I'll be alive at 105.
Let's say you are. Oh my God, bro.
No, physically, I'll be wrinkly by then, like probably in a hospital bed if I were to live that long.
Okay, so at what point, like, when's your peak?
I think when your brain diminishes, your beauty goes with it. When you turn into a vegetable, things stop looking nice.
If you love yourself,
can I ask you? I want to ask you both a question.
Like, why do you hate all my answers?
Because you.
Because
hold on. How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
We didn't.
I fast all the time. Just fine.
It's just a hypothetical.
Wait, so how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Fine.
But what was your answer to the previous? You said you didn't have breakfast.
I didn't have breakfast today. I usually don't have breakfast.
Neither did I. We went to lunch.
Okay. 65 versus 35, better looking at what age?
I'll go 35.
Okay. And then going back in time, you're better looking at 25, 10 years ago, or 35 now?
I look like a totally different person. So I think both were equally hot.
Yeah, I see. Okay. You're 47. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 57?
I don't think so.
Please, into the mic.
I don't think so.
Okay, and you're 47. Were you better looking 10 years ago at 37 than you are now at 47?
No.
20 years ago, 27 versus 47?
No.
Better looking now?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so okay, better looking at 20 or 47 than 27?
100%.
But you're better looking now than you will be at 57.
I think so.
Can you speak into the mic? I need you like this close.
I
this
thought it was
close to the
close
mic.
enough. I don't think I'll be.
Okay. You're 20. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 30?
No.
Okay. Pull up the age AI advancements. Some of you guys said some pretty crazy answers here. So this is.
Go ahead.
You think you've reached your peak beauty,
Babe,
in your
you
early
need to have
20s?
more confidence
I
in
think
yourself.
that's so sad.
That's very sad.
Hold on.
for
You
you.
think my whole nose is gonna change shape?
You have a lot. So sad. Like,
fuck?
there's so many things
You need to work on your self-esteem.
discover about yourself.
Guys.
I worked on it. I thought I was ugly for the longest time.
Same.
And I had
I have
to work
ugly
through a
duckling
lot of
syndrome.
that. That's what they called me when I was little. Growing up, my sister was like, you're the ugly duckling.
I had to grow
God.
into the beauty.
Yeah, me too.
All right, here.
And plastic surgery,
Funny.
but that helped.
I mean,
And what are these ages?
This is what AI thinks.
But at what
I'm gonna
ages?
age. I don't know.
Well, that
AI
is,
thinks my
a
whole
necessity
face
based on
is
his
gonna
questions.
change,
okay.
Those are
and AI isn't capable of actually understanding what the aging process fully is for humans. But I'm really
is that
glad
10-year
you're
progression
trying to
each
play
photo?
a gotcha moment with me
I
once
don't think
again.
it's a gotcha.
Oh.
Don't think it's a gotcha.
But I already said that I don't know what I'm gonna like. You don't know that that's what I'm gonna look like.
Well, of course.
If you showed yourself when you were 20 a picture of you now, would you believe yourself?
Let's do the AI on your 20-year-old picture now to see how.
Yeah, let's do that.
But this
Yeah,
is
they-
not
they
meant
do
to
it-
be
oh.
offensive. This is usually like the
fun.
fun part. It's not meant to hurt your feelings.
Over the fun part of the show, but okay. Hold on one
I'm
second.
curious to see myself.
Just to me, it feels like you're trying to be like,
just trying
look
to be
how
like
ugly you're gonna get when you're old. Even though I didn't.
Did I say that? Wait, did I say ugly?
I didn't
It seems
say.
like you're making.
I didn't say.
You're making
I
a claim.
didn't
You gotta
say.
stop interrupting.
I
You're
didn't
making
say
the
that.
claim. You said the word ugly, not me.
Okay.
Did I say the word ugly?
Did you
said the
hear
word
what I
ugly.
said?
Tell me what. Oh, repeat it then.
It's making me feel like you are
I don't care
putting
how
this
you
out there.
feel. Your feelings have no basis in reality. Unless I've made
But
it.
you're asking what we think. We
Right.
can think but not feel? Like,
We're
Bro,
women,
y'all
so
are
we can't
cooked.
feel,
Holy
we can't
shit.
think or feel.
Bro, I literally did not say
Never
that
had
you guys
smart
were
women on the
that
show.
it had nothing to do with
Well,
being
you started
ugly,
the
but I will
question
make-
with, do you
Well, the
think you're
opposite of
still going to
hotness
be
is
pretty, or
ugliness.
what
I'll
do you
make-
think am I going to
hold on.
look like when I'm older? And then you show me some weird degraded AI
How is it
picture
de-
of me when I'm like saggy and old.
Hold on.
As if that's fact.
So hold on. Well, first off, AI is not going to be a perfect representation. It's like making a prediction. It's probably not perfect.
I know.
It could even be really off, but it's to give you a potential representation of aging.
But you started the question by saying, do you think you're going to be more attractive? And you just
Right.
wanted us to say yes so you could show us a picture of us old and
I
decrepit.
would have pulled this up no matter what. All of you went through the AI aging process.
Can we just see other people?
That's what we're gonna do, but I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
I'm willing to make.
let's move past chair one.
Yeah, so what do you
Hold
want me
on.
to say
Doesn't
about
like it,
those
we can move on to the
pictures?
So,
next
well,
person.
what I'm prepared to say is that I do think as people age, they become less attractive. If you think that that's offensive, okay, I don't know what to tell you, but I am prepared to make that claim that yes, I think as people get older, they generally become less attractive
At
over
what
time.
age do you think beauty peaks?
I think there are some differentials between men and women, but I think typically, if you're asking me about women, I would say probably like you're looking at peaking at 25. And then I think there's like steady decline.
Okay. Thank you for your answer.
So do you think when you're like an 80-year-old man, hopefully married to an
You
80-year-old...
you're way too far from the mic. Please.
So do you think when you're an old man, maybe married to an old woman, you're not going to think your wife is attractive? You're going to be staring
didn't
at
say that.
25-year-olds? Well, you said that old people are ugly. And that
didn't
beauty
make that
peaks
claim.
at 25.
You can keep putting words into my mouth.
That's
but I didn't
literally
make
what you
anything.
just
That's-
said.
How would it literally be what I just said?
Because you said
How would
beauty
it
peaks at
literally be?
25
hold on.
and it gets
How
ugly
would
as
that
you
literally
age?
be what I just said if I literally didn't say it?
Because you literally said that age, like beauty peaks at age 25. So I'm
yeah, but that would
asking.
literally, it's not
And
literally.
you said you would still find your old wife attractive.
We're gonna
You did
see
not say that. I'm
Brian
asking.
And the AI too.
I'm just
they're
asking.
getting really
it's
butthurt
not
about
meant
it.
to
We're
hurt
never
your
gonna finish
feelings.
this
My feelings aren't
conversation.
hurt. He said we're not allowed to feel.
That's that. I didn't say you weren't allowed to feel. I said I don't
Care about
care
our
that she feels that I was about to say
think you should
something
care about
about
our
women
feelings.
being
I
ugly.
care about your
I
feelings.
didn't say that.
But
I
also,
thought you were
I
about
mean,
to say that.
Nobody's in
just,
control of AI. That's just what AI thinks. You
I
can way
just
better.
think the question
sure.
being phrased is, do we think we're going to be more or less attractive, followed by pictures of us as AI grandmas, is supposed to be a gotcha moment, and I don't like that.
Okay.
I mean,
thank
it's
you for your
reality.
contribution. Go ahead, pull up.
Is it
we're gonna pull up
reality
the
or is
rest.
it AI?
It is reality.
Or is
you
it
and I
AI?
Are at our peak age right now. After we have kids,
You're not your peak.
we're
peak is
going
coming.
to
Can't even legally drink.
Yeah.
we're going
Your peak
to
is coming.
Yeah,
age
what?
and get uglier. It's just the fact of life.
your opinion.
Just
wait for
cope.
that for
That's
you.
it. We're all
Just
entitled
cope.
to our opinions.
That's your opinion, and that's it.
I just want to
It's
see other
reality.
AI
This is
pictures.
and we're
That's your reality.
It might be, yeah, it might be your reality.
I think
I'm
Ryan
happy
is
that you think you're going to get
Ryan.
uglier with age.
Here, let's get. I want to move the show along so we can hopefully get through this. Okay,
Oh, who's that? Oh.
Me.
that's
Baddie. Baddie. What's up? Let me take those dentures out. Look, look, look. Let's go. Sorry, I'm not
Where did they
appropriate.
get
Can you
this
not do that,
picture?
please? Okay, so you said
I
you'd
look
be.
amazing. What do you mean?
Huh,
What?
that's funny. Okay, troll.
I look great. My hair, look, it's not even gray. Like my blonde is still blonde. I think it's like better blonde than the one I'm here. Like my hair is gonna get even nicer. Like
See, you're looking for her to be offended by
I'm
her
not-
picture.
I'm not looking-
You just
I'm
called her a
not.
troll because she said she thinks she still looks
I
good.
think it is a bit of a troll answer to be like, yeah, I'm like to give that answer to say, yeah, I'm so fucking hot when it's like, come on, let's be realistic here.
I see. I was right. So.
How we're okay.
I drink a
whatever.
lot of water. I'm gonna
That's
stay
great.
hydrated.
Love that for you. Next.
I also love that. Right.
Wow.
What do you think?
I will look. I'll look. I know.
Became a white woman.
I know. I think I'll look way better than that.
Yeah.
Just
right.
by looking at
Asians
my
don't raise
parents'
them.
age. But it's okay. I'm not offended. That's just
Next.
AI.
I can't wait.
That's not even you in the beginning.
Yeah.
You look the same.
Wow. They did a lot of favors for you
What the fuck?
Yeah.
in that first photo, bro.
What? So you? Wow.
What do you mean?
It's what?
They know it's true.
laughing
They know
because,
that.
like-
Hey, do you got a hickey, Marin? Is that a hickey?
I don't know what you're talking
What the fuck, Marin?
Oh my goodness.
Sorry, I have a boyfriend.
So your own photo that was taken of
She's
me
got a
while I've been
hickey.
sitting at this table, you're saying got favors?
Sorry, you want one.
I'm just saying they do a little. There was a tune-up job.
What?
It's fake.
They face tuned the first photo.
And
is all
only
I'm saying.
mine, not anybody else's.
no.
I think they do the other ones, but I don't. Stop face tuning the original photos. Whoever's doing it.
I could do a better AI job.
I'm not very photogenic.
All right, next.
It's a state of mind.
So done with this rage bait.
Oh my god.
Rage bait is crazy.
She's also not photogenic.
Wow.
Well, I think. Okay, whatever. Next.
Accurate.
That one was not good.
No, they do face tune the original photo.
Yeah, what's
Let's
the
take a look at
on her
mine.
forehead?
All right, let's see Felicity here. Do Oh, what the fuck? God damn.
So dirty.
Yikes. All right, go ahead. Do me.
But they totally changed your whole face.
Oh my
Wow.
god.
Use the photo from now. What are you
You,
talking about?
you look like King Charles in the last
Yikes.
Wow.
God damn.
Like,
Those
pull
eyes-
up her picture again. They totally changed, like, her entire facial anatomy.
Bro, look, it's AI.
Maybe I
It's
just
not gonna
got
be like
ugly-
hyper realistic,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, you could do like
I'm
you
not
could fine
offended.
tune it,
It's AI. It's
but it's just like a super quick thing that people in the Discord do. Is there another one of me? Okay, now we're getting into gender.
They did not
Are you going to make us
Can you double
men?
check?
I look like my brother.
Kind of fire. I kind of wait to see.
All right, keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it to see.
Dark eyes, I don't know how.
Oh boy. Okay, Roy Zorin, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. We have Pasty George here. Thank you.
Pasty George donated $200. Chair 1, the face and body sag as you age. You can say whatever you want or even claim gotcha. However, in reality, no woman can ever beat the
In reality,
wall.
I'm not attracted
P.S.
to
You are so
children
butthurt
who
over an
don't
AI
age.
picture, LMFAO.
Women age, and if you like women, you
I'm
should
not
work,
butthurt
you should
over
like
the AI
a
picture.
progression of a
I'm
woman's
butthurt
body.
over.
Period.
Oh God.
And yes, women
We
sag, and
have
so do men.
Hector. Whenever Chair 1
Men's
is
balls
asked a
sag. They're up to here, don't they? I'm just saying.
Holy fuck, dude. Okay, whenever Chair 1 is asked a question, she creates a hypothetical to deflect from answering honestly. Otherwise, she's stumped as it contradicts or falsifies her worldview. She sidesteps the point galore. Andrew Wilson would make her cry by holding her feet to the fire.
Andrew Wilson probably would make me cry. I'm not even gonna lie. He's like a master at rage bait. I'd probably get really upset by him. And creating a hypothetical to deflect from answering honestly, I'd love for you to like pull up lots of evidence of that. But also, I believe that all my answers have been accurate to what I believe. So hate me if you want, but I'll never know you in real life, and I don't care.
That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, we need to get to. Let's see here.
Short of life.
Okay, I wanted to come back to our conversation. Our conversation at the beginning of the show was all over the place. You were talking about Charlie Kirk, and then you compared him to Andrew Tate, and then
I just said they're in the same category in my mind.
And you said that Charlie Kirk would be like, you're fearful of women in his circle or something like that. I don't know what that claim was about. I wanted to explore this. You said you're a misandrist. Can you explain again what that is? And
I just believe that if women were in power, there'd be a lot less issues going on in the world. If every country in the entire world was ruled by women, I truthfully, wholeheartedly believe that we would have so many less issues. And even though I may not be able to be proven right or wrong, that is my belief. Everyone's entitled to their own beliefs.
Sure.
And I'm not saying I hate men. I'm just saying that I believe that women are smarter than men in certain ways. But maybe you can try to prove me wrong. But again, I believe that a lot of the educational system has been set up by the patriarchy. So it's not fair for you to say that men's IQs are currently higher than women's or whatever fact you're going to throw at me.
One thing at a time. You shotgun.
I'm answering one question.
I know, but you're shotgunning a lot of points here. I'd like to take them one by one, if that's okay.
Well, they all are grouped together in my mind.
Let me really quickly just explore. Again, you said the patriarchy as it relates to the education system. We already went over it. I quite clearly demonstrated that there are more women going to college and getting degrees than there are men. This would completely contradict and debunk your point that the patriarchy is if there was a patriarchy, wouldn't it be the case that they'd be trying to favor men into higher education?
Have you read history books? That happened throughout a lot of time.
For the past 4 decades, women have predominated in the university system.
4 decades of hundreds of thousands of years that this earth has been
I'm talking about right now. So here,
But you can't talk about right now with ignoring history.
Watch.
While ignoring history.
For the sake of conversation, I have some disputes as it relates to your historical points, but I'm just going to grant, for the sake of argument, that you're 100% right. Historically, yes, women had all these bars to entry into education system. Now that I've granted your argument on that, let's talk about modernity. In modernity, for the past 45 years, women have been disproportionately represented in higher education. Now let's talk about that. How could it be evidence current day that the patriarchy has any sort of foothold in anything if it is the case that if the patriarchy wanted to maintain power and the patriarchy, wouldn't you want to exclude women from higher education? Because you would agree that higher education gives people more opportunity, and it would try to push the majority of men into having opportunity as it relates to higher education.
Yeah.
But that's clearly not the case. There's more women in higher education. It defeats your point entirely.
Which is what? What point does that defeat? that
The point
women,
you just,
I think women
you
are
said
smarter,
the
or what?
patriarchy and women are barred from higher
Just because you
education.
go to college doesn't mean you're smart.
I mean, I agree with you.
I'm
I guess,
just saying that I believe that if the world had turned out differently and women
Yes.
were in power, we would be a lot better off.
Okay, question for you on
That's what I mean when I say misandry.
Question for you on that. If I were to say, just to be clear, this is not my position necessarily, but if I were to say the following, would you think it would be sexist? I think that the world is better because men do have more power in it.
Yes, I think that's sexist.
So how is your position not sexist if you were to say,
It is.
I think the world would be better if women were in charge?
It is.
Oh, okay, so you're sexist.
She said she's
Misogyny is the opposite of misandry. Feminism is in the middle.
Okay, so you
Right?
hate misandry. Yeah.
Misogyny isn't I hate all women. It's I believe that men are better than women and deserve more power. Feminism is I think everyone should be equal, and misandry is I think women deserve more power. I believe that women would do better in positions of power than men, and that is my belief system.
Okay, but you would also, wouldn't you fight against men making the positive claim that if men are in positions of power, that they actually think that the world would be a better place if more men are in positions of power?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you would object to that statement, right?
Yeah, but they'd object to mine.
But shouldn't you object to your own sexist rhetoric?
No.
So it's okay, just to be clear, you're against sexism, sort of. But only if men are sexist towards women, not if women are sexist towards men?
You know, I truthfully also believe that if women were in power, sexism would not really be as big of a thing. Everyone's lives would just be better off. And that's my own belief. I don't believe that if women were in power, I don't believe that women would create a system that is unfair towards men. I believe that things would be a lot more equal. I just think that women would be better off in power.
I'm trying to explore the logic. So you would be, I assume, very ideologically opposed to a man saying that they think that society is better or would be better if men, well, let's say men are currently fully in power. You would object to this sort of statement.
Yeah, well, men already think that all the time.
I'm not sure if that's actually the case because that's sort of a male supremacy view, but I think a lot of people believe in sort of a more complementarian perspective as it relates to gender roles. But I'm just curious. So you think, just to be clear, you think society would be better if women were in charge?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
I do.
But so then you can't then object, I suppose. You might disagree,
I might disagree, but I don't object. They can say whatever they want to say. They can believe whatever they want to believe.
So you're fine with...
But I'll fight them on it. And they can fight me on my view. I'm fine with that.
I mean, there is some logical consistency there. If you're saying you would disagree, but you'd actually be okay with men saying, yeah, we should continue the patriarchy because I think the patriarchy is better for the world.
Men are allowed to think that, yeah.
And are men also allowed to think, for example, the world would be a worse place if women had predominated in roles of power?
Yeah, people are allowed to think whatever they want to think.
Okay, but you would probably categorize it as sexist, right?
Sure.
But you're sexist too?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. But sexism is bad?
Sexism on a grand scale where women have been shut down and oppressed in multiple ways is a bad thing. And I believe that if women were in power, they would not be oppressive towards men. It would just be different. And again, you can never prove me right or wrong because we'd have to completely uproot the world and change the way things are.
Bro,
that's just what I
that.
believe.
Mary, hide it. Sorry, go ahead.
Hide what?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
I was done with my sentence.
Can you just repeat the last 10 seconds? I got distracted there.
I believe that if women were in charge, they would not be oppressive towards men. It would be different. However, you can't prove me right or wrong. And so it's just a belief. Just like a lot of things are just beliefs. I'm fine with people arguing with me. I'm fine with people disagreeing with me. That's just my belief system.
Okay, so sexism bad, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you
Sexism
engaging in something that's bad?
Because sexism on a grand scale, where like if we denied men the right to do jobs or to make money or to do different things, that would be bad. However, I believe that if women were in power, men would not be oppressed in any way. Things would be a lot more equal and women would just do better in positions of mass power. That is my belief. There's no way to prove me right or wrong. So you're just going to have to take it as my word. And that's just what I believe. I'm okay with people disagreeing with me. I'm okay with men thinking that it's different. There's lots of men who think that only men can be in power and, a woman's just going to bomb someone when they're on their period, which is complete BS. But that is a big thing that a lot of men think. I'm allowed to think what I want to think. It's just a belief and there's no science behind it. I mean, there's a little bit of science behind it, but I'd have to really do like a deep thesis paper on this if I wanted to like really try to prove myself.
My confusion here is if it is your position that sexism is bad and we should move away from sexism, how are you going to reconcile your own admitted sexism?
Because I don't believe if women were in power, they would actually oppress the male gender. It wouldn't be a sexism thing. It's just me saying I think women would be better in power. The way that men are in power, they oppress women in multiple ways. I believe that if women were in power, they would not oppress men. People would be equal, but women would be more in power.
How are women oppressed?
I don't want to get into this rage bait with you right now.
How would that be rage bait? It's literally, you literally just
listed so many ways that women are oppressed.
Okay, what ways are women oppressed?
Sexually, men have more sexual power. If you get essayed and you go to a judge, it's way more likely that a man's going to be let off the hook than a woman.
Wait, what?
Men have
more. Hold on. One at a time, please. One at a time. You're saying that when it comes to prosecutions and somebody being found guilty, you're saying women are more likely to be found guilty of crimes than men are.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you just said.
I said that men are likely to get off the hook for sexual aggression.
How so?
As compared to...
Like right now, Trump's trying to like say that Diddy shouldn't be in jail.
Did he actually make that claim?
He tweeted that.
Trump sent a tweet about Diddy.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of the tweet. Maybe I don't know.
But I'm just saying, in general, there's so many stories of women trying to come out about their essay stories and getting shut down because, what were they wearing and different things about men. There is oppression there, and even if it's not the U.S., there's mass oppression in. Oh my gosh, so many places in the world. We're very lucky in the U.S. I know that. I am not very oppressed as a woman in the U.S., but there are so many places, and we're forgetting that there's so many places where like women aren't even like allowed to sing or speak or go in public without a man. So
everything is
in the Middle East.
Come on, like that's terrible.
Yeah, that's true. That depends on countries.
Yeah, it depends on the country. And in the U.S., we're very lucky to not have to deal with such strong oppression. However, there's still aspects of oppression that we deal with.
If one woman is hurting, we're all hurting. If
I have a
women
question.
in different countries, we're all women. We're all here together. We're all hurting.
I have a question for you. So you said that in like countries like Scandinavian countries where females are in places of power, do you think that women are still oppressed in countries like that?
Definitely not as much. I mean, I'm sure there's still some male aggression towards females, but I know, like, in the U.S., maternity leave is very, like, subjective. However, in places like Scandinavia, I know that they get, like, paid
Even
maternity leave. Men
too.
get time off so that they
Both
can
of them.
spend time with the family. They're hospital, like, they get cared for. They have nurses that care for them and give them, like, spa treatments because they know that birth is hard. I mean, that's just a small example. But, other people are not afforded that because...
Here, how are women oppressed?
Okay.
I'm asking, how are
We've
women
been talking
oppressed?
about it.
How are women... Okay, here, let's start with something simpler then. First, can you just give me a definition of oppression?
Like not getting the same basic rights as other people.
Okay, sure. So what rights do men have that women don't?
Control over their bodies.
Well, that's not true.
Women can't have abortions anymore.
Women have the right to get abortions.
Not everywhere. You know that woman in Georgia who's like on life support even though she's completely brain dead and the family wants her to be killed, like be taken away because she's completely brain dead, but the hospital will not let them take her off of life support because she is pregnant, and so they're using her body as like basically like an incubator until the baby is birthed.
I can engage with you on the abortion thing, but is there anything besides abortion you can point to as it relates to a right that a man has that women do not?
In the law, no. In society, you can see it trickling in just different ways.
But if we're talking about rights, typically we are talking about
in the
some
law,
sort of,
I would say abortion's the biggest
is there
example.
Anything else though? Just abortion.
Not that comes to mind, but that's just laws, not like systematic and social oppression.
Okay, so it's okay. You don't need to check on it. It's fine. So on the abortion argument, I don't think that this is actually evidence of an inequality that exists between men and women, because what we're doing is doing a comparison between men and women. What rights do men have that women don't? Men don't have abortion rights, so you would have to agree with me.
But men were able to make abortion rights even though it's not their body.
You're moving away from the actual argument.
That is the argument.
Let me make the argument. So you're saying that women don't have any abortion rights.
I didn't say that.
Excuse me. You're saying in some states women don't have abortion rights.
They can be oppressed.
You would agree that in other states women do have abortion rights.
Yeah, in California we have abortion rights.
So in those states you would say that there is no difference of rights between men and women?
In the law, but socially, there is oppression, just in different ways.
But as it relates to abortion, you would agree that men can't force women to get abortions, right?
Well, by law, I guess technically yes. By law, technically yes, they can in some states. Men created the rule that they are not allowed to get abortions. And so that is a man telling a woman she's not allowed to get an abortion.
But men can't force a woman to get an abortion, right?
No, because it's illegal now, even if they want.
No, but a man, let's say the woman wants to keep the kid and the man doesn't want to have a kid. He can't force the woman to get an abortion.
It depends.
There's
legally, no, he can't, but physically he probably could.
There's ways.
Sure, there could be an abusive guy who's like drags her physically to the abortion clinic and is like, I'm going to kill you if you don't do it. Yeah, sure, that could happen, but that has nothing to do with like, there is no right that would grant a man like an ability to force a woman to get an abortion.
No.
Okay, so wouldn't you have to you'd have to agree with me on this, that it would actually create a certain level of equality that exists between men and women. In order for there to be equality as it relates to reproductive rights, you would just have to outright ban abortion entirely.
No.
Yes.
No.
Let me explain it to you. Men have no reproductive rights. So equality would have to dictate that in order for there to actually be equality between men and women, you would have to walk back women's abortion rights for there to be equality.
But men have the right to impregnate a dozen women at a time, and then you're saying those women don't have...
That's not an argument, but okay, go ahead and make it.
How is that not an argument? As in, if a guy gets me pregnant and I don't want to have his, or you're saying I want to have his child, he doesn't want me to have the child, right? That's the scenario?
It's not even, no, that's not the scenario.
He's just saying that in order for abortion rights to be equal, men should also get a say.
How about men take birth control?
He's saying that...
I'm not saying that. I'm saying, one, no, I don't think that should be the case. But two, men cannot force women to have abortions. I'm not
but they
advocating.
Can pull financial support. They can leave the relationship. They can do a
yes,
number. Right,
men and women are allowed to leave relationships.
So people have cohabitated, and then the man gets the woman pregnant, but says, "I don't want you to have the baby. If you don't get an abortion, you got to get the fuck out of the house." How is it her fault that she got pregnant?
Because she had sex with him?
Literally, logically doesn't even follow.
They were in a relationship living together.
You're talking about something completely different. The point I'm trying to make here is you're making the argument that women are oppressed and that women do not have equal rights to men in the United States, to which you cite abortion laws or reproductive rights. Since men have no reproductive rights, I would say that in order for there to be equal rights to men in the USA between men and women, the only means by which you can arrive at equal rights between men and women would be to walk back abortion rights for women. I'm not saying that that should be the case. What I'm saying is that would be how it would have to be for there to actually be equality between men and women.
If men were like seahorses and they could also carry children, I would agree with you.
But they can't.
So I don't agree with you.
But okay.
Just think about it logically.
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
I am, honey. If
You're not. You're putting your feelings in front of your argument.
If I have to carry a baby for 9 months and then rip open my vagina to give birth to it, and a man doesn't even have to be there if he doesn't want to, I think I should decide if I want to go through
But that's
with it.
not the argument I'm making.
You're making the argument that if we wanted to be 100% equal, but what equal is not always fair.
So you do agree that's
Men
not
can't
equal
have
then?
Babies. So what? This argument is
women can't impregnate themselves.
Okay, here's the context of the conversation. The context is, it's what rights do men have that women don't? So within that context, men don't have reproductive rights. So the fact that in some states women don't have access to abortion, I don't think that you could say that that should be something women can have. They should have access to abortions, but it's not evidence of men having some sort of advantage or privilege or benefit or right that women don't. The question is, what right do men have that women don't? As you guys are correct, only women can get pregnant, but this has nothing to do with a comparison of women's rights to men's rights. Men don't have any rights as it relates to their reproduction. So your claim that, well, abortion rights, if I were to go ahead, yeah, sure, okay, women don't have abortion rights. What does that have to do with equal rights between men and women?
You and I just disagree on that. And I don't think we're ever going to see eye to eye on abortion rights, which a lot of people aren't going to see eye to eye on abortion rights.
But I'm not having an abortion debate with you. I'm having a debate with you on men's and women's rights.
But you thinking that women don't have the right to get an abortion by themselves?
Hold on. I didn't make that. I didn't even make that argument. For all you know, I could be pro-choice.
Okay, but you saying that it wouldn't be equal, I think we agree differently on that.
Agree differently. Okay. We
disagree.
I could be pro-choice and make the same argument I just made.
And I disagree with that argument. So.
But what is? I'm a little confused here. So, what specifically do you disagree with the argument about?
I disagree that in order for abortion rights to be equal for men and women, abortion should be banned because men should get an equal say or something.
Okay. To clarify, I'm not speaking should. I'm speaking...
I know, hypothetically, whatever.
I'm speaking descriptively. So descriptively, it is the case that because men don't have these... I'm not saying that men should be able to, like, get an abortion on behalf... Like, that's not what I'm advocating for.
Okay.
I'm advocating for I'm actually making a counter to your claim that men have rights that women don't.
Okay.
You would have to establish that men have abortion rights to make the claim that in the states where women don't have abortion rights, men have abortion rights. If men don't have abortion rights, which they don't in any state, then how could it ever be the case that women not having abortion rights in a state is evidence of men having rights that women don't possess?
I'm just saying that means oppression to me. And to a lot of women, not having the ability to choose if they want an abortion or not is oppression. And if you don't think that, that's your opinion. My opinion is that it is oppressive to not let a woman make decisions about her own body. Even if a man impregnated her and that is his child, sure. I still think the woman has the right to make the decision if she wants an abortion or not.
Yeah, and so I actually, in response to something you said before, you mentioned how I think you said something along the lines of men don't have bodily autonomy.
When did I say that?
I think you said something along those lines.
Well, bodily autonomy, everyone has bodily autonomy. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you said, didn't you? Can somebody rewind the tape? You didn't say something about like men don't have any loss of bodily autonomy or anything like that?
Oh, the right to their bodily autonomy?
I think can you repeat how you framed it?
Like men don't have a law that like dictates a part of their body the way that women do.
Yes.
Where women could be forced to not have an abortion, whereas there is no law that says like men aren't allowed to do certain things.
Right. How about circumcision?
Or like, how about a law that says when they turn 13, they all have to get a vasectomy because then they can't get someone pregnant and they can get it reversed whenever they want. That would be an issue because it hurts their right to their own bodily autonomy. However, that's not a law. The only laws that affect bodily autonomy happen towards women. That's what I was saying.
Can you think of any law that, can you think of any law that relates to the bodily autonomy of men?
The only thing I can think of.
Or the taking away of it.
The only thing I can think of would be the draft. But I already said that I don't think that should be a thing.
But it is a thing.
But I already said I don't think it should be, just like I don't think women should be forced to not get abortions.
Right.
So, like, I don't know where you're trying to get at me with that, but...
Yeah, well, originally you were making the claim that there's nothing, at least as it relates to law, that takes away men's bodily autonomy. And you mentioned one. I give you, I guess, some credit there for at least saying that forced military conscription would take away men's bodily autonomy.
But like I said, I don't think that should be a thing.
But it is a thing.
But
It doesn't matter what you think. It's reality, and that's what it is.
I can give you two others, though. I'd like to give you two other examples as it relates to bodily autonomy. So infant boys are circumcised.
That's the parents' choice.
Well, here's the difference.
I don't think that should happen.
Yes,
sure,
I agree with
why
you.
not?
I'm against circumcision. But what I would point out to you, while there aren't any laws, for example, that force boys to get circumcised, you would have to agree that there's significant social pressure, cultural pressure, religious pressure, and even on the healthcare front, there's certain, I would call it propaganda that relates to this, where doctors are, like pediatricians, are advocating for the procedure of circumcision. But what I would point out, though, that does sort of relate to... Thank you for your addition to the conversation. I appreciate it.
She'd like to offer her opinion.
Hold on. Well, I'd like to finish my thoughts. So, there is a law that is sort of related to this. So, the circumcision of baby girls is outlawed.
Yeah.
So while there isn't...
How do you circumcise a woman?
It's horrible. It's female genital mutilation.
Genital mutilation.
It happens a lot in like tribes in like Somalia and stuff. It's very brutal.
And I think it's good that we have laws on the books against female genital mutilation, but I think there ought to be a corresponding law to prevent circumcision, or what I call male genital mutilation.
Sure.
But there isn't. So that would indicate to me, although again, there's no law that says men must be circumcised, there is a law that prevents it from ever happening to baby girls. But society and culture has completely accepted this barbaric practice as it relates to baby boys.
Can I say something?
Yep.
I'm not fully sure how circumcision works. I've never researched that. I'm pretty sure it's like a surgical practice, correct? Like the baby boy would go under or would be put under some sort of a medication or something. It doesn't just happen like right out there in the wild.
I'm actually not entirely sure.
I think they do it when they're born.
I know they do it right when the boy is born, and I'm not sure the surgical practice of it, but I know that female genital mutilation happens when the woman is completely of age and conscious. No medical practice is usually used.
Well, it doesn't happen in the U.S.
Yeah, but no medical practice is usually used. No anesthesia, no pain meds, no nothing. The girl is strapped down and just carved up and then stitched up. And the reason
this is also done to
the
men.
reason it happens is because they want to make sure that the woman is a virgin, so you can see that she's still stitched up when you marry her. Circumcision is a religious practice that happened a long time ago. Do I think it's right? No. Do I think I'm going to circumcise my sons? No.
I don't really.
However,
go ahead.
You cannot compare the two fully.
Actually, I can, and here's why. So, for example, one of the arguments that they often make, there's a social component too, as it relates to circumcision. Women's own preferences dictate this. Like, there is a component of parents being like, well, I live in a society where circumcision is practiced, and if my son, there's the healthcare component that's kind of bullshit, like hygiene, whatever. There's plenty of men in the world who are not circumcised, who have perfectly good hygiene.
Right.
But there is a social component where parents are going to make a determination, well, everybody else is circumcised. Is my baby boy going to fare perhaps worse when it comes to dating, or when he becomes an adult, when he does start dating, because of women's genitalia preferences. And it seems to me the case, there's a lot of women, especially in countries where men are circumcised, women have very strong preferences towards circumcised men.
It's because they didn't have the option of
and
trying
single
both.
moms are almost invariably always getting their baby boys circumcised in the United States.
I'll just make the point. I've never met anyone who cared. I understand that it is a thing, and I don't even know what religion actually circumcises. I've never done research on circumcision or circumcision or whatever.
Sure.
But do I think it's right? I never said that. So.
But we're
like,
talking about bodily autonomy, and I do actually think the case, at least if we're speaking in the U.S. and a lot of Western countries, female genital mutilation, and if I'm even willing to grant that, like, at least some of your argument has merit insofar as perhaps the reasons they do it are very questionable, or they do it at a certain age where it's like, okay. Although I would say there's plenty of men who didn't get circumcised when they're babies and they get circumcised later on in life.
Get circumcised with no pain? Do they get circumcised with no pain meds, no nothing? Or I would like to know how the procedure is done.
Again, not a total expert on this.
Because I'm almost certain it's not as barbaric.
At adult, well, in the United States, my understanding, if you're an adult male and you opt to get circumcised, there's going to be some level of sedation, I assume. Okay. I don't know if it's like localized anesthesia.
Right.
I'm not an expert on adult male circumcisions, but I would again point out that there are laws on the book that completely preclude female genital mutilation. So that can't be done. So that does relate to bodily autonomy. Then the other one would be, well, you mentioned the draft, so I won't go into that. The other one would be kind of related to the abortion or the getting pregnant or whatever, is so we did away with debtors' prisons a long time ago. We realized that if you owed a debt, if you owed money, that you shouldn't have to go to prison for it. We did away with that. There can be sort of penalties and ramifications, your credit score, they could garnish your wages, but you can't be sent to prison if you owe somebody money. The only way, though, that this is still actually a thing is through child support. And this disproportionately impacts men. I think 97% of child support payments go from men to women. If you have a kid, your bodily autonomy can be taken away if you don't pay child support. And then in addition to that, there's another component besides like prison time or jail for not paying child support. They can essentially, in fear of potentially going to prison, you basically can be forced to work when you otherwise wouldn't. And I would consider that under the purview of taking away somebody's bodily autonomy. If the court says, go to work and work some job that you don't want to do, that would kind of be taking away your bodily autonomy.
It's modern day slavery. It's a horrible thing.
It's debt slavery. Basically.
I know it's bad. I don't support it.
But that's the current system.
The system is for profit.
Sure. Yeah.
But I could not.
They put people in jail on purpose.
I don't support that, and I don't support taking away a woman's right to get an abortion. So I'm on both sides, and you're acting like I'm saying that all men should have to do all that stuff while women should get all the freebies. I'm not saying that at all. Men shouldn't have to deal with that stuff, and women shouldn't have to deal with our stuff. Everyone should have the right to their own body.
Do you think men should pay child support?
I mean, it depends. If a mother decides to give up the child, then no. But
no, she chooses to keep it unilaterally. Let's say
the man says, I don't want it. The woman says, I do want it. No, I don't think the man should have to pay child support.
You do recognize, though, that under the current system, every single state, despite the man's wishes, say he doesn't want the child in each instance, the woman can force him through the state to pay child support. And if he doesn't, he ends up in jail
and
eventually.
I don't think that's fair.
If he didn't want to have a child, why did he ejaculate inside her?
That's not because people get pregnant by accident. People get pregnant by accident all the time.
Pull out.
If he gets her pregnant and she says, actually, I want to keep it, and he says, no, I really don't want to keep it. I don't have the money for that. I don't have the time for that. I don't want to be a part of this anymore. I'm dumping you. And she decides to keep it on her own. She's responsible for that child. He should not have to pay child support.
It's not the case, though.
Two to tango.
We can talk about what should be.
And that's sad. I don't know why. Do you want me to become the president and change things, like that would be a difficult thing for me to do. All I can do is advocate for what I believe in.
I mean,
and I'm doing that right now. I don't think men should have to pay child support if they make it clear before the woman gives birth, I do not want this child. If he doesn't know about the child, any of that, he should not be forced to pay child support.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I suppose I would extend maybe, I don't know if this is an olive branch to you, Maren. I don't know if you've seen how there's this article recently about how the Democrats aren't able to reach men. I don't know if you heard about that. They're struggling to capture male voters. The Democratic Party. Are you a Democrat?
I don't really. I'm kind of unlabeled.
Well, did you vote for Kamala or
Yeah, I
Trump?
voted for Kamala.
But
like, I'm not against Republicans. I'm purely against Donald Trump.
Okay, that's fair enough. I think that, and you're also a pro-choice, right?
Yes.
You're in favor of abortion. You know what could actually be a compelling argument to get a bit more men to be pro-choice, but also to lean a bit more left, or at least more Democrat.
Is that men shouldn't have to pay child support?
I think if you make the argument that attached to securing abortion rights for women, you were to say, in instances where men didn't want to have children, they could do something called legal paternal surrender, where they say, I'm relinquishing all paternal rights to the child, and in so doing, I'm not financially or parentally obligated to the child in any way. Now, this would be sort of like...
Then the government has to step in with will help with
I
food
guess.
stamps and all that. That means we're all paying for it. The taxpayers are paying for that baby.
Sure. But I think, anyways, my position, if we're talking about what is, in any state where women do have abortion rights, I think men should have a corresponding right to not have any sort of parental responsibility, which includes child support.
Yeah. One of my friends personally had a baby with a random girl, and he went to court. He went to find for this child. He wanted that child. He helped her. He has a child now. So there are men who want to take care of their kids, even good men out there that want to help out.
No, but he's just saying, like imagine you're a man and you get someone pregnant.
Well, he did it. That's part of him. That's still his child. That's still his DNA. That's still a part of him. Why would you not want to take care of something that is a part of you?
That's why women get abortions, because they're not ready to have a child. They don't want to have the child. They don't feel physically or emotionally or financially ready to have a child. If a man doesn't feel that way and the woman wants to keep it, the man should be able to not have to take care of the child. Even if the woman wants him to or not. That's like trapping him.
You should be considering all those things before even having sex, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, but also I just don't think it's right to just have the men relinquish their rights so easily. What if the dad just wants to be a deadbeat dad? He just simply wants to escape all the responsibility after impregnating the woman.
Well, then the woman can have a choice to not let that dad into the life.
When he chose to have sex with this woman, he should have considered there's a possibility of pregnancy. And,
are you pro-choice or pro-life?
I think I'm pro-choice.
Okay, but hold on. But the thing you're going to have to contend with is people who are pro-life are going to make those same exact arguments towards women the moment of conception.
But the thing is,
But why? Okay, but so hold on. To be consistent, though, if you're saying, well, hold on, like let me frame it like this: let's say the man doesn't want to. He's not ready to be a father. He's not financially ready. Or here, let me change it. The woman is not financially ready to be a mother. Would you say that under those circumstances, it's okay for her to have an abortion?
I mean, I think this goes to the autonomy of a body. So it's women's choice whether they want to keep the child or not.
But I'm just asking about the reasons why. So you might even say whatever reason, maybe there's no reason, she just wants to get an abortion. You'd be fine with it, right?
Yeah, I think it would be fine. But of course, maybe there's some internal discussion between the men and women.
But, okay, so you would agree, though, that a woman who wanted to get an abortion for the following two reasons: she's not ready to be a mother, and she's not financially ready.
Yeah, that's very plausible.
That's good reasons.
Yes.
Okay, but so then why are you saying if men make this similar argument, I'm not financially ready, I don't want to be a father, why do you then say, tough luck, you should have kept it in your pants, you shouldn't have done that? Why don't you apply that same that same.
Like what I said, that men should be allowed to have an out, just like a woman does with an abortion.
Well, it's interesting when it comes to women, like when it comes to men's responsibility, you guys are basically like Bronze Age pro-lifers. You should have kept it in your pants. You shouldn't have had sex. Not you, but that's the argument these two are making. They're saying, oh, well, you should have thought of that before you had sex. Why can't I use that argument for women who want to get abortions?
But why is it also fair for women who want to keep the child? The women could also be financially unstable, and why is it her sole responsibility to raise a child? Because when you go through pregnancy, you develop this natural attachment to the children. So some women, they may feel like it's homicide to get an abortion. So I think like the men, they could simply use it as an excuse, attributing it to their financial distress to not pay for child support. And I think this will create a lot of legal loopholes for guys to just not take on the responsibility they should.
But I think, look, ultimately, I don't know if you're going to share this view. If from the pro-life perspective, they would consider this murder. If you're getting an abortion, they consider it murder, right? So why are women allowed to murder their children, but it's not okay for men to abandon their children?
I mean, this is murder and abandonment are two different things. Like
what's
murder,
worse?
Of course, murder is taking away someone's like life.
When does life begin?
Oh my God.
I mean, that depends on how it's defined medically. But I guess
life begins when you breathe.
When the heartbeat is
life
detected.
begins
when the heartbeat is detected.
Okay. When's that?
I mean, I have never gone through pregnancy, but I guess it depends on the trimester. You have to ask someone who has been a mom.
You think life begins
when the baby's out?
No.
Once it's out. So you're fine with abortions up until birth?
No.
But if it's not a life, why can't you abort the?
That's not what I mean.
But you said that's when life begins.
That literally.
I think it's at 12 weeks is when the cutoff is, but some states have lowered that to 6 weeks, which a lot of women don't even know they're pregnant at 6 weeks sometimes. Obviously, in all states, it's illegal to get rid of the baby after a certain amount of time because it's like a full-formed child. Mm-hmm. And I think that is accurate. I think that should stay a rule. You know, if you're in your second, third trimester and you're trying to get rid of the child, that is murder. However, I also agree with you. Like, if a woman wants to keep it and the man says, I'm not ready, the man should be able to not be involved in the child's life and should not have to pay child support. But also a woman should be able to get an abortion before a certain time if they feel the need to.
But I guess I'm arguing the whole, like, they're pro-choice, but also men should still be responsible. That's where I'm confused.
I just think it's cruel on the woman to take on the child care responsibility after the child is born. Like the men, they can probably just come up with excuses of not being financially able to take care of the child, but then they will still be able to afford like video games, like drinks at the bar, other things.
My issue with that statement is if a man went to the woman right when the baby was detected, right, like when the woman could still get an abortion, and expressed to the woman, I cannot be the father of this child, I don't want this child, I don't want to be involved, and the woman still decides to go through with it, she is taking on that responsibility. And it should not be put all on the man at that point. If the man says, I'll do it with you if you do it, and then takes that away when the child's like a year old, then it makes sense to like go to court and say, you need to help me because you said that you would. However, if he expresses in the beginning, I do not want this child, then it is then the woman's responsibility to take care of the child if she decides to have it. But I do think she should be able to decide to have it or not.
Yeah, but also I think like from a morality standpoint, it's just really sad to see a man willing to give up on his child, not willing to establish any sort of connection.
But on a legal level, if you want women to have the right to have an abortion, you should also allow men to have the right to walk away.
Pasty George, thank you, man.
Pasty George donated $200.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Male infant circumcision in North America is done without anesthesia, and a clamp tool is used to secure foreskin while it is
horrible.
cut. It is done when the baby is awake and aware.
It is.
6 is base.
It is a brutal and barbaric practice.
And so it shouldn't exist anymore. I don't go talk to your local government about that. I'm not the one.
Moving off of abortion, Marin, again, you said you're a misandrist. Why? How? What is misandry?
Can I not answer this again? I've answered this like 7 times.
I'm tired of her
this
voice,
chat.
no offense.
Right? Can other people speak?
No.
She's definitely stealing the show.
Okay. She needs to go do a bathroom break here. Here, we're going to get into... Lynn, you said that a man dating a transgender woman is straight. Why is that?
Yeah, because I think transgender women psychologically, they believe they are women. So, and their ID also identifies them as female. So, of course, it's not like homosexual for a man to date a transgender woman.
Wait, you said their ID says that do you think people can change their sex?
Yeah, I think people who have gone through transgender surgeries, they are able to change their gender on their identifications.
Would you, okay. So I guess you can change, for the sake of argument, I'll just go ahead and grant that you can change your gender, but I don't think you can change your sex.
But also sex is but what's even the difference between like sex and gender? I thought they are interrelated.
Well, I think so too.
Yeah.
And but for the sake of argument, there's like gender identity and then there's sex.
Yeah, so
sex relates to your biology, your chromosomes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if they're transgender, that means they have gone through the procedures. So biologically,
No, not all transgender people have their stuff.
Yeah,
changed.
but I would say, like, in my answer, I referred most to people have gone through the procedures.
Hold on, continue.
So you don't think XX chromosomes matter?
I mean, the thing is, a man who has decided to go through the procedures, so that means psychologically, a man before they go through the procedure, they are men, and then after the procedure, and even actually before they decided to take the procedure, they still, they probably like psychologically identify themselves as women already. So that's why they decided to go through the procedure and to become a woman legally. So I feel like it would be an ordeal to make them still like men after they have gone through all the procedures to like change their identity to feel more alive for becoming like who they're more affiliated with.
I still believe that, but I do believe if a man is attracted to a trans woman, I still think that's a little bit.
You think that's homosexual?
I think it has to do with if she passes, as in like I've been at a table with a trans woman who I 1000% thought was a real woman. Like she, like
so many friends like that.
Her work was so good, everything was so good, and there's straight women that with the BBLs and the surgeries look like trans women.
Okay, so
I'm not finished. So if a man finds a person identifying as a woman very attractive and wants to date them, I don't necessarily think that makes the man gay until they get deeper into the conversation. And if he's turned on by the fact that she still has a dick between her legs and likes to put it in, and is so excited to put it in her butt, then yeah, it is kind of like you'd potentially rather be with a man, but you're happy because this man is feminine. And I think once they're fully transitioned through the surgery, then it goes back to if they really pass inspection and 100% look and feel like a woman, then no.
Men who want
So wouldn't you say that they're attracted to femininity? And
say that again?
Wouldn't you rather say that they're attracted to the femininity?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Because you said that they don't care if they see a penis.
I didn't say they don't care. I'm saying
you said if they have a BBL and they get the fake
I'm
tits
saying there
and
are
makeup
there are
and-
heterosexual women who get surgeries and it actually makes them look more trans. So the American beauty standard of what women should look like or what America finds hot has transitioned into trans being attractive. Like the woman who was just sitting here had eyebrows that looked like a drag queen. Like she could have passed as trans. I'm sorry, it was fake hair, fake surgery, and her makeup was like a drag queen. So I think that there are trans people who pass more as a feminine woman.
You should have had that smoke for her when she was here.
We weren't talking. Nobody was talking to her. Like we were just talking about her.
I think it really depends on the phase of the transition. Are we talking about?
Wait, question. So a guy sucking a woman's dick is that straight?
Women don't have dicks.
But,
Sucking
yeah,
dick is
I'm
gay.
referring to people who have
trans can
finished
trans
the
women hold on?
transition.
Can trans women have penises?
Yes. But that makes them gay. I'm agreeing with if a man is attracted to a penis, that means that he is
Yeah, but
homosexual.
also sometimes they're just attracted by the femininity. Because if
okay?
you,
I know trans women, and they tell me guys love the fact that she has a one. They look for that. That's
All I'll
what
say
they
is
want.
this: it's going to be a hard
I
sell.
know a lot of trans women, so
If I see a guy
but that's
sucking
not what
on
your
a
sexual
penis.
opinion is.
yeah, but I'm not talking about like a woman who has not finished the transition. I'm talking about a woman who looks feminine, who dresses feminine, who feels
is
feminine.
there a penis? Is there a penis?
Probably not.
So she's
That's not.
Yeah, so
that's not pussy.
probably
though.
that
It ain't pussy.
question should have been defined more
That's not
narrowly.
pussy.
How do you
All right.
define transgender?
All right, here, let me blast through these because I want to try to get this hopefully wrapped up on the sooner side. Really quick, if you guys can give me quick, rapid fire answers. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I don't care. Me a lot, like probably 2-3 million at least.
A year?
A year?
Yeah.
She's got high standards, I guess.
Reach for the stars, girl.
2-3
the guy I'm
million.
seeing is about to buy a Bugatti, so. That's,
Okay,
that's
what
facts,
about you?
and he's gorgeous.
Just similar to my income.
You said 220,000 plus?
I told him not.
Yeah, but it could go lower. I
lower?
just don't like to. Just don't like any like big discrepancy.
Okay, what about you?
There's a lot of variables it depends on for me.
Bare minimum.
Where do we live? You know, like,
Southern California.
okay, minimum 500,000 a year.
500,000 a year?
What?
I mean, I've made 150,000 a year and had nothing left over at the end of it.
Well,
so
yeah, it's
it depends
expensive.
on assets. It depends what their other, like, somebody doesn't have to be high income rich if they have all their assets paid off and like, I think there's a lot of variables that go into play.
Well, you said you've been single for your entire adult life, basically, right? She's settling for Jake Gyllenhaal. She wants a guy who makes $500,000 minimum $500,000 a year. You gotta lower your
sorry, I didn't
standards.
want to settle for the.
You gotta settle.
The losers.
I've been proposed
Wait, hold
to
on, a
3
guy-
times. I've had people try
she got
to,
proposed
get
to.
me to do green card marriages for money.
Wait,
like,
you got proposed?
money doesn't win me over.
You said you haven't had a relationship your entire adult life. How did you get 3 proposals that were legitimate?
Men fall in love with me. It doesn't mean they were my public boyfriend. Doesn't mean I ever introduced them to my family.
Okay. What about you? Minimum yearly income?
60K.
60K. All right.
make that in a month.
She wants 500,000. Sure.
Because I said I don't care.
OnlyFans.
Obviously, just
I got you.
enough for them.
Hey, she's talking. Be quiet, please. Go ahead.
Just enough for them to live on their own, even if it's a shitty 1-bedroom apartment, even if it's a studio. Just enough for them to live on their own. And then if I have an income, we can combine ours. That's it.
How tall are you, and what's the minimum height of a man you would date?
I'm 6 foot. I would date any man 6 foot or over.
What about you?
Because I don't want to date someone shorter
I've
than
dated
me.
guys that were 5'6". I've dated
And how
guys
tall are
that
you?
were. I'm 5'8".
Okay. What about you?
I'm 5'4", so probably 5'10".
What about you?
I like tall men, but I don't discriminate height. My boyfriend was 5'3".
Okay. What about you?
5'7" and 5'4".
All right. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on a hike?
Usually men who hike are pretty nice, so probably I don't care. However, bears are also awesome to see, so I'd say bear.
Okay, you did say bear in the questionnaire here. What about
I
you?
did say bear.
Bear.
Man,
Okay.
I would freeze if I see a bear.
What about you?
Man.
Man.
Okay, and then for you two, why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Well, first I said like most men, I don't really hike alone, so I don't really care. But I know what to do if I see a bear. Brown, lay down, get on the ground.
Is
Black,
there like
attack. White, say goodnight because you're about to die. So I think bears are cool. I've seen lots of bears in my hiking adventures and they never bother me. However, on the off chance that a man is hiking that has bad intentions, I mean, usually the men who hike don't have bad intentions, so I don't really care, but bears are awesome, so I pick bear.
When do you think you would have a better chance against a man than a bear?
I've never had a bear even like really look me in the eye. I've been like right next to them. They really don't want to like bother you unless you like try to like attack it.
They're also like 500 pounds and they have really sharp
Well,
teeth.
did you hear what I just said? Bears don't bother you unless you bother them.
They don't bother you. So you never heard of a bear attack before?
Well, depends what that person is doing. I know I've seen bear attacks where they're like filming the bear and trying to get close to the bear or trying to like touch a cub of the bear and a bear might attack. But in a normal basis, if you're on a hike and you see a bear, like you're probably definitely going to be fine. However, men could do other things. And, you know, I'm not saying that every man on a hike is going to like shoot and kill me or kidnap me. However,
why'd you pick bear?
I could tame a bear.
Okay. There's not a component of like men, you think men are more dangerous?
There was a bear in Poland that was
Here we go.
in war. Like they trained a bear to be a soldier. So like men are not trainable. Bears are trainable.
I'm sorry, that is possibly the most retarded thing I've heard on this podcast.
There was a bear in World War II
You realize that there's like been millions upon millions of male soldiers who
yeah, but they trained a
have-
bear to be a soldier. So like that's freaking cool.
That was one bear though.
One bear versus
men
how
are
many
not.
It was a question. She gave
this
you an
is what
honest
she just said.
answer.
She said men are not trainable. Dubious. Bears are trainable. Okay.
I've seen
I'm
bears
sorry,
when
just-
I'd hike. I've
I'm not
like
trying to be
walked
mean,
by
but
them.
like some of the things you say are a little ridiculous. And Marin, is there a component here, at least as to you picking the bear, or like you're like, okay, well, a bear could kill me, a man could kill me, a man could also like torture me, essay, this sort of thing.
well, that is true. But like I said, honestly, on a hike, like I'm usually not worried about that, especially because I don't really hike alone. So I don't really care if it's a man or a bear. I would say hi to both.
I guess I'm.
But I'd rather see a bear because bears are cool.
I can I ask you a question. Do you think if women pick bear over man, do you think they're sexist?
No.
You don't think it's sexist to pick bear over man?
You know, the whole question is like, when I hear the question and I see women answering and saying like, definitely the bear, they're not talking and they're not thinking about a normal man that you cross on the street. Like if I saw you while hiking, I wouldn't sprint the other way and act dead and be scared. However, if you're asking if would I rather come across a convicted felon rapist, sorry,
Okay, go ahead.
essayist, scary man who's killed someone or something, or a bear, I'd pick the bear. And I think a lot of women who hear that question and answer bear are thinking about like, would I rather see a bear or an aggressive, scary man? Because obviously not every man who hikes is gonna be scary. However, would I rather see a scary, aggressive man on a hike or a bear? Definitely a bear. A random man, I mean, I would still pick bear because I like bears, but I wouldn't be scared of a random man on a hike.
Okay, so, but again, the question is though, is it sexist for women to pick bear over man?
No.
Let me ask you a question. Would it be racist to pick, let's say, I guess you'd be asking a white person this. Would you rather come across a bear or a black person?
A bear. I like bears.
You'd rather come across a bear than a
While hiking?
black person?
Is it a woman or a man?
Hold on.
When you said bear or man, I didn't automatically think of a white man. I just thought of any man.
Right, but so I'm just asking, would you rather come across a bear or a black person?
I don't care, but I like bears. I would like to see a bear, so bear. But like I said, I wouldn't see a black woman or man or whatever on the trail and run and scream and hide.
I would be scared of the white man instead of a black man.
Apparently, I'd be scared of the white bear, so I'd pick a black man over a white bear.
Well, over a white bear, yeah. Well, you're
right. So you
dead
have to
if
give a
it's
race
white
to
bear.
the bear if you're going to give a race to the guy.
I guess, look, the reason I
black,
asked...
brown, or white bear.
So my position would be, though,
We need a poo.
If somebody picked bear over black person, I think that this would point towards racism.
But I picked bear over white man also.
That would also point towards either sexism. But I said black person, not black man. by the
Okay,
way.
well,
But
what gender is the person?
Are you scared of black people?
Oh my God, are you actually? How did you come to that conclusion?
That's
no,
how
I'm
my
not.
brain works.
As in-
I'm not scared. No, I'm not scared of black people. It's a hypothetical. What I'm trying to say is.
Would I be an Asian man, or would I be scared of an Asian man? Why
Or
are you
Spanish?
bringing up a?
No, but what?
Brown.
That's
what,
a weird analogy.
Well, then you would have to say that.
I grew up in the hood. I'm not scared of nobody. No one, no one's trying to hurt you.
Okay, what I'm trying to point to is that there seems to be some level of acceptance of women picking bear over man. But I think if it was the case that we changed the question like I just did to say, well, would you pick a black person over a bear? And if people started picking the bear over black people, they'd probably point to this being racist. And so I then think if that is racist, then surely it must be sexist to pick bear over man.
Okay, what I just said though, like in my opinion.
Well, yeah, you want to hang out with a bear.
No. But in my opinion, when you ask women man or bear, they're not thinking about a normal man on the side of the street. They're thinking about the worst case scenario of a man that could hurt them.
Okay, sure, but
the worst case scenario of a bear could hurt you.
But the vast majority of men, they're not violent. They would never like victimize you in any way.
However, if you're asking man or bear and you're thinking bear is scary and could kill me, but if you want to point towards a man could also kill me. And if I would rather run across a bear than a murderous, scary kidnapper man. However, I know that a normal man hiking isn't out to get me. And I think a lot of women also know that. It's just the way the question's phrased make them want to pick bear because they're thinking of the worst type of man.
Got it. Okay, moving things on. Don't want to linger too long just so we can get things moving. You do say here, Marin, women can't be sexist towards men. Or you agree with the statement, rather. You agree with the statement that women can't be sexist towards men.
I view that as the same statement of white people or black people can't be racist towards white people systematically. I mean, it's almost impossible because of the way that the system has been set up.
So you think racism has to include a component of like systemic power?
Systemically, it's a lot. It's not really, it doesn't really happen. I mean, I'm sure it happens a tiny bit, but like
is low IQ. What? Being racist is low IQ.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't think systemically black people can be racist towards white people. I don't think systemically women can be sexist towards men because men have the power and men make the decisions right now. So even if a woman on the street is sexist towards a man a little bit, like it can happen on a tiny level, but systemically, like, no.
Can men experience systemic sexism?
It would take a lot.
In modeling.
It would take a lot.
I mean, I don't see it happening.
Men get sexualized all the time.
We already discussed this. It just even goes back to circumcision. It goes back to forced military conscription. It goes back to disproportionality.
Yeah, but men made all those things. Is it sexist if a man did it to another man?
Can you speak into the mic, please? Come on. I would say the government. So the government men does not equal government. Men are not the government. The government is a separate entity from men. You would agree that there are women in the government.
Though.
What does that matter?
Who wrote whose signatures are on the independence? Are there any women on that?
Tell me, how would that matter? Tell me which men are responsible. First off, men are not a hive mind.
We were left out of the conversation.
Explain how I'm benefiting from the system as a man.
By existing, you get so much privilege.
What privilege do I have?
Being here.
What do you?
Having this
You're
podcast.
here too.
Women can have the podcast too.
Women have podcasts.
As a white man.
What does race have to do with anything?
Black men have podcasts too. And they're really good at it. In fact, the most popular live streamers Kai Cenat, I Show Speed, two very young black men.
You had the privilege to drop out of college, and that is a privilege. So,
how is that a privilege to drop out of college?
Because it meant you saw a life plan for yourself that didn't involve needing an education or needing any kind of certification or documentation.
How would dropping out of college be evidence of privilege?
Because it means you could afford to drop out.
Do you think, wait. So when men drop out of high school, is that privilege?
High school and college are two totally different things. You're saying
They're
guys
both education.
Flunking out and dropping out are two different things.
How would it be privilege to drop out of college?
It's almost like a sense of entitlement, saying like, you know what, this was fun, but I don't need the education. I'm going to go do my own thing over here and figure out how to work the system in my favor. And maybe it was your parents that helped you out. Maybe it
You're
was...
making a lot of assumptions.
Right, this
that you
whole
have...
thing is an assumption. This entire thing, we're assuming, we're theorizing.
No, I'm talking about... No, not really. You are. You're making an assumption about my life experiences.
You're asking what your privilege is, and you've told us very little about yourself. Okay.
Yeah,
the one thing you said was you dropped out of college. Why did you not feel the need to finish?
What if it was the case?
So with the statistics
do you want an answer?
showed, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
What if it was the case that because of my gender, I was struggling in college, and that's why I dropped out?
I don't believe you.
Oh, she doesn't believe
But that's your
me.
experience.
Well, just to be clear, that's not actually the case. But what if it was the case? How would that be privilege if I dropped out? Or what if I dropped out
because
for financial reasons?
Because you didn't feel like people were being nice to you?
What if I... Okay,
Try being ugly.
I'm saying...
I mean, like... There's a number of situations where people are not going to be nice to you. It doesn't mean you give up. It doesn't mean you check out and say, I don't need this anymore.
With Marin, who's at least attempting to make logical arguments. I'm sorry, I just cannot make, like, I can't argue with...
So why did you drop out of college? I'm curious.
Because of my male privilege. That's why I dropped out.
You already said that's not the case.
Because I dropped out because of my male privilege. That's why. I'm sorry, I'm just not going to entertain this argument with you because it doesn't make it. It's incomprehensible.
So there's a cheat sheet of what your answers are, and we're all supposed to go around and guess or explain to you what your privilege is as a white man in this country. But
tell me.
The first thing somebody says, you're saying no, that's not true.
I don't think
our
dropping.
Observation.
Let me ask you this: what would be, I guess, more of a privilege, having completed college or having dropped out of college?
I think both are a privilege.
What would have better life outcomes for the average person, dropping out of college or completing college?
Honestly, I think dropping out, because being the higher education system in America, which I have not paid back my student loans. My college got shut down by a for-profit corporation who deemed it unprofitable, and it had a 70-year reputation as the best art school in the country. So logic doesn't always play in. It's greed, and it's men have the ability to do more. Okay, I'll stop.
Sorry, I'm just...
No,
I don't know.
I mean, you're clearly irritated, so...
I'm just not hearing an argument.
The point's to irritate us, not to irritate you, right?
I just don't know. I personally think it's situational, whether you want to stay in college or drop out of college. Because if you really don't think you're the study material, and you can choose to become like a blue collar worker, because in real life, I'm just saying, like, not talking about Brian specifically, but yeah, some plumbers and handymen, they do make more money. But of course, if you want to go on to like more complex professions, like becoming a lawyer,
there are kids who sell sneakers online that make more money.
Yeah, then you need to complete the degree. So it depends on your personal choice.
Guys, what are we talking about right now?
The keyword is privilege. How is it a privilege to drop out of college?
I don't think this is related to the system.
Drop out of college.
Felicity's right. It's kind of incoherent, so I'm just going to move it on.
But it's not related to gender.
Really quick, going back to this, you said people of color can't be racist towards white people, women can't be sexist towards men. Are you talking systemically, or would you agree on an individual level, a black person could be racist towards a white person?
On an individual level, that can happen. Systemically, not really. Not really.
Let me ask you a question. If Barack Obama, when he was president, refused to hire a white janitor, would that be systemically... and not just a singular janitor, but all the janitors that worked for the White House, would that be racist?
I don't think so, no.
So wait, just to be clear, at the time, he was the most powerful man in the United States, the most powerful man in the world. He was the leader and the boss and the president of the executive branch of the United States government, the executive branch of the United States government being a system. So how would it not be systemically sexist if Barack Obama had like a policy to not hire white janitors?
If he made that a policy for the entire U.S. and said
for
no
all
one's
federal,
allowed to
yes.
hire white janitors,
all federal institutions could not hire white janitors.
then yeah, that would be, I guess, racist.
Systemically racist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Except
gotcha.
for that didn't happen, and that hasn't
I know
happened.
it's a hypothetical.
So
I'm just testing the logic here. Women can't be sexist towards men. I assume it would be the same thing. Like if Kamala Harris, she won the presidency and she refused to hire male janitors, you would have to agree that systemically that this would be sexist towards men?
I guess for both, honestly, it depends on. I mean, if she said no one in the whole U.S. is allowed to hire male janitors or whatever, then yeah, that would be wrong. However, if she made the executive decision for just the White House only to hire women, if she said like that's just my choice, then no. If she said it's because I hate men, then that would be sexist.
Sure. Moving on, you said women, or you agree with the statement, women are the primary victims of war, not men. Although it seems like you did like kind of a squiggly line. So maybe
Yeah,
that's
I said I don't really know.
Yeah.
I know a lot of women and children suffer at the hands of war. When
Are they the primary victims though?
I think everyone's a victim.
No, I agree with you that men and women do suffer in war, and they are victims in war. I don't know if they're the primary victims, though.
I put a squiggle there because I don't know how to answer that question. So maybe move on.
Well, I'll just ask one clarifying question, but I don't intend to linger too long on this question. Knowing that men are almost the majority of all both historical and modern casualties of war, so deaths, injuries, etc.
Like the ones fighting, because they're the ones fighting in the wars.
Yeah, you would have to. Well, I would.
Well, if they're the
say men are the
ones-
primary victims.
If they're the ones fighting,
Can you tilt your mic down a bit? But go ahead.
if they're the ones fighting, can you call them a victim, or can you? I mean, if they were drafted against their will, then that's victimization. But if they chose to be there and they die in the battlefield or whatever, but they chose to be there, then they put themselves in that position. Whereas the women and children who didn't, like even the women who chose to go to war, like they are not a victim because they chose to do that. But the people, like even the men who didn't get drafted or the men who didn't go to war, the people, the normal civilization of that place I would say are the primary victims of war, because the soldiers, the people that are fighting, like, I mean, if they signed up to be there, they knew what they were getting themselves into. That's different from the people who got drafted. They can still be considered victims. However, you can think differently. That's just my opinion.
I would agree. So here's where I would agree. I would say that if you're volunteering to be a soldier, you are assuming some level of risk, right?
Yeah.
There's an assumption of risk. However, if you ultimately end up suffering and dying in said war, which you are voluntarily taking on said risk, I still think you're a victim. But that you'd also have to consider that oftentimes in war, there are men who are forced through conscription.
That's what I just said.
So
like those people are still victims.
But those people who are conscripted are exclusively men. So even if I were to grant that, okay, well, of the volunteer force, these people aren't victims, there are men who are drafted, women are not, then you would still have to say, well, at least of the men who are drafted, and it's just men almost always, those men are the primary victims of war.
What do you mean by primary though?
The first, like the most victimized.
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the other country's war tactics.
Okay, let me ask you this. I'll give you, I guess,
It depends. Are they attacking the soldiers or are they bombing cities and towns? You know?
How about this? Pregnancy. When women are pregnant, you would agree that they go through, there's some deal of suffering, like it's uncomfortable, there's pain, there's morning sickness. there is some degree of suffering as it relates to pregnancy, especially the actual giving birth component where there's physical pain, labor. It is a painful experience for women.
Yeah.
You would agree that as it relates to the suffering that women experience during pregnancy and giving birth, they are the primary sufferers of that pain, right? Like, for example, if I'm with my wife and she's giving birth and she's holding my hand and she squeezes it really hard while she's, pushing out the baby, that hurt my hand really bad. But I would never say that, well, even though I also felt pain when she was giving birth, I would never argue that I'm the primary, victim isn't.
I was about to say, I don't
primary sufferer. I wouldn't categorize it as victimhood, but the degree of suffering, I would never say that I'm suffering more. And it's also, man, it's hard to see your wife, in physical pain and dealing with the pains and discomforts of pregnancy. But I would never say that I am the primary sufferer of pregnancy. I would say she's the primary sufferer of pregnancy.
Okay.
So when it comes to warfare, there's wives, daughters, mothers, they lose their sons, they're going to suffer. Then there's civilians who also are going to suffer, but the sheer number as it relates to military casualties, most casualties are related. There are civilian deaths often in conflict, but the majority of casualties relate to the soldiers, which are predominantly men.
If that war that you're referencing, if a war specifically only causes mass casualties to the soldiers and not to the people who live in that country, then yeah, men are the victims in that situation.
Primary victims.
Okay. But if the war affects, like in Gaza right now, the war affected that entire country, I would say everyone's a victim, not just women, not just men. I'm not saying that there's a primary victim. Everyone there has been victimized. Ukraine also, I would say almost everyone has been victimized. I know that they're...
Who's victimized more?
The men or the women?
Mm-hmm.
That's hard. I'm not fully versed on that, but I guess... I don't really know. Are they all drafted in Ukraine?
Just the men are drafted, and they are being drafted. They literally abduct men.
Then I would say the men.
They abduct the men.
Then I would say the men in that situation now are being primarily victimized to be forced to commit war violence.
Final thing on this, then we're moving on to the next topic, and I would just point out, at least as it relates to Ukraine. So all the men, and there was a law that was passed between the ages of 18 and 65. Somebody might be like, no, it was 60, Brian. Between the ages of 18 to 60 or 65, by law, martial law, were forced to remain in the country. Women, on the other hand, could flee. So,
That is wrong. I think that's wrong.
Okay. But it is the case that oftentimes in war, women are able to escape. They're able to flee the country. In Ukraine's case, men are dying in trenches, getting PTSD, dying by the thousands, tens of thousands. And women, there's a lot of Ukrainian women who are clubbing in Stockholm. They're clubbing in the UK. They're clubbing in Spain. They're clubbing in France. They're clubbing in Poland. They're in Miami. We had a Ukrainian woman on the show a while ago. She escaped the war. She left, and she's fucking dudes in the club in Miami.
Okay,
if we're talking about
the Ukrainian war, men are the primary victims.
Yeah,
there you go.
It's just interesting. We were talking about privilege earlier. We were talking about privilege earlier. It's just interesting. Like there's all these conversations of historical men were more privileged. Blah blah blah. I don't know.
The only issue with that argument, I understand that it's so horrible that men have to be drafted like that. However, men did create that specific system. So that's the only...
That doesn't matter.
But
the vast majority of men are not a part of the government and have no more say in governance than women.
Okay.
And what if men made women drafted?
By the way,
I don't think anyone should get drafted. Why are you acting like I'm pro-draft?
I, as a man, have no more say in how military conscription, selective service is run than does any woman. I have no. Women are the majority of voters.
Okay.
So I could just say women continue to uphold the status quo because women are the majority of voters in this country. I did just say it, and it's true. It's true. There are more women who vote than men.
So talk to the men. Tell them to vote.
Okay.
They could vote. They could get up and vote for you people too.
We have a chat here from Pasty
I'm
George.
just like,
Pasty George donated $200. Chair 4, WTF are you talking about? If Brian had white privilege, he would have been in a prestigious private school and had a high-paying position in a company
That's if he
or
was
firm
rich.
after graduation.
He didn't actually say white privilege. He was just asking what privileges as a man does he have, and I'm entitled to believe what I want. I think that it's a privilege to have your parents help. It's a privilege to not go hungry. It's like a privilege to have nice designer clothes. Like it's a privilege to be American. So you were born in America, it's a privilege. Did I get the same one? Yes.
Right, I agree. Well, I believe that when it comes to privilege, you have to look at the individual.
As in, who wasted money on you going to college? Was it you or your parents? Or did you get a scholarship?
I mean, I went to the city college, so it was
like
a couple $1,000.
It was like a small investment, not a big loss.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure I was working at the time, so I think my parents helped out with some of it, but I paid for like textbooks and some of the term. What's
there
it
you
called?
go, privilege right
Congratulations.
How is that?
Babe, people don't have parents to pay for stuff. Do you not understand? People are poor.
Okay, but you guys are trying to do this application
wealth
of
is a privilege.
Brian, you're a white man and you have all this privilege.
We didn't say that.
There's a lot of people who
You asked us.
But I believe in looking at privilege as the totality of somebody's circumstances. So
And we don't know the totality of your circumstances.
Well, yes, I would agree. Sure, I would agree if your parents are doing well and they can assist you with college. Sure, that's a privilege.
Having both parents.
All
is a
of us
privilege.
currently living, all of us currently being in Santa Barbara, the highest cost living of city in the United States. Okay, be quiet. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we're in Santa Barbara County. Being
born here
this
is
girl
a
fucking
privilege. It's one of the
interrupts
most
with like
beautiful places on
totally
earth.
irrelevant shit that's made it fucking impossible to keep a train of fucking thought. Like, oh, we're on Santa Barbara. Okay, so us being here oh my God, bro.
Or we can just move on to the next topic.
Yeah, oh my God, bro. Us being in California makes us all really privileged.
Very true.
Yes, correct.
Like everybody
say
here,
really privileged.
everybody here, we're probably like 1%ers, global 1%ers.
Having the time to even be here, being able to have this conversation, that's a privilege.
Yeah, but y'all want to make it like, oh, men, you have like orders of magnitude and leaps and bounds greater privilege than women, or what? Like that's just absurd on its face.
We're not saying we don't have privilege.
I didn't hear any of us say that today.
Well, I mean, going to the next thing, men are more privileged in society than women, to which Marin, you agree. Natalia, you agree. Lynn, you agree. Kaylin, you didn't agree with that, but explain to me, let's start with Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
How are men more privileged in society than women?
Did I circle that answer?
You did, but maybe you accidentally circled it?
I would say it really depends on which aspect. But like I said, okay, I think what I was thinking is for a woman that is very ambitious and career driven, unfortunately, they have to make these trade-offs in their career when it comes to childcaring responsibilities and pregnancy. For example, I personally consider myself very motivated, but I know that at one point in my life, I would need to prioritize my family. So that means I will have to put my career on hold. But men don't necessarily have this problem because they are the main like bread earners. So I think in this way, men are more privileged than women.
Because, wait, can you just repeat that back?
Yeah, so what I was thinking is mainly focused on the career perspective. So for women who are very motivated and career driven, they have to give up on their promotion opportunities and further advancement opportunities because later on they will need to take on the child care and responsibilities. And instead the men, they normally take on like less household responsibilities, so they don't really have this concern of having like a family will really hurt their career prospect. So for example, myself, I don't have a child right now, but that's definitely on my agenda for the future. So even though now I'm feeling very motivated, I want to do well in my career, but I know at one point I will need to make this trade-off. So I think from this perspective, I think it makes the men like more privileged because they have the freedom to kind of like choose what they want.
Well, my simple counter argument to this would be, you mentioned choice, men having choice. I actually don't think it's the case that men have more choice as it relates to this, and this is how. As women, you can find a guy who's willing to fully provide for you, and you can have the choice to stay at home and take care of the kids, granted that you find a man who's capable of doing that. The vast majority of men don't have this sort of benefit or privilege to be able to like go out into the dating marketplace and be like, I want to be a stay-at-home dad. Most women are not going to be okay with that sort of dynamic. You yourself would not be okay with that sort of dynamic, but I'm sure you could find a guy who would be willing to, say he's a high earner. You could probably find, you're an attractive woman, you seem well put together. I don't doubt that you'd be able to find a man who is a high income earner who would marry you and say, you don't have to work if you don't want to. You can stay home and take care of the kids. I think that's a greater privilege than men who are, the vast majority of men are, when it comes to relationships, will be forced to be providers in some capacity.
But financial security is not the only thing I'm looking for in a relationship because there are so many other factors that are more important. But what I'm saying is
I would argue,
men cannot bear the child. As a woman, like, okay, maybe some men can afford a surrogate, but this is like probably less than 10%. And most women, I cannot speak for every single woman, but I would say many women would want to experience like bearing your own child, myself included.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, like 9 months pregnancy, you're going through these symptoms of feeling like nauseous in the morning, like stomach pain and whatever that comes with the pregnancy. So of course, like you have to make the trade-off. You have to make a difficult decision between your career, your personal development, and your family.
Well,
so are you saying that?
Oh, go ahead.
Are you saying that kids are a burden then?
I'm not saying
you have to pick between your career.
I
and
never
your
said
family?
kids are a burden, but I'm just saying like it's worth it to choose children and family than your career. But unfortunately, this is a reality that if you're a career-driven woman, if you're motivated, you have to face the difficult decision. You want to weigh in, okay, do you prefer pursuing your career, or do you prefer having a stable family with children?
I mean, as a woman, nothing obligates you to having children. If you prioritize your career, you can go ahead and not get married, not have kids, and just focus on your career. So if you want to do career, fine.
Yeah, but then the thing is, that's also a personal choice. As a woman, I would still, because me personally, I think I'm very family-oriented. I think I would not prioritize my career over the possibility of not having children for the rest of my life when I'm with the right person.
But I do think women have more options in this regard. You can have a career. I agree that there could be some detriments, like you get pregnant, that might have an impact on your career. But are you going to say once you have children, you won't be able to be a lawyer?
No,
there's plenty of female attorneys who have children, and while it might be a bit of a setback, in the same way if you had like a catastrophic injury and you had to take time off of work, that would be a setback to your career too. Both men and women could be subject to that. You can still, even if you do choose to have kids, I'm sure you can continue being a lawyer if that's what you want to do. I agree you'll have to take time off and that could have negative consequences, but I don't think you're going to be like, okay, I'm a lawyer, but I want to have kids. If I have kids, I'm going to be destitute in the street and broke and homeless. I don't think that's the case.
I think that's never my point. I think that's way too extreme. But what I'm saying, and also I'm not saying that I'm going to take a huge setback in my career. But the thing is, pregnancy, of course, after pregnancy, you still have the child care responsibility because you're responsible for this child, not just the first year, but probably the first like 15 and 18 years. So you want to make sure that this kid grows up in like a healthy environment. So who's going to pay attention to this kid? Of course, the mom probably will likely pay more attention. So just relating, I can just relate an example from my coworker. Before she had her first kid, she was telling me, I'm going to focus really hard on getting promoted. I'm going to get all the bonuses. And her mentality just changed after she had her first child. She's like, I just miss my child so much. All I want to do is just to go home from right after my office. My office business hours are over.
What was the question?
We were talking about, let's see. Men are more privileged in society than women. And she was saying that. How are men more privileged in society than women, Natalia?
I don't want to comment.
Maren, want to give a comment?
I would just say because a mass majority of the system, the government, different companies are ruled by men. Men just automatically have a little bit more privilege. However, in today's world, it's getting better. And that's all I'll say.
Pasty George.
Pasty George donated $200.
Roast session.
Chair 2 jumps in and rants about topics that have nothing to do with the subject being discussed. It's like watching an old person with dementia rant crazily. We understand your frustration, Brian LOL.
Oh, Pasty, thank you for that, man. Appreciate it. We're not going to be able to do everything on this questionnaire, so I'll pick like maybe 2 or 3 more, then we'll get this wrapped up. Guys, I'm going to lower the TTS to $69 TTS if you want to get a roast in, $69 TTS. A woman's past should not matter. Maren, you agree with that statement. Natalia, you agree. Lynn, you agree. Kaylin, you agree. Typically, this is in context of body count. Why should a woman's past not matter as it relates to dating?
Because why would it matter?
We live in a present.
Yeah, a woman's past doesn't define who you are right now.
Just like a man's doesn't.
Okay. You agree? Do you agree with that? Or?
I agree.
Okay, let me ask. I want to start with Lynn here, then I'll ask the rest of you this. Would you date a guy who previously had sex with men?
Maybe it would make me uncomfortable, but I don't think that's a deal breaker.
But it would make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Right?
Is
so
he
what if
being forthcoming with the information? Like is he
Sure.
upfront in the date being like, I used to be with men?
I know plenty of straight men.
I guess.
I just want to make sure he doesn't go with other men after dating me, while dating me.
Well, let's say he's bisexual.
I personally, genuinely would not care at all.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't care.
You said it make you uncomfortable.
Yeah, but the thing is, as long as he's forthcoming, and also as long, like I said, as long as he's loyal and he just doesn't go sleep with another man while dating me. Otherwise, that would be a big issue.
Okay, but so to be clear, you would be okay dating a man who's
bisexual.
Yeah, let me ask you this. Would you be okay dating a man who a week prior had receptive anal sex?
Would that be a problem?
Yeah, so he told you last week it was just a fling, but now and he's going to be loyal, right? He said, I was effed in the butt by a dude.
G-spot.
Doggy style. You wouldn't be like, hold on, what the fuck?
I will probably give him like a big LOL, but like, why does it matter? Yeah, what happened is, I
would
it's
ask
sealed.
about the size and try to
fact.
provide a strap.
Brian, question, would it be different if he was saying he liked to put toys up his butt?
Well, that's up to you.
That's a good question.
Well,
That's up to
as
you.
in, does
If
it make him gay if he likes toys in his butt?
I don't think that would technically make him gay because like a man could engage only in heterosexual sex, but I suppose enjoy anal play, I guess.
Right.
But how does that pertain?
She's just asking
what
makes you
all over the place.
As in, if a guy's too embarrassed to go into a sex store, but meets a guy at the gym that wants to fuck him in the sauna, he might want to see what it feels like, and I don't think that makes him gay forever. You know what I mean?
What?
You guys not know about the
literally
sauna
closed
stuff?
down the
Equinox?
saunas at men's gyms because guys are fucking in the saunas all the
guys don't
time.
know this?
And there are straight men fucking in those saunas all the time just because it's
I
there.
didn't know that.
Don't drop the soap.
Babe,
I
exactly.
don't go to the gym anymore.
Oh, in prison, yes.
That's crazy.
Not in prison, babe. In America, in here, in Equinox, in New York City.
Y'all
Yes,
crazy.
in West Hollywood.
Fucking in the Equinox.
You guys
pretty
are-
They literally shut down
If-
the sauna at Crunch Gym on Sunset.
What about Soul Cycle?
That's a part of
I've
Equinox.
never been.
If a man had a body count of 100, would that matter to you guys?
What'd you?
If a man had a body count of 100,
Yes.
would that matter to you?
I would be like, that's very low, honey. You should step up.
What
your
about?
game.
What about?
Yeah, I wouldn't care. Better than being sexually inexperienced.
Honestly, man or woman, I think 100's a bit high, but go you. I don't know if I'd care as long as he's all checked
Yeah.
out and tested
I don't think
for
men are
everything.
forthcoming or honest with the information, so I don't think we ever have an accurate understanding of how many people someone has slept with before we sleep with them.
Yeah, but also like, who really discusses a body
You would.
count?
I would.
I
That's
wouldn't.
what I'm saying.
I-
Yeah.
First question on the date. What's your body count, miss?
Your first question on the date.
Well,
is
actually,
what's
my
your body
first question is if they have. I only date women with large labias. So
Why?
like an Audi, like an Audi.
How do you know if she has a big?
He
I
asked. That's the first question he
First
asked on a
question.
date.
First question.
But
I
would
go, are
you?
you circumcised or
What-
not? That's my first
What's your
question.
body count? How big is your labia?
And you
First
know what?
question.
If you meet a girl
how
who
long do you
wants to
want a
answer
woman-
both those questions, then like I think you're meant to be.
How long do you want a woman to hold out with sex before she sleeps with you? Like, how many dates will you take a woman on and pay for them before you expect her to put out?
He's like half.
He's like, please in the bathroom.
Kidding.
I mean, I don't have any qualms with like sleeping with somebody relatively quickly. So it could be first, second, third date. Most of my relationships, it was relatively quickly.
So you're easy.
But you want a woman with a low body count.
I don't see how these two are necessarily contradictory.
You buy a woman dinner a couple times.
You would
and-
agree. You would.
Wait, can
hold
I
on.
ask-
You would, one sec. You would agree with me though that a woman who slept with 1,000 men could meet me
We've
and be
gone
like,
from
"I
100 to
want
1,000.
What?
Bro, can you not interrupt? Like you interrupt with the most. Like at least if you're going to interrupt. Like
Your
make
last
a good
question
fucking
was-
point.
was men
Make
that
a
have slept
fucking
with
point
100 women,
instead
and
of
now you're
some
saying women who sleep with
incoherent
1,000 men. That
was
fucking
mine,
rambling. It's totally incoherent. Has nothing to do with the point I'm about to make. Oh my god. So you would agree that a woman who slept with 1,000 men and slept with them instantly, she could meet me and be like, I want to wait until marriage, right? And you would agree that I could meet a virgin and she could want to sleep with me immediately. Like it's logically
Yes.
possible.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't, what is your argument then?
I asked you a question.
That doesn't really, okay, what's your question?
You answered it. You said a couple times you like when women sleep with you relatively quickly. There's probably is there not a correlation then between why you don't have a ring on your finger? Like, do you think you need to get to know somebody a little bit better before you ask about their labia size? I would be so offended if I went on a first date and the first question was, what's your body
I don't know,
count and what's
you
your labia
seem like
count?
you would probably be a size queen. Like you care about the guy's penis size, right? Like would there be, if he's not packing, you're going to have a second date with the
I
guy?
don't ask about it till I'm like ready to get intimate with somebody. Like, I'm not
so-
going to sit at a table and
I
be like,
see.
do you have a big dick?
Oh, okay, you'll fuck him, and then if he doesn't have a big dick, you'll never talk to him again. Your solution to the problem sounds way better.
You misunderstood me.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
What's a body count that you would say is too high for a woman that you're dating? Like if a woman said my body count is XYZ, like what's a number that's like you're like that's pushing it?
Sure, I suppose it would depend on her age. Like if she's a younger
Okay,
woman,
let's say
like
she's
if
25.
she's 25 versus if she's like 35, there might be like leeway if she's a bit older.
Okay, 25
I'd
to
say-
35, what's like the average?
Yeah, I'd say, well, okay, the ideal is the lowest possible in terms of, but you're asking like what's high?
Just like if you asked a woman on a date, what's your body count? What's like the highest you would allow her to go before you'd say,
the
can't fuck
highest?
you anymore?
Can't, I mean, again, I have a strong preference for the lowest body count possible, but like, probably the chat's going to disagree with me, but like over 20,
Okay.
I'm starting to think like,
That's a respectable number.
yeah. But like, again, like I'd prefer it to be under 10.
Wouldn't everyone?
Wouldn't everybody?
No, not at all.
We have Pasty George here with his
Oh my God, Pasty George.
TTS,
Pasty
$69
George donated
TTS.
$70. Shares 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh,
you
damn.
are all disgusting, degenerate feminists.
Wow.
It's because women like you who are allowed to vote that everything is so
shit.
messed up nowadays. The future is cooked.
Guys, $69
Pasty George.
TTS, $69 TTS.
Pasty George, the reason that we're cooked is because you've spent like over $1,000 just trying to get his attention by sending weird, mean,
He's not trying to
rude
get my
comments.
attention. He's criticizing your guys' worldview. And he's made some good points.
Doesn't affect us personally. I respect his opinion.
Lynn
But
was
I know-
she was based at the beginning.
But at least I
then
know
she
he's
started
not the
saying shit.
person I'm ever
Can
gonna
you
go on
close
a
the
date
door, man?
with.
Okay. Wait, where were we? Oh, a woman's passion. Okay. Should body count matter?
No.
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 Not really.
Yes.
What's your body count?
I don't have infinity.
Holy
Give us a
shit.
Well, you're in the industry.
I'm over 1,000 for sure.
You're in the industry, right? Yeah. What?
I had like 20 in a night. I used to do gangbang parties back in the day. I had a guy fuck
Let's
me
do
in
some
my foot. Like,
Oh my God. Okay. That's a lot
was
of.
tiny.
I mean, I guess I was about to say that's a lot of information to give online, but you do it online anyway, so good
I've
for you.
never done a
Follow her
gangbang
OnlyFans.
on my in
Oh,
on
you
videos.
just did that for fun?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a real slut.
So, you want to give a range of the body count? Like you think?
Like,
you
I
said
don't know.
over 1,000.
Yeah, around there. Yeah. I stopped counting in high school. I don't know.
What number did you stop?
Hold on. Wait, you stopped counting in high school?
What number?
Remedial counting something like that. is
What
dumb.
number did you stop counting at?
I don't know, like 5. I don't find that I don't find that number
What was your
important.
body count by the end of high school?
Like 8.
And then you stopped counting in high school too? What was the body count at the end of high school?
She only had sex with 1. I don't even know.
Probably around 10.
10?
But I mean, my question is, the reason I stopped counting is because do you only count the guys you want to remember? Do you count? Do you count the essays? Do you count?
No,
being,
you don't count
right?
essay.
So
You don't count
if
essay.
those people don't count in your body count, then you're allowed to remove the assholes or
No.
just like not give people that
one
information.
No.
I want to remember.
You count the consensual.
Like I'll go months.
I don't
without
care if the
having
guy
sex.
was a dick. You count
I
the
have no
consensual.
issues with it. I don't need to have sex all the time. But when I meet somebody that I might want to have sex with, go for it. I don't need to keep a notebook and tally everybody's like freaking numbers. That's my.
What range body count? What do you think your body count is?
I would definitely say over 100.
Over 200 maybe?
I don't know. I stopped counting.
But you think it might be over
No, I've
200?
had less sex between 25 and 35 than I had between 15 and 25.
Good times.
I've
Lynn?
been a lot more
Body count?
like
I think
picky.
it's reasonable. I mean, within your range. I mean, because I was in a long-term relationship, so
Sure.
I was completely loyal.
What is it?
I think I have the right to not disclose the number, but I'm saying like Brian would think I'm fine to date based on his standards.
That's a good answer.
So 19?
Whatever you think.
Okay. So that's Lynn's answer. What about you, Maren?
I'll say the same thing. I mean, less than these two lovely ladies right here. But yeah, you would think I'm fine to date, but that doesn't mean I'm at 20. That just means that you'd be fine with it. I could be between 1 and 20.
Do you want to give a range? So
No, I do not.
what about you?
1.
Okay.
2.
Okay, there it is. There you have it, folks. A woman's passion matter, body count should matter. Some of you are a little hesitant to share the body count. If it doesn't matter, I feel like you'd be a little more forthcoming with sharing the body count. But
No,
hey,
I just really don't count. Like I literally have had experiences I forget about, and then I'll see something and it'll remind me, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I did do that time. Like I mean, life is so full. We do so many things. Like
Hey,
I'm
look,
sorry, how
I
can you
get
remember
it.
every night?
I get it.
Brain gets it.
I get it. You know,
Some
there's-
guys are forgettable, like really lackluster in the bedroom. You
I'm
know
a
what I mean?
virgin then.
What the? Okay. All right, guys, get them in. $69 TTS roast session. Get them in here, guys. Get them in if you want to get a message in.
HXCTXR donated $69. Chair 1 is fundamentally dishonest.
Ooh.
If you want to see proof you deflect, watch this podcast from the start. Andrew wouldn't make you cry cause he rage baits. It's cause he'd destroy your worldview.
Would you come back on the show?
Definitely not. Thank you, though.
With Andrew?
1,000%, 0% chance.
It wasn't that bad.
I really thought this would be like a 2-hour ordeal, and I've been here for 6 hours.
8.5.
Oh, yeah. 8.
In that case, then,
yeah, I would very much. I'm tired, and I'd very much like to leave.
We're gonna wrap soon. That hurts, though. I thought. Are you?
This has been an experience for sure.
Are you my Caucasian?
I don't know what that means.
Are you my Caucasian?
What does that mean?
Are you my Caucasian?
I don't know what that means.
Well, let me ask an establishing question. Are you white?
Yeah, I'm white.
So, are you my Caucasian?
I'm not yours, but I don't know what you mean by that question.
Okay, I'll explain it.
Rephrase.
I can't believe I got to explain this, but
I've never heard that be asked.
I'm gonna put you on some game. So you know how black people will say, "Are you my?" I can't say it. Are you my N-word?
Oh, like, are we friends?
No one ever said that about a white person. Are you my cock? Are you my cock?
I said, are you my? So Marin, are you
homie?
My Caucasian? Are you my cock? I know we disagreed on a whole bunch,
so funny.
but I think it's been mostly polite.
I'm okay with you. I don't want to come back.
What up, my cracker?
Andrew missed his chance. Missed your chance. Andrew, you should have done call-in today. All right.
I don't want to debate Andrew. I'd get too upset. And I know that the internet loves to see me upset.
Okay, so a couple more things. You know what we're going to do? Let's see. Oh, wait, what was the thing? Oh, got to play the bow video. We always play the bow video.
The what?
So I have a video I took of my ex-girlfriend.
Consensually.
What?
What video?
The fuck? Okay. Yes. Go ahead and play the bow video. Hide that before you start it.
The
bow?
TTS thing. So this is my ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
And this is my expectations before you play. This is what I expect from a girlfriend.
Uh-oh.
I expect her to bow. Go ahead. Boom! Did you see the bow?
Stuff in Japan. People bow all the time.
Wait, no, play it. Keep it. What the fuck? Play that shit.
That's a normal culture of stuff.
We'll play it back later. Okay. And look, she had to do my laundry super quick. This was after a long podcast shoot. And look at this.
So obviously rage bait.
Hold on.
Obviously staged.
Look, she's got my beer. She's got my beer ready. She's got my dinner ready.
Well, if this pleases her, then good for her.
How long did you
I'm
guys
happy.
date? How much did
Look
you
at
pay
that.
her?
Look at her stirring the noodles.
I'm happy that you found
she's
this and that she's.
Play it again.
That's like a random.
Oh my god!
Play it
I
again.
can't believe this.
Boom! Do you look at the fucking bow? Do you see?
Babe, everyone
much
do you
did
see
you-
the
does
bow?
that. That's normal.
How
in
much did
Japan.
you pay to hire this maid?
If she's happy doing that for you and that is what you
loved
want,
it.
then wonderful. Keep
She
going.
proposed it. I was like, babe,
So who cares?
you don't have to do. And she's like, no, I want to do this.
Well, I'm happy
That's
that
her
you
choice.
got that.
she
Then.
forced me
Okay,
to
she
watch her bow. She forced
You're
me.
a victim.
She bowed against my consent. She was like, you know what? Fuck you, Brian. I'm a bow anyways. You don't want this shit? I'm a bow. And then I got on her page. I was like, you know what? I kind of like this shit.
Well, if she likes it, then that's
The
good.
question
That's her
now
purpose.
is $69 TTS, guys. Get them in. For the perfect man, would you bow for him?
Not if he asked me to, but if I felt like it. If my perfect man would never make me do that. However, if I just wanted to, sure. Like, I love my boyfriend that I have right now so much. Like I said, I make him food all the time. Even though he says he'll make it himself, I enjoy doing things for him. He would never say, like, bow for me.
What if the framing is this? There's a magic genie, and he says, I will give you the perfect man. So the perfect man isn't asking for it. But it is a condition of the genie granting you this wish of getting the perfect man, that in order to get the perfect man every single day, or when you meet him anyways, if you're not seeing him every day, whatever, you have to hit the bow. Under those circumstances, would you do it? So it's an external third party. It's not an expectation of the man, but you have to do it to get him.
Well, he wouldn't be my perfect man if I had to bow. So no.
But it's not because of him. It's because of the genie. Would you do it?
If a genie said I could only keep the boyfriend I have right now if I bowed to him every day, sure.
Oh, okay, so you would do it.
I mean, I love my boyfriend. I don't think he would I don't think he'd force me to do that. And if he wasn't forcing me to do it and I was just going to do it, then I wouldn't care.
Okay. What about you? Would you do the bow for the perfect man?
No, but I've washed my man.
You've washed?
Like from top to bottom. Like I physically like bathed him and like in a shower, and I do appreciate the man's body. I washed his feet. I washed everything. So I do feel like I could be submissive and I could bow down to him in that situation. But not like that, never.
Okay. What about you? Would you for the perfect man?
Yeah, for the perfect man, I probably would if that makes me and him happy. But I just don't think bowing to someone is the perfect way of showing affection. I'd rather just kiss him and even give him a shoulder rub when he comes back from a long day.
Well, that's a given. Of course, you have to do the bow and do shoulder rubs.
Yeah, I can bow in like a playful way, but that doesn't mean like innately I'm inferior to him. It's just doing it out of affection.
Yeah, exactly.
No, wait, is he gonna bow to me at all or no?
Nope. One way. Would you bow for the perfect man?
If a genie asked me to, I would.
What if the man asked you to?
I didn't think that wasn't the question.
Then it wouldn't be the perfect man.
Well, you said yes, you would do it for the genie. Now I'm
okay.
changing.
Does the bow include everything we saw in the video? Like
no, just the bow. Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, bow for the perfect man.
So I am dating the perfect man, and I do bow for him.
Because you watched the show, right?
Yeah, the bow was from the show.
You learned the bow, and he appreciates the bow.
Yes, he does.
Okay. Look, I'm just saying, I'm putting you ladies on some game here. Try the bow. You know, you might hate it, but if it gets you the guy.
I think my boyfriend would laugh in my face.
I think the men need to bow to me.
He would love that shit.
The men will be like, what the heck is
I also think on the first date, if the woman comes over, she should do your laundry.
Never.
No.
I'm never touching anything.
Man. Are you a man
Such a good joke. That's hilarious.
A joke? Oh, hold on.
Babe, he should do my laundry.
No, on the first date, you bring the girl over. How about this?
Am I your servant?
Are we still in college?
She folds the laundry.
Like this is a young question, maybe.
The man is completely capable of doing it himself, but he wants the woman to do it.
First date, no. Big red flag.
That first date
Third
is
date.
crazy.
Would you do it?
No.
10th
Not
date.
even exclusive on the third date.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Shit.
If I decide to do my boyfriend's laundry, he'll say, "Oh my gosh, thank you. I could have done it myself, but thank you so much." And I'm fine with doing that.
He would appreciate it.
No, I do it. I do it sometimes. I'll fold his laundry or sometimes I'll put it away. However, if he said, "Do my laundry," I'd be like, "You're fucking full of shit."
No, you don't say it like that. Here's how you do it. She comes over on the first date. You take her hand, you hold her hand romantically,
and you guide her to the laundry basket.
You walk her to the laundry room. Now I'm a gentleman, right?
Lock her in the closet.
I'll walk you to the ATM machine.
So she doesn't have to do everything. It's already in the dryer. She just has to fold it. I walk her in. I give her a kiss on the cheek.
And you say, "Can you please fold my laundry?"
I don't say anything. I look at her. Here, I'll put it on. I look at her. Pretend this is the laundry basket. Oh wait, can they see it in frame? All right. I look at her. I look at the laundry basket. I look back up at her, look at the laundry basket, look at her, and then without saying anything,
you just walk away.
I turn and I walk out of the laundry room.
I think I just follow you out.
She just kind of knows.
Then that's your perfect woman.
She just knows to do it, you know?
You know what? If you want that,
that's your provocative.
And that woman wants to do it, then good on you both.
Don't you think that's the least you could do with
Go out of your boyfriend some more.
Yeah,
Babe,
first
men court me, not the other way around.
Yeah, you're supposed to give each other
So the
undivided
least
attention.
I could do for what?
They pay for a very expensive dinner.
I don't make them pay.
And they ask you to fold their laundry.
I don't make them pay.
Babe,
Oh,
my man is rich. He has a maid.
Official, not like.
My man is rich. He has a maid and he hangs his
Not
clothes.
when he's dating
we don't
multiple
fold
women.
clothes. We hang clothes.
Yeah, and also,
it doesn't
walk-in
matter. Do
closets.
your laundry. You know, like
I
you
go
do
to the
his
dry
laundry.
cleaners. I just drop it off.
If I become a stay-at-home wife and my husband goes to work all day long, I'll be happy to do his laundry for him.
In that scenario, I'm
However,
also, yes.
if we're boyfriend-girlfriend and we're just in a normal relationship and we both have stuff going on, he's a grown man. He can do his own laundry.
So you have to be married to provide
No, it
Or at
depends
least
on the
in a
whole
literal
situation.
relationship.
If I'm a working woman and I go to work the same amount that my husband goes to work, then he can also do his own laundry. However, if my husband works so much that I can become a stay-at-home wife or whatever, I'll totally do the laundry, I'll totally cook, I'll totally clean, whatever. However, that's not the story for everyone. So I don't think you should say that's the least I can do without like knowing
That's
the whole
weird.
story.
I mean, he paid for your dinner.
But I literally just told you that
I know
I don't
you say
make him
I
pay
don't, you
for my
don't make
dinner.
him,
The
but like let's
food
say
is
he does. He
something
offers.
we all
You
need.
said earlier that if
Like
if
natural.
he's clearly insistent on paying, you said that yeah, he'll pay for my dinner.
Sorry, keep going. That was-
You don't
that
think
was
that's
Mary.
the least?
That wasn't
you
me.
could
That
do?
was
And
Mary.
also, why do you have to do laundry on your first date? That's just weird.
That is
yeah.
weird.
Wait, have you ever had a one-night stand?
Yes.
Well, what's interesting to me, though,
Why?
is this. So you guys complain about the bow, complain about the laundry. The same women who will suck a dude's dick on the first date, you won't do his laundry?
I get pleasure in also
yes.
pleasing the man in that way.
Sure, but you would be pleasing the man by doing his laundry, so wouldn't that same sort of thing apply?
No, because I'm not getting any satisfaction out of doing the laundry. I'm getting satisfaction.
Okay, how about this? Women you will literally let a man inside of you on the first date.
Okay.
Some people might say that's weird.
It is.
I'm just saying, it seems like the bow or the laundry is less than letting a man insert his penis inside of you at risk of you potentially getting pregnant. Maybe you let him blast, maybe you're on birth control. You're going to let him blast inside of you. You're going to let him come inside of you. You're going to let him maybe blast on your face. I don't know. I'm just saying, you guys got to think about these things.
She likes it.
I don't think we should be doing like stuff like that with like doing laundry for each other on the first date. That's weird. Like I'm not going to your house, first of all. I don't know you.
Yeah, also the men are supposed to give undivided attention to the women, and so do women on the first date. Then why would the men be so bothered by the laundry? You can just do it the next day after the woman leaves the date.
Yeah, but it's like, if she can save me 5 or 10 minutes, like, just have her do it.
Why is the guy so
But what would
OCD
you be
about the
doing in the meantime while she's doing laundry? Just watching
Yeah,
her?
just watch.
Oh, I'd just go on my computer and like watch like
Exactly.
a video.
Okay, if the
I
woman
would be
wants to do
doing
your
something.
laundry and you want to watch TV and she's fine with that, then like I said, that's totally fine.
Yep.
I am not the one.
That's her prerogative. That's not ours.
Good for that girl for wanting to do that.
W to all the women out there who will do the bow and who will fold your laundry on the first date, and they will love it.
Good for them.
Good for I agree.
I wish
good
you
for
luck.
them.
I hope you
now,
find this.
Yeah.
the reason I bring this up though is interesting to me. For me to get the perfect woman, I would never bow to a woman. But for the perfect woman, I'll hit a bow. I'll bow for the perfect. You got to realize when we're talking perfect here, I'm thinking like, okay, she's a trillionaire and she's fucking hot and she's
In that scenario, hell yeah.
all these things. I'm like, yeah, but when I'm talking, fuck, I feel maybe it's unfair to include like she's fucking the perfect man or perfect woman is a trillionaire. Maybe that's unfair, but like perfect in every regard except like, okay, they're not fucking
So you're physically
obscenely
attracted
wit.
to them.
Yeah, like looks, personality, perfect. There's a lot of things I would compromise on for the perfect woman.
I literally will break up with you if you're snoring. If you snore at night, that's a deal breaker.
Wow.
I cannot sleep next to you.
But-
I find it very hard.
I
I
feel
kind of
like
think
there's
it's
a
cute
lot
when
of-
my
Send
boyfriend
him to a
snores.
doctor.
I feel like there's a
I'm not
lot
down
of
with that.
women.
There's plenty of men that don't
Like
do it.
there's a lot of women who they wouldn't make certain compromises for the perfect guy, and I think it's kind of just interesting. And the bow. There was something else. Oh, we do a segment on the show right before we wrap. Where's the?
Let's get to it.
All right. You guys have to remove. You don't what?
Oh my gosh.
You can remove your makeup if you'd like.
I'm okay. I'm good on that.
Do you want to remove your?
Sure, I
Yeah,
look
pass.
the same without makeup.
Okay.
No, get the
Do
honest
it.
ones.
Do it. Do it.
These are bad.
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
they're
thanks.
good. They're all good.
Thanks for
They're
looking out for
very.
your sister.
Oh wow.
Those have more chemicals. We worry about chemicals, honestly.
Yeah.
I drink usually
At
out of
least
a
I don't
glass
have to do
bottle
it at
only.
home.
I think women should
Should
also.
I do just half my face?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Do half. Just half.
half?
God.
Yeah, just half. I like that
that's
idea.
too much work to do this.
Marin here, she's sharp. She had a good idea there. That was good. I also think women should churn butter on a first date too. Like if she doesn't,
You're funny.
guys, if she won't churn butter, find one that will. If she won't,
Yeah, keep searching forever.
if she won't,
If he doesn't send you $1,000 to your bank account at the first date, don't go out with him at all. Don't date
maybe we
him.
got to do the whole face. I don't know. Should we, Felicity? You gonna do this or what?
If he doesn't pay,
don't
You gonna do it? You gonna do it? You gotta do it.
I'm on the fence.
Do it. Come on.
I
She's
have
not.
to do it
Felicity
sooner or
doesn't
later
do
when
it.
I get
I do
told,
not
so
wear
why not
makeup.
just do it
Felicity.
now?
yeah, we got things to do. We got people to
Half of the
see.
face
We have
or-
friends here,
Oh yeah, we're just about to wrap. I'm telling you this.
and I have a
Let me
cute
tell
boy
you.
to see.
My eye bags
have
are
places to
serving.
be.
What's that, Mary?
Major tiredness.
Oh, we got hey, we got some reacts.
Same.
Actually, we do it next time.
Gender swap.
We're not gonna do the reacts. We're gonna do those next time. Oh, we didn't even. Did we do the gender swap, Mary?
I'll show you a picture of me. No
Wait,
makeup
can
on.
we do the gender swap?
Gender
That'd be
swap?
hilarious.
Oh my god.
I look like
Wait,
my
what, Mary?
brother. I've done these pictures already.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
I look like my dad.
Me
It's
too,
weird.
like
I would
my
look
dad.
pretty weird.
I do not want to look like my father.
Do you want to take all of it off?
Why?
Or?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, just
I
take it
have
off.
to do it at
He's
home
not a
later
good-looking
anyway,
man.
So why not just
My
take
dad
it
is
back
shorter
now?
than my
Am I serving
mom.
half
Like
and half
it
already?
was just not.
I can take off the
No,
whole.
you're doing same.
Just doing half.
Both
I'm
sides
doing
look
the
the
entire
same.
face.
She's gorgeous too.
Yeah.
Because I gotta wash my
shit.
face at home, so anyways, saves me time by doing it
You
here.
could just see a little more acne, I think. My
Alright,
eye looks a
guys.
little bigger on this side, so I put a little eyeliner, some mascara.
Here's what we're doing. The TTS. We're gonna do $30 TTS, $29.99 TTS. We're gonna do the roast session. Then
Roast
we're
us,
wrapping
roast us,
wrapping the
please,
show.
please, please.
We always end with a roast session. So if you want, guys, get it in $30 TTS for a little roast. You guys need to
Should
roast.
I keep it half and half? Yes.
Wait, let's
Is it a
look.
low?
Look into
I
this
thought you
camera
took
right
off the
here.
whole face.
So that's half and half. Now, do you want to just go?
She looks the same.
Yeah, you can't tell.
You can just see more acne.
I'm
I
like,
think.
which side is the one that you took
Yeah,
off?
I can't tell.
I just have like, you can see my zits right here. Everyone has acne, guys. Normalize it.
Acne is very normal. We should not shame the acne enjoyers or havers, I guess. Okay.
Acne enjoyers. Yeah, I really enjoy my acne.
I like popping pimples.
Same. It's addictive.
Me too. That's a
If a man let me pop his pimples, that's
Oh,
red,
my
that's a
God,
green
my
flag.
boyfriend lets me pop his back.
My ex did not let me do it. I was like, what is wrong with you? Let me just pick on you.
You guys stop. It's gross.
We're gross.
All right, guys. $30. Hold on. $30 TTS. Let me get that all set up. The girls are working on their makeup. If you want, get a roast in here. Here, I'm going to let some come through.
They're
These
all
are
gonna be
at
for me.
60.
Yep.
Victor donated $70.68. Chair 1, I get it, life is unfair. We don't always get what we want. I want you to shut up, but you won't, because life is unfair. You're out here trauma dumping, masquerading as intellectually sound.
When did I trauma dump?
You did not say
I
anything
literally
personal.
said absolutely nothing personal.
There might have
Vector.
Might have been. Thank you, Vector, for the message.
Pasty
Appreciate it.
George donated $70. Chair 1, you chose not to return because your incorrect worldview was challenged and questioned, so you went to the washroom to cry because you are not used to that. Calm down, woman.
I did go to the bathroom to take a break because I thought I was going to be here for 2 hours and it's been, 8, whatever. My stomach hurts. I have to drive home tonight.
Pasty George donated $70.
Thank you, Pasty George.
Don't women expect or like it when men bow on one knee when proposing, opening doors for
yes,
them,
good
paying for
yes,
them during
Pasty,
the date,
yes, Pasty
protecting
George.
or standing up for them?
Yes.
What's wrong with a respectful bow?
We all ended up answering yes.
I do
No,
have
we
a
said yes.
Pasty
You want to
George,
know if
this is-
women would propose to their significant other? Is
No,
that
I
what
think
you're
he's
going to ask?
saying that like a lot. Like for example, do you want to get want to get married one day?
Yeah, I'm already married.
She's been.
Oh, she's. Would you want a guy to buy you a ring?
To buy me a ring?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I'll
And would
buy
you
him a
want
ring
him to
too.
get down on one knee
Yes.
and propose to you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like kneeling and getting. That's kind of worse than a bow.
But that's the tradition. I mean, it has been a tradition since maybe 100 years ago. So what's the problem? Like, I would find it super weird if he doesn't want to keep the tradition going.
You know what? If my boyfriend didn't get on one knee and just proposed to me standing up, I don't think I'd care very much.
Like he just took the ring box and just like chucked it at you.
Well, that's a little disrespectful.
There you go, Marin. Are you gonna marry me or not?
Well, I don't think he'd ever ask like that.
But what if?
And I don't need it to be a big ring either. I really don't care.
A lab ring. I don't care.
What if he took you out to a nice dinner and he didn't like get on his knee? He just sat across from you.
I'd literally, honestly be fine with that.
Wait, what?
People put in food.
People put
$30
TTS.
Right?
Wait, Mary, do you notice when you're scene switching, it
looks weird.
are you touching?
I'm not touching anything.
Wait, can you test it out? Let me just look and see.
Yeah.
And you're not touching the other button? Do it again. Do it again. Go from left to right. Oh, when you go right.
Yeah, center right, left.
Oh, that's so. Oh, you know what? I might. Okay, I'll have to. That's a technical thing. I'll look at it after the show. Can you remind me, Mary, after the show to take a look at that? I was noticing that happening. I'm not sure why. Quick follow up though on the whole bowing thing. Do you guys want a guy to adhere to or observe the sidewalk rule? So this is when you're walking down the sidewalk, the guy walks closer to where the cars are, the street.
I don't care.
It's not a necessity, but I think chivalry is not dead. I would appreciate that. I think it's a very sweet gesture if a man does that.
Don't you think that that's a bigger ask though than a bow?
But the thing is, a bow is not as common as the crosswalk thing you were talking about.
But all traditions, there is an origination point. Like men kneeling, that at some point started somewhere, and it was not a tradition. That, I don't know exactly when the getting down on one knee thing, it might even actually be a bit more on the modern side, maybe. I'm not totally sure on the history.
It has been kept ever since. Yeah, majority of the men would kneel.
But it started at some point, right? Like men were probably at one point like, man, I ain't gonna be no bitch. I ain't gonna get down on the knee and, please, can I marry you? No, it used to be, woman.
You're mine.
Here's
never been like this.
No, it was asking their dad, like, can I just take her? And the dad's like, yeah, for real, just take her.
It's always been a business
I'm thinking
transaction.
of like caveman days and shit.
Been a
woman.
Did they get married in caveman days?
Here's a dead wildebeest.
What?
You're my wife.
Women chose the men.
Probably some crazy weird shit
women
like
chose men
here's a
and
fucking wildebeest.
And monogamy wasn't even
I
a
killed
thing
this
back
wildebeest
then.
for
Yeah.
you.
But yeah, no, that's
I'd
not
be
how
like,
it
hey,
works.
thanks.
If a man kills a wildebeest for you,
That's pretty impressive.
I feel like he's the one.
Yeah, that means he owns me completely for
Well,
sure.
hey, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying you got to at least be like, all right.
In that time,
I'll go on a date with the guy who killed a wildebeest.
No.
Shit. Okay. Lynn, will you marry me?
Nope. After knowing you for just a few hours, that's crazy.
definitely not.
No.
Shit.
I'm very rational.
Rational.
So you need a green card?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm getting at is like you want a guy to get down on one knee. Like the way I did it,
genuine connection.
the way I did it, you wouldn't be okay with it.
Yeah, because the historical practice is the guy needs to kneel.
It sounds like,
put down one
it sounds like
the guy
that man
needs to
doesn't like
kneel?
women. That
Yeah,
sounds like
put
a man
down
who doesn't like
to drop
women.
his knee. Yes, because for me, I think that's a very sweet and romantic gesture.
You're so disgusted by
Yeah, why?
Oh
He doesn't
my
want to
God.
kneel to a woman.
It sounds like you like men.
You
like,
female supremacists, you want us to get down on one knee and look? What kind of oppression? You guys are so privileged.
That's not about privilege. That's
Yeah.
also
You guys are ridiculous.
He's the one that showed
This
us the
is
bow video.
misandry. You guys are sexist towards men, and I'm just gonna say, I think you guys have very outdated gender roles.
Well, I thought we were supposed to talk about modern dating.
Yeah, I agree.
We've been talking about the past and history
Brian wants
and
his woman
vintage
to
shit.
propose to him.
I thought this
I don't
was
want
just
to.
gonna
I
be
don't
a
even
fun
want to get
podcast
married.
that sounds
where we
like a
shared
man could
opinions
propose
about
to you.
Yeah,
dating.
wouldn't you think it's
Boy, was
weird
I
a guy
wrong.
makes an exception to not kneel at the proposal? I would think he didn't really put in that much effort. He probably doesn't even know how to do a proper proposal.
Would you be upset if he bought you A ring off of Amazon. Like a $10 ring.
If he could afford different, then maybe I wouldn't be upset.
He's a millionaire.
Well, then
Yeah,
I'd be
that
like,
would be an
what's going
issue.
on?
That's smart. That's smart. If I was a billionaire, and look, I wouldn't get married, but if I was going to get married, trust me, I'm getting her
If you were a
$10
billionaire, you wouldn't get married.
$10 ring.
if I was going to get married and I was a billionaire, she can get a $10. I'm getting her a $10 ring on Amazon.
Okay.
Because I'm a gentleman.
This would never happen.
Brian,
Right.
you're getting a Timu ring when she proposes.
Can I just
to you.
give him like a keychain in return?
No,
if
I'm
he's
gonna give him
giving me- yeah, like whatever that thing is called.
Let's go to
Zip
Vegas.
tie. You're getting a
Normally,
zip tie.
Donated $69. As a Polish-born man, the blonde dumbass is average at best in Poland and less than average in USA. Don't let her lie to you, Brian. She's
my
your
opinion.
typical dumb blonde, typical internet 304.
Oh, shit.
We don't claim her.
You don't claim her. I guess he's from
They
Warsaw.
don't because they don't like it because everyone in Poland is
Thanks,
racist. So I
Faux
have a lot
show.
of scenes with
Faux show.
non-white people. So
Oh.
they don't like me. But I am the most famous porn star in Poland.
You're the most famous porn star in Poland?
Oh.
Period.
It's facts.
Okay, it's
Google
facts. All right, sure. I believe you. We have Relentless Phallus. Oh, boy.
Relentless Phallus donated $69. Question for the panel: who did you vote for, or who would you have voted for?
That's so funny.
Who did you vote for?
I voted for Kamala, but not because I support everything that she said, just because I really did not want Donald Trump to win.
Okay, who?
I don't vote.
Voted for Trump.
You voted for Trump. Okay, so, she's on the fence, you know. She's kind of based, sort of.
But my count doesn't matter in California.
Yeah, I don't like none of them. Kamala
Okay.
sucks and Trump sucks.
Who did you vote for in the election?
I didn't.
Who would you have voted for?
Neither.
Okay, fair. What about you?
Trump.
I did not vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Relentless Phallus, for that question. Great name. Wonderful name.
Mary donated $30.
Is this Mary? Oh, this is the Mary.
Boyfriend
My producer.
to do the laundry.
I always bow for my boyfriend and to wait, you insist on doing the laundry. Like he's going to try to do it. You're like, nah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Look, ladies, I know you don't like this. I'll just try it out. Like the first time you go to the guy's house, doesn't have to be the first date. When you do go to the guy's house for the first time, just be like, look at
He
him.
would be offended if I tried to do that.
Let me give you the
That would be
game.
like an
I'm
offended.
giving you the game. Look deep into his eyes. Deep into his eyes. Don't offer him a BJ like you want to do, okay? Look deep into his eyes and be like,
I'm gonna do your laundry.
where's your fucking laundry room?
separate your
Where is
whites
your
from your
laundry
blacks.
room? Where? No. You gotta say. I was joking. You gotta be a bit more like feminine with it. Be like, excuse.
please do your laundry,
excuse me,
sir?
Where's your
I'm gonna get
laundry
stuck
room?
in the
Sounds
washer.
like the beginning of a porno.
I'm stuck in the washer.
That's the only time I would do your laundry.
Just be like, where's your laundry room?
Where's your laundry?
Go
it's my
and do his
dream
laundry.
To do your laundry.
Go and offer to do his laundry. Do his laundry. I know you hate to hear that, but I'm telling you, this guy is gonna look at you differently. And if that's what it takes to get
He's gonna
the
look
guy,
at you as a simp.
If that's what it takes to
Men
get the
want
guy,
women
then
to
I
sit.
don't want the guy.
I'm not listening to your advice anymore.
I don't
You
think
got me
so.
stated on.
you were already dealing with that dude before you met me.
It's your fault,
I
Brian.
need to level her up.
Oh, you met me, you were dating this guy, you started doing the laundry, which you were
Yeah.
probably doing before anyways, and then she's
Men
trying to blame
stop
me.
respecting
She's
you if
trying
you
to-
start being their servants.
No,
And
they'll
we're
fall
not
in love
supposed
with you
to.
No,
more.
Yes,
They'll
men
fall
are
in love with
supposed
you
to serve
more.
us.
They would think
They
I am
want to
a
wife
goddess.
you up.
I am a goddess, and men are supposed to serve me, and
No.
that's how I feel.
Nope.
Like. And that's how I've
Negative.
been living my life.
Disavow.
Okay, then you can't
Disagree.
Okay, so I've been living my life for the last 10 years, and men have been
Erroneous.
serving me. So
Erroneous.
that's my reality.
No, so I agree with you, and I absolutely agree that women can.
My
get
ex would do
simps.
my laundry, would cook for me,
Yes.
would do all that stuff, would pick me up from the airport, would do everything for me.
I agree
And
with
guess
you.
what? That didn't work out either.
I agree with you that men, well, probably because you didn't respect him. I agree with you that men will do that shit,
I
but I'm
respect
telling you, ladies, look, if you do this, it's not going to get you a negative outcome. If you really like the guy,
of course it's not.
But
That's a nice thing to do to anyone.
but if you really like the guy, and maybe you've struggled in the past with getting the guy, if you want to get the guy, you got to do things beyond what other women are willing to do. Every other woman is willing to suck his dick. Every other woman is willing to give him sex. You got to put yourself beyond what other women are willing to do.
Okay.
And if you think all it's going to take, that guy you really want, if you think all it's going to take is to give him sex or have sex with him, maybe for simps or dudes who don't really like get a lot of women, that might work. But if you're dealing with a guy who's really attractive and all you're bringing to the table is sex, it's not going to be enough. You got to bring value in another way.
No one said that's all we're bringing.
Have a great personality.
That's not what I'm saying either.
Intelligence.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Bowing
no,
doesn't
that's
solve
not.
the problem.
What's that?
I know a lot of
I'm
rich
sure
men are
if
not
I bow
happy.
in front of my crush, like Charlie Kirk, the Formula One driver I was talking about, he's not gonna just wife me up. No.
If you find the one, there will be a balance. Some women
Yeah,
want to do
bowing
a
is
guy's
not the
laundry,
universal
some women
answer.
don't, and they'll
It's not
find
just
their
that,
match.
But it's a
Submissive.
willingness to be
Subjective.
submissive and show some sort of deference to him.
Yeah, showing deference is good. Also depends on how the men treat you back.
Yes, the men.
What's the next problem?
Men
Otherwise,
should
you're a
treat-
masochist.
I'm gonna do his laundry and I'm gonna shrink everything.
Men,
On purpose.
look,
Then he'll never.
men
I'll be
should
doing what
treat-
men do.
I'll put
You
one
know how
red
men
shirt
fuck
and all
up
his
shit on
white to
purpose?
make 'em
I'll
all
just
pink.
make sure I'll do it really
Yeah.
bad in the beginning, so he'll never ask me to do it
I'm
again.
just saying,
Weaponized incompetence.
I'll
what
do that.
actually,
The last guy I did laundry for was not faithful and was a total sociopath. So
okay, sure, and people can do all the right things and still end up with bad people. What I am saying is, though, it actually will not hurt you actually at all to even test it out. If you're going to the guy's house for the first time, oh my God, test it out, and maybe the response that you get from the guy might be like, wow, okay, so yeah, I had to like do laundry. It took me 5 or 10 minutes.
Should we call
it
my
took,
guy right now?
Hold on, it took a bit of effort. But then if that gets the guy to be like, holy shit, who is this woman? She's like done this thing, maybe like, at least for me, acts of service, receiving acts of service.
So
like
that's your love language.
receiving acts of service.
Nice.
Yeah, that's like, but I think that's the case for a lot of guys.
I
and
feel like all of those are mine.
they're all great. They're all
It
wonderful.
depends on the men
All of
too.
us need all of that. You
Some
guys
men
are
may-
just choosing only one thing. Everyone needs everything.
you didn't ask us what our love languages were.
Yeah,
Like,
some men
Yeah,
just
no.
take it for granted when
Right,
you do the laundry for the guy.
I'm just kidding. I care.
You don't.
I care.
You care?
Sorry, was that on camera? My bad. All right, let me let the chats come through.
We'll let Karma
Guys,
deal with it.
$30 TTS, get them in. The chats are coming. The
Big
roasts are
Sass
coming.
Energy donated $30.
Thank you, Big Sass.
Chair
Appreciate
2 covering up her fupa the entire episode. 1,000 body count. Expects a man with a million plus salary. So comically delusional. No man with that sort of money, or close, would settle for you.
I had plenty of offers, babe.
Okay.
Trusty Texan donated $30. Brian, on rights. Women can enslave men by lying about birth control. Guy would have to pay her 20% of his income with jail time if he refuses to pay.
idea.
With passport automatically revoked if over
That's crazy.
$2,500.
I mean, yeah, and the other thing, so a woman could like poke a hole in a condom. There are
I
scenarios.
had men who tried to trap me before.
Yeah, men can do it too to women.
But that's what I said.
There's
Like,
men like that.
they shouldn't
Yes, a lot
have
of
to
women
have
do
it.
it.
They
Yes,
shouldn't.
but
If they don't want the child, they shouldn't have to be involved.
Yeah, but there are scenarios like probably the most egregious scenario.
If the woman's allowed to get an abortion if she chooses.
But there are potentially even scenarios where I might be able to convince you, even in states where abortion is outlawed, you might even be willing to make some concessions on this. So for example, there are stories of like teachers, for example, who essay their students, like
Right.
in high school or whatever. And the teacher gets pregnant, and you would agree with me that this is like, I don't know if you would say it's grape, but you might say it's like a form of essay.
It is.
No,
Yeah.
it's great.
And so, but there have been cases where female, like child predators got pregnant off of their victim.
Yeah.
And then were able to pursue child support
And I do not think that's fair.
That's mentally insane.
That's
I
very
agree.
unfair and
We're
very
talking about rare,
sad.
now you're
Yes,
talking about
no,
rare situations.
that's true. I am
Caveat.
using a very extreme example, but it's in context of what he brought
In
up.
states where abortion is illegal and women cannot get an abortion for any reason, men should have to pay child support. However, if a woman has the right to choose and chooses to keep the child, then the man should also get a right to choose whether or not he's involved or not.
Pasty George.
Pasty
donated
George, thank you, man.
$30.
Appreciate it.
Chair 1, 2, 3, and 4. All I hear from you 4 is what you expect from men, whether it is traditional or not. If you expect things from men, why can't men expect such a little thing as a bow?
I literally said I don't expect anything. I don't expect the sidewalk rule.
No, I didn't
Wait,
say
let me say this. I did
go.
not. I don't expect the sidewalk rule. I don't expect them to pay for me. I don't expect anything. So
Yeah.
count me out of that.
Okay.
Also, I
Young
didn't
Pasty
say
George.
I'm gonna be taking 100% from what the men offer. I reciprocate, and because I never want to owe anything. But I don't want to make effort on men who don't even care about me, who don't make any gesture. I think it's all about fairness.
And I think what's fair is women should do laundry on the first date. If I got to pay for the first, I'm paying for the first date, maybe you could do the laundry. You know what I'm saying?
God.
I usually get paid to go on a date.
If you pay, I'll drive.
Nah, I'm
I
gonna
get
drive.
free
I'm
food
driving.
and money
All right.
on top of that. 500.
Women
are worse drivers anyway.
Makeup is expensive too.
Chair 2.
bruh.
Did you say women are the worst drivers?
Yes. To bow on
Maybe
one
you
knee
are.
to
Oh
my
the
God.
It's a
You
joke.
clearly
It's
not
a
left.
joke. Calm down.
Wait,
Calm
wait.
down.
I'm an amazing driver. I drive Ferraris. I drove Rolls Royces.
Wait,
Calm down.
guys, we got. Hold on. Let me I got to re-trigger it. I got to re-trigger it. I can't. Is it this one?
Pasty George donated $30. Chair 2. So, a man who refuses to bow on one knee to a woman for proposing is hateful to women? Then, by that logic, women who refuse to bow to men as a sign of respect are hateful toward men.
Good point. It is a good point.
I'm hateful for
What I do find interesting, and I won't linger on this, is just like I do think that women want to sort of abandon or goddamn, bro. Sorry, I'm fucking tired. Women want to abandon their traditional gender roles, but they want men to adhere to their traditional gender roles. So like even feminist, liberal, progressive women are still going to like say stuff like, I want a guy who's willing to provide and protect and like do that, take on the initiative when it comes to courtship and leadership. And I want him to ask me out. I want him to make the first move. I want him to go for the first kiss. I want him to do all the things that are associated traditionally with traditional gender roles. But like, I also want to totally like get rid of all my traditional gender roles, which I just think is interesting.
I just want to be worshipped. I still want to act like a...
Donated $30.
Thank you.
Chair 1 is insufferable.
Oh.
She's like a petulant 16-year-old theater kid who takes herself too seriously. She thinks women should run the world but can't handle a few hours on a podcast without crying.
Yeah, I'm having horrible stomach pains right now.
Me too.
And
Back
it's
pain.
1 in the
I
morning.
got crazy back pain right now.
It's
My back pain.
1 in the
I have a-
morning. I'm exhausted or whatever. It's like 12 something. I don't
chronic
know.
back and neck pain.
Good for you. I'm
Join the
answering a
club.
question.
Do you think your
Mary.
ex-girlfriend
You should go to yoga.
Calm down a little bit.
You should do yoga.
Call your
My
ex-girlfriend
stomach
and give you a
hurts.
shoulder rub.
I
back
did
rub.
not expect this today. I thought this was going to be a fun 2-hour podcast where we just talked about
This
dating.
was fun.
Was
Aaron.
it?
I had fun arguing with you.
I have felt
She had
attacked
fun.
since
You
I
had-
walked in here.
You had fun arguing with her too.
No, I did not.
Okay,
don't take it
I stand corrected. Marin had a terrible time.
I didn't
But
say terrible.
wanna say
I just
something nice
wasn't
to you.
enjoying myself these past 8 hours.
I do want to say something nice to you, Marin. I know, we obviously disagree on a lot. We were arguing, we were debating. I do want to give credit where credit is due. A lot of people, I think on both sides of the political spectrum, don't want to have discussions with the other side. There's a lot of political polarization. So I give you credit in terms of your I don't know if bravery seems like a bit dramatic, but
My
like
choice to
your
have a conversation
your
with.
openness and willingness to sit down with somebody who you probably ideologically disagree with substantially, have that conversation, that shows an open-mindedness that you're even willing to have conversations that could be difficult, or that you're faced with viewpoints and worldviews you disagree with. You did participate. You provided a lot of pushback. So I do give you credit.
One nice comment, guys. I got one nice comment.
And to his point, you have
thank you.
been in a lot of ways consistent, like with some of the logical stuff. Like you are at least consistent for the most part. There's been a couple things,
even
but
though we disagree on things, I'm still consistent. And
Yeah.
I've said multiple times,
I think it's
you
fun
can
to-
have your opinion, I can have my opinion.
And by the way, just to be clear, like I know we argued, no hard feelings whatsoever. I don't have any ill will towards you. I thought it was a fun conversation. I kind of enjoy having these, disagreements and heated
yes,
conversations.
it's definitely interesting.
And yeah, so we have Randy here with a message.
God.
Is it coming through?
Chair one was
Randy
insufferable.
donated
Got it.
$30.
I knew it.
Brixan, you're welcome for me putting you
That
on
was you,
anonymous
Randy. Thank you, man.
vibes.
Appreciate it.
Here's
Chair
$30 to buy more.
Oh, thank you.
Chair one, you're insufferable.
Oh, shit.
Entitled, a man hater, and mid is fuked to her boyfriend, run. W Chair 6.
Scoot more that way a
Run
little bit.
back
Wait,
to
can
me.
you guys with the makeup wipes, can you just hold them up to the camera right here? Just hold them up so we can see the damage, like open it, spread. Whoa, that sounded weird.
Open it and spread.
That sounded, my bad. I was, okay. We got Pasty George here.
Pasty George donated $30. Chair
Hey,
1,
yo.
we in the chat
Thank
knew
you.
you voted for Kamala Harris, you feminist. LMFAO.
That was really nice. Thank you.
You can roast them back, by the way. I mean,
She wears Kamala Harris.
I've
panties.
been roasting Pasty George
That is
for
true.
spending the past 8 hours watching the same podcast and spending all his money on it.
well, he's a patron of the show, and
Yeah.
Pasty George
Pasty
is a,
George.
he's
You should go
he's
get a tag.
Canadian,
Probably like
by
in
the
his
way.
mom's basement.
Where is Trailer Swift? Trailer Swift. Trailer Swift. We're gonna wrap the show. We need you here, Trailer Swift.
You call her Trailer Swift?
Well, should we pull it? Should we? Oh my God, Trailer.
talking to you?
I'm Trailer Drift.
Yes, that's
Who's
me.
that?
That's her. She's Trailer Drift. Should we play the video?
Yeah, show them.
Mary, are you able to find the video or not?
That's a tongue twist.
Is it on your Instagram?
Yeah, I'm like confused.
Mugshotties.
Oh, okay, I'll try to find it while the chats come through.
Stargazer donated $30.
A compliment.
Chair 1, you are literally one of the most beautiful girls
Wow.
I have ever seen in my life. But your positions/views are just wrong. I wish the best for you and I hope you change your ways. God bless you.
Thank you? Question mark? Thank you.
Were you able to find it, Mary?
That was nice.
Mugshotties.
At least that
go to
ended with
Reels,
two nice
scroll down to
comments.
Is it
last
just going
May.
to be? They're not going to pin it?
It's on Reels. No,
Oh my God, how many fucking posts? Oh, they have I'm not going to find it. That's like,
it's not that. It's not that deep.
whatever, I don't care. Mary, if you can find it, do it. Try to find
just look
her
up
video.
my
Norbusy
full
donated
name,
$29.
G37.
Non cares for her career. She's a total disgrace. Simps serve her, not real men. She's only for the money. She doesn't follow God. She is not polish worthy. She's following liberal ideology.
I believe I'm God.
Oh, period.
What?
I am following God.
Did you follow yourself? Period.
Huh, interesting how, I mean, okay.
Everyone's entitled to their own belief.
Lizzie B95 donated $69. Now that women work due to feminism and pay into their own pensions, should divorce laws be modernized so they no longer allow access to a husband's pension?
I mean, husbands can set up prenups, and so can wives. Prenups exist.
Prenups are good.
Yeah, prenups can be challenged, and it only applies to what is accrued during the course of the marriage. So there are concerns there, but can't really
Big
dive
Sass
into
Energy
it.
donated
Thank you, Big
$30.
Sass. Appreciate it. Thank you, Liz, by the way.
Gets gangbanged by a bunch of dudes. Book caked and
it's-
came all over, but buying
is
for
true.
her man is the line. Lololol.
Huh. Thank you for that, Big Sass Energy. Appreciate it. We have Snapmore.
I've never done a
Snapmore
bukkake.
donated $29. This misandrist Jen is learning pretentiousness and losing sight on accountability. No morals, no humility. The most disgusting generation we've ever had in the history of human race.
I think this is the
6'2"
best
dump
generation
you.
ever.
You think this generation is
Well,
the
she's the
worst
youngest, and
generation
she has
of the
different views than
entire?
us. So it's-
Wait,
it's
how
a
old
lot
are
more
you?
conservative.
It's more the millennials and
The older
Yeah, I
women.
was about to say I'm younger than you.
How old are you?
20.
I'm 19.
Wow.
Good talk. Okay, we have Pasty George here. Snapmore, thank you for
Pasty
the
George
message.
donated $30. To the panel from Chair 1 to Chair 6, please answer one at a time. What duties and responsibilities do women have to themselves in today's modern society? In your own opinion.
Whatever I want for myself. Like, what do you mean, duties and responsibilities for myself? Whatever I want for myself. Like, it's my own decisions. I don't really know what that question means.
My duty is to make myself happy.
Same.
Keep myself happy.
If you're in a relationship, of course, being devoted to the man. But on the other hand, if you're not in a relationship, you can still be financially and spiritually independent and be happy.
Okay.
As a single person, my only job is to make sure that I take care of myself, stay happy, enjoy life.
Stay alive.
Yeah. Keep myself fed, clothed.
So the question, just a reminder, what duties and responsibilities do women have to themselves in today's modern society?
I think being not promiscuous, being loyal, but I feel like that goes for everybody. Respecting everybody, especially men and all that they do for us.
Do you have something to say to Haley?
I'm saying if
Marin?
men are sleeping with someone.
Did you grow
who are they
up
gonna
like
sleep with?
Amish or Mormon or something?
Yeah,
No, I actually, my family is liberal.
How do they feel about your
where are you
views?
from?
Based.
How do they feel about my views?
Yeah, and where are you from?
I'm from Santa Cruz, California.
Really?
Really liberal.
Wow.
Really liberal.
That's crazy how
And-
you've been like changed like this.
My family,
So crazy.
yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Well, I do think there's a ton of shit wrong with society, and so it can push women back to the extreme of
Totally,
like, let's go back to
totally.
the way things used to be, because the Cardi B songs and the Pop the Pussy and the WAP songs and all that shit is not helping men take women more seriously. So we can't control the movies that Hollywood makes or the songs that people put out. But what she's saying is we can control ourselves and we can go back to being more old school and Victorian.
Yes.
Not even old
I just
school.
don't know.
Just being respectful of yourself and not showing off your body type.
I think that's
every man.
But if
Man,
you feel good in it,
that
you like
can-
it,
Yeah, I
that
think
can
that's more of a
walk
personal
by.
choice.
Every man on the
100%.
internet posting your sexy pictures on your Instagram,
But that's a
saying,
personal
"Oh, it's just for
choice.
myself. It's just for
Right,
myself."
but this is like a societal
That's not- I
issue.
don't
This
think
is
we
not
can help
just
it
like
that we're so hard.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why does it matter
Like the
though?
main issue.
It's totally
this is the main
fine for you to
conversation.
say, for you dressing a certain way or posting a certain thing, you don't like it, it makes you uncomfortable. That's totally fine. But to like put other women down and say like you have a duty to be not promiscuous and you being promiscuous is wrong is just
it's
ugly.
It's very like Middle Eastern.
Well,
Like, women should be fully covered and wear parkas and keep their hair covered and
not
the
speak.
whole bit.
I think that if
Thank
you
you
want
to that
men
person.
to respect you, then you shouldn't be dressing
I don't care
promiscuously,
if they
like
respect
with the
me or
gym.
not.
All those girls that wear the super tight, they're in their bra and they're in spandex that you can literally see
like your outfit.
everything.
Yeah, but it's not about
You,
feeding
you
the
can see the
men.
you can see the vagina, and they're like, "Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point." And all the women are like, "Oh, why is this creepy guy? Why is he looking at me in the gym? I'm just here to work out." But you're
That
literally
sounds like
dressed
slut
and
shaming.
you're
There's
literally.
sounds like
Let me
some
finish
woman
my
is
point,
raped. That's
please.
because
Sounds like
she's
you're
wearing
jealous
a
and you
certain
haven't
thing.
tapped into your own
Yeah.
femininity or
Don't interrupt
sexuality
me.
yet at this point in your life.
Please don't interrupt me.
Stare at me working out. Like
Yeah, that's
the men
not
literally don't even work
women's
out. They're
fault.
just sitting in, like across from
Men
me
don't work out?
Just to look at me and stalk and watch me work out. You don't understand the
What
way
are you
men think.
wearing?
What does it matter what I'm wearing? It doesn't matter what I'm wearing.
Because men inherently like
Are creepy?
tits and ass.
Unmarried creepy.
We can
They've
agree
never
that
seen
men
a
like
woman
tits and
before.
ass.
Does that
Correct.
mean when I see a man in a
Straight men.
Speedo,
Why does it
I
always
like
have
go
to be
up to
about
him
the
and
men?
stare at
Why
his
can't women
penis?
just feel pretty and feel sexy herself?
Yeah, what does it
Women
matter what
has
I'm
total
wearing?
liberty to feel good.
I don't
Nobody
either.
said anything about the gym or
Yeah, no
like,
one was
about
talking
outfits.
about
I was talking about promiscuity, and one of the main things in promiscuity is in the gym. All the girls wear super tight bras, having their boobs
A
pop
sports
out.
bra?
Yeah, and their boobs are popping out, and they wear spandex that go right. Yes, I go to the
Then
gym.
what about like men
that
working out
ride
without a
up?
shirt?
That ride up.
Yeah, you wear
Yeah,
sweats
put
and a
a
long
shirt on.
sleeve.
See a vagina. I just don't see
Guys, she wears a sumo suit
what's
to
the
the
problem
gym.
with
I go to
dressing
the gym and I wear leggings
like a
and
real
I always wear
person
leggings
instead of
'cause I don't
dressing
want my bare butt
like an
on.
object.
Then ask like Lululemon, all these brands to stop like producing like tights and sports
Don't buy
bras.
them.
They're actually really bad for you. They're made out of plastic, so we should all stop wearing that. Actually,
Save
honestly.
the environment, guys.
Yeah, we should wear cotton.
You're
Save the
touching on a
turtles.
topic I would have loved to spend the whole podcast talking
Yeah.
about. Instead, we talked about a bunch of bullshit that I'm not
I know.
well
What was
educated
the
on.
topic?
She's saying
Gym
that
clothes.
women dress too promiscuously at the gym. Wearing a
Basically,
sports bra and
And
shorts
that's the
is too
reason men don't respect
promiscuous.
them and overly sexualize
Yeah, and it's
Yes.
I don't
women's
think
fault
it's
if they
really
got
that common.
hit on.
A nice
Yeah.
butt in
They're-
yoga pants.
yeah.
Women
Wait,
are
guys,
like
one at a
made
time.
me like this.
One, you guys can make your arguments just one at a time, please. Go ahead.
women are like, why is this guy looking at me when you're literally dressed in nothing?
But did
Like,
any of us
that's
say that?
logic?
No, we did not.
So
You're just assuming.
But most
Right.
women
The
do
question-
say,
women-
"Oh, I'm such a
That you were
victim."
supposed to be
women?
answering was, what are your responsibilities as a woman in today's
Yes, and
society?
I said not dressing promiscuous.
Yeah, but women in India still get raped even if they're fully dressed.
What are your responsibilities? What not?
Men will
What are not your
literally fuck a
responsibilities? Name something.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
your responsibility.
yeah, do you know how all STDs came to be? It's from men having sex with different animals.
Like, if we
Yeah,
want to be
with
real, let's be
chimps.
real. Like,
Hold on.
that's the
I'm going to
real
need a
honest,
fact check.
honesty,
on
you
that.
guys. Like, men
There's
are
all
not something we should
STDs.
be
I'm pretty sure
respecting or
chlamydia
looking
came
up
from like
to.
a
I think
dolphin or a
AIDS came
cat or
from,
something.
it was a
AIDS came
goat,
from
I
like
think.
monkeys or something.
Yeah,
Everything came
AIDS
from an animal.
sexual intercourse with chimps.
From men having sex with animals.
White men.
See, this could have been way more
I mean,
interesting.
I get her point. Some women do
the-
dress.
But those animals were naked, so it's their fault.
Oh my God! Yeah, they
Guys,
looked at me.
Hold on,
She
hold
looked
on.
at me like this.
Stop for a sec. Go ahead, Felicity.
I get your point. There are some women that overdo it, but I don't think it's really as common as you're making it seem to be, like, at all. I go to the gym pretty often, and I mean, I just wear leggings and a t-shirt, and I'm not bothered if other women want to wear a sports bra or shorts or leggings. It doesn't matter. And it's not as common as you may think.
And you have every right to choose not to dress promiscuously.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
That's
That's personal choice.
Yes, but my issue here is why do they complain about men
Who's
staring
they?
at them?
The women who
so
dress
many
in,
women.
in the
so many women are like,
little
why is this creepy guy looking at me?
But guys will still stare at you if you're
even
attractive.
frat parties, even like frat
You don't want
parties,
to talk
and they're
about
like,
frat parties. That's like literally almost every woman gets raped by one of those.
Yeah, like
Okay,
no matter
guys.
what you wear.
Like, okay.
Can we
Yeah,
end
like
this?
I get hit on even if I'm just wearing normal t-shirts and jeans.
I'm not
So
saying
then-
you,
She's wearing
I'm
normal
not
t-shirt
saying
and
that. I'm
jeans.
not saying that you wouldn't get hit on.
I get hit on
And
when
so
I'm
what?
wearing nothing.
Even I
on my
like
face.
staring at a woman who
I don't
is
take any
who
respect.
has like nice outfits, outfits because I appreciate her being disciplined and being dedicated to her health routine. Yeah,
and looking good.
exactly.
Can we watch your
Let's
drift
embrace
video?
We're allowed to love
femininity.
looking at
Oh.
people. There's no
Guys,
crime
we're
in
gonna
that.
watch her drift video and stop talking about it.
Do you guys want to watch it? Or?
Yeah, I want to see it,
Maybe you
and
guys
then
want
we'll
to
leave.
You're drifting a car?
yeah.
You want to go home?
Yeah. Well, yeah. We're just gonna skip that.
Okay,
just
then
for
I'll
the
never
sake of-
see it.
I've been in Tokyo and I've been on like the Tokyo drift is real. I got picked up in a Lamborghini, my friend, and he didn't speak any English. It was all Japanese, and we were rolling. It was so much fun.
No, it's because I ran from the
Otis
cops or
Driftwood
something.
They were
donated
rich.
$30 for your headache tonight, Brian.
Oh, thank you.
These
Thank you.
degenerates
$30.
chair 1 through 4.
Murder.
Promiscuity is not the answer. You are promoting a horrible existence.
Okay.
Unaliving children is horrendous and murder.
Okay.
Thank you.
You guys are like, it doesn't
Otis,
make sense.
I think
Thank you.
chauvinists are listening to this podcast.
It's like men want to have sex, but who do you guys want to have sex with if you don't respect women?
Brian's not even the best debater on his own
true.
show.
It's true.
Still crushed it tonight.
I did
Help
okay.
Animal.
I did okay.
Chair 5 seems cool though. Get yourself the fattest of burritos, Brian. You've
Oh,
earned it.
thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Justin. I appreciate it. We have Big Sass Energy. Thank you.
Big Sass Energy donated
We did
$30.
pull up Channing Tatum.
Brian, please pull up an image side by side.
I still don't know who
of
this
Channing
Rachel
Tatum and
lady
Rachel
is. Like,
Dolezal.
please
Rachel
break it down.
Dolezal.
Who is this
You
Rachel
see that
lady?
name, Mary? You see the name Rachel Dolezal? Google it really quick. We'll pull up a picture for context. Thank you, Big Sass Energy. We have Beat and Cheeks. Oh my goodness.
Cheeks
Beat and
donated
Cheeks.
$30.
Oh my God.
I just woke up
It's so good to see you.
Much pots and pans
Oh my
bossing.
goodness.
CCP rep went from feminine to intolerable after divorce, hence her divorce. Why do you think you deserve anything after being a boss babe?
What? CCP mean?
What is
That's
it?
one of the
Oh,
colleges.
wait,
The
the
Chinese
Communist
the Chinese Communist
Community
Party.
College of Philadelphia is.
She went from
Wait, the Communist Party thing? I honestly was pretty blind. I can't even read the subtitles. I wish I had grabbed my glasses from my car.
I wish
Moving on.
that.
Yeah.
What's your correction level? Is it like negative what?
No, I mean, I have my LASIK, but
Do you
I
have it?
can't.
Oh, me too.
Okay, pull it
I
up.
still
Rachel,
wear
tell us all.
glasses after LASIK.
Scroll up to very
Oh, this lady to
very top.
pretend she was black.
She pretended she was black, and she.
No way.
There is a bit of a striking resemblance.
Wait, how did
that
she
hair?
pretend
Jewish?
she
This
was?
is Jewish hair?
That girl
like,
faked
just
her
'cause
hair.
No,
I-
but
that's
she's
fake
white.
hair.
She's
But that's
white.
a fake perm. She doesn't even have real curly hair.
Wait,
you
that's a
saying I'm
before and
pretending my
after
skin was
picture of her?
black?
That's
Like, what are you trying- I
crazy.
don't get
No,
it.
I'm saying your facial structure looks like
the facial
her,
features.
and your hair is similar to hers.
Well, now you
girl
just sound
has
like every
a
other
perm.
ignorant person that's asked me if my dad's black. Like, no, I have Jewish heritage, so Jewish people
But I
naturally
said-
like thick curly
But
hair.
I said you look like a white woman. So how would that,
That
be
pretends
similar?
to be a black woman.
Right.
That's an insult.
in most
No,
of
but
those
she's
photos
white.
that came up, she looks black.
Okay, well I got moved
She
on.
didn't even
This
know
is
who she
getting
was.
bogged
I know
down.
this. I know who this
All
woman
right,
is.
hold on.
Relentless
Moving on.
Phallus
Oh,
donated
relentless
$30.
phallus. Hey, thank you, man.
Chair 1 is the evil version of Chair 5.
Wow.
Thank you.
She wishes.
Wow. Ain't that something? Okay, thank you for that.
One
Relentless
person's
phallus.
evil is the next person's normal.
Right. We live in an evil world.
This is below the threshold. What if you had only good experiences? I suggest people should. It's below the threshold. I'm sorry.
I couldn't even read it.
Yeah,
It went away
no,
super. But what I will do, Stephen Villar Floor, thank you for the message. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
The manifest many for seed donated $30. Yeah, Chair 1 is pretty but still insufferable. But she's young, so hopefully she grows out of it. Unfortunately,
Got time.
it's probably too late for Chairs 2 and 4 who
Too
can't
late for you
even
guys.
follow a conversation.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Have you been under a lot of stress since the Charlie Kirk debate?
Oh my God, I got so many death threats. It was wild.
Wow.
And a lot of hate. People tried to get me like, it was just crazy. I just got like, yeah, it was bad. But you know what? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
What doesn't kill you gets you potential death threats. Gotta love
Big
it.
Sass Energy donated
Thank
$30.
you, Big Sass. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Chair
Thank you.
1 to 4 saying Chair 5 wants to go back to the time when women couldn't speak while collectively speaking over her and trying
Wow,
to
that's a good
silence
point.
her opinion. Classic.
Classic.
Hypocrite feminist 304.
So classic. Guys, get them in. We're going to get this wrapped. So get them in if you want. Final call. Final
Randy
call on
donated
TTS.
$30. Chair 1, you remind me of my ex I lived with for 4 years. You say he ran back to you, but all I see is that her manipulating and using a man who's trying to grow, and gaslighting him for your ego. Leave him alone.
Wait, I don't know what that person's talking about. I never said anyone ran back to me. Me and my boyfriend are fine. We've never broken up. So I don't. But good try.
What the frick is
Second
that?
0217 donated $30.
Who the fuck?
I always want to be
Is this a
victim's
dude?
Brixan. Did you get the nudes I sent in?
What? Can't even read.
Next.
Who's nudes?
Is that a guy?
You should
Please,
check.
please don't send me nudes. Anybody, please don't send me nudes. But okay.
Opposite day for him.
Stephen Villafla donated $30. What if you have had only good experiences?
okay.
I suggest people should attune to their lover instead of outside influences that modify their perceptions of what their relationship should be like.
Only good.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay.
Stephen. Oh, okay.
Pasty George donated
Pasty George.
$30. Chair 5, you are based on this panel for speaking the truth and stating common sense. Shares 1, 2, 3, and 4 were so triggered by your valid responses that they attacked you right away. LMFAO.
Thank you.
It's just crazy.
It's the
that
Beat and
this
cheeks.
fan base believes that.
Beat and cheeks. I can't pull up this chat because
Yeah. No, it's. I'm pretty sure a lot of.
beat and cheeks. I'll read it. The parts that are appropriate. When chair 3 speaks, I feel my pots and pans are being dropped in my kitchen. I can't read this part. Brian, if you were being blackmailed into having CCP reps, I'll help you out, bruv?
Oh, the CCP is going after you tonight. Watch out.
Yeah, see, she admits
They're
it.
not coming to drop your pots and pans. They're probably gonna come over and burn your roof. Careful.
Hey, she's funny. She's kind of funny, not gonna lie. She's got some jokes.
This is the part of the show that can prove Chair One's whole worldview wrong, is how women will treat other women in social situations. Her views differ, so let's dogpile and make her feel bad.
Did you feel like they did that?
I do think that they were all speaking at once very loudly. So
Wow.
I do agree with the dog pile thing.
See-
but they didn't make me feel bad.
See what you're doing? You're going against the sisterhood. And the sisterhood will not tolerate dissident opinions.
That's
Yeah,
not.
but
The
we're at a
sisterhood is not
panel.
strong with this one.
What I said was I wish we would have been talking about this on the entire show.
It's
that she
not-
said
Exactly.
she has an interesting perspective, and I'm not saying she's wrong. She's very valid in her points,
Yeah.
and her opinions are 100% valid. I think it was worth a bigger conversation, not a 2-second, please spit your answer out and let's move on.
She's totally allowed to have her own opinions. It's when she tries to force them onto all women that I have a problem with.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
wait, you
How
gotta
can
leave
I
those-
force
By
you guys
saying
to
that all
not
women's
dress
do-
promiscuously?
By
How can I
it's
force
not you
guys
forcing
to do
us to.
it?
It's
But
by
that's what you just said I was
it's
doing.
because you're saying that we shouldn't be doing it. You're
Oh,
saying
I'm sorry
it.
that I said that you shouldn't be doing
Shut up.
something that would
That's
help
my own
you,
choice.
that would help you in the long run.
Help me with what?
Getting a valuable man.
Am I dressed super promiscuously right now?
Not super, but your tits are out. So
Sorry, I have
The guy
big
I'm with
tits.
chose this outfit for me.
What
He
about
told me
all the
to-
celebrities?
I mean,
shirt under this shirt so that
do you
my
think
tits
he's a?
wouldn't be out.
What about
do you
celebrities
think
that
he's a
like Met
valuable
Gala?
man?
So celebrities at Met Gala and all those red carpet shows, they're all like promiscuous. That's really sad. Wow.
This whole world.
I do
Yeah.
think that promiscuity is sad. I do.
I just think it's fine if you say that for you personally, you don't want to be promiscuous and you feel that you're going to get more respect for that and you can say that about yourself.
I'm
But
trying-
to enforce it onto other women is wrong.
I'm not forcing on.
I didn't
I'm
say
literally
forcing,
I'm
I said enforcing.
I'm trying to give you guys advice for
Wrong advice that makes me feel disgusting and offended.
Not logic. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry that I made
Yeah,
you
that's
feel
your
bad.
opinion, but doesn't mean you have to impose it on us.
That's what I'm saying.
I think you should brush your
Yeah.
hair. That's my opinion.
Exactly.
Yeah,
'cause I think
my hair
that
does get messy after a little while. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sign of respect as well.
Are we done?
Nope.
What is that? What's that
Almost.
music?
Almost. There's
That
more.
was the end music.
Now, can we roast each other? I got you
Are
guys.
still awake?
390 donated $30.
Thank you, Durden.
Women are for women as long as they agree with them.
As
yes,
long
the
as they
sisterhood.
don't try
Well
to
put.
impose their ideas onto me, I'm for all women.
Exactly.
Unlike this one over here.
Hot Cheese Soup donated $30. Always got to be victims, Brixan, you get the new Des.
What?
Did you get the nudes?
He keeps
didn't-
sending.
Someone keeps saying that they were sending
I
you
don't know.
nudes.
Yeah. Good talk. Melanova, thank you. Thank you.
Mellow_Nova donated $30. Chair 5 gets it. Good on you, girl. Those chicks that wear almost nothing and then act like they're surprised someone notices them. You know what you're doing. And that's why you're doing it.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm proud this podcast is like giving you the recognition you want, though. Because
I wouldn't give I would not give a fuck if they were disagreeing with me.
Sure.
Yeah, but also who are watching this podcast? What's
His
the demographic like?
Oh God.
That's what I'm saying.
Very handsome,
Single men.
rich.
Chauvinists?
No, very handsome men who deeply respect women, who have huge penises, and who are awesome and really cool, and also
Slide into
super cool and have huge penises.
Right.
And
That's
we're not gonna get divorced by the age of 30.
mic drop.
I think
boom.
divorce is perfectly fine if you don't love the person
shit.
and if you don't want to be with that
Exactly.
person.
Do you
That's-
believe that divorce is wrong?
I do, yes.
Wow.
Are you sure you're not Mormon? Do you want to be
Or are
Mormon?
you Amish?
No, I'm actually
I'm
asking like in a
Christian.
non-effective
I'm
way.
Christian.
Or
That makes more sense.
okay, yeah, probably fundamentalist Christian.
Wait, that's like the
Non-denominational.
mainstream Catholic viewpoint that like divorce is.
Yeah, but even
but you've had sex before marriage.
It says it in the Bible.
But you've had sex before marriage,
Yes,
so you're
I
going
have,
straight to
and
hell.
I am a sinner, and you're a sinner, and you're a sinner, and you're
Well,
a
I
sinner.
don't believe in God, so I'm not a sinner.
Okay, that's okay.
I don't play that game.
I hope God finds you one day.
I'm not a sinner.
We all are sinners.
That's your opinion.
Yeah,
Yes,
this is not
that
a
is-
preaching
that's
session
not-
here, so.
I think being
Man, the girls.
Man, I'm getting dogpiled, Brian. I'm getting dogpiled.
I think being
They hate
sexual
you.
and being open with your body and knowing who you are as a woman is something that God would appreciate. That's why He made our bodies. The clitoris has nothing to do but orgasm. That's the only thing it's made for.
Let me say really quickly.
Nothing else.
She can just, if she wants, you can just say
Wait,
you want. I can
if
do
you
what I want.
started all your sentences with, for me personally, I would have zero problem with anything you've said. However, it's the fact that you're trying to like make it seem normalized for all women when it's just, you can't do that.
simply just trying
within
to-
the confines of her worldview, what's actually wrong with making prescriptive claims about what should be or what she thinks is better for society? Like, what's actually wrong with that?
It's the tone of voice she uses that
The
makes
tone?
Oh, did my tone hurt you? I'm so sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I'm having
Very
goosebumps
pretty.
here.
I'm so sorry.
Pretty.
Nah, y'all been shitting on me. I'm gonna shit on you now.
Yeah, no, we're not shitting on you. We respect the diversity of opinions. Like, Brian doesn't want us to be like a silent podcast show, just all sitting here like nodding to each other.
Again,
Yes.
if you said-
Otherwise, how is he gonna get all the donations, right?
By me
Pop the
saying
champagne.
it's your tone of voice, I mean it's the fact that instead of saying, in my opinion, blah, 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 it's you saying like, women shouldn't do this and this shouldn't be a thing and you guys
Yeah, you have
Have
to
you
write
been
asking
saying, in
for
my opinion? Have you
Yes.
been saying-
Literally, yes.
Yeah, I respect the fact you're a
fuck?
Christian, but it doesn't mean that everybody
I
has to
don't.
follow
Right,
the
right.
Christian rules. We all are at liberty
even-
to choose the way we want to live.
Even if I wasn't Christian, I would still believe that promiscuity is bad for our society.
I think you
You
can.
believe.
Then what about all those men that like batted
I'm
the
glad
women?
you said
Who are
terminology
they
that
being
you like.
promiscuous with? Are they having sex with each other? Who do they want to have sex with? If
Yeah.
the women are not
yeah,
opening
yeah.
up their legs.
Brian, can we please continue?
Oh, you don't want
But
this.
the logic, like if you guys have, who you guys
just
men
can't
want to have
handle
intercourse with
I just
people,
can't
but
handle
with who
the
are they going to have intercourse with? And women gotta stay
non-intellectual.
virgins.
Like just
The pure
Their own
idiocy.
self?
I just can't.
It doesn't
handle
make sense.
Idiocy?
It
Okay.
doesn't make sense. If we should both then men should stay virgins also.
If you're accusing us of idiocy, that means
Wait,
you
actually,
don't value
because
the
she's, I
diversity
mean,
of opinions.
in the
She's not a virgin.
In the Christian faith, though,
Men
there-
should be not having sex.
prescriptively, I think there is something. Chastity is valued in both men and women.
Yeah, I also appreciate
So it would be within the purview of her faith that virginity is like something that's valuable, or chastity at the least. Here, I got to get through the rest of the chats though, guys, because we got.
what do you mean the rest?
There's hey, man,
We have to do all of them?
We got to do all of them.
$29.
We got to do.
My
We'll
point
get there.
earlier
We'll
is
get there,
men
Mary.
have less rights than women, and women can enslave men, have their passports revoked, and have them arrested
$30
if they don't
TTS.
give
Thank you,
20%.
Trusty.
Literal slaves that must work and can't leave.
Okay.
We've heard that.
Next.
Trusty Tex and I appreciate your message here. The girls really enjoyed your message.
Pasty George donated $30.
Thank you, Pasty
Jeff
George.
5 is correct about women objectifying themselves for male attention and validation. Still, when they get it from men they don't like, they complain and post TikTok videos online about it.
Well, there's some of those crazy gym videos, man.
Toxic
Crazy gym
61
videos.
donated $30.
Yo, Toxic, thank you, man.
Jeff 5, be proud and strong and loud.
What does
These
304s mean?
304s are
Area code.
self-hating and
Oh,
project
It's an area code.
at you when you show them how pathetic
spells
their
whole upside down.
lifestyles are.
It's fucking.
Thank you, Toxic. Appreciate it. We have
It
hot.
spells whole upside down.
Soup donated $30.
Bro,
Oh,
what
I'm a dude and they're getting sent. I just got up
Bro.
from work.
What?
Don't do that, please.
Oh.
Rude. Yo,
Bro
hot
spent
cheese thing.
$90 just to say that he sent you nudes.
Well, I think it was a different person that.
No, it was the same person.
12390 donated
Durden,
$30.
thank you, man. Thank you.
Ask Chair 3 where the company name of Lululemon came come.
Oh my God, the racist.
Came
guy.
come.
Oh, it is.
Yep. I don't know.
Oh,
The owner was racist, and he only did it because Asian women can't promote.
Conflict-oriented
Lulu.
donated $30.
Like, it's a racist guy.
I've been where the ladies are. 2's aborts, stripper, military vet, stabbed in the face, sexual assault, TBI survivor. I'm a child of wrath but saved by grace. My perspective is from both sides.
Thank you for that one,
Oh my
Conflict.
God, I'm
Appreciate
so
it.
sorry you got stabbed in the face and all that other stuff. That's scary.
Was that genuine or?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
terrifying. You got
Yeah.
stabbed in the face.
Pasty George.
Thank you, Pasty
donated
George. Appreciate it.
$30.
Thank you.
The sisterhood was triggered again
Sure.
and
Very
resorted
triggered.
to
They got very
put-downs
triggered.
and incorrect
Very
claims
triggered.
against Chair 5. You feminists are so pathetic and predictable.
We're
LOL.
not feminists.
Oh.
Well, I get triggered when people are rude, so.
Was she rude though? She seemed pretty nice with her.
the thing
I
she
wasn't
said are
I wasn't
disrespectful.
rude to
I think
you
you just
until you guys
disagreed.
were rude to me.
Because you've
We're
just
not
been
rude, we're
disrespectful
just
towards
very
all women from the
expressive.
start.
Very
I'm
expressive.
disrespectful because I disagree with your
otherwise, Should I
opinions.
just sit here and not?
It's
Yeah,
not that you
sure.
disagree with
Yes.
me,
Would
it's
this
that
be
you
exciting
hold
for you,
disrespectful opinions
I
that
would
set
actually.
us back.
I'm not gonna lie.
But
I
it's
would
okay.
kinda enjoy that.
That's your
Yes,
opinion.
exactly. Brian said this is enjoyable to have this interesting interchange.
No. You asked me if you just sat there and were quiet and just not agreed with everything I said, I would actually.
But then you
I can
wouldn't
just
have all
argue
these
with her.
donations. You're
Well-
With me?
monetizing this.
I would just argue with Marin then. But
With
if you
me
were
about
like, yes,
what?
Brian, you're right about everything.
Wait,
I-
about what?
Big Sass Energy
I don't know.
donated
I
$30. Sharing an opinion of how she thinks certain behaviors would enable a better worldly outcome is the same thing you 304s
You
have been
hoes
doing.
have been doing.
Classic. Dog bile. Sisterhood again.
Thank you, Big
Hypocrites.
Sass.
Not enforcing.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Gross donated $30.
Panzer tank?
Chair 1 is going to be a Panzer tank within the
does
next
that
year or
mean?
two.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
I guess that's probably mean, so. No, I'm not.
Beaten Cheeks.
Beaten Cheeks donated $30. I speak for a large part of the demographic when I say this: we love women, just not the high-calorie, feminist, CCP type.
So you don't love women.
The only thing liberal women are good for are Miss Debbie Cremeepy specials.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, we won't
Beaten
go after him
cheeks.
either.
Uh-oh.
Fair.
O.J. Simpson donated $30.
No, I'm speaking.
No, I'm speaking.
No, I'm
No, I'm
speaking.
speaking.
No, I'm speaking.
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
No, I'm speaking.
No,
No, I'm speaking.
No,
No, I'm speaking.
No,
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. Do you want to say it one more time? No, I'm speaking. Thank you.
We didn't really have a moment like that tonight. Like,
Like a no, I'm speaking moment.
there wasn't that moment
Well,
tonight.
you didn't interrupt me as many times as Charlie Kirk did straight to my face, so
We've had him on the show, by the way.
I would
You were a
never
little
want to
mean
look
to him.
him
You were a
in.
little
Young
mean to
Crazed
Charlie.
Panda
no, I
donated
wasn't.
$30.
A little bit. A little
Not
bit.
really.
Okay, Chair 1, I don't think the sun's real, so I can't get sunburned, lol.
Never
What
said
is this
that,
in
and I
response
don't.
to?
I have no clue. So,
What? I'm trying to think.
gun crazed panda, go back to your mom's basement
Thank you,
and
Panda.
shut the hell
Appreciate
up.
it. Thank you, Panda. Appreciate it. Mom's basement. Wow, are you in?
Otis Driftwood
You gonna let her
donated
talk to you like that, bro?
Sitch5 never
No,
apologized.
please don't send any
Stand
more
on your
chats. I
morals
really
and
wanna go home.
convictions. When the degenerates tried to force their sick, destructive ideas on society, you fight back at every point. The hypocrisy is laughable with digens.
Bro, you got all the Republicans in love with you,
Donated
Shoddy.
$30. Ladies, all I hear is a bunch of cope. C5 is based AF. The rest of y'all sound like a bunch of chicks. Cluck harder.
Wow, good roast.
Thank you, man. Thank
Pasty
you.
George
Thank you,
donated
Ashley.
$30. Chair 5's worldview is correct. Now the sisterhood is tone policing another woman who disagrees or stands in line with them. LMFAO.
Like we said, it's not about them
The
disagreeing.
Man's Peaks donated $30.
Thank you.
I like Chair 5. Pay attention how Chair 1 cuts her off and doesn't give another woman the same respect
to the
that she
table.
demands from herself. Hypocritical, no?
I also got cut off.
Paradoxical 119 donated $30.
Thank you, man.
Seat 5 based AF. Absolutely cooking seats 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cooking.
Crushing
Wow.
the dog pile.
Crushing the dog
Seat
pile.
1, what happened to you? Everything you say is so angry and bitter. You're a 50-year-old cat lady before even hitting 20.
I can't wait to be a cat lady.
World Breaker donated $30. Prescription for society is women wouldn't be oppressive if the world would be run by women. As we are oppressive to a woman who differs from my opinion. Congrats, you've proven your own theory wrong.
I'm not being oppressive to her. I'm just
was really
saying
good.
that she's being oppressive to women in general.
Marin, you oppressed.
I didn't
You
though.
oppressed her.
How?
however you did.
Exactly, I did not. I literally just said that her opinion is oppressive towards women.
You mega oppressed her.
Okay.
You giga oppressed her. You super.
Do you want to do one more?
You super oppressed her.
One more?
Let's go.
Super Saiyan level 3 oppressed her.
Okay. I wish I did.
It was a little bossy there from Marin. Okay, here we go. Dodo burp.
Dodo Burp donated
thank you.
$69.
Dodo Burp. That's
Chair
an interesting
5 is
name.
exactly my type. The slightly disheveled hair, the calm, cool and collected attitude. I'm sure in time you'll find the perfect man for you if you haven't already.
Well, you're in a relationship, right?
I am already with my perfect man.
He's on
Very happy. Very, very
Wait,
happy.
you're like pretty much in the longest relationship here at the table.
3.5 years.
7
You're a
years
child,
here.
Well,
girl.
no.
You're
Well,
19.
but you're
No,
divorced.
you
In
haven't
a
lived a
relationship.
life. You haven't. It's like
Good for you.
You're not in a relationship
you're
currently.
gonna break up in a couple months.
but
Don't worry about it.
I don't know if it's gonna
say
go
that.
for more than 3.5 years.
It never works out like it. It's like kid love,
Be
child
maybe
love.
be hopeful.
Okay, chair 2.
Police donated $30. Chair the second of maybe a Polish 10, but she's an Alabama 5 and California raisin.
Thank you.
What am I in like Uzbekistan? Am I a 10 in Uzbekistan?
What's that?
I think I'm a solid Uzbekistan 10.
I don't know where that is, but
Go
I
there and
assume
find
that if
out.
We're
That's-
talking
that's
about
a
a place that
different
doesn't
race,
matter at
though.
all. They might not even have women there.
I mean, there's nothing to compare. It's a different race.
Yeah, but I'm
They're Central Asians.
okay. Then I'm a Kazakhstan 10.
Where?
Kazakhstan.
That's still like Uzbekistan's neighbor. I mean,
Okay,
if you are
fine.
familiar
I'm a
with
Mongolian
geography.
10.
But still, it's not
Fine.
the same race.
I'm a Tibetan 10.
It's all perspective.
Fine.
Everyone has an
I'm an
opinion.
Azerbaijan 10.
You're just testing each other's geography.
Eyes are
Okay,
beauty is
good.
in the beholder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hot Cheese
Yep.
Soup donated $30.
Thank you, Hot
What
Cheese.
winners they think they have their social media. I'll give a hint, it's not empowered women supporting each other, it's single men. The difference is that on the whatever podcast they aren't despised.
Was that
What?
incoherent sentence?
What?
I can't
Did I
read.
just not understand it?
It's too small.
Snapmore donated $29. Chair 4, you are right. They are
Thank you,
triggered
Snapmore.
because you are pointing out a valid claim. These 304s are hopeless. Chair 2, hide your gunt. STFU walked you. No hope for this generation. 1 and 4 gaslighter.
I think he meant chair 5 possibly on that.
Yeah,
but
you
thank for
definitely
that
meant chair
message.
5.
Thank you, Snapmore.
Durden12390 donated $30. What is the reason for men to get married?
So they could cheat.
That does not make
Whatever
any
they
sense.
want. Like, I don't know.
That doesn't really track.
So they could
but-
trap a woman and have her stay in a house, do the dishes, and they could have a life, whatever they
But
do
couldn't,
outside
hold on,
of the
couldn't
life.
you cheat on a girl absent marriage?
They need someone to do the laundry. They don't want to do the laundry. They want to get a maid.
Well,
they want
apparently
to have a woman
girlfriends are
to do all
supposed to do
that.
the laundry on the
and then
first
the
date.
men go out and do whatever they
Okay.
want. Trust me, they do.
All
The
right.
point of marriage for men would probably be so they can have
Perceptions
children with
Music
and
donated
have rights to their
$30.
children, give their
Chair
children their
1,
last
why Are
name.
you so mad at Chair 5 when the question was literally their responsibilities about themselves? I know you're grumpy, but pay attention, fool. Chair 5 is hotter anyways.
Whatever.
She didn't answer for herself, though. She answered for all of us.
How do you feel about that last comment, though, about chair 5? Him saying chair 5 is hotter.
That's his
A
opinion.
personal opinion.
That is just his personal opinion. We have...
Everyone can have opinions.
That is true.
Also Kicker donated $30. Yours tone to this girl for sharing her opinion has been disgusting, and you're saying the most soft-spoken person here has had a bad tone is beyond hypocritical. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself.
You spelled hypocritical and yourselves wrong. Sorry.
I just don't think you like what she said. Her tone sounded fine.
Her tone to me came off as very, like, honestly derogatory towards women. And that's just how I saw it. And if it wasn't meant to be that way, then sorry, I heard it wrong. It wasn't like she was being like a tone, like aggressive tone. It's the things she said, the tone of the words she said.
Would you characterize it as holier than thou?
Yes.
Is that the tone?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah. That's a good way to put it.
Do you want to repeat the tone? Repeat what you said?
What does that mean?
It means you think you're holier than we are, like you're just like a better person. You think you have better morals. Do you think?
Well, I do agree with the better morals part. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad you think that.
But I do agree that my tone has been pretty normal, and I don't know why you were attacking it. But
What's that noise?
Pasty George donated $30.
Thank you, Pasty
Chair 5
George.
has been respectful during this entire podcast. Chair 1, how has Chair 5 been disrespectful to all women? Your words.
She's been disrespectful to all
Fugly
women.
donated $30. Guaranteed Trump wouldn't even touch Chair 1. He'd sent her Tiger and Sherman tank gingerly to Ukraine.
Okay.
He doesn't have no type.
I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Yikes donated $30. Shout out to CGA. Chair 2 looks like a busted can of Pillsbury biscuits.
I don't know what that means.
Probably for the best.
Toxic61 donated $30. Chair 2, how does it feel sitting directly across from an actual 10 LOL?
I did tell her she's a 10, and she didn't even appreciate that. She didn't even realize that. You said you were a 7 or a 6. No, I missaid. I told her that she's a 10, actually.
I think you're very beautiful. Thank you.
And it takes a lot for us women to look like this, and it's a lot of effort, and I appreciate that.
You think that this is an accident? Like you think this is premeditated, baby? Like this is okay. Never
You
mind.
did your eyebrows,
I'm being cringe. My bad.
Where's your makeup?
George donated $30. The reason why the Whatever podcast states that Chair 5 is based is because her
Thank you, Pasty.
worldview is correct
Final
and
call,
not
guys. We're
delusional.
gonna final call.
To Chairs 1 to 4, stop being oppressive to her and her free speech.
Last call.
I'm letting
Last
her
call.
talk. I'm just saying
you
what
guys
she's
want
saying
final
is
call, get it
disrespectful.
chatting.
She's religious, so it makes sense as to why she has her opinions.
But again, I said even if I wasn't Christian, I would still think that promiscuity is bad for
And
our
I said,
society.
I think,
Right.
sorry to interrupt. I said, I think promiscuity should have been a larger part of our conversation topic, not talking about ancient kings and queens or some of the other bullshit we talked about for 8 or 9 hours.
Can I also
I
just
agree.
say, if you had just said that you think promiscuity is bad for women or whatever, like I would have understood that. But it's the way you were like, all these women go to the gym in a sports bra and they complain that men are doing this. Like they're so whatever. It's the way you said it, and it made me feel very uncomfortable.
I'm sorry it made you feel uncomfortable, but I don't actually mean that was a joke. But my first statement was that promiscuity is bad, and then I went into more detail as to why it's bad and why women think that they are able to just say like, oh, I'm such a victim when they're just like 304s.
I think
Okay,
it's
girl.
just we don't know where that came from. That's why Marin was sort of questioning you, because it seemed like that you just brought it up for no reason. Like
As in
nobody
the
was talking
question you
about
were
it.
I brought it
Like,
up
there was no
because that
context.
was the
Zero
role that I think
context.
that women should
But it wasn't
do.
about all women. It was what role do you think you have for yourself? So you could have just answered it for yourself, but you decided to answer it for all women by saying that all women
Should
are
not
being
be
bad
promiscuous.
for dressing promiscuously, pointing her out and using us as examples. It was rude. So I don't care.
You asked me for my opinion on you. How is that rude?
You gave her your opinion on her without her asking.
Do you think
I
I'm
don't
dressed
remember that.
promiscuously?
Yes.
I'm definitely dressed promiscuously.
Well, girl, I can see your shape, so
and a skirt that covers everything.
I mean, Brian literally had to ask you to cover up.
I'm literally in shorts that go past
No,
my
her.
knees right now. And I'm wearing a shirt under my shirt because it's too booby.
I didn't know we live in
And
Afghanistan.
I'm sorry I have big tits. So
Yeah, can you give us some towels,
jealous.
Brian, so we can cover us up?
You know what? I actually have some burkas
might be better.
upstairs.
sorry, I forgot my nun
we
costume
should all
at
just start
home.
wearing burqas from now on.
This
Have fun.
it's not the worst idea.
Oh, sorry, I contaminated your eyes.
They'll still.
My eyes?
No,
My eyes are still.
whoever
full.
thinks
her eyes.
this is too revealing.
OJ Simpson donated $30. I am overly emotional and not listening to anything anybody says because no, I am speaking. Also, Chair 2, we all know it stank.
OJ Simpson, thank you for the message. Appreciate it.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. Imagine policing the most monotone delivery in the history of the show. Such cunty behavior from Chair 1. You lost.
whoops.
You nasty.
There is no winning and losing in a conversation.
Defornger_Clo5E donated $30. Chair 1, 2, 3, 4 all are the mainstream opinions. Take the red pill like Chair 5 has.
We all had different opinions this whole time.
I take the pink pill, please.
I don't understand.
I don't do
Really
drugs.
quick, guys, if you enjoyed the stream, like the video. Also, join our Discord, discord.gg/whatever. If you want to get some merch, we got some great merch, shop.whatever.com, another way to support the show, and you get a little something back. You can support the show, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. 100% of your contribution goes towards us, so these platforms don't take their cut. And then, Mary, can you pull up twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, check if you have a Prime sub available. Maybe you can check. There's 1,200 people watching. Check if you have a Prime sub available. Drop us a Prime if you have one. Guys, it's 18 minutes. I think it's bugged. It's been 18 minutes since the last time we got a Prime sub. I do think it's bugged. Yo, Dream, thank you for the follow. Galaxy, thank you for the follow. Mr. Voldiez, I don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you for the Prime, man. Really appreciate it. All right, we have these super chats. Then hopefully these should be Chair 1, mid-typical feminist. Chair 2 is a low-class but desperate wannabe. Chair 3 talks but no substance. Chair 4 needs to learn to STHU and listen. Chair 5, are your views real or is it an act?
Absolutely real.
Okay. Dummy Thick. Chair 1, respect to the consistency. Do you come from a debate background?
I do not. I have no clue what I'm doing. I think that's clear, and I did not know I was going to be debating today at all.
Okay. We have John Velaquette. Chair 5 answers, and if the others disagree, they respond with insults and hypocrisy. W Chair 5. John, thank you for the soup chat. I do appreciate it. We have Ripter with a big 50. Thank you, man. Chair 1, excuse me. Women will never be in power because they orient their life around the idea of being comfortable. Men instinctively embrace and normalize discomfort as opposed to running from it. And the simple reason is why they will always be on top. Okay. From Ripter.
Yeah, you're top.
Okay, thank you for that. Oh, we have another one coming in here. Chair 1, you're in for a big awakening in life. I don't think you're open to having your views changed. Chair 5, super based. Forget about Chair 1. She's bitter. Much love, Brian and Crucible. No Andrew tonight. But I think we'll get a call in eventually. I do have an interesting guest coming next Sunday. He's going to be making his first time appearance. Pretty big. Getting a pretty big following on YouTube. He was on Joe Rogan pretty recently. So we do have an interesting guest coming on the next Sunday. So be sure to tune in for that, guys. Like the video if you enjoyed the stream. If there are any more coming through we do have one more here from Streamlabs. You can try to get a final one in here at the end here. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Ashley. Thank you, Ashley.
$30. C1, your smug attitude tonight was disrespectful. I meant what I said earlier. In my house, you would be so grounded right after I dog walked you to your room. Her behavior would see the back of my hand.
And your back of your hand would see something way worse from me, because don't lay a hand on me, you freak.
Ooh, Ashley. She called you freak. You're going to let her...
Ashley is a freak. She dog walked me to my room and ground me, please.
Kinky.
To be fair, Marin is 6 foot tall.
Yeah, I could beat your ass,
and
Ashley.
She's built out of muscle steel and...
Oh God, can we move on?
Sorry, what? You don't... I'm trying to say something nice to Marin at the end of the stream.
That was so nice.
Huh?
No, he wasn't.
It's not coming off that way.
What? The context is this lady was saying she's gonna beat up Marin, and I'm like, hold on, Marin's like she's 6 feet.
And you said she's made out of steel.
That's a compliment to be made out. Look at the double bicep from Marin there at the end. Fucking guns blazing at the end here. Okay, Pasty George, he says.
Oh my God, bro.
Pasty George donated $30.
Wait, can you guys roast me? Roast me for like 30 seconds.
Pasty George only wants to glaze you.
Your feelings don't matter and only come off as entitled and oppressive.
Your feelings don't matter.
Constitutional right.
Wait, I wasn't listening. Sorry, Pasty George. I don't care.
He's had so many.
I heard it.
He just said so many things that this like.
Thank you, Pasty.
Over and over again.
Guys,
get a life.
Final roast, roast me. Final roast, roast me.
No, they're gonna roast me.
No. Final roast me. The girls, they got.
Can I roast you?
Nope.
I don't feel like I've been roasted at all.
Shit, they only said that you look like a fake black
They told me I need to shut the heck up and listen. Like, oh, so mean.
Wait, you want to roast? Do you want to be roasted?
Yes, I'm down to get roasted. Give me your best shot.
Wait, guys,
I want to. I've been bored. We've talked about her almost the whole time.
Yeah, hello.
She says a couple things and it causes a stir fry when really I just said we should have been talking about that more.
I know I was falling asleep, for real.
Yeah, can we
Silvana
wrap this
left.
up, please?
Lynn. Lynn, on your Instagram bio, it says you plead guilty to being fabulous.
Why not?
I love that.
I was just curious about it. Natalia Starr. There's a couple tweets you wrote. We're not going to pull it up, but I'm just going to blast through them. $30 TTS, guys, if you want to get in and roast me. You wrote on your Twitter, is it weird that you're super into fingering men?
Oh. I like to know, yeah.
Excuse me?
I like butt play. I like to put butt plugs in there.
Disgusting.
I like to do a lot of things.
Okay.
I like to lick
you said, whoa, okay, calm down. You said you're a hopeless romantic. After your gangbang, you want to be brought flowers. Okay.
Something I would tweet.
You also said, ladies, how do you feel about a man who doesn't eat poon poon? Gay? Question mark? That's what you wrote. You wrote that you were just like, that's.
Yeah, that's true.
Is it a deal breaker? Just show of hands. Is it a deal breaker if the guy won't go down on you?
I mean, it's disrespectful.
Deal breaker, really, Lynn? Really, Lynn? It's a deal breaker?
Sort of. Yeah. If he never reciprocates,
COVID.
it's a deal breaker.
I just felt like I have to throw up for like 2 hours.
Well, if you do it on stream. Just kidding.
Yeah,
Don't
I
do
will.
that.
I've had this
Please.
cup empty next
Oh,
to me
shit.
this whole time. I've been waiting.
Nobody ever brought us more water.
You said, you were supposed to beckon at Felicity. You're supposed to be like, excuse me, slave girl, go and get me some water. And you have to do it in like that posh
Hello,
British
peasant,
accent.
please.
Excuse me.
They're all too shy, but like I want something to do.
You also wrote small dick energy, ramen noodle looking ass. What does
that even mean?
What does that mean? Ramen noodle looking ass.
It's when you have soft and you can't get hard and you're like,
Oh.
you're a noodle.
But I do take offense to this term, small dick energy, because I think, look, I think.
Don't take. Sorry
What
for
the fuck?
interrupting. Sorry for interrupting.
Look,
Shut up.
I'll say why. Look, I think we shouldn't shame people for things that are out of their control. We shouldn't shame people
No,
for their
you could get
genitalia.
control. There's a way to inject your PP to make it
Yeah.
bigger. They have those surgeries. Yes, my friend has got that.
Well, no, yes, there are those surgeries, but I don't think men should get those surgeries. I'm also against, like, if a woman has a large labia, I don't think that she should chop that shit off.
I was about to say, aren't you into that? I
My
thought you
friend
said that earlier.
She
Into
feels
what?
amazing
A
after.
big labia. Didn't
Yeah.
you say that you like that?
I do. That's why I'm saying women shouldn't get the surgery to get rid of it besides just my own personal preferences with dating, I do think it is unfortunate, and I'm being serious here. I know sometimes I tend to joke, but it is an unfortunate state of affairs that, and I want to caveat this, some women do have like discomfort with it, and they can, but discomfort in the terms of physical discomfort, but a lot of women do it for purely cosmetic reasons. And I don't think it's a good state of affairs that people feel so self-conscious with their physical appearance anywhere on their body that they feel the need to undergo dangerous and unnecessary surgical procedures to fix something that really shouldn't be an issue. So, but with the small dick energy thing, I want to run a couple terms by you. What do you think about cavernous vagina energy?
What does that mean?
Well, small dick energy.
Ew.
So cavernous, like a cavern.
Oh, like big vagina?
No, like the vaginal canal is cavernous. And
I feel like that's amazing.
We use this as a word to insult women who we felt were unacceptable in some way. So small dick energy.
If that hurts your feelings, the small dick energy hurts your feelings. That's your personal problem.
Right, but I feel like I couldn't get away, like men could not get away with like.
They call us sluts all the time. What do you mean?
She got small titty
They say
energy.
that all the
Small
time.
dick
And I'm
energy
offended.
refers to lack of
Anybody titty
confidence,
committee?
lack
It
of
doesn't refer to
swagger,
the actual size.
like insecurity. It has nothing
Like
to do
a
with their
thing.
actual dick size.
Exactly.
But you're
Whereas
saying
big dick energy is like some guy who's super
basically-
confident, really like
But
knows
caught
what he
your
wants
yawn.
and is not afraid to go get it. Small dick energy is like being a pussy, which you could say is like being a vagina.
What?
But it's an insult.
That is.
Okay, whatever. I'm not going to linger on the look. Cavernous vagina energy. Just
we
think
all
about
use
it.
slur words differently depending on where you're from.
I love
what's
that
cool
for you.
in the
Hasty
neighborhood.
George donated $30. Chair 1. Even Brian can easily toss you through the window.
Wait, why even?
Stop talking nonsense.
What do you mean even? Okay. What are you trying to say,
Pasty
Pasty
George, I could easily whoop your ass.
But men should never put
Pasty
their
George
hands
is
on
only
a
saying
woman.
that because he's probably like under 5'7".
Pasty George, how tall are you? Okay. Big Sass Energy.
Big Sass Energy donated $30. It's more believable that Rachel Dolezal was black than that Chair 4 will ever happily be in a relationship. Insufferable.
Okay. We have Pasty George.
Yes, Pasty.
Pasty George
We'll get her
donated
back.
$30.
We'll get
I
Haley
wish
back.
Chair 5 had more chances to speak on this panel because I wanted to hear more about her non-degenerate worldviews. Instead, we got the idiotic feminist ideologies from the other chairs.
We'll get her back.
SMH.
All right, Pasty George. Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Well, it's
Conflict-oriented donated $30. Don't feel sorry for me being stabbed. She was an illegal immigrant who stabbed me in the face while stripping. On my birthday, Corona bottle, smirking face emoji, bring me on. I'm base.
Thank you, man. Appreciate
These
it.
bitches are basically
All right. All right, guys. That's it for the show. If there's any that like trickle through, I'll get them. But
No.
wait, what?
No.
Oh yeah. Just stay seated for just a sec, guys, while we run through this. Wait, do you do sex work? Like OnlyFans or no?
I hold the camera. I produce and shoot content. I work with sex
Okay,
workers.
I see.
I'm a sex work advocate.
I
A lot
see.
of my friends are sex workers.
Okay. Well, I do like to always, at the end of the show, do a call to action by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you a call to action. Would you consider stopping sex work entirely tonight?
I stopped 5 years in 2019, so I just got back recently, in December.
Would you consider stopping again?
For what?
Your soul.
You meaning that I don't have a soul because I do this kind
No,
of
you
job?
do have a soul, but your soul must be saved.
No.
Oh, okay. I tried. That's
I have a soul, and it's definitely enjoying everything I'm doing. I do a lot of work. I meditate. I do breath work. I've done yoga retreats. I've done ayahuasca. I've done my work,
Fire.
honey.
I really
like
like ayahuasca.
Slay Queen.
Yeah, slay. I did slay the dragon, and I know who I am, and I know I know my worth, and I will never get disrespected by men ever again. I've dated poor guys, I've dated rich guys, I've dated guys who hit me, I've dated all that shit. I know my worth now, and I will never settle for anything that is
Sweet.
not what I want.
And
I will never do laundry for a man.
Okay.
Perfect.
Good to know. Okay, GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me.
Wow.
I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. This show is viewer supported. We couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you guys so much. You guys are freaking legends. You guys are
He's a brave and a
all
decent
of you.
man.
All
He's a
of you.
pioneer.
And thank you to everybody who watches, of course. We will be live again Sunday, 5 p.m. Pacific. We've got a very interesting first-time guest appearance. Sunday, any girls who want to be on the show, you can DM out whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, and also if you guys need help with laundering your money, Lynn does offer.
Nope, that's against the ethical rule.
Lynn does not offer
I don't
money laundering
I do honest
services. Only honest work. She has no complaints with the California bar. Are you licensed in any other?
California.
Just California. Okay. All right.
But I do federal too.
Reach out to Lynn if you need any, if any criminal defense.
Nope, I don't do criminal defense.
She will defend you if you committed any murders in the Los Angeles area. She exclusively defends. I'm just kidding. Okay. All right.
I would need to make a clarification. Yes, if you need any help with optimizing your financial position in terms of maximizing your tax savings, either it's through corporate restructuring or through other tax planning strategies, you can reach out to me. Or if you're in trouble with IRS or Franchise Tax Board, I'm also the person to go to. But right now, there's no spin-off series of Better Call Lynn, but hopefully in a couple years.
That's good. There you go. I actually probably need to ask you a question about some tax stuff after the show. So,
okay, got a retainer agreement.
Okay, Lynn. All right. Pasty George, final thing.
Pasty George donated $30.
That's a nice message. Thank you, man.
I want to thank the whole panel for showing up to this episode.
Thank you, brother.
Have a good night.
Yo, Pasty, I hope you have a good night.
Thank you for having us.
07s.
Bye, Pasty.
07s in the chat. I want to see it. Blast in the chat. 07s in the chat. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. Oh, bro, fucking Daniel. Okay, pull it up.
Bruh.
Chair one, do you really hate men that much that you're that jaded? Also looking at your hands, you don't wrangle a thing except your dumb views. You lucky Andrew was not there. Man, Daniel, freaking, of course an Australian's going to just, we were ending it on a good note. He's got to come in. Andrew's not there. Also 1v1 debate with Chair one and Miss Wilson. Would you debate his wife?
No, I don't.
All right,
I
okay.
don't.
All right, fair enough. Okay, thank you guys. Like the video, please. And let me just double check. Okay, we're all good. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We will see you guys next time. Good night, guys.